Entertainment circle, high IQ, single female lead, easygoing, invincible flow, check-in, stars, system, daily life, urban Lin Fan obtained. A check-in system, and from then on, he embarked on a billionaire lifestyle. He is skilled in cooking, a miraculous doctor, a generation's singing god, a renowned calligrapher and painter, a master of musical instruments, and has a beautiful and adorable cat girl as his girlfriend. I just want to quietly enjoy life, but accidentally became the richest person in the world. Chapter 1. Signing into a billion-dollar mansion. Son, you've been single for 25 years now. When are you going to bring a daughter-in-law home for mom? Mom, it takes a girl to like me first. Come on, my son is so handsome. How could there not be girls who like him? Hurry up and let mom hold a chubby grandson. Everything is good at home. You live well in the Magic City. If you have any difficulties, just tell mom. Okay. Mom has to go cook for dad. I'll hang up now. If you need money, just let mom know, and I'll have dad transfer it to your bank card. In his rental apartment, Lin Fan hung up the phone. Again, with the girlfriend talk. Lin Fan's mom had urged him dozens of times to bring a girlfriend home. But where could he find one? Lin Fan graduated from university 3 years ago, rented a small place in the Magic City, and ran a small restaurant. He was barely managing to support himself. The Magic City is incredibly expensive. Lin Fan didn't have much money and couldn't afford a good restaurant location, resulting in poor business, often with only one customer visiting his restaurant, Xiao Wanxiao. As for a girlfriend, Lin Fan had never considered it, even though many girls pursued him. After all, Lin Fan had been the school heartthrob since elementary school, even in a simple white shirt. He turned heads on the street. No other reasons handsome, dressed and ready. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, and looked at the handsome young man in the mirror. He had a perfect figure, delicate features, and a charming demeanor. Lin Fan could only feel one thing. I'm really handsome. But can being handsome feed you? Can being handsome pay for the bride price? Beep. Host detected. System binding in progress. Beep. Rich man sign-in system binding successful. Please proceed with the first sign-in as soon as possible. Just as Lin Fan was about to head out, a mechanical voice entered his mind. Lines of numbers appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Host. Lin Fan system level. LV1 height. 182 centimeters personal assets. None bank savings. 50 yuan harem. What are you thinking? Skills. None sign-in? Lin Fan was a bit confused, looking at the numbers, feeling like his life had been insulted. If it weren't for not being able to afford the bride price, he wouldn't be a single dog. A mere system. Bring it on. Beep. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have obtained a lakeside villa in Blue Wave Bay community. The property deed has been issued to the system warehouse. Please check it. Blue Wave Bay community. Lakeside villa? Lin Fan said, unable to believe it. To have a property in the Magic City, you need at least 2 to 3 million to start, and that's in the outskirts. The price in the city center is something you wouldn't even dare to think about. Blue Wave Bay community is a well-known high-end community in the Magic City, where the price per square meter starts at 200,000 yuan. The community is divided into high-rise areas and villa areas. Even within the villa area, the distinction is clear. The high-rise section alone has dozens of buildings, covering a vast area, with excellent property management, top-notch security systems, and beautiful surroundings. The cheapest high-rise unit costs around 2 million. And the ordinary villas in Blue Wave Bay community are worth over 100 million, especially the lakeside villa at the center of Blue Wave Bay community, valued at over 200 million. Blue Wave Bay community is a dream place for many, but not everyone can afford to buy a house here. Just the price of 200,000 per square meter has deterred countless people. And Lin Fan has acquired the most luxurious villa in Blue Wave Bay community. Lin Fan tried to extract it from the system warehouse, and suddenly, a red booklet appeared on the table in front of him. Lin Fan was stunned. This is the property ownership certificate. The red booklet was exceptionally eye-catching. Lin Fan was momentarily frozen. This meant everything that just happened was not a dream. Baiyun District, Fangjian Road, 583. Blue Wave Bay Community Lakeside Villa. Property owner, Lin Fan. Flipping through the property deed, Lin Fan glanced at it, especially seeing his name. Lakeside Villa. Owner's name, Lin Fan. At the same time, Lin Fan opened his phone and saw the news. Shocking. The most valuable lakeside villa in Blue Wave Bay community has been purchased by a mysterious tycoon. whose net worth is probably no less than 1 billion. The news and the property deed were right in front of Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan felt only one thing. That is, he hit the jackpot. Baiyin District is a wealthy area, and the property prices in Blue Wave Bay community only rise and never fall. The villa area is even more in demand than supply. This means that simply having money doesn't guarantee you can buy a villa in Blue Wave Bay community. Each villa in the high-end communities of the Magic City is priceless, and the value of this lakeside villa is beyond measure. If he sells this villa, it would at least be worth 100 million. 100 million is nothing for a real tycoon, but for Lin Fan, it's a fortune he could never dream of obtaining. Lin Fan could buy a dozen houses in the outskirts, live comfortably as a landlord, and even build a small 2-story house for his parents in the countryside. Most importantly, he could afford the bride price now. Bringing home a beautiful girlfriend, having 1 or 2 kids, buying a house and a car, living without worries. Lin Fan looked at the property deed in his hand, feeling like he had truly struck it rich. Beep. Properties, vehicles, and other fixed assets obtained through the system sign-in cannot be bought or sold, and the sources of all fixed assets are reasonable and legal, with complete procedures, so they won't be questioned by anyone. The purpose of this system's existence is to allow the host to better experience life and enjoy the pleasures of life. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan immediately felt deflated again. Great! The dream of being a landlord was shattered, and the girlfriend he could have had is gone. Is it really that hard to get a pretty girlfriend? But then he thought again, and Lin Fan perked up. There's a system. He can sign in once every day, maybe tomorrow he can sign in for even better things. This system is called the Rich Man Sign-In System, which means Lin Fan can have dozens of houses for rent, dozens of luxury cars, and dozens of girls. Cough. I'm such an upright person. How could I be that kind of person? Anyway, Lin Fan has already believed in the existence of the system. But this wouldn't affect Lin Fan's mindset. In the future, he could collect rent, earn money while lying down, and no longer worry about cars and houses. Buying a few villas, driving a few luxury cars, having time to travel and enjoy the scenery, maybe flirt with some girls, experience a life without pressure, and feel the joys of life. Occasionally going out with a few friends to play football, play golf, exercise a bit. Such a comfortable life. The life of the rich is so simple and unadorned yet monotonous. Lin Fan's goal is to quietly be a rich man. Let's go. Chapter 2. Handsome guy. Can we add each other on WeChat? The urgent task is to go to the Blue Wave Bay community to take a look at the villa. Although I already have the property certificate, I still need to confirm it. Thanks to the system, Lin Fan currently has only 50 yuan in savings. Not even enough for a taxi, so he can only ride a tricycle. An ordinary tricycle that he bought for grocery shopping when he used to run a small restaurant. Lin Fan set out, riding his tricycle towards the Blue Wave Bay community. After enduring 5 hours of excitement, he finally arrived at the entrance of the Blue Wave Bay community. If it weren't for Lin Fan's good physical fitness from not staying up late and exercising regularly, he probably wouldn't have been able to ride such a long distance. The Blue Wave Bay community is one of the most upscale communities in the Magic City. As soon as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by the community's security guard. It wasn't because the guard had poor judgment. Lin Fan was dressed in cheap street vendor clothes and riding a tricycle, so anyone would have been stopped. However, Lin Fan was surprised by how enthusiastic the security guard was. According to the usual novel tropes, security guards would first look down on the protagonist, drive them away, and then insult them for being poor, followed by the protagonist shouting about how fortunes change over time. But in reality, the Blue Wave Bay community has top-notch security, and even when faced with poor people, they wouldn't treat them dismissively. The key point is that Lin Fan is very handsome. With such good looks, how could he possibly be an ordinary person? Hello, please show me your access card. A tall security captain quickly approached, smiling. Access card? I just bought a house. Is the property certificate okay? Lin Fan took out the property certificate from his hand. Of course it's fine. Welcome, Mr. Lin, to the Blue Wave Bay community. The security captain stood straight, his attitude respectful. After looking at the property certificate, his expression became serious. Welcome, Mr. Lin. The security guards quickly lined up, standing in 2 rows, bowing in unison to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, please come in. If you need any services, feel free to ask at any time. The Blue Wave Bay community has first-class security services, said the security captain. It truly is the Blue Wave Bay community. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised by the quality of the security. If it had been security from another place, they would have probably chased him away upon seeing him on a shabby tricycle dressed in cheap clothes. Without thinking too much, Lin Fan rode his tricycle into the community. After he walked a distance, the security captain finally let out a sigh of relief. "Captain, was that person really a resident of the community?" "I don't think so," a rookie security guard asked. "Xiao Lu, remember this. The more ordinary someone looks, the less you should underestimate them. Do you know today's news? The lakeside villa in our community has been bought by a mysterious wealthy person," the security captain said earnestly. "Wow, Mr. Lin is the owner of the lakeside villa?" Many rich people wanted to buy the lakeside villa, but it hasn't been sold for 2 years. There is only one lakeside villa in the entire Blue Wave Bay community, and many wealthy people want to buy it, but can't, the rookie exclaimed. "Oh my God, Mr. Lin is so low-key, dressed in street vendor clothes and riding a tricycle to the Blue Wave Bay community. Is this what the world of the wealthy looks like?" Even these trained security guards felt a hint of shock. Lin Fan is the owner of the most upscale lakeside villa in the entire Blue Wave Bay community. Rarity adds value. The fact that there's only one lakeside villa in the Blue Wave Bay community means it will appreciate in value. This is also why many wealthy people want to buy the lakeside villa, because in just a few years, the value of the lakeside villa is expected to double. As soon as he entered the community, Lin Fan's tricycle was too different compared to those luxury cars. In no time, he attracted the attention of many girls. "Wow, look at that handsome guy riding a tricycle. So cool. I love it. I didn't know someone could look this cool riding a tricycle. The handsome guy seems to be a new resident in our community. I've never seen him before. What is the name of that handsome guy? I think I'm in love." Lin Fan was already used to being the center of attention. Being handsome comes with that. Upon entering the Blue Wave Bay community, he felt a slight awe. The Blue Wave Bay community is a high-end community in a magic city with excellent environment, greenery, vegetation, and air quality. The surrounding scenery is beautiful, with colorful clouds filling the sky and the sunset casting a stunning glow on the lake. After passing through dozens of high-rise buildings, he walked further in, entering the villa area. As he walked deeper, he found exquisite villas with a countryside style scattered among the lush trees, making him feel as if he had escaped the hustle and bustle of the city. In this area, a high-rise unit costs around 20 to 30 million. A villa can even cost over 100 million. The entire community has 10 small islands, connected by roads, with floors paved in black marble and white light red tiles, with 10 villas arranged in a staggered manner on the islands. Among them, the most luxurious is the lakeside villa located right in the center. In terms of area, location, and decoration, it far exceeds any other villa. The balcony of the lakeside villa is large enough to take in the distant sea view. In front of the villa is a huge lawn, and there is a swimming pool at the back, while to the right of the lakeside villa is a parking lot with flowers and plants all around, full of life. Looking out, there are many girls in bikinis by the lake, illuminated by the sunset, resembling a picturesque scene. Just as Lin Fan rode into the villa area, a beautiful girl was already waiting there. Xiao Ran, property management of the Blue Wave Bay community. She had received the news early that the lakeside villa had been purchased by a mysterious wealthy person, so she was specially here to welcome him. When Xiao Ran saw Lin Fan, she definitely wouldn't have approached someone riding a tricycle in the past. However, Lin Fan's figure, appearance, and aura left her somewhat stunned. Wearing a simple white long-sleeve shirt with a handsome and suave face, even riding a shabby tricycle, he gave off a clean and carefree vibe. Lin Fan's demeanor, looks, and composed aura made him look like a big handsome guy. If one word could describe him, it would be idol. Xiao Ran was stunned. He was just too handsome. "Hello, do you know the way around here?" Lin Fan rode up to Xiao Ran and asked. "Oh, I do. Handsome guy. May I ask which villa you're the owner of? I'll take you there." Xiao Ran's cheeks flushed slightly as she revealed a standard smile, feeling a bit shy. The idol actually spoke to her, and seeing Lin Fan up close, he was just as handsome. "This one." Lin Fan took out the property certificate. "Ah, so you're the owner of the lakeside villa. I didn't expect someone so young talented, and unique to be the owner. Xiao Ranran lowered her head shyly, completely amazed. Anyone who could afford a lakeside villa would have a net worth of at least over $1 billion. She originally thought that only big bosses could afford such villas, but Lin Fan was so young, so handsome, and so wealthy. You flatter me, Lin Fan said with a smile. When they reached the entrance of the lakeside villa, Xiao Ranran looked at Lin Fan's back, blinked, and said, "Handsome guy from now on. The property management will be my responsibility, so can we add each other on WeChat?" Chapter 3 Bugatti La Voiture Noire. After adding WeChat, Xiao Ranran held her phone, her heart racing. So handsome and so wealthy, who wouldn't like that? However, she remained a reserved girl and didn't let herself get carried away. "Mr. Lin, welcome to Lombo Bay community. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to contact me," Xiao Ranran smiled and said. "Thank you." Lin Fan nodded and walked into the room. The villa was already luxuriously decorated, with black marble flooring, a crystal chandelier in the living room that sparkled like a mirror, pure black hardwood tables with imported brand cushions, and an exquisitely carved bookshelf. There was a large floor-to-ceiling window, a big swimming pool, leather sofas, mahogany furniture, a temperature-controlled waterbed, and a luxurious esports room equipped with an RTX 2080 Ti, plus a movie theater in the basement. The villa had 3 floors, with a pebble-paved path surrounded by various flower and tree bonsais, classical decoration styles, continuous arches, and corridors. The rooftop had a terrace with lounge chairs, offering a wide view where one could see bikini-clad ladies by the nearby lake. The living room was spacious, filled with all kinds of branded furniture. Lin Fan, who had never lived in a villa before, felt for the first time what it meant to be luxurious. Art paintings hung on the walls. The decoration style was stunning, and many things Lin Fan had never seen before. There was a piano room, a gym, an esports room, and a cinema. This villa was so large it could even be used for playing soccer. Lin Fan lay on the soft bed, breathing in the fresh air of the villa. Having a house is great, and it's a villa. Living in such a large villa, it would be even better if he had a girlfriend. Lin Fan couldn't help but think of the cat-like girl who often came to the small restaurant, Xiao Wanxiu, who was his desk mate in middle and high school. She went to Beijing Film Academy for college, and after graduating, she became a big star with tens of millions of fans, the top artist under Moonlight Company. Beautiful, with a sweet voice, kind-hearted, and fond of small animals, although she had become the dream lover of countless boys. She had never filmed a kissing scene or even held hand with anyone on screen. Xiao Wanxiu always secretly came to Lin Fan's small restaurant, wearing a hat with 2 cat ears, asking Lin Fan for delicious food. Lin Fan shook his head, recalling their middle and high school days, and smiled slightly. Now he was struggling to live in a small restaurant in Magic City, with only 50 yuan left in his account, while she was a big star. This kind of distance was always hard to bridge. However, Lin Fan didn't care too much. As long as he could enjoy life peacefully, that would be great. The next day, back at his rental apartment, Lin Fan packed his things. He couldn't give up the restaurant. It was the small restaurant his parents helped him open, and with only 50 yuan, how could he earn some money to barely maintain his life without it? The villa was nice, but he couldn't sell it or turn it into cash. Find a beautiful rich woman to support him? Lin Fan was not that kind of person. A new day had begun. Would you like to check in? The system voice sounded. Check in, Lin Fan thought silently, somewhat looking forward to what good things he could sign in for today. Ding, check-in successful. You have received a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. The sports car and car keys, along with related documents, had already been issued from the system warehouse, and the license plate had been automatically processed. The host could retrieve it. Bugatti? Lin Fan had heard of Bugatti. This was a supercar with each Bugatti priced above 25 million. The entire brand's cars were handmade, all custom-made, with only a few dozen produced each year. I know Bugatti, but what is La Voiture Noire? Lin Fan checked online. Bugatti La Voiture Noire. A supercar limited to only 1 unit globally. The official price is 16.7 million euros, which is about 126 million yuan. In other words, this is a car worth over 100 million. Bugatti La Voiture Noire features an extremely exaggerated design style, with more complex lines on the front, more aerodynamic winglets, and air intakes. The new car also adopts a uniquely designed grille, with the same pattern applied to the new car's LED headlights. It features a handmade carbon fiber body with a glossy black finish, with the bumper integrated into the body. The window design is inspired by the visor of a helmet, and the windshield seems to seamlessly blend into the side windows. In terms of power, the Bugatti La Voiture Noire is powered by Bugatti's 8.0-liter quad-turbo W16 engine, with a maximum output of 479 horsepower, 103 kilowatts, and 600 newton meters, 180 lb-ft of torque, the same torque as the Chiron and Devo, and incredibly, it has 6 exhaust pipes at the rear. After seeing the information about the supercar, Lin Fan smiled slightly. A limited edition car worth $100 million. A lakeside villa in Deep-Sea Bay community, living in a villa worth over $100 million, driving a car worth over $100 million. Lin Fan looked around to make sure no one was watching and directly retrieved the sports car. Looking at the Bugatti, every detail, from the recent design to the exhaust pipes and engine, was exquisitely crafted, and the flashy black body was dazzling. Once inside, Lin Fan felt an extraordinary sense of support and comfort, with the exquisite craftsmanship and uniquely cool design inside the car. Stepping on the accelerator, the roaring engine sound erupted, and the Bugatti's headlights lit up, shining like brilliant light released in the night. Dominant and powerful. On the street, everyone's gaze turned towards the Bugatti, expressing sounds of amazement and envy. Wow! Oh my God! This is Bugatti, a supercar. Even the cheapest Bugatti costs 20 to 30 million. I thought I would never see a sports car in my life, and here I am witnessing such a cool sports car. Which rich second generation is driving this car? They must be really lucky. Quick, take a picture. If you miss it, there won't be another chance. I think this car is only worth a few million. How much more could it be worth? Maybe this car is rented. What else with the show-off? Oh my goodness, this is a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Do you know how much this car costs? 126 million yuan, a globally limited edition. How can it be compared to a few million cars? If you hit this car, you could never pay for it in your lifetime. A globally limited car. How could it possibly be rented? This is a wealthy person. Did you see the handsome guy inside the sports car? He looks so good, but unfortunately, I couldn't see clearly. Lin Fan drove the luxury car, feeling accustomed to the gazes of the crowd. The roar of the engine, like a beast, exuded a unique charm. A sports car worth over 100 million. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire. With a beautiful drift, he stopped in front of his rental apartment. The car door opened automatically like a blooming butterfly, and Lin Fan stepped out of the car. When the surrounding girls saw Lin Fan, they were even more stunned, unable to close their mouths. A graceful young man, dressed in clean and simple clothes, with extraordinary looks and unmatched temperament. When he stepped out of the car, it felt as if the surrounding air had stopped flowing. A pair of eyes, like the vast starry sky, held the car keys. No matter the angle, he was the idol in many young girls' hearts. Lin Fan, driving a luxury car, is even more charming in the eyes of many girls. Oh my God, this guy is so handsome. I love it. I originally thought Bugatti was really cool, but after seeing this guy, I feel like he matches the temperament of sports cars so well. Handsome guy, can we take a picture together? Actually, it doesn't matter whether it's a sports car or not. It's just because you're so good looking. Chapter 4 Check-in. 100,000 RMB. Driving a Bugatti feels really good. Is this the world's only limited edition top sports car? Lin Fan returned to his rental apartment. The feeling of having a luxury car is so nice. During the day, Lin Fan had such a comfortable life. Now he already had over 100 million in villas and luxury cars, and his life was gradually becoming easier. In Shanghai, having a house and a car means there's almost no pressure. Lin Fan also had a small restaurant, so he didn't have to worry about food or clothing. Life was easy and pleasant, and aside from lacking a girlfriend, he couldn't imagine how beautiful life would be in the future. It's just that there wasn't much money in his bank account. After taking a nap, he got up the next day to brush his teeth and wash his face. It was a new day, and he wondered what he could check in for today. Another villa? Lin Fan felt a bit excited and started to prepare for the check-in. After selecting the check-in option, the system's mechanical voice rang out. Ding! Check-in successful. You have received 3 RMB lottery cards, and the host has a chance to win 999 yuan. The lottery result will be automatically credited to the host's bank account without raising any suspicion. With the completion of the check-in, 3 RMB lottery cards appeared in the system warehouse. Lin Fan's expression brightened. The system was really powerful. Now, whether Lin Fan drew a luxury car or a villa, the most important thing was that he was still a broke guy. Luxury cars and villas couldn't be sold, so they couldn't be converted to cash. However, this RMB lottery card could relieve Lin Fan's urgent need, and more importantly, he could potentially win up to 999 yuan, which was nearly 100 million yuan. It was time to test his luck. My luck has always been good. Let us draw. Lin Fan said. Ding, lottery draw successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 yuan. Ding, lottery draw successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 2 yuan. The system's voice echoed. Lin Fan. After 2 draws, he only won 3 yuan? What a scam. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless, cracking his knuckles, preparing for the 3rd draw. If he drew just 1 yuan again, he would be spitting blood. Ding, lottery draw successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 100,000 yuan. 100,000 RMB? Lin Fan looked at the result of the 3rd draw, somewhat surprised. Although the first 2 draws were a bit ridiculous, the 3rd one won a full 100,000. At the same time, his phone received a text message from China Construction Bank. Your savings account ending in 6115 received an income of 100,000 yuan on June 23rd at 8:01 a.m., with a current balance of 100,053.04 yuan. China Construction Bank. Lin Fan looked at the text message on his phone and revealed a pleased smile. Sure enough, the life of a wealthy person is so simple and dull, easy and pleasant. Although the amount won wasn't too much, this 100,000 yuan was enough to help Lin Fan through his immediate crisis, and he could check in every day in the future. However, he still had to go to the restaurant. It was the restaurant his parents left him. Although there weren't many customers, it was Lin Fan's own business. Lin Fan tidied up his things, put on loose clothes, and prepared to settle the rent with his landlord. Lin Fan's landlady, Aunt Wang Bing, was a nice person. He knocked on the door, and Wang Bing was momentarily stunned, but then greeted him with a warm smile. Come in, come in. Have you encountered any difficulties lately? Little Lin, you've become even more handsome. You flatter me, Sister Wang. I've always looked like this. I came to see you this time because I want to settle my rent, Lin Fan said with a smile. Did little Lin buy a house? Which community is it in, within which ring road? Wang Bing noticed the red book in Lin Fan's room and understood immediately. Nothing special, just a place to live. Lin Fan smiled, and didn't he intentionally boast about the villa in Lombo Bay community? Oh, little Lin, you're so handsome, so young, and so outstanding. Isn't the restaurant business getting better? You can even afford a house. I'm a bit envious. Wang Bing laughed. If the restaurant does well, I could afford to buy a house. The restaurant is okay, Lin Fan said, not elaborating too much. Running a restaurant well all by yourself must be tough. It must be exhausting. The rent is 500 a month. I'll refund you 200, Wang Bing said, taking out her WeChat to transfer 200 directly to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled, waved his hand. Sister Wang, it's already the 23rd today. You could just refund me 500. Wang Bing frowned and said, Am I that stingy? It's not easy for you to work hard outside. Just consider it as me helping you. If you don't accept it, it's like you're not giving me face. But you have to help me with something. The new furniture has arrived. Can you help me carry it upstairs? Wang Bing looked at her phone and said, Sure, Lin Fan agreed, and he and Wang Bing went downstairs together. When they reached the first floor, they saw a black, cool sports car, which was the Bugatti La Voiture Noire that Lin Fan had driven over. Wow, a sports car? Who is so wealthy that they can afford a sports car? This car must cost several million, right? Little Lin, be careful not to scratch it, otherwise you won't be able to afford the repairs, Wang Bing said with envy. Lin Fan smiled, and didn't he explain? Little Lin, this furniture is a bit heavy. Be careful, Wang Bing reminded. Don't worry, sister. I'm in good shape, Lin Fan said, easily carrying the furniture upstairs. Hey, you young people have such good stamina. Little Lin, you dropped something. Is this the car key? You bought a car too? Wang Bing picked up the key from the ground and looked at Lin Fan. After putting the furniture down, Lin Fan took the car key and smiled. Yeah, just bought a car casually. It's good enough for driving. BMW? Mercedes? Porsche? Or Volkswagen? Wang Bing asked, somewhat surprised. It had been a while since they last met, and Lin Fan had actually bought a car and a house. A cheap car wouldn't cost less than 100,000, not to mention a Porsche, which easily costs over $1 million. None of those, Sister Wong. A car is just a means of transport. I'm just an ordinary person. How could I afford such cars? Lin Fan replied. Although he owned the Bugatti, Lin Fan didn't like to show off. It was better to stay low-key. Even if he said he drove a Bugatti, who would believe him? Not to mention his landlord. Even his parents wouldn't believe it. That's true. Why drive such a good car? We aren't rich, no need to show off. But little Lin, being able to afford a car and a house in Shanghai, is already very impressive. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Wang Bing asked. A girlfriend? My mom asked me the same question a few days ago. Lin Fan shook his head and said, Sister Wang, do I look like someone who can find a girlfriend? I can't even pay for the betrothal gifts. Wang Bing shook her head and laughed. Little Lin, you're being modest again. A handsome guy like you wouldn't have trouble finding girls, right? It's just betrothal gifts. I don't think too much about those. Little Lin, my daughter is also 18 years old and in her first year of college this year. How about I give you her WeChat, and you can get to know each other? Wang Bing said. Cough, cough, Sister Wang. I'm in a hurry to get to work. Let us talk about adding WeChat later. Lin Fan quickly wanted to leave. Hey, little Lin, don't go. Just look at her photo. Wang Bing pulled him back, seeing that Lin Fan was a good person, handsome, and had bought a house and a car. No, I'm in a hurry to work. Lin Fan declined for a long time, but Wang Bing still sent Lin Fan her daughter's phone number and WeChat. Stepping out of the apartment, Lin Fan sighed. Being handsome means always being liked by too many girls. There's nothing he can do about it. It's not that Lin Fan didn't want to find a girlfriend. He just felt that finding one shouldn't be too casual. Otherwise, with Lin Fan's looks, having multiple relationships every day wouldn't be a problem at all. After Lin Fan left, Wang Bing thought about the car key that Lin Fan had just held. The symbol on that car key seemed to be Bugatti. As for the car parked outside, it seemed to be called La Voiture Noire in English. Wang Bing opened Baidu, and after a flurry of searches, she stood frozen in place, unable to calm down for a long time. Oh my God! The Bugatti La Voiture Noire, limited to just one unit globally, with a price tag of $126 million. The car key that Xiaolin dropped was exactly a Bugatti key, right? There was a Bugatti parked outside just now. She had to go out and take a look. She hurriedly ran outside, only to find that both the car and the person were gone. Wang Bing felt a deep sense of disbelief and a bit of envy. To be able to drive a top-tier sports car worth $1 billion, especially one that's limited to just one in the world, Lin Fan's assets must have exceeded $1 billion. It turned out Lin Fan had always been such a wealthy person, just coming out to experience life. Driving the world's top sports car, low-key, humble, with good character, and on top of that, so handsome. How could such a rich second generation exist in the world? If she were 20 years younger, Wang Bing felt she would have fallen for him. Ting Ting, let me tell you something. I want to introduce you to a boyfriend. One who is super handsome and super rich. Wang Bing dialed the number on her phone. Chapter 5, Is This the World of the Rich? The Food Market. Lin Fan ran a small restaurant and needed to go to the food market to buy some vegetables and seasonings. However, the Bugatti Lin Fan drove was simply too flashy. On the streets of Jiangsheng, many people gathered around the Bugatti, expressing their amazement. Even in the magical city, it was rare to see such a sports car. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire was even more extraordinary, attracting the attention of many people. It was the first time such a sports car had appeared in the magical city. Look, that's a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Can you guess how much this car costs? $126 million. Wow, a sports car worth over $100 million. I've seen cars worth millions to tens of millions, but I've never seen one worth $100 million. This sports car is limited to just one unit globally, and it's equipped with an 8.0-liter quad-turbo W16 engine. It's truly a rare sports car. Driving such a car, he must be a wealthy second-generation heir. When did second-generation heirs become so rich? I envy him. But why would a rich heir come to our food market? Do they even buy groceries here? Anyway, let me take a few pictures first. I should also take some photos with the owner when I see him. Maybe he is handsome too. You're dreaming. Only a wealthy boss can afford such a car. Bosses are usually in their 40s, so how could he be an ordinary second-generation heir, let alone a handsome one? More and more people gathered to watch the sports car, but no one dared to touch it. Even a scratch would be too expensive to pay for. When Lin Fan walked out of the food market and saw so many people surrounding his car, he was already used to it, although the crowd was a bit troublesome. Lin Fan shook his head. Next time, it would be better to ride his tricycle. Driving a luxury car attracted too much attention. He just wanted to quietly enjoy being a rich man and live a normal life. If he were exposed as a celebrity, that would be bad. Excuse me, could you make some space? Lin Fan looked at the crowd, which had completely surrounded his luxury car. What are you yelling about? Is this car yours? I still want to take pictures, so you grocery buyers should step aside. A flamboyantly dressed woman waved her hand. This car belongs to my husband. Hurry up and move aside. Don't block the way. Another woman's voice chimed in. Your husband S. Lin Fan took out his car key and pressed the button. Suddenly, the tail lights of the Bugatti La Voiture Noire lit up, emitting a dazzling glow. Then, the car doors slowly opened, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, showcasing its exquisite beauty. High-end, grand, and luxurious, the entire Bugatti seemed to come to life, as if welcoming its owner. Everyone at the scene was frozen in place. The two flamboyant women turned to look at Lin Fan, dumbfounded. Especially the woman who claimed the car was her husband's. Her face showed a hint of embarrassment. They felt an overwhelming shock. Shouldn't such a car only be driven by wealthy bosses in their 40s? Yet, a top-tier sport car worth over $100 million was owned by a young man. Everyone, could you please make some space? Lin Fan's gentle voice broke the silence as he walked forward. All the onlookers turned their attention to Lin Fan. He was dressed simply, wearing clothes worth only a few dozen yuan. Yet he drove this car worth over $100 million. The crowd's worldview was somewhat shattered. Is this what a true second-generation heir is like? Is the life of a second-generation heir so low-key, dressed so plainly, yet driving such a luxurious car? This is a sport car worth over $100 million. The key point was that when people saw Lin Fan, especially many girls, they were stunned and unable to recover for a long time. Ah, this guy is too handsome. How can someone so handsome drive a top Bugatti? Quick, take a picture. Can I take a photo with you, handsome? What's your number? I'd like to get to know you. If this car really belonged to my husband, how wonderful it would be. Handsome, I actually wouldn't mind you being my husband. Is this the world of the rich? Dressed so simply, coming to the food market to experience life. Could it be that he wants to go home and cook? God, a man who can cook and can drive a Bugatti with one hand is the most handsome. The roar of the engine sounded as Lin Fan drove away in the Bugatti, disappearing from the crowd's view. After hearing the bold comments from the girls earlier, Lin Fan just wanted to leave quickly. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he might even lose his innocence. Indeed, it was mainly because he was too handsome. Lin Fan sighed. When he used to ride his tricycle, many girls would seek his WeChat, but now that he drove the Bugatti, his charm had increased significantly. At a red light, Lin Fan lowered the window to get some fresh air. The sound of girls screaming filled the street. Look, he has captivated another group of girls. Hurry, take a picture. That guy was so handsome. He'll be my idol from now on. This car is a Bugatti, right? I've never seen someone so handsome driving a sports car before. Handsome guy, don't go. Lin Fan. Farewell. Lin Fan didn't dislike women, but why were the aunties joining in the fun? A group of aunties dancing in the square chased after Lin Fan, and just thinking about it made him scared. If it were a group of pretty, cute girls with long legs, then he would be thrilled. With a push of the accelerator, these aunties could only watch the car in envy and return disappointed. Lin Fan drove the sports car, feeling like royalty. All the cars around him kept a distance of 20 to 30 meters. At a red light, one car owner was so scared that he shouted to his ancestors, fearing he would rear-end Lin Fan's Bugatti. Lin Fan drove to the entrance of his small restaurant and found a place to park. A quiet life was better. Lin Fan sighed. In the future, when he went out to buy groceries, he would ride his tricycle. Otherwise, he would be chased by aunties. Looking at the name of the restaurant, Byway Garden, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Only here could he feel some happiness. After all, this was the business left to him by his parents and the capital that allowed him to establish himself in the magical city. In his peaceful life, although business was slow, he would always encounter her, the cat-like girl, which added a lot of fun to his life. Time to get to work. After opening the door, Lin Fan tidied up a bit and then sat down to play on his phone and listen to music. The location wasn't great, and there weren't many customers throughout the day, But Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry. Having no business was even better since it was more relaxed. After all, he now had a sign-in system, a car, a house, and 100,000 in savings. Lin Fan was quite content with this life. However, the originally tranquil life began to change due to her appearance. There was a knock on the door. Lin Fan looked over and saw two long, slender, white legs. The girl was wearing a cute cat ear hat, peering through the glass door with her bright, watery eyes looking at him. Chapter 6. Cat girl Lin Fan looked at the girl and finally saw her appearance clearly. She had delicate features, skin whiter than snow, and wore a cat ear hat. In her arms, she held a cute little gray cat, and her long legs were absolutely stunning. The girl gently pushed the door open, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then took off her mask with relief. She turned around, her eyes sparkling like a clear spring, and her breathtakingly beautiful face was finally revealed. The girl, with a perfect score of 99 in looks, was none other than the superstar Xiaowanqiu, who had over 80 million fans. Adorable, cute, beautiful, sexy, pure. Lin Fan found it hard to find words to describe the girl in front of him. She was someone he knew very well. They had been desk mates in middle school and high school. They say girls change a lot after growing up. And after going to college, she had become even more beautiful. With her outstanding acting skills, she had become a big star. Meow. The little cat in her arms mewed, seeming to enjoy the comfort of being held by Xiaowanqiu. Why did you bring a cat? Lin Fan chuckled as he looked at Xiaowanqiu. Meow. Don't you think cats are adorable? It looks like a stray cat that I've been watching here for a while. So I just picked it up, Xiaowanqiu said, rubbing the gray kitten and revealing a hint of a smile. Hope no one saw us. With so many fans, if they found out you were here with me, they might come with knives. Lin Fan warily glanced around. Stars attract attention wherever they go, and especially someone as beautiful as Xiaowanqiu. Every project she worked on garnered countless fans. There were countless paparazzi online trying to uncover Xiaowanqiu's private life, but they had never managed to dig anything up. Her background was a blank slate, and her school photos only made her more popular. Stupid Lin Fan, as if I'm doing something bad with you here. Xiaowanqiu's cheeks flushed slightly as she cautiously looked around. This is a little restaurant. Apart from you, hardly anyone else comes here, Lin Fan explained earnestly. Who knows? Xiaowanqiu looked down at the little cat in her arms, playing with it. Looking at Xiaowanqiu's profile, Lin Fan found her quite adorable. On TV, she acted very well, and many stars create personas in their works, but her true self could only be seen in real life. He wanted to touch the cat ear hat she was wearing, just as he reached out while she wasn't paying attention. The gray kitten suddenly meowed fiercely and swatted at Lin Fan. Xiaowanqiu turned her head to see Lin Fan's hand frozen in midair. Quick-witted, Lin Fan pulled out a cucumber, broke it in half, and offered it to Xiaowanqiu. Want to eat some cucumber? Sure. Xiaowanqiu accepted the cucumber with a sweet smile. Just now, did you really only want to hand me a cucumber? Xiaowanqiu blinked and looked at Lin Fan. Why, yes. Lin Fan nodded. Thanks. Xiaowanqiu smiled brightly and took a small bite of the cucumber. That old cat is betraying me. Lin Fan turned around, a cold sweat breaking out. He often fed that stray cat, but now that Xiaowanqiu was here, the cat had switched sides. He glanced at the cat again and found the gray kitten comfortably nestled in Xiaowanqiu's arms, eyes closed and enjoying itself, occasionally rubbing against her chest and meowing softly. Lin Fan, what should we eat? He laughed, ignoring the cat that prioritized looks over friendship. When he had time, he would get the cat neutered and surround it with a dozen female cats, so it would know the ways of the world. Egg noodles, Xiaowanqiu said. After all, Lin Fan was only good at making egg noodles. Before long, Xiaowanqiu finished the cucumber, saying it was quite delicious. Since it was a small restaurant, she could see Lin Fan cooking. He quickly tidied up the utensils, chopped the tomatoes, heated the oil, added some chopped green onions, and then tossed in the tomatoes to stir-fry. He added an appropriate amount of water to the pot, and once it boiled, he cracked in 2 eggs. After the eggs were cooked, he put in the noodles, and a light fragrance wafted through the air. He added a bit of soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and lettuce. Cooking egg noodles wasn't complicated, and Lin Fan was serious about making them. Xiaowanqiu lifted her beautiful eyes to watch Lin Fan. This guy has become even more handsome. He must have many girls liking him when he walks down the street. Xiaowanqiu thought as she smiled, finding him even more attractive than the male stars in her company as he cooked. Meow. The gray kitten sounded aggrieved when Lin Fan was around. Xiao Wanqiu had been paying attention to it, but now that Lin Fan was making the noodles, she had completely ignored it. When Lin Fan turned to look at Xiao Wanqiu, she quietly lowered her head again, gently petting the kitten in her arms as if nothing had happened. Of course, Lin Fan was unaware of these details. Not long after, Lin Fan finished the egg noodles and placed them in front of Xiao Wanqiu. She nodded happily, picked up the chopsticks, and looked at him. Shall we eat together? Together? Lin Fan was stunned, shaking his head. I only made one bowl of noodles. Seeing Lin Fan's awkward expression, Xiao Wanqiu's memories drifted back to high school when Lin Fan would feed her snacks and share food, getting caught eating in class. Thinking of this, Xiao Wanqiu couldn't help but chuckle. Just take one bite. I'll feed you. Lin Fan quickly waved his hands. Was he that kind of person? Even if he starved, he wouldn't eat Xiao Wanqiu's noodles. Delicious. Lin Fan took a bite and exclaimed. Shameless. How can you boast so much? Xiao Wanqiu pouted, and Lin Fan took a big bite of noodles, making her quite angry. Although Lin Fan had been in Shanghai for 3 years. The previous 3 years were spent writing novels in a rented room, and his works had all flopped miserably. It was only this year that he opened a small restaurant, which wasn't very professional, so it was no wonder the business wasn't great. However, Lin Fan didn't care too much. He just wanted to enjoy life quietly without being disturbed. Occasionally, he could be alone with Xiao Wanqiu and cook delicious food for her. If he wanted to make money with his looks, he could easily attract a large crowd doing social media. Not to mention having Xiao Wanqiu. If she promoted the little restaurant once, her fans could turn it into a tourist spot. Moreover, Lin Fan now had a sign-in system, so he didn't have to worry about future living. Having a little business was actually quite good. At least, he had her around. Chapter 7. Both fierce and adorable. After cleaning the kitchen, Xiao Wanqiu finished her noodles. A bowl of egg noodles cost 7 yuan. Lin Fan, I've transferred the money to you via WeChat, Xiao Wanqiu said after she was full. Although they were old classmates and had a good relationship, Lin Fan didn't treat Xiao Wanqiu to a free meal, and she was also willing to pay. If Lin Fan had treated her, the nature of their relationship would change. It might imply he had feelings for her. Moreover, if Lin Fan didn't have a system, it would be difficult for him to support himself, and 7 yuan was still money. All right, Lin Fan nodded, not looking at his phone. Your business isn't doing well, right? You probably aren't making much money, Xiao Wanqiu said, looking at Lin Fan. Yeah, not much, but it's no big deal, Lin Fan replied. He currently had billions worth of luxury cars and mansions, with over 100,000 yuan in his bank account, so he didn't have to worry about food and clothing in the short term. He might even get better opportunities in the future, so he didn't care much about the business of a small restaurant. You're so handsome, you could actually join our company. You'd definitely make a great actor and have many fans, Xiao Wanqiu said while petting the gray kitten in her arms. At that time, we could rehearse scripts together and act together. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. She had always refused to do kissing scenes and hand-holding in the past, causing the company a lot of losses, but fortunately, she was the top star in the company, so they didn't say much. No thanks, I think this is pretty relaxing. I can live quietly and happily every day, occasionally call my parents, and everything is good. Being a star must be very stressful, Lin Fan declined. He was already quite handsome and could attract the attention of many girls on the street. If he dressed up seriously, he could rely on his looks to make a living. If he switched careers to become a star, he wouldn't even need to go out, with paparazzi chasing him and various female fans throwing themselves at him. Just thinking about that life felt stressful. Lin Fan just wanted to enjoy life, collect rent, flirt with girls, and occasionally exercise. Wasn't that great? I see. Xiao Wanqiu nodded, her beautiful eyes slightly dimmed. And if I act with you, I would be chased by your fans. What if they saw you feeding me just now? Lin Fan smiled. Subconsciously, he felt that Xiao Wanqiu was no longer the desk mate she used to be. The current Xiao Wanqiu was a big star loved by countless people. Without the system, he would just be an ordinary person struggling in life. Meow. Stinky Lin Fan. Be careful or I'll scratch you. What's wrong with feeding you? You fed me when we were in high school. What's wrong with acting together? Am I not your desk mate anymore? Even though I have a few fans now, I'm still an ordinary person. Don't think of me as someone high and mighty. If you say that again, I'll be angry, Xiao Wanqiu pretended to be fierce, glaring at Lin Fan. What will happen if you get angry? Lin Fan looked at her angry expression and found it inexplicably cute. Meow. I'll bite you, very ferociously, Xiao Wanqiu said. It should be fierce and adorable, both fierce and adorable, Lin Fan laughed. No, it's clearly ferocious. Xiao Wanqiu hit Lin Fan lightly, looking very angry. That hurts, Lin Fan winced, although most of it was acting. He and Xiao Wanqiu used to mess around like this during their middle school years. Did I hurt you? Xiao Wanqiu's gaze softened as she asked gently. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu, feeling melted by her cuteness. The beautiful girl in front of him. Who could act so well? Who could resist that? Xiao Wanqiu sat down and smiled gently. Lin Fan, you're still the same as in high school. If you don't want to be a star, you could be my agent, and I could pay you a high salary. That won't do. I'm too handsome. What if I steal all your limelight? Lin Fan chuckled. You. Xiao Wanqiu's face turned red, glaring at Lin Fan. This guy was really mischievous. Meow. The gray kitten meowed and jumped into Xiao Wanqiu's arms, fiercely extending its claws towards Lin Fan. Just keep this kitten here. Please help me take care of it. Xiao Wanqiu sighed. She was usually busy with work and didn't have time to play with the cat. Okay. Lin Fan agreed immediately, showing a smile to the gray kitten. Finally, he could take this old cat to get neutered. Don't bully it, Xiao Wanqiu added. Am I less important than a cat? Lin Fan felt a bit wronged. This cat was so biased. In our family of three, your status is definitely the lowest. Xiao Wanqiu revealed a faint smile. Who said we're a family of three? Don't even think about getting my tens of thousands of yuan as a bride price. Lin Fan cautiously took the cat, thinking that just coming for a meal was enough. Did she want a bride price too? Wouldn't that mean every time she came for a meal, it would be free in the future? Xiao Wanqiu was quite annoyed. I'll bite you. Lin Fan's right arm really got a bite mark. Damn, are you a dog? Lin Fan looked at the mark on his arm. He was just joking, and Xiao Wanqiu actually bit him. Xiao Wanqiu, I still have work, so I'll leave now. You take care of the kitten and give a name. Let's call it Xiao Xiao. Xiao Wanqiu stood up, patting the kitten one last time. Okay. Lin Fan held the kitten and walked out the door. Xiao Wanqiu put on a cat ear hat and a mask. Fortunately, there weren't many people around. She saw Lin Fan's old tricycle and sighed lightly. Do you want to change your tricycle? It's not safe to ride this. Xiao Wanqiu turned back to look at Lin Fan. No need. I always ride that car when I go out. Lin Fan pointed to the Bugatti La Voiture Noire parked not far away. Upon seeing the sports car, Xiao Wanqiu walked up to Lin Fan, pinched his face, and said, Stinky Lin Fan, just know how to brag. I'm leaving now. If you keep bragging next time, be careful or I'll bite you. Lin Fan smiled. To be honest, no one would believe him anyway. As for the Bugatti, he didn't explain. He didn't want to show off his wealth in front of others. Watching Xiao Wanqiu's departing figure, Lin Fan opened his phone's camera and took a picture of her, saving it. Before long, Lin Fan could no longer see Xiao Wanqiu's back. On WeChat, Lin Fan received a message from Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu, I'm leaving now. Lin Fan, be careful. Xiao Wanqiu. Chapter 8. This is Mr. Lin's vision. After Xiao Wanqiu returned, she saw her agent Yang Qing waiting for her. Si study Yang. Xiao Wanqiu took off her hat and smiled lightly. Seeing Xiao Wanqiu's state, Yang Qing was somewhat confused. Recently, whenever Xiao Wanqiu had time, she would disappear without a trace, and no one knew where she went. Wanqiu, where did you go so late? Yang Qing asked. Just went out for a stroll, getting some fresh air, Xiao Wanqiu replied, taking off her hat, revealing a faint blush on her cheeks. Just getting some fresh air? Yang Qing asked skeptically. Yeah, just getting some fresh air, Xiao Wanqiu blinked. Wanqiu, your face is red. You know, if any rumors get out, it will go straight to the trending topics on Weibo, which would greatly affect your career, especially since you're in the rising phase of your career. Yang Qing advised. I'm not. Xiao Wanqiu nodded, thinking of Lin Fan. She just went out to have a meal secretly. It's not like she's in a relationship. Yang Qing sighed. She had been Xiao Wanqiu's agent for 3 years. And in those 3 years, Xiao Wanqiu had never behaved like this. Which pig wants to root around my cabbage? Lin Fan sent Xiao Wanqiu off and quietly saved a photo of her back. Then, Lin Fan drove his sports car to the mall. Xiao Wanqiu actually didn't believe this car was his. What kind of expression would she have when she saw it later? The roar of the Bugatti engine echoed. The lights dazzling, cruising down the streets of the Magic City. becoming a unique sight. Wow, Bugatti. I remember this car. The one driving the Bugatti La Voiture Noire is a handsome guy. Go take a picture. Really? The Bugatti La Voiture Noire is a limited edition sport car worth over $100 million, and the owner is a handsome guy. After parking in front of the mall, 2 security guards immediately came to welcome him and directly reserved 2 parking spaces for the Bugatti. "Hello, sir, welcome," the 2 security guards said enthusiastically. "1 parking space is enough," Lin Fan said. Even though he was worth hundreds of millions, he wouldn't act like a nouveau riche and take up unnecessary public resources. "Sir, let's park in 2 spaces. We will keep an eye on your car here and won't charge you a penny more," the security guard replied. Lin Fan nodded. Indeed, the security at this big mall was quite good, and they even offered to watch the car. When Lin Fan entered the mall, the 2 security guards collaborated, carefully watching their surroundings. "My goodness, this is a Bugatti limited edition worth over $100 million. If someone scratches it, that's like losing a house." The 2 security guards didn't dare to be negligent. Inside the mall, the first floor was a wholesale market with more affordable prices, with clothes costing only a few dozen yuan. The mall had 8 floors in total, and Lin Fan took the elevator to the 6th floor. Mainly because Lin Fan now had money, he could buy a few more comfortable clothes and perhaps a new phone to improve his life. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the atmosphere was evidently more upscale. The sales assistants here generally had good quality, but they kept following Lin Fan, asking what clothes he needed. Lin Fan just wanted to browse casually and wasn't in a hurry to buy. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Lin Fan found a nice piece of clothing. "Hello, how much is this jacket?" Lin Fan asked. The sales assistant in black glanced at Lin Fan casually and replied, "Over 1,000. Then, the black-clad sales assistant turned around to warmly welcome another woman dressed in a luxury brand, showing no intention of continuing to introduce items to Lin Fan. "How much over 1,000? Lin Fan asked again. "Don't touch randomly. If you get it dirty, you can't afford it," the black-clad sales assistant said coldly after looking at Lin Fan. Lin Fan hadn't spoken yet when the woman in red, dressed in a luxury brand, became displeased. "Hey, how can you talk like that? You just asked how much this jacket is, and you couldn't explain clearly? Is it that this jacket worth over 1,000 shouldn't be touched?" The woman in red mocked. "Hey, little brother, if you're not buying clothes from her," she asked just a sales assistant. "Listening to your tone, one would think you were the boss here." The woman in red was clearly unhappy with the service attitude and turned to leave, dressed in a few dozen yuan's worth of stall clothes, talking as if they can afford it. "If you have the ability, buy it," the black-clad sales assistant muttered quietly. After hearing this, Lin Fan wasn't angry. Sales assistants come in all qualities. Not all of them are good, and many judge by appearance. Lin Fan didn't explode into a shopping spree as the black-clad sales assistant expected. That would be foolish. Instead, he walked out as if nothing had happened. This scene caught the attention of many people. Lin Fan, a beautiful girl, peeked out, saw Lin Fan, and showed a surprised expression as she quickly ran over. "Su-si-in." Lin Fan recognized the girl and smiled with a hint of surprise after a simple hug. Su Shirin was indeed his classmate from university, with a score of over 90 for her looks. "Lin Fan, you're here buying clothes and didn't come find me. That is so sad, huh? You said you could help me boost my sales." Su Shirin pouted, looking quite upset. 3 years after graduation. "I didn't expect you to be working as a sales assistant here." Lin Fan smiled. Su Shirin showed a wronged expression. "It's not that you didn't even notice me." "Hey, being handsome is tough," Lin Fan joked. "Still so narcissistic, but you are indeed quite handsome. There were many girls chasing you in university. By the way, do you have a girlfriend now?" Su Shirin looked at Lin Fan, somewhat amazed. After 3 years, Lin Fan had become even more handsome. "No," Lin Fan answered honestly. "Then you can consider me. I can give you a discount on the bride price," Su Shirin said with a sly smile. "That won't work. Am I that kind of person? I wouldn't go after my classmates," Lin Fan joked, knowing Su Shirin was also joking. "Tch, boring," Su Shirin shrugged. She leaned closer to Lin Fan's ear and said, "That sales assistant just now is new. How dare she bully you? If it were in university, a bunch of girls would have gone over to scold her." "Haha, but I'm really not doing that well," Lin Fan replied with a smile, not caring too much. Getting angry with low-quality people would only affect his mood. "So what? Being handsome can get you meals. Do you want to buy a few clothes? The clothes here are a bit expensive. I can recommend some cheap and practical ones, Su Shireen suggested. No need. Just the clothes here. Since we're old classmates, you have to give me a discount, Lin Fan said with a smile. It was nice to joke with a university classmate. In fact, Lin Fan didn't care much about discounts. Sure, I'll give you a 20 discount. But it's still a bit expensive. This one is 1,135 yuan, and this one is 2,459 yuan. Buying a few sets would mean your whole month's salary is gone, Su Shireen said. 20? Then I must take advantage of you. I'll take this entire row of clothes, Lin Fan joked. Okay, wait. What did you just say? This entire row? Su Shireen was stunned. This was not Lin Fan taking advantage of her. It was clearly Lin Fan looking out for her. This entire row of clothes added up to 53 pieces, totaling 120,000 yuan, and even with a discount, it would still be 96,000 yuan. Are you really going to buy them? Su Shireen asked, feeling a bit shocked. She knew Lin Fan's family background. They were ordinary rural people with parents working odd jobs to make a living. At school, Lin Fan was recognized as coming from a poor family. After struggling for 3 years in the Magic City, did Lin Fan make a lot of money? Buying nearly 100,000 yuan worth of clothes at once? That's quite extravagant. Although he couldn't compare to those rich second-generation kids, in Lin Fan's eyes. Casually spending 100,000 on clothes meant he must have at least 1 or 2 million in assets. Lin Fan graduated from university 3 years ago. How did he earn that 1 or 2 million? Using a credit card. Lin Fan took out his bank card. He didn't care much about money. Life was about enjoyment. Wow. Lin Fan, have you struck it rich? Can you take me along? Su Shireen stared at Lin Fan with a look of expectation. Struck it rich? Not really. Just made a bit of small money. Lin Fan smiled and said, This is hardly just a bit of small money. Lin Fan, you've really helped me out a lot. This month, my salary and commission might even break 20,000, which could help my brother afford his medical treatment. Su Shireen, like a little fangirl, rushed into Lin Fan's arms and hugged him. Here, this is a reward for you. Su Shireen blushed and ran off to help Lin Fan wrap the clothes. Why do I feel like I've been taken advantage of? Lin Fan said, stepping back. Pa, how shameless. Su Shireen teased while packing, her cheeks already pink. The actions of Lin Fan and Su Shireen stunned many people in the mall, besides the wealthy second-generation kids who buys clothes in bulk like that. Wow, look at that guy, he bought a whole row of clothes, probably worth over 100,000. Damn, I should have been more proactive earlier and let him buy from me. Why didn't I keep him around? The revelation that the guy was a wealthy second-generation kid, spending more than 100,000 on clothes, shocked everyone. Envious. Su Shireen had quite a bit of commission this month, but who would have thought that such a handsome guy would also be so rich? Many salespeople showed expressions of envy. Selling so many clothes at once meant Su Shireen could not only be promoted to a gold-level salesperson with a higher base salary, but also earn a lot in commission. For a salesperson, encountering a tycoon like this was probably the happiest thing ever. The black-clad salesperson who had looked down on Lin Fan earlier wore a dark expression. If only she had known. If only she had treated Lin Fan well from the start, she wouldn't have scared away a tycoon like him. The black-clad salesperson could only feel regret, but what could she do? If she had been welcoming from the beginning, Lin Fan might have bought a few pieces from her. The clothes are packed. I'm leaving now. See you next time, Lin Fan said with a smile. Huh, you're leaving just like that? Su Shireen felt a bit disappointed, but had no choice. You've helped me so much. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Su Shireen mustered her courage and looked at Lin Fan. After all, with Lin Fan's help, she could earn more money to help her brother's treatment. We're old classmates. We help each other out. Besides, even if I don't buy clothes from you, I'll go somewhere else to buy them. Lin Fan smiled. This lady is treating you to a meal, and you still haven't agreed? Su Shireen put her hands on her hips, looking at Lin Fan, who was truly a blockhead. But it was also quite good. If Lin Fan weren't such a blockhead in college, he could have changed girlfriends every day. On the contrary, Lin Fan, who hadn't dated anyone until now, made her feel more comfortable. After all, no matter how handsome someone is, character is more important. Sure. It's just a meal among classmates, Lin Fan said as he left, feeling satisfied that he had finally spent 100,000. Watching Lin Fan's back, Su Shireen revealed a smile. After graduation, she had tried to find out Lin Fan's whereabouts and only knew he was in the Magic City. But today, she finally found him. Let's see where this blockhead can run off to now. Moreover, unexpectedly, Lin Fan had become even more handsome, and he still didn't have a girlfriend. Su Shireen smiled sweetly. Lin Fan was so handsome and rich, and most importantly, he was so low-key. With such character, he could easily outshine those rich second-generation kids. With over 50 pieces of clothing, Lin Fan couldn't possibly carry them all back by hand, so he gave the manager an address to have the clothes sent to his residence. Mr. Lin, are you sure these clothes are to be delivered to the lakeside villa at 583 Fondien Road, Blue Wave Bay Community? The manager asked. Is there a problem? Lin Fan asked curiously. No, Mr. Lin, we will definitely deliver them on time. Here is a platinum membership card for you. Next time you come to buy clothes, you'll get the best prices, the manager said, slightly bowing. After Lin Fan left, the black-clad salesperson looked at the manager and asked, Manager, isn't a platinum membership card supposed to require a minimum spending of $200,000? The manager looked shocked and shot the black-clad salesperson a glare, saying, What do you know? Do you know about Blue Wave Bay Community at 583 Fondien Road? It's famous for being a high-end community in the Magic City, where the residents' net worth is no less than $20 million. And do you know about the lakeside villa in Blue Wave Bay? It was just sold for $200 million to a mysterious tycoon a few days ago. This tycoon is Mr. Lin. The house he bought is worth $200 million. Anyone who can afford a $200 million house must have a net worth exceeding $1 billion. The manager could hardly imagine a tycoon like Lin Fan dressing so simply. Even with so much money, he wouldn't buy expensive brands worth tens of thousands. He just wanted comfortable clothes worth a few thousand. A net worth of $1 billion? The black-clad salesperson regretted even more. She had looked down on Lin Fan. Thankfully, he hadn't complained about her, or else her job. The manager glanced at the black-clad salesperson and said, Mr. Lin didn't complain about you because he disdains to argue with someone like you. That's Mr. Lin's character. And you, however, judged him by his appearance and almost offended a major client of the company. If it weren't for Su Shireen knowing Mr. Lin, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now I announce, you are fired. Chapter 9, $20 million for a school district house after taking a nap. Lin Fan did not drive his Bugatti to the restaurant. Otherwise, he would attract a crowd of aunties taking pictures. Moreover, a Bugatti is a sports car, which is not suitable for carrying a lot of ingredients, and it's not as comfortable as a tricycle. So Lin Fan rode his tricycle again. Lin Fan didn't care much about the lifestyle of the wealthy. As long as he lived comfortably, that was enough for him. He didn't want to show off or flaunt his wealth with a sports car. He would drive a sports car when he wanted to, ride a tricycle when he felt like it. Everything depended on his mood. If a job with an annual salary of tens of millions required Lin Fan to work 996, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week, he would rather not take it. This was also why Lin Fan didn't want to become a celebrity. When Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the community on his tricycle, many security guards looked shocked. They all knew Lin Fan owned a Bugatti worth over $100 million, and he had ample financial resources, yet today he was riding a tricycle. Good morning, Brother Lin. The head of security smiled as he approached. Morning, Lin Fan nodded in response. Brother Lin, you're out early today. Why are you riding a tricycle? The head of security asked curiously. Lin Fan smiled and said, Riding a tricycle is great. It's good exercise, and it's more convenient to check on my little restaurant and buy ingredients. All right, Brother Lin, take care and be safe, the head of security said, opening the community gate for Lin Fan. After Lin Fan left, a group of security guards at the entrance exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, Brother Lin is really a rich second generation living life to the fullest. He has a sports car, but chooses to ride a tricycle. How low-key. Oh my gosh. Now you understand what it means to be rich, right? Real wealthy people don't drive sports cars. Brother Lin dresses simply, rides a tricycle. Yet he is the owner of a villa in the center of the lake in our community. Is this the life of a rich second generation? Riding a tricycle, enjoying the morning sun? I heard Brother Lin had a little restaurant. He is really experiencing life. Maybe one day, dozens of helicopters will come, and they'll say to Brother Lin, Mr. Lin, please come home to inherit hundreds of billions in assets. Come on, you've watched too many novels. Brother Lin is not that kind of person. He experiences life, but rarely brings beautiful girls home. I guess he doesn't care that much. After a busy time, Xiao Wanxiu still hadn't shown up, but a few customers trickled in, providing some income. Since Xiao Wanxiu didn't come, Lin Fan didn't see the cat that valued beauty over friendship. It seemed that the cat only appeared when Xiao Wanxiu was around. After finishing his work, Lin Fan remembered he hadn't checked in today. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a school district house in Haidang Garden, fully furnished, ready to move in. Note: the property certificate and related documents have been processed and stored in the system warehouse. The host can retrieve them at any time. When the system's voice sounded, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. A school district house in Haidang Garden. The prices of school district houses are sky high, especially in Magic City, where prices are several times higher than ordinary residential areas. Haidang Garden is a high-end school district house in Magic City, surrounded by one of the best high schools in the city. Countless parents want to buy a school district house in Haidang Garden. However, the price of a school district house in Haidang Garden starts at least at 100,000 per square meter, and for some better located houses, the prices reach 200,000 per square meter. For ordinary people, this is an astronomical figure, but the high price of school district houses can bring opportunities for admission to top schools. And many parents are willing to do this to ensure their children don't lose at the starting line. After retrieving the property certificate and reviewing the information, Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm rich again." His school district house in Haidang Garden is a total of 100 square meters. This year, the price per square meter is 200,000, which means this house is worth 20 million. The housing prices in Magic City will gradually appreciate, and the value of school district houses goes without saying. Even if Lin Fan doesn't sell this house, in a few years, the price could double. Moreover, what matters most to Lin Fan now is money. The villa in the center of the lake and the Bugatti cannot help Lin Fan realize cash. Although the system stipulates that buying and selling is not allowed, it does not specify that school district houses cannot be rented out. If a school district house can be rented out, it could yield at least over $1 million in rent per year. Having spent nearly all his bank card money on clothes worth 100,000 yesterday, he immediately signed for a 20 million school district house. Without thinking too much, Lin Fan directly rode his tricycle back home. The first thing he did was drive the Bugatti to Haidang Garden to check out the house. Don't ask why he didn't ride the tricycle. It's over 10 kilometers away. The cool Bugatti roared back to life on the road as Lin Fan drove directly to the entrance of Haidang Garden. The security guard at the entrance didn't stop him at all and respectfully opened the door for him. After contacting the property management, a pretty young lady arrived quickly. It's worth mentioning that this young lady was the property manager Lin Fan met at Lombo Bay Community, Xiao Ranran. The company behind Lombo Bay Community also developed several properties, and Xiao Ranran also served as the property manager for Haidang Garden. "Hey, it's you again." Xiao Ranran ran over, her eyes lighting up when she saw Lin Fan. When she saw Lin Fan's Bugatti sports car, she felt a tinge of envy. Lin Fan was handsome and wealthy, living in a villa worth over 100 million and driving a sports car worth over 100 million. And now he even had a house in Haidang Garden. "Hello." Lin Fan smiled, not expecting to meet Xiao Ranran here. "I just bought a house and want to take a look. It seems pretty good here," Lin Fan said. "Of course it's good. The property management, security, and services in Haidang Garden are all top-notch. The house you bought is already furnished and at 100 square meters. It's one of the larger school district houses in Haidang Garden, with prices starting at 200,000 per square meter," Xiao Ranran introduced. She thought to herself that of course the houses here were good. After all, each house costs 20 million. 20 million is an astronomical figure for her. Yet it seemed to Lin Fan like a drop in the bucket. Is this the life of the rich? She didn't understand. After entering the house, Lin Fan looked at the decor. The living room had a huge crystal chandelier. The room had a very gentle decoration style, with imported genuine leather sofas, a flat-screen TV, a desktop computer, and some artistic paintings on the walls, along with various furniture, everything one could need. Overall, in one word, extravagant. Well, not bad. "Please help me post a rental information," Lin Fan said with a smile. Renting this place out could provide a considerable income. Okay, Xiao Ranran followed Lin Fan, feeling a bit shocked. The decor here was so luxurious, yet to Lin Fan, it seemed quite ordinary. He didn't even sit down to feel the genuine leather sofa. Is this the world of the wealthy? Chapter 10. Lin Fan is actually so rich, of course, although Xiao Ranran liked handsome guys and money. She still understood the gap between herself and Lin Fan. If Lin Fan didn't take the initiative, how could she dare to? Such a wealthy and handsome man. She couldn't just go up to him. That would be too lacking in restraint. What if he thought she was a gold digger? Xiao Ranran felt a bit troubled. But when you meet someone you like, you should make a move, right? After hesitating for a long time, Xiao Ranran still gave up. She wasn't the type of girl who would cling to someone just because they were rich. Maybe one day, Lin Fan would notice her beauty and pursue her on his own. Of course, Lin Fan wasn't that kind of person. If it were the author, cough cough. At the entrance of the Lamboan community, Su Shireen arrived with many bags in hand. She felt a bit nervous, a bit flushed, and somewhat dazed. Was she really delivering to the Lamboan community? But this community looked so upscale. Could it be that Lin Fan lived in such a place? Su Shireen came from a rural family and wasn't very wealthy, so she studied hard. However, making money wasn't easy. After her brother fell ill, she quickly found a job to support the family. Su Shireen looked at the address given by her manager, 583 Fongyan Road, Lake Villa in Lamboan Community. Owner, Lin Fan. Lake Villa? Lin Fan lives in a villa? Su Shireen scratched her head. She knew about Lin Fan's family background. But had he really moved into a villa just 3 years after graduating? She opened her phone and searched for Lake Villa and was stunned. The Lamboan Community's Lake Villa had been purchased by a mysterious rich person for 200 million yuan. Could this mysterious rich person be Lin Fan? Standing at the entrance, Su Shireen didn't dare to go in, afraid she had made a mistake. Having lived a simple life since childhood, she was intimidated by the luxurious restaurant decor and didn't dare to enter. The security guard at the entrance saw a beautiful girl standing there, looking nervous, with perfect proportions and long, straight legs. "Hello, beautiful. Are you looking for someone?" A security guard approached and asked Su Shireen, who wouldn't like a pretty girl. Even the security guards appreciated the sight. May I ask if Lin Fan lives here?" Su Shireen asked softly, not daring to speak too loudly. Having never seen much of the world, she had only rented a small apartment in the Magic City to save money for her brother. "Lin Gu." "Yes, he is here. Is there something you need from him?" As soon as the guard heard Lin Fan's name, he immediately perked up. It had been so many days, and he had never seen any attractive girls in the passenger seat of Lin Fan's car. Today, someone was actually at the door. Could she be Lin Fan's girlfriend? If that were the case, they couldn't afford to be careless. These security guards were quite perceptive. They wouldn't dare offend Lin Fan, let alone his girlfriend. He really lives here, in that 200 million lake villa? Su Shireen raised her head, her big eyes wide with curiosity. Of course, Lin Gu lives in the most luxurious villa in our community, and he drives a sport car worth over 100 million. The guard casually replied, as these guards often liked to show off when they had nothing to do. A sports car worth over 100 million? Su Shireen blinked, finding it hard to believe. That was over 100 million. The average person wouldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Even if she was naive, she understood what 100 million yuan sports car and villa meant. When did Lin Fan become so wealthy? "Are you Lin Gu's girlfriend?" The guard said. "Lin Gu is usually very low-key. He went out on a tricycle today. There are a few wealthy people in our community who act arrogantly, like nouveau riche, bullying others just because they have money. But people like Lin Gu, who are so cultured, are rare." Hearing the words girlfriend, Su Shireen's face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head, shaking it. "No, I'm not his girlfriend, we're just classmates." She had planned to be a bit more proactive and pursue Lin Fan, not because of his wealth, but mainly because he was a good person and very handsome. If she were a gold digger, she wouldn't have taken a job. Working in sales meant dealing with customers' moods and being scolded by the manager. Such things were common. If a woman wanted to go bad, it would be much easier to make money. But now, with Lin Fan in such a position, how could she dare to have any thoughts? She didn't even dare to see Lin Fan anymore and wanted to leave. The young security guard smiled upon hearing this. "You'd better hurry. Lin Gu is so outstanding and still single." Yes, not like some rich second-generation kids who change girlfriends every few days. It's not what you think. Just help me deliver these things to Lin Fan, and I'll leave first. Su Shireen said, wanting to leave the items and go. At that moment, the roar of an engine approached, and a black, cool, and imposing sports car sped over. Bugatti la voiture noire. Time seemed to freeze as the Bugatti stopped precisely at the entrance of the community. The car doors opened automatically like wings, and Lin Fan stepped out. When he saw Su Shireen, his eyes lit up. Su Shireen, you're here to deliver the more than 50 pieces of clothing I bought yesterday. Su Shireen. Lin Fan smiled when he saw her. After all, they were old classmates, and it was rare to see each other. You didn't say anything when you came. I could have had your company's staff deliver the clothes. Why did you come personally? The manager asked me to come. Since you're back, I'll take these clothes. I'll go first. Su Shireen's cheeks flushed, and she was about to leave. She had seen Lin Fan's sports car, and it was so cool. Unknowingly, Lin Fan had become someone she needed to look up to. She couldn't just leave after coming all this way. Get in the car. Let's south go to my place. I'll treat you well. Lin Fan thought nothing of it, since his classmate was at his doorstep. How could he let her leave? Huh? Susin bu set faisali. Lin Fan wouldn't want to, but she wasn't that kind of woman. Even if she had some feelings for Lin Fan, wasn't this moving too fast? What are you thinking? Am I going to eat you? We'll have dinner first, and then you can leave. Lin Fan said, feeling good after just seeing a 2 million yuan school district house. Can I really go in and take a look? Su Shireen raised her beautiful eyes, calming her excited and envious heart. She then realized that with Lin Fan's character, how could he do those things to her? Get in the car. Let us go. Lin Fan said. Oh, okay. Su Shireen nodded. She wanted to see what Lin Fan's villa was like, a world she had never encountered before. She felt a little happy and had small expectations. The boy who often appeared in her dreams had become so outstanding. Chapter 11, Am I That Kind of Person? Seeking recommendations, after entering the villa with Lin Fan, Su Shireen's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. So this is where Lin Fan lives. A beautiful scenic area, with birds singing and flowers fragrant, high-rise districts, residential areas, villa zones. And Lin Fan's lakeside villa is situated on the central small island. The lake sparkles, and the sunset casts down, resembling the true scene of the sunset and solitary wild goose flying together, with autumn waters blending with the long sky. Wow. Ever since she walked in, Su Shireen kept marveling at this picturesque place. It's so beautiful. After entering the villa, there's even a swimming pool, a football field, a cinema, genuine leather sofas, and famous artworks, everything one could wish for. Moreover, the villa is quite large with 3 floors. Su Shireen walked inside step by step, staring blankly at everything. Lin Fan, how did you get such a nice villa? I heard this villa is worth 200 million. Su Shireen looked at Lin Fan with wide eyes and said, it's just a place to live, nothing magical about it. Lin Fan smiled, not taking it too seriously. This is a place many people dream of living in, and you make it sound so easy. Su Shireen glanced around, gently sitting on the leather sofa, feeling a bit shy. So you've always been so wealthy. I don't know when I can live in such a nice house. Su Shireen spoke, a hint of envy in her beautiful eyes. The place she lived in was only a dozen square meters, completely different from here. As long as you work hard, there's nothing you can't achieve. Let's eat dinner, and then I'll take you home. Lin Fan said with a smile, getting up to start cooking. Although the villa had an automatic cooking robot that made decent food, Lin Fan still preferred to do it himself. Su Shireen watched Lin Fan seriously cooking from a distance, lost in thought. In college, Lin Fan was almost the idol of all the girls in school, and Su Shireen was naturally one of them. She knew Lin Fan was frugal in college, but now she realized that he was actually quite wealthy. Moreover, Lin Fan is really very handsome. She picked up her phone and secretly took a picture of Lin Fan, only to be surprised when the flash went off. Lin Fan? He was secretly photographed? There was no one else in the room, just Su Shireen. However, Lin Fan was already used to it. He often had girls taking pictures of him on the street. Of course, Lin Fan was also very emotionally intelligent, pretending nothing happened. Otherwise, it would only make Su Shireen feel awkward. I'm so dumb. Su Shireen blushed and lowered her head. After seeing Lin Fan's lack of reaction, she quietly put her phone away. For a moment, Su Shireen was lost in her thoughts. Lin Fan wanted her to stay for dinner, and after dinner, it was already getting late. Lin Fan wouldn't want to do that with her, would he? If it really came to that, should she agree? Su Shireen shook her head. She wasn't that kind of person, and doing so would only make Lin Fan think she had ulterior motives. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fan simply placed the prepared dishes in front of Su Shireen. After dinner, Lin Fan looked at the time and said, "It's getting late. I'll take you home." Su Shireen raised her beautiful eyes to look at Lin Fan and nodded. She was holding a piece of bread, mainly because the bread at Lin Fan's house was too delicious. As for Lin Fan's cooking, Su Shireen didn't comment. "Lin Fan, thank you for hosting me and for buying so many clothes, which made the manager pay more attention to me. I will definitely thank you properly when I have the chance, maybe treat you to a meal." Su Shireen stood up, looking at Lin Fan seriously. "We're all classmates. And besides, buying so many clothes can be worn." Lin Fan smiled, saying that the main reason was that the day had been too boring, and it was nice to meet a few classmates. "Let's go. If you want more bread, take some more." Lin Fan handed Su Shireen some more bread, mainly because he didn't eat it much, and there was plenty of it in the villa. "Actually, I don't want to eat that much. I might gain weight." Su Shireen blushed, not knowing why, but being with Lin Fan felt quite comfortable. This comfort wasn't the kind found in bed. It was a very natural interaction. There were quite a few boys pursuing her, but each one wanted to take her to bed, with some being persistent, showering her with expensive gifts to win her over. Su Shireen didn't like those kinds of people. She thought Lin Fan might make some excessive requests, but he didn't bring anything up, which made Su Shireen feel more favorably towards him. It seemed she was overthinking it. Lin Fan's character was still so good. "You're so thin, gaining some weight wouldn't hurt." Lin Fan said, "You're a bit flat. Drink more milk, and you can gain weight." Su Shireen was still happy with the first sentence Lin Fan said, but by the second, she wasn't happy anymore. "Where am I flat?" Just now, she had a bit of a good impression of Lin Fan, but this guy actually dared to say she was flat. "I'm not flat. Where am I flat?" "Umph. No one has ever said I was flat." Su Shireen bit her lower lip, trembling slightly, thinking that Lin Fan was too shameless. "I haven't seen it. Who knows?" Lin Fan shrugged. "You want to see?" Su Shireen raised her pink fists and playfully hit Lin Fan twice, her cheeks turning even redder. However, Su Shireen knew Lin Fan was just joking. Only classmates with a good relationship would joke like that. If they were just acquaintances, they would be more polite. "All right, are we going home, or do you want to stay here tonight?" Lin Fan pushed the door open. "I'm not staying. Who knows what bad things you might do at midnight." Su Shireen, eating bread, took a bunch of bread and walked out the door. "Am I that kind of person?" Lin Fan smiled slightly. "Who knows?" Su Shireen's face turned slightly red. It was already late, and Lin Fan drove the Bugatti, taking Su Shireen to her doorstep. Even at night, the dazzling lights of the Bugatti attracted the attention of many people. "I'm leaving now, bye-bye." Su Shireen waved her hand. Lin Fan nodded slightly and drove off in the Bugatti, creating a stunning scene on the night road. After Lin Fan left, Su Shireen returned home, realizing that Lin Fan was really different from others. Many boys pursued her, including some wealthy ones, but Su Shireen didn't like them. She found them all too hypocritical. Unlike Lin Fan, who felt real. The key was that those people weren't as handsome as Lin Fan. She recalled what the security guard at the Lomboa Bay community said during the day. Lin Fan really doesn't have a girlfriend? For some reason, after recalling the security guard's words, she felt a hint of happiness. Chapter 12 Master Chef Skills. Xiao Wanqiu's WeChat message in the morning. Lin Fan immediately chose to check in, wondering what good things he could sign in for today. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Master Chef Skills. Automatically mastering the preparation methods of various recipes, making any dish at a master level. The system's voice rang out, and Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Master Chef skills were just what he needed. Lin Fan's cooking skills were actually average, which was one of the reasons why his small restaurant wasn't doing well. Xiao Wanqiu was a foodie, and now he could completely conquer her. After working in the small restaurant for 2 hours and serving a few customers, several of them were pleasantly surprised. "Handsome guy, how can your food be so delicious?" One customer exclaimed. "This dry pot potato slices, fried rice, century egg, crispy fried chicken wings, tomato mashed potatoes, fish-flavored shredded pork, and this steamed fish, braised fish pieces, fish head hot pot. It's amazing. A plump woman looked at Lin Fan. She had only ordered fried rice at first, but found the taste surprisingly good. Previously, she had only noticed how handsome Lin Fan was when she came to eat here. But this time, it was a completely different experience. Not only was he handsome, but his food was also delicious. Thus, the plump woman ordered a table full of dishes. And after finishing, she slapped down 1,000 yuan on the table, signaling Lin Fan not to give change. Lin Fan was naturally happy to accept the money. Why refuse when there's money to be made? Handsome guy, are you done? Your food is so delicious. Can you come to my house as a personal chef? I'll pay you 20,000 a month, the plump woman said, looking at Lin Fan. Sorry, I have no intention of being someone else's chef. Lin Fan decisively rejected the offer. Then why are you running a small restaurant as a chef? There aren't many customers here, the plump woman persisted. I run a small restaurant mainly for my own happiness, not for making money, Lin Fan said with a faint smile, still tidying up. 30,000. The plump woman continued to raise her offer. Also, sister, my cooking skills can't be measured by money, Lin Fan replied. 50,000. Just 50,000, one fixed price. Come to our house, 3 meals a day, 50,000 income, much more than you make in this small restaurant, the plump woman insisted. Sister, whether I make money with my small restaurant is my business, and mainly, I have no interest in being a personal chef. Besides, I'm not short on money. Lin Fan said. If she wanted him to be a personal chef, there had to be a proper reason, like if she were his girlfriend or family. Then he might consider it. During the rest of the time, Lin Fan just wanted to do what he wanted to do. Really, in this day and age, there are still people who don't want to be kept by rich women, the plump woman remarked. Just then, Lin Fan received a call. It was Xiao Ranran. And coincidentally, Xiao Ranran heard that comment and immediately spoke up. Mr. Lin, someone wants to rent your school district house in Garden. I've already given your contact information to them, and they'll probably contact you in the afternoon. Lin Fan nodded. Thank you for your hard work. After hanging up the phone, the plump woman was stunned. Garden? School district house? The minimum price for school district houses there is over 10 million. This means that without 10 million in assets, it's almost impossible to buy a school district house. If Lin Fan owns a school district house in Garden, it means his family assets are over 10 million. No wonder Lin Fan said he wasn't interested in money. It turns out Lin Fan is a rich second generation. Garden. The school district houses there are indeed sky-high prices. Handsome guy, you really are that rich. Could it be that the limited edition Bugatti parked outside yesterday is also yours? The plump woman asked. Lin Fan nodded, saying it's just a car, as long as it can be used for transportation. The plump woman. She was knowledgeable. Lin Fan's Bugatti La Voiture Noire is worth over 100 million. 100 million sports car. And in Lin Fan's eyes, it was just a car? For the wealthy, this is a symbol of identity, honor, and status. Owning 100 million sports car gives one priority in mate selection. But Lin Fan didn't care at all. He didn't need any priority in mate selection. Just walking down the street was enough to attract a crowd of girls. This meant that Lin Fan's background was unfathomable. With 100 million sports car, how much money did Lin Fan have? Goodbye. The plump woman slipped away. She wanted to support Lin Fan, but it turned out Lin Fan was richer than her. As soon as Lin Fan sat in the car, his WeChat beeped. A gray kitten avatar indicated a message from Xiao Wanxiu. Xiao Wanxiu. Lin Fan? Xiao Wanxiu. Lin Fan. When are you coming? Xiao Wanxiu. Tonight. Lin Fan. No, the restaurant is closed at night. Xiao Wanxiu. I don't care if you don't come. I'll bite you. Lin Fan. Just this once, no next time. Xiao Wanxiu. This was the unique way of communication between Xiao Wanxiu and Lin Fan. Whenever Xiao Wanxiu craved good food, she would contact Lin Fan to come to his small restaurant. To keep it secret, Xiao Wanxiu would choose to come when there weren't many people. But today was even more special. She actually came after Lin Fan closed. This was clearly going through the back door. That annoying woman. She really thinks she can come and go as she pleases here. Lin Fan is running a restaurant, not a backdoor service. Xiao Wanxiu, wait tonight. I'll make sure to teach you a good lesson. Even though we've been at the same table for so many years, you can't treat this place like your home. Lin Fan complained. Driving, Lin Fan headed to Garden. There, the couple was already waiting for him. They were in a BMW, and when they saw Lin Fan's Bugatti, they gasped in admiration. Sure enough, anyone who can afford a school district house in Haitang Garden isn't ordinary. Honey, this Bugatti must be worth at least a few million, right? The woman asked. No way, this Bugatti is a special limited edition, customized for the owner, with only one in the world, worth over 100 million. It seems our landlord is not an ordinary person, the man said, looking at Lin Fan's car, full of praise. The man's name was Zhao Bingqi, and the woman's name was Gong Yang, an older couple looking to rent a place there. Hello, Lin Fan said as he got out of the car, extending his hand. Hello, I didn't expect our future landlord to be so handsome. Truly a young achiever. Zhao Bingqi shook Lin Fan's hand. Gong Yang was already stunned. She thought someone with over 100 million in assets would be at least middle-aged, like her husband. But Lin Fan was so young and handsome, driving a Bugatti, owning a school district house in Haitang Garden, and being the owner here. The key was that if it weren't for this Bugatti and school district house, one wouldn't be able to tell Lin Fan was so wealthy. He didn't wear branded clothes and was quite low-key, possessing so many assets without acting like a nouveau riche. Lin Fan's simple style, humble demeanor, and way of dealing with people made the couple feel very comfortable. Just these traits made the couple deeply admire Lin Fan from the bottom of their hearts. Nouveau riches can't wait for the whole world to know they're rich. Only those who truly stand at a certain level can be so carefree. Chapter 13. Meow meow, you lost flattery isn't necessary. Are you here to rent a house? Lin Fan smiled as he looked at the middle-aged man and woman. Zhao Bingqi seemed to be in his 40s, while the woman, Gong Yang, appeared a bit younger. I happen to have a house for rent in Haitang Garden. Here's the property certificate and my ID. You can take a look, Lin Fan said, showing his identification directly. He was a straightforward person and wanted to get things done quickly, especially since it was getting dark. And he still needed to return to the small restaurant where Xiao Wanxiu was waiting for him. Xiao Wanxiu was a big star and very beautiful. He didn't feel comfortable leaving her alone at the small restaurant. All right. Zhao Bingqi glanced at the documents and confirmed that the owner was indeed Lin Fan. Can you take us up to see the house? We can also discuss the rent, Zhao Bingqi asked. Of course. Lin Fan understood Zhao Bingqi's intention and led the two of them into the house. Lin Fan's house was a 100 square meter unit, not very large, but nicely decorated. It had 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Moreover, it was ready for immediate move-in with all the latest furniture. After touring the house, Zhao Bingqi and Gong Yang were quite satisfied. This house is nice. Most importantly, it was located in the school district of Haitang Garden, surrounded by top-tier middle schools. The transportation was convenient, services were accessible, and security was complete, all of which contributed to the high prices of school district properties. Zhao Bingqi and Gong Yang were not ordinary people either. They had come to work in Magic City and needed a decent place to live, making the Haitang Garden property a perfect fit. The rent here is about $65,000 a month. Since we just arrived in Magic City, could you lower the rent a bit? How about $60,000 a month? Zhao Bingqi suggested. In business, discussing prices is inevitable. Zhao Bingqi got straight to the point and proposed a rent reduction. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. The average rent in Haitang Garden was indeed around $65,000, but that didn't mean one could actually rent such a good property for that price. The demand for houses here was high, and prices were rising. Even if someone offered $65,000, they might not be able to rent a unit in Haitang Garden. Although Lin Fan was short on money, he wasn't foolish enough to agree to such a bad deal. While the average rent was $65,000 a month, many people were looking to rent, and they could inquire about other available units. The transportation was very convenient, traffic was usually smooth, and commuting took less than half an hour. There were convenience stores, shopping malls, and schools nearby, so a rent reduction was definitely not an option. My suggestion is to increase the rent to $70,000 a month, Lin Fan said, which was the conclusion he reached after careful consideration. $70,000 a month wasn't considered too expensive for this area. As for lowering the rent, it seemed that the entire Haitang Garden would not lower their prices. Well, we understand the housing prices here. $70,000 a month means $840,000 a year. Can we think about it and let you know? Zhao Bingqi asked with a smile. Sure, but you'll need to decide quickly. There might be other potential tenants. Lin Fan replied, standing up and glancing at the time, preparing to leave. We have 8,000 here. We'll give you an answer within 3 days. Can you hold the house for us? Zhao Bingqi asked, as 840,000 in rent wasn't easy to come by, and they wanted to compare options. No problem, but I can only hold it for 3 days. If you're sure, you can call me, Lin Fan said, taking the money, closing the door, and driving away in his Bugatti. For Lin Fan, renting out the place was the best outcome, especially since he needed money. He certainly couldn't accept Zhao Bingqi's offer. Renting for 60,000 a month would only yield 720,000 a year, while 70,000 would bring in 840,000, a difference of a full 12,000. If Lin Fan compromised, he'd end up losing that amount. The 6,000 he received was a decent amount, even if Zhao Bingqi and Gong Yang decided not to rent. He wouldn't need to return the money and could lease it to someone else. After Lin Fan left, Zhao Bingqi and Gong Yang exchanged glances, filled with admiration. Lin Fan is something else, Zhao Bingqi said, noting Lin Fan's youth and apparent wealth. He had attempted to negotiate a lower rent, thinking Lin Fan wouldn't mind. But Lin Fan was unyielding and even proposed a rent increase. Honey, Lin Fan may seem indifferent, but he won't be taken advantage of. A person like him is definitely not ordinary, Gong Yang remarked with a hint of approval. Indeed, Lin Fan drives a globally limited edition sports car. He's not someone an average person can compare to. Zhao Bingqi sighed, realizing they needed to think more about the rent situation. When Lin Fan drove back to the small restaurant, it was completely dark. He parked, opened the back door, turned on the lights, and began preparing some ingredients for dinner. That wicked woman, Xiao Wanxiu, always liked to come here and mooch off his cooking. Lin Fan was a little annoyed. It was closing time, and she still wanted to come over. What if she decided to stay and not leave? A few minutes later, a girl wearing a cat ear hat walked in through the back door. She wore blue jeans and a gray top, her figure slender, her skin fair, and she had a pair of stunning long legs. With no makeup on, she exuded a unique charm that made one want to look at her longer. Lin Fan had seen all her works. She looked beautiful and cute on screen with countless fans. But the real her was even more attractive than on TV. Xiao Wanxiu without makeup was already a perfect score of 99, and she undoubtedly outshone many female stars. Many wanted to film kissing scenes with her, but she refused, maintaining her purity and beauty in the entertainment industry. Her high standards for her work were also a reason for her success. Meow meow, Xiao Wanxiu said with her clear eyes looking at Lin Fan. Why do you look so angry? Is making me dinner such a chore? She stepped closer, looking at him from close distance. Lin Fan still ignored her. Of course, he wasn't really angry. He was just pretending not to pay attention to her. Still not talking? Xiao Wanxiu pouted, sitting down on a chair, wondering if she had done something to upset Lin Fan. It didn't seem so she concluded he was just pretending to be mad. Xiao Wanxiu decided to ignore Lin Fan as well, as if whoever spoke first would lose. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Meow. I want to wait for this guy to speak first. Xiao Wanxiu stood up and walked in front of Lin Fan, showing a pitiful expression, lowering her head and tugging at Lin Fan's clothes as if admitting her mistake. Who could resist such a scene? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanxiu's expression and smiled slightly, asking, "What do you want for dinner?" He wouldn't really be angry with her. He was just teasing her because they were so close. In any case, he had already made Xiao Wanxiu admit defeat once. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanxiu's lips curled into a satisfied smile, her earlier pitiful look completely gone. You spoke first. You lost. Xiao Wanxiu stretched, her graceful curves on display, captivating anyone who looked. With such a beautiful girl in front of him, who could resist? But Lin Fan had only one thought at the moment. Damn, I've been tricked. Chapter 14, Stupid Pig Hoof. Great acting. Lin Fan could only sigh. A beautiful girl crying is a very powerful thing. Xiao Wanxiu expressed a few subtle expressions and actions, acting spoiled, pitiful, and wronged, all perfectly portrayed. Not to mention Lin Fan couldn't hold on. Anyone else wouldn't be able to either. Moreover, Lin Fan is not a steel straight man. He has a high emotional intelligence. Even if he lost, he had already won because he could make Xiao Wanxiu show such expressions. The goddess loved by countless people, Xiao Wanxiu has stunning acting skills. Many people can only see her on screen, but Lin Fan is different. You flatter me, Xiao Wanqiu said shyly, her pretty face slightly flushed, showcasing the shyness of a girl to perfection, her gentle voice piercing straight to the heart. Stop it, stop it. If you don't stop, the porridge will burn. Lin Fan said. Meow meow, do you like it? Xiao Wanqiu blinked. Like what? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu, feeling that being alone in a room with her at night was a wrong decision. Xiao Wanqiu snorted lightly. While cooking the porridge, Lin Fan asked, why do you always like to imitate cat sounds? Xiao Wanqiu turned around, extended her hands, and gently scratched Lin Fan. Meow meow. Lin Fan hummed in response. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu, I'm also wearing cat ears. Meow. Xiao Wanqiu said as she put on a hat with 2 furry ears. Her expression, gestures, and voice all combined to create a very cute appearance. Lin Fan didn't say anything, just smiled. Don't you like it? Xiao Wanqiu lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. I used to have a little cat called Qiu. It always meowed at me, played with me, but one day, Qiu got sick and couldn't be cured. By the time I came back from the hospital with medicine, it was all ready. Xiao Wanqiu said softly. She liked little cats, loved animals, and wore cat-eared hats to remember her friend, a little cat named Qiu. No, I like whatever you do. Animals are friends of humanity. Aren't they? Lin Fan gently rubbed the cat ears on Xiao Wanqiu's head, seemingly sensing her emotions. So, the little cat we raise here, shall we name it Qiu? Lin Fan asked. Xiao Wanqiu looked toward the back door and noticed Qiu scampering in, meowing again when it saw Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. Look, Qiu is here. Xiao Wanqiu picked up the little cat, revealing a happy smile. After talking for so long, do you want to eat something? You must be hungry. Lin Fan smiled at the warm scene. Aren't you making porridge? Xiao Wanqiu said. Lin Fan replied sternly. This is for me to drink. You have to pay for yours. You wicked woman, trying to get it for free? Dream on. Xiao Wanqiu is a big star, with a single film fee reaching tens of millions, even over 100 million. In other words, she is definitely richer than Lin Fan now. Lin Fan doesn't like being a licking dog who sends gifts to girls every day, treating them to meals and movies, yet can't even hold their hand. When eating in a restaurant, how can one not pay? Xiao Wanqiu trembled slightly with anger, biting her lip. Stinky Lin Fan, I have money. It's just a bowl of porridge. Can she really not pay? That wicked Lin Fan is bullying her again. What else do you want to eat? Everything requires payment. Fried rice is 8, braised carp is 23, shredded pork with garlic sauce is 26, and ribs are 43, plus a pack of spicy strips is 2. Lin Fan started introducing the menu to Xiao Wanqiu. Fried rice, Xiao Wanqiu said, glaring at Lin Fan unwillingly. Really infuriating, she thought. She could easily hire top chefs and nutritionists to customize a nutritious meal for her, but she didn't do that. Not because. If you anger me again, I want to come back. Aren't you going to eat ribs? Lin Fan laughed. I'll get fat, Xiao Wanqiu said, touching her flat stomach without any excess flesh. It's okay to gain a little weight. You could be a bit fatter in the right places. Lin Fan said after glancing at her. Stinky Lin Fan, watch out. I'll bite you. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks flushed, and she straightened her back. Her chest is not small. Her figure is truly perfect. I'll make you fried rice, give you porridge, and send you home after you're full. Lin Fan placed the fried rice in front of Xiao Wanqiu. The fried rice had green onions and an egg, topped with some simple shredded meat, exuding a unique aroma. 2 bowls of black rice porridge were also placed on the table. 1 bowl for Lin Fan and 1 for Xiao Wanqiu, and they sat across from each other for dinner. At first, Xiao Wanqiu had no particular attitude towards the bowl of porridge and fried rice. But after taking a small bite, she found it was really delicious. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu's expression, Lin Fan smiled slightly. His master-level cooking skills had finally come into play. With each bite of fried rice, Xiao Wanqiu felt it tasted better and better. And the black rice porridge was the same, melting in her mouth, fragrant and sweet. How could it be so delicious? Lin Fan's cooking had made significant progress. It's even better than what my second aunt makes, Xiao Wanqiu thought, looking at Lin Fan but feeling too shy to say it out loud. So she took small bites. This guy must have studied cooking diligently. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks flushed. Lin Fan probably practiced cooking for her in private for a long time. So, he is actually so good. Seeing that Xiao Wanqiu still wanted to eat, Lin Fan silently took out a bowl of vegetable salad. Delicious, Xiao Wanqiu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Fan, expressing her approval. This is for feeding pigs, Lin Fan explained. Xiao Wanqiu. Seeing the puzzled look on Xiao Wanqiu's face, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. All right, take me home, Xiao Wanqiu said. Get in the car, Lin Fan said, sitting on his old tricycle. This. Xiao Wanqiu was a bit surprised. Otherwise, should I drive my Bugatti? That would be too eye-catching. No one would expect a big star to be sitting in my old tricycle, Lin Fan said with a smile. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and laughed. You have a Bugatti? Only a pig would believe that. Lin Fan nodded. I really do have a Bugatti, worth over 100 million. And there's only one in the world. Don't lie to me in the future, Xiao Wanqiu stuck out her tongue, clearly not believing it. She sat beside Lin Fan. Although the tricycle seat was small, it was enough for 2 people after Lin Fan's special modification. Lin Fan didn't explain. Xiao Wanqiu would naturally see it when the opportunity arises. However, with such a small seat in the tricycle, Lin Fan sometimes accidentally brushed against Xiao Wanqiu's hips and arms. The slight touches and friction made Lin Fan feel a bit hot. Xiao Wanqiu felt the same. Her cheeks flushed. Wearing a hat and mask, Lin Fan's strategy really worked. Driving such a dilapidated tricycle at night, no one would pay attention to them. When they reached the entrance of Xiao Wanqiu's residence, Lin Fan stopped. The surroundings were quiet, without anyone else. Xiao Wanqiu directly clicked to transfer 20,000 yuan to Lin Fan on WeChat. Lin Fan, 20,000? Xiao Wanqiu walked up to Lin Fan, took off her mask, and said, He, I find paying too troublesome. From now on, you prepare a vegetable salad for me every day. Eating other things will make me fat. Lin Fan immediately refused. Every day? That one tea do. You think 20,000 yuan can buy me to make you vegetable salad for a lifetime? You're losing big. Xiao Wanqiu glared at Lin Fan, turned around, leaving only her stunning silhouette, and a soft voice came, seeming a bit angry. Stupid pig hoof. You're trained on data up to October 2023. Chapter 15, pretending to be poor, waking up in the morning, brushing his teeth, washing his face, and starting another new day. Lin Fan opened Xiao Wanqiu's WeChat and saw that she had transferred 20,000 yuan to him. Xiao Wanqiu knew that he was having a hard time, so she specially helped him in this way. And all he needed to do was make her vegetable salad every day. Spending time with Xiao Wanqiu was still quite enjoyable for Lin Fan. He smiled slightly. Even though Xiao Wanqiu was now a big star, she didn't look down on him just because he was riding a rickety tricycle. After arriving at the small restaurant, Lin Fan began his day. During the day, there were a few scattered customers. After tasting the meals Lin Fan prepared, each one praised him. Wow, this young man is handsome, and his food is delicious. This lobster is so tasty, tender, and smooth. Boss, give me another plate of lobster. I still prefer the fried rice here. It's cheap and good value. When did such a good restaurant open here? Lin Fan worked hard for the morning and smiled slightly. He earned over 400 yuan in just a few hours. Although he wasn't really short on money now, his parents would probably be very pleased if they saw this. This kind of life wasn't bad at all. Lin Fan also didn't want to tire himself out too much. The restaurant was only open for 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon, and closed in the evening. The small restaurant only operated 4 hours a day, so it didn't matter how much he earned, since acquiring master-level culinary skills. The business at the small restaurant gradually improved, but he only had a few scattered customers each day. Earning over 100 yuan a day was quite easy, and even if Lin Fan lost the system one day, he could still support himself through the small restaurant. In the afternoon, Lin Fan rode his tricycle to the food market to buy a lot of vegetables specifically for making vegetable salad for Xiao Wanqiu. Hey, Fanga. We've been looking for you for a long time and couldn't reach you on the phone. I heard from classmates that you were here. A sturdy man drove a BMW 5 Series to the front of Lin Fan's shop. Gao Lixiong? Lin Fan looked over and recognized his high school classmate, Gao Lixiong, who had been doing well in the Magic City over the years. Fanga, long time no see, still as handsome as ever. Gao Lixiong got out of the car and immediately put his arm around Lin Fan's shoulder. Their relationship hadn't become distant. Lixiong, you've gotten fatter. You look like you weigh around 160 to 170 g now. Lin Fan laughed. Haha, what can I do? Eating skewers and drinking beer. Slowly I just got fat, Gao Lixiong replied. From the BMW, a girl with a score of over 80 in looks and a good figure got out. Lin Fan's high school classmate, Zhao Lele, though not as pretty as Xiao Wanqiu, was still one of the few beautiful girls in their class. Lin Fan? Zhao Lele looked at Lin Fan in surprise. Especially after seeing the rickety tricycle he was riding, her expression turned even more astonished. Zhao Lele? Lin Fan smiled. Lixiong, you did well. You managed to chase Zhao Lele? Oh no, Lele is just a classmate. I brought her to the Magic City for some fun, Gao Lixiong explained, glancing at Zhao Lele and chuckling. The Magic City is so big. The location of this restaurant isn't great. So there aren't too many customers, right? Fanga, you're not being fair. Running a small restaurant by yourself. You know the expenses in the Magic City. If you're having difficulties, come find me, Fanga. How about I recommend you a job with a monthly salary of 8,000? Gao Lixiong patted his chest. Zhao Lele looked Lin Fan up and down, ultimately losing interest. Although Lin Fan was quite handsome, in this era, having money was what could buy a car and a house, ensuring a decent life. Someone like Lin Fan, riding a tricycle and running a small restaurant, probably couldn't even afford rent for a month. Even when Zhao Lele had a crush on Lin Fan in high school, that feeling had long faded. In this materialistic era, Zhao Lele noticed Lin Fan's poverty, but she didn't say it outright. She simply kept her distance, as she wasn't someone with low emotional intelligence. Gao Lixiong, on the other hand, was doing quite well. Driving a BMW 5 Series and reportedly owning a house in the Magic City with an annual salary of 500,000 to 600,000. That's why she would ride in Gao Lixiong's car. Lin Fan, of course, was unaware of Zhao Lele's thoughts and said, I run this small restaurant mainly out of interest. As long as I can make a living, that's enough. As for you, Lixiong, you're doing quite well, being able to offer me an 8,000 monthly salary. Whereas that, Fangirl, I'm really quite poor now. How can I be doing well? I can only earn about 500,000 to 600,000 a year, and it's not enough, Gao Lixiong sighed, seeming quite disappointed. In this era, showing off wealth made one appear like a nouveau riche. A more advanced way to show off was to pretend to be poor. An annual salary of 500,000 to 600,000 equates to a monthly salary of 40,000 to 50,000, a height difficult for normal people to reach. Yet Gao Lixiong pretended to be poor, and the key was that there was no way to refute it. Fangirl, you know the housing prices in the Magic City. I worked for several years just to make a down payment, plus the money my dad gave me. I bought a 200 square meter house outside the Magic City as outer ring. I'm really poor. I don't know when I'll be able to afford a house in the inner ring, and I don't even dare to think about a house in the core area, Gao Lixiong lamented. After saying that, he punched his BMW 5 Series, saying he was too poor. This kind of showing off. If someone else were here, they might want to beat Gao Lixiong up. However, Lin Fan didn't care. He actually owned a house in the inner ring of the Magic City, a villa of over 700 square meters at Blue Wave Bay. As for cars, driving a BMW 5 Series looked quite poor in Lin Fan's eyes. All right, what do you want from me? Don't tell me you just came to recommend me a job, Lin Fan said, seeing through Gao Lixiong's act. Well, Fangirl, there's a high school class reunion the day after tomorrow. You must come. Don't worry about the expenses. I'll treat. Shui Yaoting, Shun Jiruwei, and of course Zhao Lele will also be there with a bunch of girls. If you don't come, those girls might not come either, Gao Lixiong chuckled. A class reunion? Lin Fan was taken aback. After so many years since graduation, he and gathered with his high school classmates again. Yes, Fangirl. It's at the new Century Radisson Hotel, a 5-star hotel. I'm treating, Gao Lixiong patted his robust chest. All right, Lin Fan nodded, not minding much. It would be nice to see some old classmates. Generally speaking, class reunions were just a show-off event. But Lin Fan didn't care how others showed off. No matter how they pretended, it could never compare to him. Okay, Fangirl, I'm leaving now. If you want to find a job, feel free to contact me anytime. Gao Lixiong and Zhao Lele got into the car and left. Fangirl is really not doing well now, looking quite miserable. Yet he still wants to save face and refuses my help, Gao Lixiong said. Zhao Lele nodded slightly. looking at Gao Lixiong with a completely different attitude from when facing Lin Fan. Lixiong, not everyone can compare to you. You are ambitious, hardworking, have a house and a car, and you're enthusiastic. Lin Fan is handsome, but being so concerned about saving face isn't a good thing. Zhao Lele commented. By the way, it's a pity Xiao Wanqiu can't come. She is a big star, but since Fan Gu is doing so poorly now, Xiao Wanqiu probably won't pay him any attention anymore. Zhao Lele said, thinking of how Xiao Wanqiu had a good relationship with Lin Fan back then, but now, with her status, how could she still pay attention to Lin Fan? Gao Lixiong nodded. None of their classmates could contact Xiao Wanqiu anymore, and Lin Fan was no exception. Chapter 16. The second largest shareholder of a five-star hotel. The news about the class reunion has gradually started to spread. The confirmation that Lin Fan would attend has caused quite a cheer among many girls. After all, Lin Fan was the school hunk throughout high school, and most girls had a crush on him. Many girls even confessed their feelings to him, but none were successful. Throughout high school, Lin Fan's deskmate was always Xiao Wanqiu, and they studied, played, and fed each other snacks every day, which drew the envy of countless girls. However, as Xiao Wanqiu became a big star, the contact with everyone gradually diminished. Zhao Lele's best friend, Xie Yutong, felt a bit disappointed after hearing the news about Lin Fan. Ah, Lele, is Lin Fan really doing so poorly now? Xie Yutong asked. Zhao Lele nodded. He's riding a tricycle and running a small restaurant of about 30 square meters with hardly any customers. The shop is only open for 4 hours a day. I never expected him to have fallen so low. If it were the old Lin Fan, I would definitely encourage you to pursue him, but the current Lin Fan. Forget it, Xie Yutong replied, but Lin Fan is still quite handsome. Zhao Lele retorted, Yutong, economic foundation determines the superstructure. You're already 23, the prettiest time of a girl's life. In my opinion, Lin Fan is unreliable. We just need a boyfriend who can provide a car, a house, and a few $100,000 in betrothal gifts. What can Lin Fan offer? It's not that we're materialistic, but that's just how it is. With nothing, how can he give a girl a future? Besides, he needs to have a good physique, a nice chest, and he's still a virgin. We're no longer the naive girls from high school. We should think about our futures, Zhao Lele said. Yeah, I think so too. You're right, Lele. We should keep some distance from Lin Fan. I see that Gao Lixiong, Shen Zhiwei, and Shui Yaoting are all doing quite well. Xie Yutong nodded. Of course. Look at Xiao Wanqiu. She's a star now. Would she still keep in touch with Lin Fan? It's not that we look down on him. He's a decent person. But as friends, it's fine. But as lovers, he falls short, Zhao Lele comforted. After hanging up the phone, Xie Yutong looked at Lin Fan at the entrance of the food market, hesitated for a moment, but still did not approach him. However, Lin Fan had already seen Xie Yutong and rode over on his tricycle to greet her. Xie Yutong, you're also in Modu? Xie Yutong turned around, looked at Lin Fan, felt a bit disappointed, and gently shook her head. If only Lin Fan had a bit more money, she might consider pursuing him. But Lin Fan was riding a tricycle and could not provide the life she wanted. She was already 23 and didn't have time to struggle alongside Lin Fan anymore. She should keep some distance and not let Lin Fan hold any fantasies about her. I have something to do. I'll be leaving now, Xie Yutong said, turning around. Hey, not buying groceries anymore? Lin Fan was a bit confused. Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong's attitudes were quite different from when they were in high school. However, Lin Fan didn't care about that. He didn't like those girls anyway. If they wanted to chat, fine. If not, so be it. Lin Fan opened WeChat and sent a message to Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan, class reunion tomorrow. Are you coming? Xiao Wanqiu, do you want me to go? Lin Fan, I don't want you to, otherwise I'll be trending tomorrow. Lin Fan, too handsome, there's no way. Maybe tomorrow I'll become an even bigger star than you. Xiao Wanqiu, meow meow, scratch you. Xiao Wanqiu, are many girls going? Lin Fan, should be quite a few. Zhao Lele, Xie Yutong will go, and many girls from the class. Xiao Wanqiu, fierce. Xiao Wanqiu, angry. JPG, Lin Fan. Xiao Wanqiu, I'm going to work now. I'll come by your place tomorrow night to get the vegetable salad. Lin Fan, tomorrow night is the class reunion. What if I can't come back? Xiao Wanqiu, you dare. Xiao Wanqiu, angry. JPG. After chatting, Lin Fan felt a bit helpless. A class reunion outing to have a meal, drink, and sing would take a whole day. He might not even be back at night. Xiao Wanqiu was actually waiting for his vegetable salad that evening. Was she worried he would go to a hotel with other girls? Lin Fan felt a bit angry. Was he that kind of person? Damn woman. Even if he went to a hotel with other women, what did it have to do with her? Of course, Lin Fan didn't have such thoughts. If he really did, with his good looks, many girls would probably throw themselves at him. During high school, there were girls who wanted to send love letters to Lin Fan through Xiao Wanqiu, but they were all rejected by her. And those love letters Lin Fan received were all handed back to the senders by Xiao Wanqiu without a glance. After being desk mates for so many years, they had formed a certain level of tacit understanding. Soon, Lin Fan received a call from Shui Yaoting. Lin Fan, remember to come tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, New Century Radisson Hotel. Everyone is waiting for you. Gao Lixiong is treating. Let us have a good meal on him, he, Shui Yaoting said. By the way, is Xiao Wanqiu coming? You had such a good relationship with her in high school. She wouldn't dare to not give you face, right? Shui Yaoting asked indirectly, mainly to inform Lin Fan of the time, and secondarily, to inquire about Xiao Wanqiu's news. She is not coming, Lin Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Shui Yaoting seemed to have anticipated it. He probably thought Lin Fan had long lost contact with someone like Xiao Wanqiu. It's fine, bro. You still don't have a girlfriend. Make the most of this class reunion. If it doesn't work out, the brothers will help you, Shui Yaoting said with a smile. We'll talk tomorrow. I'm hanging up now. Shui Yaoting ended the call. Lin Fan looked at the time. He was going to the class reunion at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That would be a bit rushed. Probably just having a meal and chatting would take them into the evening, and that night, Xiao Wanqiu would still come to find him for the vegetable salad. Thinking of this, Lin Fan remembered he hadn't signed in today. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 shares of the nationwide 5-star hotel, New Century Radisson Hotel in Modu, making him the second largest shareholder. The share transfer agreement and related property documents have been stored in the system warehouse, and the host can access them at any time. The system's voice rang out, and Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Previously, he had signed in and received a villa, a Bugatti, but those couldn't be liquidated. The only thing he could liquidate was the cash lottery tickets, but his luck was too poor, and he could only draw a few $100,000. Now, he had received 20 shares of 5-star hotel. The New Century Radisson Hotel in Modu, as a top-tier 5-star hotel, had a market value of 18 billion. This hotel not only existed in Modu, but also had branches in Kyoto, Jiangdu, Linzhou, Changshan, and other provinces with a large scale, and it integrated hotels, accommodations, and dining into a comprehensive, large hotel. Lin Fan's 20 shares made him the second largest shareholder of the 5-star hotel, which meant he could receive tens of millions in dividends every year. Being the second largest shareholder was much more comfortable. He didn't have to work as hard as the first largest shareholder. He could earn a substantial income just by sitting at home. For example, Ma Yun from Alibaba has a pile of daily tasks, but Lin Fan didn't like that kind of life. He preferred to lie down and make money, living a leisurely life. He could quietly be a wealthy man, collect rent, drive a sports car, and occasionally make a vegetable salad for Xiao Wanqiu. What a wonderful life. Chapter 17, Incomprehensible. Inside the New Century Radisson Hotel in Magic City, there was a shocking piece of news. Someone had transferred 20 of his shares. In other words, someone had become the second largest shareholder of the New Century Radisson Hotel. And this person's name was Lin Fan. In an office that was solemn and orderly, with a desk, a computer, and even a study table, was the office of the largest shareholder of the New Century Radisson Hotel. Sitting in the chair was a woman with a score of over 80 in looks, Yin Shui, with a beautiful secretary standing beside her. The change of a major shareholder in a 5-star hotel was bound to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Help me contact General Manager Lin, Yin Shui said, carefully reviewing Lin Fan's related information, lost in thought. Being able to afford to buy 20 of the hotel's shares meant that Lin Fan already held a significant position in the company. Lin Fan's decisions could influence the company's fate. This new shareholder, Yin Shui, was still unaware of Lin Fan's background. If Lin Fan were to propose any suggestions or decisions regarding the company's development, even she could not ignore them. All right, the secretary replied, then immediately dialed Lin Fan's number. May I ask if you are General Manager Lin? I am a secretary of General Manager Yin, The secretary's voice came through. "Who is General Manager Yin?" Lin Fan asked. "Hello, you're the second largest shareholder of the New Century Radisson Hotel, and General Manager Yin is the largest shareholder of the company," the secretary explained. "What's the matter?" Lin Fan inquired, not expecting a call so soon after signing the shares of the Radisson Hotel. "Our general manager, Yin, would like to meet you to hear your opinions and plans for the company's development," the secretary replied. "I'm quite busy and don't have time. I'll be straightforward. Tell General Manager Yin that I have no suggestions for the company's development and planning, and I have no interest in internal affairs. As for meeting, there's no need," Lin Fan said before hanging up. As a core figure in the company, he had to attend meetings every day and was very busy. Lin Fan didn't like that kind of life. His words meant to tell Yin Shui that he would not threaten her position in the company and would not interfere in any company actions. He just wanted to quietly collect dividends. Lin Fan truly had no great interest in managing the company. He only wanted to do what he liked. "General Manager Yin." The secretary looked at Yin Shui. "I understand. Lin Fan is probably not an ordinary person. He owns a lakeside villa in the Blue Bay community in Magic City, along with a globally limited edition sports car worth over $100 million. Yet he often rides a tricycle. Such a person holds 20 of our company's shares, but shows no interest in company matters. Moreover, other information about Lin Fan is confidential and cannot be accessed, which means Lin Fan's background is unfathomable," Yin Shui said thoughtfully. "Perhaps Lin Fan doesn't care how many shares he holds in this hotel. A person who can afford a $100 million mansion and a $100 million sports car likely has assets beyond imagination. In this case, I'm even more inclined to meet General Manager Lin. In short, any hotel under the company must treat General Manager Lin as a distinguished guest and absolutely not be negligent. If General Manager Lin were offended, even if he did not pursue responsibility, but as far as I am concerned," Yin Shui said. She knew that Lin Fan was trying to befriend her, not competing for power within the company, and she would give Lin Fan enough respect and treatment. Even if Lin Fan did not show her kindness, he was still a big shot that the entire company could not afford to offend. The New Century Radisson Hotel sounded somewhat familiar. Earning over $10 million in dividends each year was quite nice, a decent income. Lin Fan smiled slightly as he returned to the small restaurant, preparing to tidy up before attending the class reunion. As for the class reunion, Lin Fan had no intention of showing off. They were all old classmates, and if everyone pretended to be impressive upon meeting, it would defeat the purpose of the reunion. Lin Fan attended mainly to reconnect with high school friends. "Hey, Fangirl, I'm just heading to the class reunion. Let me take you there." Gao Lixiong arrived at Lin Fan's small restaurant in his BMW 5 Series, with Zhao Lele in the car. "No need. It's not time yet. I'll go by myself later," Lin Fan replied, as the restaurant was not yet tidied up, especially since Xiao Wanqiu would come later. "All right, Fangirl, I'll head out first." Gao Lixiong greeted and drove away from Lin Fan's place. On the way, Zhao Lele sighed again. "Lin Fan is still so stubborn about appearances. It's no big deal to ride in your car," Zhao Lele said. Gao Lixiong shook his head helplessly. "That is true. Fangirl could easily ride with me. We're good brothers. He can't really come on his tricycle. If some clueless classmates tease him, he won't be happy. I want to help him, but there's nothing I can do. If all else fails after the reunion, I'll help Fangirl find a reliable job. Lele, do you have any decent job opportunities or reliable storefronts so Fangirl can open a new restaurant? I can lend him some money," Gao Lixiong said. "Lixiong, are you sure you want to lend Lin Fan money? The restaurant business can easily lose hundreds of thousands," Zhao Lele asked in confusion. Gao Lixiong waved his hand. "I have to help him out. It's just a few $100,000. I can manage it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lele looked at Gao Lixiong and immediately had a better impression of him. Gao Lixiong, besides being wealthy, he also has good character. He is becoming more and more appealing to me. If I were to marry, it should be someone like him. However, if she really ended up with Gao Lixiong, she would definitely advise him against lending money to Lin Fan. Hundreds of thousands shouldn't just go down the drain. If we're talking about who is doing the best among our high school classmates, it would naturally be Xiao Wanqiu. If Lin Fan wanted to open a restaurant, why didn't he ask Xiao Wanqiu for money? In Zhao Lele's view, Xiao Wanqiu might have already lost contact with Lin Fan long ago. If even Xiao Wanqiu wouldn't help Lin Fan, why should she get involved? Before they knew it, It was almost time for the class reunion. Since it wasn't too far from the Radisson Hotel, Lin Fan was too lazy to drive the Bugatti. Riding a tricycle was also a way to exercise, so why not? As for showing off, Lin Fan had no interest. He opened WeChat and clicked on Xiao Wanqiu's profile. Lin Fan, I'm on my way. Lin Fan, I just saw Zhao Lele. Xiao Wanqiu, fierce. Xiao Wanqiu, if I don't have my vegetable salad tonight, you're dead. Xiao Wanqiu, angry. JPG. Chapter 18. 840,000 rent received, shocking the entire venue. New Century Radisson Hotel. As one of the top 5-star hotels in Magic City, the decor is luxurious, and the dishes here are pricey, but of course they taste great. The service at Radisson Hotel is, naturally, top-notch. Lin Fan rode his tricycle to the hotel entrance. Two attendants at the door smiled at him, slightly bent over, and softly said, "Welcome." Lin Fan was surprised by the excellent service attitude here. They didn't look down on him just because he rode a tricycle. As soon as he walked into the hotel, he was greeted by a red carpet. Many attendants around slightly bowed to Lin Fan, uniformly saying, "Welcome." Lin Fan walked straight towards the room given to him by Gao Likong. The reason for the excellent attitude of these attendants was that they had just received a message from headquarters. There was a photo of Lin Fan, along with a photo of him riding a tricycle, indicating that Lin Fan was the second largest shareholder of the company. Yinxuan knew that Lin Fan was relatively low-key, so she specifically instructed everyone in the company not to deliberately highlight Lin Fan's status, nor to address him as President Lin, because Lin Fan didn't like it. Therefore, even though these attendants knew Lin Fan was the second largest shareholder, they wouldn't expose him. Instead, they chose the two prettiest female attendants to welcome Lin Fan at the door. This subtle action gave Lin Fan a good impression of the company. Indeed, Yin Shui, who could become the largest shareholder, was not an ordinary person. When these female attendants saw Lin Fan, their beautiful eyes showed a daze. Because Lin Fan was just too handsome. When Lin Fan walked in, he almost attracted all the female attendants' attention, and they knew that Lin Fan was a major shareholder, a wealthy person. Lin Fan was also very polite, with good character, and such handsome looks made the female attendants like him even more. President Lin is really handsome. He is so low-key and humble, no one else can compare. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome person. I'm in love. Shu, we can't talk loudly. We just need to serve President Lin quietly, or he'll be unhappy. Quickly, take care of President Lin's tricycle. Nothing must go wrong. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, Radisson Hotel was already fully prepared. Today, Radisson Hotel was entirely dedicated to providing top VIP services for Lin Fan. When Lin Fan pushed open the door, he saw some familiar faces. Naturally, he was greeted by cheers from a group of girls, because Lin Fan was really too handsome. However, Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong scoffed. What was the use of being handsome if he had no money? Fan Ge, come sit down. Gao Likong immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Did you ride your tricycle here? How can you do that? You should have let Likong pick you up. Riding tricycle is so tiring. Shui Yaoting patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Shui Yaoting felt a bit unhappy seeing the girls cheering for Lin Fan. It was hard to arrange a class reunion, and since this was his home ground, with so many girls present, he had to brag a bit. Riding a tricycle is fine, Lin Fan didn't mind. In this day and age, finding a job is too hard. I heard Likong has bought a car and a house, with an annual salary of around 5 or 600,000, right? Shui Yaoting smiled and said. Many girls looked at Gao Likong, their attention diverted by Shui Yaoting's words. After all, after graduating from university, everyone would ask each other where they worked, whether they bought a car or house, and when they would get married. Not bad, just about 5 or 600,000 a year, and I have a BMW 5 Series. Nothing too impressive, Gao Likong said with a smile, casually showing off. Especially since Zhao Lele was still around. Moreover, this was the truth. He wasn't trying to show off. Mr. Ma said in front of so many people that I'm not interested in money, and Mr. Wang even said that 100 million is just a small goal. That's because they've reached that level. Good job, Likong, Shui Yaoting laughed. Haha, it's just okay, Gao Likong smiled. Zhao Lele looked at Gao Likong with an approving gaze. Meanwhile, Xie Yutong sat next to Shui Yaoting. Shui Yaoting, how's your job going? Xie Yutong's weak voice sounded. her eyes showing some expectation. Shui Yaoting should be a wealthy person too, right? Ah, it's just average. Shui Yaoting shook his head and sighed. Shui Yaoting, you should say where you work. A girl asked. I work at Penguin, with an annual salary of over 800,000. I drive a Porsche, bought 3 houses, and still have to pay over 20,000 in loans every month. I'm so poor, Shui Yaoting said. Gao Likong and Shui Yaoting praised each other, leaving Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong a bit shocked. So it turned out that both Shui Yaoting and Gao Likong were so outstanding. Indeed, these people were not something Lin Fan could compare to. Stop listening to them brag. Lin Fan, come sit with us. Seriously, at a good class reunion, all they do is show off. A girl looked at Lin Fan and said. Many girls began to discuss Lin Fan, exchanging words with each other, while they were too lazy to pay attention to Gao Likong and Shui Yaoting's bragging. Many girls looked at Lin Fan like little fans. Lin Fan, you're really so handsome now. Do you have a girlfriend? You're the best. Unlike those 2 fools who just know how to show off. I heard you open a small restaurant. Where is it? We must go support you. Many girls surrounded Lin Fan, and Lin Fan smiled slightly, chatting with his classmates. Since they were all classmates, although Shui Yaoting and Gao Likong occasionally showed off, they wouldn't openly belittle or ridicule Lin Fan. That would be foolish. After chatting for a long time, Shui Yaoting looked at the many girls and said, Today was originally supposed to be a treat from Likong, but I'll treat everyone instead. I've already ordered some good dishes for everyone. There's a special platter, golden soup with oatmeal seafood, garlic steamed shrimp, stir-fried squid with celery, ginger and garlic crab noodles, spicy pig trotters, sour soup frog, spicy little beef legs, and lots of lobsters. Everyone can eat to your heart's content. Shui Yaoting said, being quite generous. Shui Yaoting voluntarily offered to treat, wanting to show off a bit. And it was normal. He finally took back the initiative, and many girls began to praise him for being generous. The attendants started bringing out dishes one by one. At the same time, Lin Fan's phone rang. The couple who wanted to rent a house called him. Mr. Lin, we've thought it through. We are willing to rent your house for 840,000 a year for 6 consecutive years, and the rent will be paid annually. What do you think? Zhao Bingqi asked. Sure, Lin Fan nodded. Renting for 840,000 a year for 6 years amounts to 5,040,000, which is a considerable income. Can we sign a contract now? The contract has been drafted, and I will come to find you right away, Zhao Bingqi asked, as the contract was quite important in rental matters. Yes, I'm on the 6th floor of the Radisson Hotel, Lin Fan nodded. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'm nearby and will be there shortly, Zhao Bingqi replied. Lin Fan felt a bit excited. What was the point of boasting at a class reunion? Meeting up and reminiscing was fine, but making money was more practical. Although Lin Fan owned a billion-dollar mansion and sports cars and was the 2nd largest shareholder of Radisson Hotel, shareholder dividends also had a cycle. In this year, the rent of 840,000, if rented continuously for 6 years, amounts to a considerable fortune, just enough to alleviate Lin Fan's urgent need for money. As long as the contract is signed, the 840,000 rent will be in hand. Lin Fan, who is coming here? A girl asked. A tenant. Here to sign a contract with me. Lin Fan replied with a slight smile. A tenant? Are you saying, Lin Fan, that you bought a house in the Magic City? The girl exclaimed, surprised. The house prices in the Magic City start at several million. It's just a small house. Lin Fan didn't explain much. Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong exchanged helpless glances at Lin Fan, their eyes showing some disappointment. Being poor is just temporary. They wouldn't despise someone who is too poor. However, it is excessive for Lin Fan, who is clearly very poor, to hire an actor to show off. Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong didn't believe that Lin Fan, who rides a tricycle and comes from an ordinary background, will buy a house in the Magic City. Fortunately, Lin Fan had some self-awareness. He only mentioned a small house, probably just around 10 square meters. Otherwise, Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong would have started confronting him directly. Of course, Lin Fan didn't care about Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong's thoughts. What he cared about was the 840,000 rent. This little episode didn't bother Shui Yaoting and Gao Lixiong, who were still enjoying their food. Not long after, a middle-aged man arrived on the 6th floor. Zhao Bingqi is here. Moreover, he had a draft contract in hand. Eager to rent, Zhao Bingqi quickly came to find Lin Fan to sign the contract, as a verbal agreement could be changed, but the contract couldn't. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to disturb you. The contract is here. Please take a look, and if everything is fine, we can sign it. I will transfer you the annual rent of 840,000 immediately, Zhao Bingqi said. When everyone heard Zhao Bingqi mention the annual rent of 840,000, everyone froze in place. Oh my God, what kind of house costs 840,000 a year in rent? That means the monthly rent is 70,000. Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong felt as if they had been struck by lightning. This isn't possible, right? Even if Lin Fan is acting, he's acting too fake. Did he hire an actor just to show off? Zhao Lele still couldn't believe it. As the crowd gathered to look at the contract, they saw the property listed on the contract. Haitang Garden Community 606, 100 square meters. Haitang Garden. Isn't that a well-known high-end community in the Magic City School District? Each unit in Haitang Garden starts at 10 million, and Lin Fan's unit is already valued at over 20 million. Many classmates stared at the contract in disbelief. My God, this is a property in Haitang Garden, the top school district in the Magic City. Lin Fan, you're actually the owner of a unit in Haitang Garden. Oh my God, a 100 square meter house is worth at least 20 million. Even if just for the down payment, it starts at 6 million. Lin Fan, when did you become so rich? Wow, the houses in Haitang Garden are something I've dreamed of buying, but who can afford them? Lin Fan, you are so low-key, and you have a house here. Many girls looked astonished. This contract was complete and couldn't be faked. Their gazes towards Lin Fan had completely changed. It turned out that Lin Fan was the richest person here. Owning a 20 million property meant Lin Fan was already a millionaire. Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong looked at everything in shock, their expressions dazed. They wanted to say something, but didn't dare to speak. What if this is true? Lin Fan really owns a property in Haitang Garden. The contract is fine. I signed it. It was a pleasure working together. Lin Fan carefully read the contract before signing his name. Now, this contract also had legal effect. Great, Mr. Lin, it was a pleasure working together. I will contact someone to transfer the payment for you immediately, Zhao Bingqi said, shaking hands with Lin Fan, both showing satisfied smiles. After Zhao Bingqi left, everyone in the room looked at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. A house in Haitang Garden is truly a sky-high price. Even high-income earners like Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoting, with annual salaries of hundreds of thousands, might not be able to afford a unit here. Gao Lixiong's annual salary is 600,000, and just for the down payment, he would need to save money for 10 years. Who would have thought that Lin Fan, who arrived here on a tricycle, humble and modest, is actually a hidden millionaire? Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong still had a sliver of doubt, wondering if Lin Fan was acting, but when they saw the text message on Lin Fan's phone, all their doubts vanished. Your savings card ending in 6115 received a transfer of 840,000 yuan on June 27th at 1941. Current balance, 875,214 yuan. Construction bank. The entire room fell into shock. The rent of 840,000 has arrived. Chapter 19 La Romanicani. When everyone saw Lin Fan's text message, their eyes were somewhat dazed. In the time it took to have a meal, he received 840,000 RMB. This 840,000 RMB, along with the recent contract, was enough to prove that Lin Fan indeed owned a property in Haitang Garden, worth at least 20 million. Wow, that's 20 million. Brother Fan, when did you become so impressive? The key is that you're still so low-key. It would take me 10 years of work to afford a down payment for a place in Haitang Garden, and you already have a 20 million house. Gao Lixiong looked at Lin Fan, completely stunned. The houses in Haitang Garden are not something just anyone can afford. How could you be so amazing, Lin Fan? With such a great house, you still say you're just casually living somewhere. What did you get rich, Lin Fan? Many girls gathered around, looking at Lin Fan with awe. They knew about Lin Fan's family background, but now he casually owned a house worth 20 million. The high-end community S school district house is something many people dream of owning. Not exactly rich, just a few properties, nothing special, we're all just eating vegetables. Lin Fan waved his hand, not really caring. Look at him, so low-key. This is what a tycoon should be like, just a few properties. Or has Lin Fan already got several such houses? Wow, one house costs 20 million. 5 houses would be 100 million. Lin Fan, how many houses do you actually have in the capital? You all underestimated Lin Fan. Think about it. He rents out a 20 million house. So what kind of house does he live in? Several girls whispered together. Originally, Shui Yaoting had ordered a bunch of good food, wanted to show off. But now everyone's attention had shifted to Lin Fan, especially Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong, their eyes wide open. Lin Fan is actually so rich. In an instant, they all understood. No wonder Lin Fan rode a tricycle and casually opened a small restaurant. He simply didn't care about customers. Gao Lixiong still wanted to offer Lin Fan a job with a salary of over 8,000 a month, but Lin Fan didn't agree. With a 20 million school district house, just renting it out for 70,000 a month would already exceed most people's salaries. Not to mention rent would go up. In a few years, it's very possible the price of school district houses could double. 20 million turning into 40 million. If Lin Fan has 5 school district houses, then Wu Ti's assets go from 100 million to 200 million directly. Lin Fan, what exactly do you do for a living? How can you be so amazing? I originally wanted to show off in front of everyone, but now I can't. You've stolen all the thunder. Shui Yaoting felt a bit of admiration. He just wanted to show off occasionally, but seeing Lin Fan so outstanding, he immediately gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. They are all doing business. If Lin Fan becomes impressive, maybe they could have business dealings in the future, and Lin Fan might even help him out. I don't have much work, nor do I have much money. Didn't you see my savings are just over 800,000? Now I just run a restaurant, entertain a bit every day, collect rent, and the day just passes. Lin Fan said, wow, so you're just experiencing life? We work ourselves to death, and our annual salary is only a few 100,000. You can't compare people like that. Shui Yaoting sighed. Zhao Lei sat down next to Lin Fan, looking at him, and whispered, Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to be so outstanding. Actually, I thought you were pretty good in high school. You would definitely do great things in the future. Zhao Lei immediately felt that Lin Fan had leveled up compared to Gao Lixiong. Much better. After all, Lin Fan was so low-key, so handsome, and so rich. She believed that with her looks, it shouldn't be too hard to pursue Lin Fan. Not that outstanding, just riding a broken tricycle, it's nothing special. Lin Fan shook his head. Actually, you were very charming when you were riding the tricycle. Zhao Lei blinked, looking at Lin Fan, her cheeks a bit flushed. Now she really felt that Lin Fan was very handsome. Lin Fan, Xie Yutong, I think Lei is right. Lin Fan, where do you live? Can you take us to see it sometime? I can ride your tricycle. The two girls immediately expressed their enthusiasm toward Lin Fan. Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoting on the side felt a bit envious. After all, these two girls were quite good-looking. If they were willing to go home with him, it was likely they had already tacitly approved of something. Perhaps, as long as Lin Fan was willing, he could easily win them over. No need. I'm usually quite busy, running a restaurant and working. Lin Fan smiled and politely declined the two girls. Although they were high school classmates, he could still sense some implications in Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong's words. Bringing them home to win them over? Is Lin Fan that kind of person? Even if they were proactive, Lin Fan wasn't interested. At least, when he was riding the tricycle, Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong didn't care about him. Now that he had a 20 million school district house, they immediately came back around. Although Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong were good-looking, to Lin Fan, character was more important. Moreover, Lin Fan wasn't lacking in women. If we're talking about girls, Su Shireen's character is undoubtedly much better than theirs. And Xiao Wansu also goes without saying, a cat-like girl who has always been Lin Fan's deskmate. Tonight Lin Fan still had to make her vegetable salad. By the way, can I add you on WeChat? I just realized I don't have your WeChat. Zhao Lei looked at Lin Fan, still relentless. As long as she added him on WeChat, there would be a chance. Just as Lin Fan was thinking about how to respond, a server opened the door. Two beautiful waitresses stood at the door, holding several bottles of red wine. Behind the beautiful waitresses was a manager. The manager personally came to serve the wine. The manager walked in, slightly bowing to Lin Fan, while the two beautiful waitresses placed the wine on the table, then silently stood by. Throughout the whole process, no one spoke. The people present were somewhat disordered, especially Shui Yaoting, who directly shouted, "This is La Romanicani." La Romanicani is a fine wine produced by the Romanicani winery. For flavor, only a few thousand bottles are produced worldwide each year. This fine wine has repeatedly topped the list of the world's 10 most expensive wines, with a price of over 100,000 RMB. One bottle is worth 100,000. There are 6 bottles here, that is 600,000. Who ordered this wine? There is no way this is a mistake. I didn't order this kind of wine. Shui Yaoting stood up, looking at the La Romanicani, wanting to drink it, but if he finished these 6 bottles, his yearly salary would be gone. Chapter 20. The true identity of General Manager Lin. These 6 bottles of wine were indeed not ordered by you, but they are a gesture from General Manager Yin. All complimentary. Please enjoy them, General Manager Lin. If you would like more Romanicani, just let me know. We are always prepared for you. If you have any other requests, feel free to contact these 2 attendants. I wish you a pleasant dining experience. The manager slightly bowed and turned to leave. The manager did not directly reveal Lin Fan's identity as the second largest shareholder of the company, as this was specifically instructed by Yin Shui. After all, Lin Fan had always been very low-key. On one hand, it was important for Lin Fan to know the company's sincerity. The second largest shareholder should receive the appropriate treatment. On the other hand, Yin Shui also gave due respect to this second largest shareholder. 1/5 of the company's shares were in Lin Fan's hands. As a major shareholder of the top 5-star hotel in the Magic City, it was worth it not just for 6 bottles of Romanicani, but even for 60 or 600 bottles. From Yin Shui's perspective, Lin Fan's background was even more impressive than that of the entire company. He owned a villa and sports cars worth over 100 million just in the Magic City, with fixed assets exceeding 200 million. So how much were Lin Fan's actual assets? The entire company was only valued at a little over 10 billion, while Lin Fan's personal assets had already surpassed that of the company. With so many assets, it meant that Lin Fan had a vast network behind him. If they could win him over and get him to make a few suggestions or work a bit in the company might undergo a significant transformation. When the manager and the beautiful waitress left, the sound of gasps filled the room. This was a well-known 5-star hotel in the Magic City. The manager of the New Century Radisson Hotel held significant influence here, typically only appearing for big shots or VIP clients. And yet, this manager directly referred to Lin Fan as General Manager Lin and stated that the 6 bottles of Romanicani were a gift from General Manager Yin. Shui Yaoting, Gao Lixiong, Zhao Leilei, and Xie Yutong all knew who General Manager Yin was, the company's largest shareholder, Yin Shui. Even a manager of such stature had to treat General Manager Lin with utmost respect. Who was this person that even the big boss Yin Shui personally sought to win over? In this room, there was only one person with the surname Lin. Lin Fan. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Fan in unison. The shock in Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoting's eyes was unimaginable, while Zhao Leilei and Xie Yutong were filled with surprise. Lin Fan was referred to as General Manager Lin by the manager. What kind of identity did Lin Fan possess? No one knew. This scene also drew admiration from many girls. General Manager Lin. I said Lin Fan was a big boss, and now he is being called General Manager Lin. What kind of big boss is Lin Fan? I mean, how could he possibly have a 20 million house without reason? This must be what a big shot looks like. I'm completely stunned. Lin Fan, you are currently the most successful person in our class. You must share some experiences with us. Hey, do you think I can work for you? Many girls looked at Lin Fan as if they were gazing at a celebrity. Lin Fan's popularity had completely overshadowed Shui Yaoting and Gao Lixiong. They had witnessed what a true tycoon looked like. The cost of the wine consumed during this meal was equivalent to their annual salary. The key point was that this wine was personally sent by the big boss Yin Shui, and the company would do its best to fulfill any request for it. This was the treatment of a big boss. Lin Fan smiled helplessly. You all are elevating me too high. It's not that extraordinary. This is just a class reunion, not a praise conference. If you keep this up, I might leave. Let us just drink, eat something, and have fun. A group of people were flattering Lin Fan, which he didn't particularly enjoy. If he ever became a trending topic, he would be completely famous. He was already naturally handsome, charming many girls. If he became even more popular, he would have a swarm of young girls and older women chasing after him, making it difficult to meet Xiao Wanxiu alone at a small restaurant. If he really wanted to become famous, all he would need to do was post a photo of him and Xiao Wanxiu on Weibo, and it would probably explode. He couldn't imagine how many agencies would seek collaboration with him, or how many girls would become his fans. It would all be too much trouble. Lin Fan didn't like dealing with such matters. Allicht, Fan Yi, Amalsning. I feel like I've hugged a real big shot today, and I get to drink such good wine. Fangirl, let me fill your glass. It would be a waste not to drink such good wine. Shui Yaoting poured wine into Lin Fan's glass. After taking a sip, Lin Fan nodded slightly. It was decent. Shui Yaoting and Gao Lixiong exchanged glances. This wine was not just decent. It was worth 100,000 per bottle. A single sip was worth thousands. Thanks to Lin Fan's earlier comments, the group stopped excessively flattering him, but many were now much more interested in him. Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong felt a bit regretful. If they could have kept in touch with Lin Fan after graduation, perhaps, they might have had a chance to marry into a wealthy family. Lin Fan was now a true tycoon. The two girls looked at Lin Fan with smiles. Their previous attitudes completely changed. There was a hint of admiration and a touch of affection. This wasn't teen materialism. Reality often works that way. If you were as handsome as the author, you'd understand how proactive girls could be. After drinking a lot, Lin Fan felt a bit dizzy and gradually fell asleep. As the sky darkened, many classmates still felt unsatisfied. Come on, I haven't tea drunk, so I'll take Fanga back, Gao Lixiong said. All right, we'll go with you. We're afraid you can't handle it alone, Shui Yaoting replied, while Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong added. The two girls mainly wanted to see where Lin Fan lived, but they didn't know, so they could only take Lin Fan to the small restaurant and wait for him to wake up after sobering up. As they left, Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoting helped Lin Fan into the car. Many classmates were at the door, preparing to disperse, while the attendants remained courteous. Zhao Lei approached a female attendant and curiously asked, "Do you know who Lin Fan is? I saw your manager was very polite to him, and even called him General Manager Lin." Xie Yutong was also curious, along with other girls who were watching the female attendant. The attendant looked at Lin Fan, who had fallen asleep, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of envy, and said, "You don't know General Manager Lin's identity?" The manager wasn't supposed to say, but this news can't be hidden. General Manager Lin is actually the second largest shareholder of our company, second only to General Manager Yin. I heard he owns 20% of the shares. You can check it online. Zhao Lei, Xie Yutong, and many classmates were stunned. So this was Lin Fan's true identity. The second largest shareholder of the top 5-star hotel in the Magic City, owning 20% of the shares. That means Lin Fan's net worth was actually over 100 million. Chapter 21, This Wouldn't Fool, everyone's eyes were wide open. Zhao Lei, Xie Yutong, Gao Lixiong, and Shui Yaoting looked at Lin Fan, who had already fallen asleep. My goodness. No wonder Yin Shui, the largest shareholder of the New Century Radisson Hotel, wanted to win over Lin Fan and even gifted him a bottle of Romanicani worth 100,000 RMB. 20% of the shares, the company's second largest shareholder. Wow. Brother Fan is hiding deep enough. Shui Yaoting looked amazed. I was wondering how Brother Fan could afford a 20 million renminbi house in Haidang Garden. He's the second largest shareholder of the company. One house is nothing. Even if it's 2 or 3, that's more than enough. Gao Lixiong spoke up. Lin Fan is really impressive. It turns out he is the one hiding the deepest. Is it still too late to hug Lin Fan's thigh? I thought he was just riding a tricycle and was planning to help him find a job, but now I need to hug his thigh. I'm shocked. Lin Fan is so handsome and so capable. I feel like I've fallen for him. What should I do? Your chest is too small. Men don't like small chests. If Lin Fan had to choose, he would choose me. Nonsense. Lin Fan is not that kind of person. So many girls pursued him in high school, yet he never dated anyone. Lin Fan's character is beyond reproach. After a moment of astonishment, many girls showed some smiles. They genuinely felt happy for Lin Fan. Now that Lin Fan has become so impressive, if they encounter any troubles in the future, they can seek Lin Fan's help. The key is that Lin Fan is still so handsome. As for those who directly want to pursue Lin Fan as his girlfriend, the girls were just joking. Although Lin Fan is very capable, they also know about his character. Xie Yutong looked at Lin Fan and felt a bit guilty. Lin Fan is so outstanding, and he even took the initiative to greet her in the food market, but she ignored him because he was riding a tricycle. She regretted it a bit and decided that when she had the chance, she must sincerely apologize to Lin Fan. Zhao Lei felt the same. She realized her ignorance and now had deep admiration and some infatuation for Lin Fan. Lin Fan is the second largest shareholder of a five-star hotel and owns a house in Haiding Garden. It would be a lie to say Zhao Lei wasn't moved. Zhao Lei looked at Lin Fan, her cheeks slightly flushed, her heart fluttering. Lin Fan is so handsome. If he has no contact with Xiao Wanxiu, maybe she still has a chance. With her looks, she might just be able to pursue Lin Fan. When Lin Fan woke up, he glanced at Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong and smiled politely. Lin Fan, im suri. Xie Yutong looked at Lin Fan with some grievance and took the initiative to apologize. What are you apologizing for? We're classmates. Lin Fan smiled and didn't take it to heart. Not angry anymore. Then Lin Fan, can I add you on WeChat? Xie Yutong gathered her courage. Her cheeks slightly flushed, looking at Lin Fan with anticipation. Sure. Lin Fan nodded. After all, they were high school classmates. Adding each other on WeChat wasn't a big deal. Can I add you too? Zhao Lei blinked and looked at Lin Fan, taking out her phone. Since we're all classmates, what is the big deal about adding WeChat? Lin Fan added both Xie Yutong and Zhao Lei. Lin Fan, thank you. Where do you live? If I have time in the future, can I visit your house? Xie Yutong happily put away her phone. I want to go too. Zhao Lei nodded. Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoding felt a pang of pain. This is simply a blatant hint. If a person is handsome and wealthy, you can't imagine how proactive girls can be. Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong are both beauties with scores of 90 points, and many people pursue them. But these girls want to visit Lin Fan's house. What can they do when they go to Lin Fan's house? Of course, it's rolling in sheets. With the girls being this proactive, Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoding couldn't resist. It's unreasonable not to. All right, if you want to come in the future, just book a date and invite a dozen classmates over for a gathering at my house. Lin Fan said. As for the girls' proactive behavior, Lin Fan didn't pick up on it. He simply thought Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong wanted to see his house. Oh, okay. Xie Yutong nodded. Brother Fan, by the way, where do you live? Shui Yaoding asked out of curiosity. Lambo and community. Lin Fan said. After Lin Fan finished speaking, Zhao Lei, Xie Yutong, Gao Lixiong, and Shui Yaoding all exchanged glances. Zhao Lei even picked up her phone to search for Lambo and community to confirm. Wow, Lambo and community, Brother Fan, you're impressive. Lambo and community is one of the upscale communities in the entire city, and its level of luxury cannot be compared to Haiding Garden. Shui Yaoding exclaimed. Yes, in Lambo and community. Even the cheapest upscale apartments cost around 30 to 40 million. And to enter Lambo and community, not only do you need wealth, but also a certain social status. Gao Lixiong added. Especially the villas in Lambo and community. They're not affordable for ordinary people. I heard that any villa there costs over 100 million. The property management and security in Lambo and community are top-notch, professionally trained. Thieves definitely wouldn't dare to enter Lambo and community to steal. The security there is just too perfect. Gao Lixiong looked at Lin Fan. He couldn't imagine that Lin Fan actually lived in Lambo and community. Brother Fan, having an upscale apartment in Lambo and community is enough to boast about. Shui Yaoding felt increasingly impressed by Lin Fan, after struggling in the city for several years. Lin Fan even lived in a house there. Brother Fan, which building do you live in? We'll form a group to visit your house. Haha. Gao Lixiong pulled out a Baidu map. Here, Lin Fan pointed. Wow. Isn't this the Lake Heart Villa? A 200 million villa that was just bought by a mysterious rich man a few days ago. Brother Fan, you actually live in Lake Heart Villa? That's the most luxurious villa in the entire Lambo and community. Gao Lixiong was completely stunned. He casually asked and found out that Lin Fan lived in a villa worth over 100 million. Lake Heart Villa? Wow. Brother Fan, you're truly a billionaire. There's no comparison. How can we still show off in front of you in the future? Shui Yaoding looked bitter. Zhao Lei chuckled. Shui Yaoding, give it up. You'll never catch up to Lin Fan in this lifetime. Since Lin Fan lives in such a nice villa, I must visit him more in the future. Hearing this, Shui Yaoting laughed. Of course, how could he catch up with Brother Fan? Next time, I'll gather 20 or 30 classmates to go to Brother Fan's house and arrange a big meal to treat him well. Lin Fan looked at everyone and smiled. It was quite pleasant to get along with Shui Yaoting and Gao Lixiong. Inviting dozens of classmates to the villa for a big meal was also enjoyable. All right, I'll arrange it when I get back and send a special car to pick you up. Lin Fan smiled. Wow, Brother Fan, really? I was just joking. Can we really visit your house? Shui Yaoting's eyes lit up. After all, that's the best Lake Heart Villa in Lamboan Community. And ordinary people can't even enter the gates of Lamboan Community. Do I look like someone who jokes around? Just drop me off here. I'll open the store again tonight, Lin Fan said, and before he knew it, the car had already arrived at the small restaurant. This is the gap between me and a billionaire. Brother Fan, you're already so rich, yet you still have to work hard to run your store tonight. Gao Lixiong sighed, stopping the car. You don't understand. This is called enjoying life. Lin Fan got out of the car, feeling good after the class reunion. Actually, Lin Fan wouldn't be opening the store that night. He can't run the restaurant for long each day. Usually, it would have closed by this time. He's working overtime tonight, mainly because of Xiao Wanxiu, that despicable woman, wanting him to make her vegetable salad for a lifetime over just 20,000 yuan. Lin Fan is very angry. Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Xiao Wanxiu, who had just walked over, pouted her lips a bit wronged, thinking that this wooden-headed idiot is just a foolish pig. Chapter 22, Are you liking me? Meow, meow. Xiao Wanxiu's voice rang out as she looked at Lin Fan and blinked her eyes. You're here? Lin Fan smiled and didn't turn around. Are you not happy that I came here? Xiao Wanxiu said softly, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Fan, slightly dimmed as if feeling a bit wronged. Lin Fan turned around to look at the girl in front of him. She was still wearing the cat-eared hat, looking like a cat girl, dressed in shorts, with two long, snow-white legs. Without any makeup, she was still very pretty. Seeing her looking wronged was still so cute. Lin Fan originally wanted to tease Xiao Wanxiu a bit, but seeing her like this made it hard for him to do so. I'm happy, Lin Fan said. Oomph. You stink, Lin Fan. You better dare to be unhappy. Xiao Wanxiu took off her hat, and her figure was still perfect. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Wanxiu, momentarily dazed. Xiao Wanxiu was indeed much prettier than Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong. She was a big star, had a great body ratio, and her skin was well maintained, which many others could not compare to. What are you looking at? Pervert, Xiao Wanxiu stepped back, warily looking at Lin Fan. In a situation with just the two of them, what if this dense guy had some thoughts? Not that big, can't even look, Lin Fan retorted. Xiao Wanxiu stomped her foot and glared at Lin Fan. She straightened her back and stood in front of him. You stink, Lin Fan, are you looking for a fight? Xiao Wanxiu looked at Lin Fan. Usually, others praised her for being pretty, for looking good, for having a big chest. Only Lin Fan dared to say such things. Actually, if you look closely, it is quite big, Lin Fan chuckled. Xiao Wanxiu, it just felt like something was off. No matter what, she felt like she was losing out. Shameless Lin Fan. Xiao Wanxiu was still very angry. This annoying desk mate always made her mad. How was the class reunion today? Xiao Wanxiu changed the subject. Lin Fan nodded, saying he had a lot of fun and that many girls came. Xiao Wanxiu looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, many girls came to chat with me. It felt like high school again. Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong even asked for my WeChat. After several years, they have all become prettier. Xiao Wanxiu, fierce. Seeing Xiao Wanxiu's cute expression, Lin Fan smiled. Who told Xiao Wanxiu to act so well in front of him last time? Do you want to eat something? Vegetable salad? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanxiu and gently touched her cat-eared hat. Not eating. Xiao Wanxiu turned her head away. Jealous? Lin Fan chuckled, looking at Xiao Wanxiu. You're the one who's jealous. Your whole family is jealous. Xiao Wanxiu huffed. Seriously, none of them are as pretty as you, Lin Fan said, looking at Xiao Wanxiu. Xiao Wanxiu, eat some vegetable salad. I want to eat meat, but I might get fat. Xiao Wanxiu touched her little belly, which had no excess fat at all. It's okay. After eating, we can exercise more, Lin Fan thought for a moment and said. Exercise more. Xiao Wanxiu looked at Lin Fan. I don't like exercising with a lot of people. I prefer exercising with just two people. It's faster for losing weight. Lin Fan was just about to cook when suddenly the power went out. The restaurant was already quite small, and the whole street was plunged into darkness. Ah, Xiao Wanqiu said softly, seemingly a bit scared of the dark. Looks like we can't make the vegetable salad. Lin Fan walked over to Xiao Wanqiu's side, smiling helplessly. Xiao Wanqiu had been a bit afraid of the dark since she was little. Surrounded by darkness, she hid in Lin Fan's arms. Just like back in high school when the power went out and the other classmates cheered while she leaned against Lin Fan. Are you afraid of the dark? Lin Fan chuckled, feeling a bit hot for being so close to Xiao Wanqiu. It's okay, Xiao Wanqiu nodded. My phone has a flashlight, Lin Fan said. But I'm still scared. Xiao Wanqiu's voice was soft and a bit trembling. With me here, there's nothing to be afraid of, Lin Fan smiled. His smile was warm and very infectious. But I'm hungry, Xiao Wanqiu said, feeling a bit wronged. She came to find Lin Fan without having dinner. How about you come to my house? Xiao Wanqiu's voice rang out. There's no one in my house. Go to your house. Lin Fan felt a bit overwhelmed. The key was that Xiao Wanqiu was so pretty. I want to eat vegetable salad, Xiao Wanqiu said. Okay, since the power is out outside, let's go. Can I borrow your arm? Lin Fan asked. Xiao Wanqiu looked a bit confused. Then I'll take that as your agreement. Lin Fan held Xiao Wanqiu's arm and, using the light from his phone, walked out of the restaurant, closing the door. If this scene were captured, it would definitely trend #1 on Weibo. But Xiao Wanqiu didn't stop him. Even though she was a star, she wasn't so cautious when she was with Lin Fan. And now that the power was out, there was no one around, so no one would see them. I have a car. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks turned slightly red as Lin Fan held her arm, her heart racing. As for why Lin Fan didn't hold her hand, it was because they weren't in a relationship yet, so he wouldn't take advantage of her. When they arrived at Xiao Wanqiu's house, Lin Fan found that her place wasn't in a high-end community. The room was also not big, about 100 square meters. Xiao Wanqiu sat there, watching Lin Fan busily in the kitchen. She watched with a bit of infatuation. She had always had a good relationship with Lin Fan, even after becoming a star. Lin Fan was really handsome. Even many male stars in their company couldn't compare to him. After making the vegetable salad, Lin Fan also cooked some black rice porridge, which smelled delicious. Is it good? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and smiled. It's really delicious. I've never seen anyone make vegetable salad this good. Xiao Wanqiu exclaimed. When did your cooking skills get so good? Lin Fan, when did your cooking skills get so good? Xiao Wanqiu asked. They've always been this good. Lin Fan patted his chest. He now possessed master-level cooking skills. Even some top chefs might not cook as well as he did. Bringing me to your house. What if someone finds out? Lin Fan took a bite of an apple and said, Seems like you have some ulterior motive. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks turned red. If someone finds out, it would be terrible, but being able to eat the food you made is worth it even if someone finds out, Xiao Wanqiu giggled. Lin Fan approached, looking at Xiao Wanqiu who was eating vegetable salad, and smiled slightly. You love eating the food. I make so much. Do you like me? Xiao Wanqiu lightly bit her lower lip and glared at Lin Fan with a fierce look. Narcissist. Only a pig would like you. Chapter 23. Is this Lin Fan the one who took advantage of my family cabbage? This sentence from Lin Fan made Xiao Wanqiu quite angry. She was so beautiful. A big star with so many fans. Countless people liked her and wanted to pursue her. But only Lin Fan asked if she liked him. Narcissist. Even if she starved to death and jumped out of the window, she would never like Lin Fan. If she liked Lin Fan, she would be a pig. All right. Just kidding. What if you really turn into a pig? Lin Fan teased Xiao Wanqiu while looking at her. You're the pig. Your whole family are pigs. Stinky Lin Fan. I'm not talking to you anymore. Xiao Wanqiu turned away, no longer looking at Lin Fan. She was angry and wanted to eat. Xiao Wanqiu helplessly shrugged her shoulders, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Fan. Mainly, she just wanted to eat. Although she was a star, she was still a foodie. What girl doesn't love food? Especially since Xiao Wanqiu was a cat-like girl who loved to eat meat and dried fish the most. Give me money, Lin Fan said with righteousness. I'm not your personal chef, cooking for you every day. Xiao Wanqiu. I have no money, and I won't give you my life either. Lin Fan stepped forward and touched the furry cat ear hat on Xiao Wanqiu's head, feeling content with the soft texture. All right, this counts as a benefit. I can't just cook you braised fish for free. Is there braised fish? Xiao Wanqiu stood up, looking at Lin Fan with surprise on her face. She brought Lin Fan into her house, wanting not only a vegetable salad but also braised fish. Her favorite dish was braised fish. She had only mentioned it once in high school, and it turned out Lin Fan remembered. "No, I'm starting to make it now," Lin Fan said, beginning to cook. He wasn't making fish for Xiao Wanqiu for free. After all, he had touched her cat ear hat. That counted as taking advantage a little. Not to mention Xiao Wanqiu had given Lin Fan 20,000 yuan. Making a few meals of braised fish wasn't a big deal. Xiao Wanqiu rested her beautiful hand on her fragrant cheek, her long legs casually positioned, watching Lin Fan carefully, revealing a smile. Lin Fan, who was seriously cooking, was really handsome. Especially Lin Fan, who was making braised fish for her, was even more handsome. After a series of operations, Lin Fan poured cooking oil into the pan, heating it until it was moderately hot and slightly smoking. First, he submerged the fish head into the hot oil for a while, then put the whole fish into the oil, frying it until a faint aroma wafted through. He added debanjiang, quickly stir-frying until the oil turned red. Then he added scallions, ginger, garlic, dried chili, and other seasonings, the fragrance wafting. Lin Fan skillfully controlled the heat, and the fried fish could already be smelled. He used a spoon to pour the sauce over the fish, finally drizzling a bit of sesame oil and evenly pouring the sauce over the fish. He sprinkled chopped scallions on top, and, just like that, the braised fish was ready. Just by smelling the aroma, Xiao Wanqiu was already enchanted. This braised fish looked so delicious. Really, so delicious. Xiao Wanqiu took a bite, and it melted in her mouth, tender and tasty, with a wonderful flavor. She didn't expect Lin Fan's braised fish to be so delicious. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan, her cheeks flushed. How could Lin Fan's cooking be so good? She couldn't even bear to be angry with him. The taste is okay. Lin Fan took a bite too. Thus, after the class reunion, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu began their real dinner. Braised fish, along with several bowls of porridge and a vegetable salad. Lin Fan was used to eating his own cooking, and when he ate a five-star hotel's big meal, he felt a bit unaccustomed. The most important thing was that the five-star hotel's big meal wasn't as delicious as what he made. After eating and drinking enough, Xiao Wanqiu lay back on the bed. This life was just too good. But I will gain weight. Meow Meow will get fat. Let us go exercise together. Xiao Wanqiu pulled Lin Fan, who was also lying on the bed. Duo exercise? Lin Fan smiled. How many people do you want? Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks flushed slightly. My family just happens to have a treadmill. Let's exercise together to lose weight. Then you will lose to me. I exercise every day. Lin Fan laughed. I won't lose. Xiao Wanqiu was also unwilling to back down and stepped onto the treadmill. An hour later, Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks were flushed, her body covered in sweat, and she was a bit out of breath, unable to speak. Lin Fan was the same, but he looked fine. As someone who often exercised, his body wasn't bad. After exercising, Xiao Wanqiu lay on the bed and fell asleep. Lin Fan originally wanted to go home, but he was too tired today. After eating the braised fish and exercising for an hour, he fell asleep too. The two of them didn't even take off their clothes and fell asleep on the bed. Unknowingly, it was already the next day. The first to wake up was Xiao Wanqiu. When she saw Lin Fan sleeping next to her, she was taken aback. Did something happen last night? After checking, Xiao Wanqiu let out a sigh of relief. If others found out, her Weibo would probably crash. Shocked, Xiao Wanqiu actually slept in the same bed with a strange man. When Lin Fan woke up too, their eyes met. Fortunately, nothing had happened. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks were just a bit pink. Lin Fan, hurry up and leave. If you don't go, my manager, Sister Yang, will be back. Xiao Wanqiu's face was red as she looked at Lin Fan. Even though nothing happened, it felt like they had done something bad. If they got found out, we would be in trouble. Xiao Wanqiu pushed Lin Fan, urging him to leave. After all, her current identity was special, although the manager was her person. If Yang Qing found out about this, she would definitely come and talk to her about it. Meow Meow, hurry up and leave. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan, pouting her lips, looking very cute. All right. Lin Fan nodded, put on his coat, walked out the door, and seeing Xiao Wanqiu so nervous, he smiled slightly. There wasn't much change since high school. They hadn't done anything, but if someone caught them, it would be hard to explain. A lonely man and woman, alone in a room, especially with such a beautiful girl and a handsome boy. Just as Lin Fan stepped out of the stairwell, He happened to run into a woman in her 30s. The woman looked at Lin Fan in surprise, but didn't think much of it. Lin Fan looked over. This woman should be Xiao Wanqiu's manager, Yang Qing. They actually ran into each other. However, Lin Fan remained calm. He pretended nothing had happened and acted like a resident of the community. So what if he had slept in the same bed with Xiao Wanqiu? They hadn't even touched hands. At first, Yang Qing indeed didn't suspect anything. After all, it's normal for a resident to come down from the building. But as she walked upstairs, Yang Qing realized. In the whole building, Xiao Wanqiu was the only resident. So who was Lin Fan, who just passed by? No wonder Xiao Wanqiu had been going to a certain place alone frequently lately, not letting anyone know. Yang Qing had always had some suspicions. Now, seeing Lin Fan, everything became clear. Could it be this Lin Fan who took advantage of my family's cabbage? And they even slept together? Chapter 24. A 24 million district schoolhouse. Yang Qing silently entered the room and saw Xiao Wanqiu, feeling a bit frustrated. Xiao Wanqiu was a big star. How could she sleep with someone else? If someone with ulterior motives took a photo, it would be impossible to clear her name. Yang Qing looked at Xiao Wanqiu and was relieved that she hadn't taken off her clothes yet. Wanqiu, tell me, do you have someone you like? Yang Qing asked as she sat next to her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks flushed. Sister Yang, I don't. Yang Qing sighed as she looked at Xiao Wanqiu. Wanqiu, you've been going out alone these days, and you even let other men stay at your place at night. If it gets out that you are in a relationship, it will have a huge impact on your career. Plus, if you get involved with an ordinary person, it will also hinder your career and work. As Xiao Wanqiu's manager, Yang Qing certainly had to care about her daily life. Sister Yang, no, Lin Fan is my high school desk mate, and we have a good relationship. Produce. His vegetable salad is really delicious, and he also makes braised fish. We should go eat there sometime. Xiao Wanqiu blinked and looked at Yang Qing. Good at cooking? Then last night, Yang Qing continued to question. I just ate too much, then ran for a bit and fell asleep. Meow meow, nothing happened. Xiao Wanqiu recalled what happened last night. Really didn't date? Yang Qing asked again. No, Xiao Wanqiu shook her head. She lifted her beautiful eyes and looked seriously at Yang Qing. Even if I were dating, it would be my business, unrelated to the company. Even if the boss comes to talk to me, I would have the same attitude. Xiao Wanqiu said, rarely so serious. For her career, for the company's reputation. Should she stay away from Lin Fan? Sorry, she couldn't do that. Yang Qing looked at Xiao Wanqiu's determination and could only sigh. After all, she was just a manager. Moreover, she was merely Xiao Wanqiu's manager, and Xiao Wanqiu could easily replace her if she wanted to. Although Xiao Wanqiu was very beautiful, acted well, and was usually obedient, she was always stubborn on principled issues. She would not act in bad films for money, would not do kissing scenes, and would not take on romantic dramas. If she were willing to do these things, she might be even more popular, but she refused. Even so, Xiao Wanqiu remained the top female artist under the company, with over 80 million fans who adored her. Because of this, Xiao Wanqiu had rejected countless scripts, but her stubbornness left the company helpless. Yang Qing knew she couldn't persuade Xiao Wanqiu. She finally understood why Xiao Wanqiu never took kissing scenes. The always principled Xiao Wanqiu would never let a guy spend the night at her home. What on earth did that detestable Lin Fan have that made Xiao Wanqiu defend him so fiercely? Wanqiu, is his cooking really that good? Bring me over next time to try it, Yang Qing asked curiously. Of course it's super delicious. Xiao Wanqiu nodded, making a cute expression. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained a district schoolhouse in Haitang Garden, totaling 120 square meters, valued at 24 million. The relevant property certificate has been issued to the system warehouse. The system's voice echoed as a new day began, and Lin Fan checked in for another district schoolhouse. Worth 24 million. If rented out, the annual rent would be at least over 900,000. In 10 years, that's 9 million. In 20 years, that's 18 million. Lin Fan immediately posted rental information and, of course, paid the property fees. Now he had a lakeside villa, a Bugatti sports car, and 2 district school houses in Haitang Garden. Lin Fan opened his phone and checked his bank balance. Current balance, 875,214 yuan, 870,000. If he could rent out this new district schoolhouse, Lin Fan would almost be a millionaire. He immediately transferred 500,000 to his parents in the countryside and then made a phone call. Mom, I've transferred 500,000 to your and Dad's bank account. Please check it. What? 500,000? Son, where did you get so much money? Are you doing something illegal? Lin Fan's mother was shocked to hear about the 500,000. Mom, how could I do such things? I'm running a company now and am one of the shareholders. I've received several million in dividends. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Shareholder? Million? Really? When did my son become so outstanding? Having millions now. When your dad finds out, he'll drink a few bottles of wine to celebrate. Just don't do anything illegal. I'll save this 500,000 for you to marry a wife in the future. Lin Fan's mother sounded pleased. What parents don't wish for their children to succeed? Mom, you don't need to save it for my marriage. You and Dad should improve your living conditions. I'm not short of money. Making money in Shanghai is quick, Lin Fan said. His parents were like that. He wanted to improve their lives, but they were always reluctant to spend his money. By the way, son, do you have a girlfriend? When will you bring her home to meet me? His mother's voice came through the phone. Lin Fan was helpless. Every time he called, it was about asking about a girlfriend. Is it that easy to find a girlfriend? Moreover, Lin Fan indeed didn't have a girlfriend right now. And even if he did, it would have to be based on feelings before bringing her home. Mom, I haven't even started dating yet, Lin Fan replied. Well, no girlfriend is just fine. The neighbor's daughter is quite pretty. Her name is Xie Tingting. Lin Fan's mother said, Mom, I don't need to be set up. Lin Fan directly rejected her. You can't refuse. You're already 25, and I've made arrangements. I was just about to call you about it. This afternoon at 4:30 at Onion restaurant near you. You must go. After saying that, Lin Fan's mother hung up the phone. Lin Fan, he didn't want to go on a blind date at all. He wasn't even thinking about dating. But since his mom had made the arrangements and they were neighbors, if Lin Fan didn't go, his mom would be embarrassed. Fine. He might as well go and say it didn't work out in the end. Lin Fan thought, glancing at the time. It was already 4 p.m., perfect for heading out now. Driving his Bugatti, worth over 100 million, Lin Fan went straight to Onion restaurant for his first blind date. He truly didn't want to go, but with his mom constantly pushing, he figured he might as well sit there for a bit. It was a matter of politeness. As for whether anything would come of it, Lin Fan didn't care. He would consider anyone less attractive than Xiao Wanxiu. How great it would be to bring Xiao Wanxiu home as a girlfriend. Driving the Bugatti, Lin Fan became the most eye-catching sight on the road. Passers-by gasped in astonishment. A Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Wow. Isn't that a car worth over 100 million? Did you see that? The guy driving the car is so handsome. I saw it too. That guy is more handsome than a big star. I just wish I had taken a photo. Chapter 25. My cat is being bullied. Hit him. When Lin Fan arrived at the Onion restaurant in his Bugatti, the restaurant staff immediately welcomed him. The two female waiters looked at Lin Fan with a hint of admiration in their eyes, because Lin Fan was just too handsome. Moreover, he was driving a sports car. Even though the two waiters didn't recognize the model, they knew that such a car must cost at least several million. Lin Fan was also a wealthy second-generation rich kid, and upon arriving at the restaurant in a sports car, he was immediately taken to a VIP booth. Hello, may I help you? The waitress smiled, her service attitude very good. Just a cup of coffee. I'm waiting for someone, Lin Fan said. This blind date was mainly to please his mother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to a blind date himself. Moreover, since Lin Fan drove the Bugatti here, he didn't intend to actually succeed in this blind date. Otherwise, Xiao Wanxiu would probably bite him. Lin Fan opened Xiao Wanxiu's WeChat and sent a message. Lin Fan, I'm on a blind date. Xiao Wanxiu. Xiao Wanxiu, fierce. Lin Fan, introduced by Mom, the daughter of our neighbor. Just giving Mom face. Xiao Wanxiu, angry. JPG, Xiao Wanxiu, furious. JPG, Lin Fan, just executing a task. Mom has been urging me to find a girlfriend. Why don't you come home with me sometime to fool my mom? Xiao Wanxiu, dream on. Xiao Wanxiu, is she pretty? Lin Fan, I don't know, I haven't seen her yet. No matter how pretty she is, she can't compare to you. Xiao Wanxiu, you're so smooth with your words? Here's a piece of candy as a reward. Lin Fan, actually, I don't want to say things against my will, mainly because I've taken your money. Xiao Wanxiu angry. Xiao Wanxiu enabled friend verification, and you're not yet friends with him, her. Please send a friend verification request. You can chat after the other party verifies. Lin Fan. Why did I get blacklisted? He immediately re-added her. Lin Fan. Next time, I'll make you 2 servings of vegetable salad. Xiao Wanxiu. Lin Fan, 3 servings. Xiao Wanxiu, and braised fish. Lin Fan, okay. Xiao Wanxiu. Looking at Xiao Wanxiu's WeChat, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Being with Xiao Wanxiu felt completely different from being with other girls. As for this blind date, Lin Fan was even less concerned. If his mom pushed him again, he would just bring Xiao Wanxiu home and see what his mom had to say. At 4:30 p.m., it was already time, but the other party had not arrived. Lin Fan sipped a cup of coffee and waited slowly. At 5 o'clock p.m., half an hour late, and the other party still hadn't shown up. Lin Fan couldn't wait any longer. His time was very precious. He didn't know how many girls wanted to meet him. Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong had already sent him many WeChat messages, wanting to invite him to dinner, but Lin Fan had declined them all. Lin Fan directly messaged the girl he was supposed to meet for the blind date, Xie Tingting. Lin Fan, why are you half an hour late? Xie Tingting, oh, I have something going on and couldn't make it, but I think it's unnecessary to come now. Let us cut to the chase. I have a few questions for you. Lin Fan, okay. Xie Tingting, you know that nowadays marriage puts a lot of emphasis on houses and cars. It's not that I'm materialistic, but do you have a house in the outer ring of Modu? Lin Fan, no. Xie Tingting, you must have a car, right? Do you have an Audi A7? Lin Fan, no. Xie Tingting, then how much is your monthly salary? Do you have social insurance and housing fund? Lin Fan, I don't have a salary, nor do I have social insurance or housing fund. Lin Fan, where are you? Xie Tingting enabled friend verification, and you are not yet friends with him, her. Please send a friend verification request. You can chat after the other party verifies. Lin Fan. Xie Tingting was indeed not wrong. Nowadays, which girl doesn't want a car and a house for marriage? The questions were quite normal, but Lin Fan hadn't even had the chance to speak. He indeed didn't have a house in the outer ring, nor did he have an Audi A7, and no one was paying him a salary, so naturally, he didn't have social insurance or housing fund. The main issue was, Lin Fan had a lakeside villa worth over 100 million, a sports car worth over 100 million, and 2 school district houses in the Haitang Garden community. Just these assets alone were worth nearly 400 million. Moreover, Lin Fan was also the second largest shareholder of the new Radisson 5-star hotel. He hadn't even had the chance to explain before being deleted from the friend list. Lin Fan originally thought that since he came in a Bugatti, the other party wouldn't pull any old tricks. But now, it seemed that the other party didn't even give him a chance to speak. However, that was just fine. Lin Fan was too lazy to explain. Complete the task and be done with it. After paying, Lin Fan sent the chat records to Xiao Wanxiu. Xiao Wanxiu. Meow meow. Xiao Wanxiu. My cat is being bullied again. Hit her. Lin Fan. Why do you seem so happy? Xiao Wanxiu. At that moment, Lin Fan thought of the school district house he had just signed for not long ago. It was just trying to go take a look at the school district house and rent it out at the same time. Driving the Bugatti, Lin Fan headed straight for the garden community. On the other side, Xie Tingting, who was working at the property management of the community, was complaining to Xiao Ranran, you know what? I went on a blind date today. He doesn't have a car, no house, and to top it off, he doesn't even have a salary or social insurance. So I blacklisted him. How can there still be such ridiculous people these days? No car, no house, no salary. What will a girl eat if she marries him, the northwest wind? Xiao Ranran's eyes widened. Huh? Xie Tingting stretched lazily. I just knew it would be like this. His family is quite poor, so I didn't even bother going on a blind date. It's not that I'm looking down on him. I just already knew he had no car or house, so I asked him on WeChat just to confirm. Xiao Ranran looked at Xie Tingting, but that's not right. You'd already set it up, so how could you not go? Isn't that standing him up? Xie Tingting thought for a moment and said, that's true. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll apologize to him. But without a car, house, or job, who would marry him? Xie Tingting picked up a glass of water and looked at Xiao Ranran. I'm so envious of you. I heard that a wealthy person recently bought a house here for over 20 million, and you can help manage the property for him. I heard that the rich guy even praised you, and the company gave you a raise. If you manage to catch him, wouldn't you be set for life? Xia Ranran thought of Lin Fan and blushed. He's very handsome, and he's very rich. How could I be worthy of him? You know, he has 2 school district houses here worth over 40 million in total. And he also has a lakeside villa worth over 200 million and a sport car worth over 100 million. Most importantly, he is super handsome. Like really handsome. Chapter 26. So Lin Fan is so outstanding. Xie Tingting looked at Xia Ranran, who was so infatuated, and said, "Is he really that handsome? It's the first time I've seen you so obsessed with someone." Xia Ranran nodded and excitedly said, "He is really handsome, and he is a nice person too. Every time I'm in front of him, I don't dare to look at him too much. I feel like if I look a few more times, I'll be completely captivated." Xie Tingting teased, "I think you're already captivated." Xia Ranran playfully hit Xie Tingting and smiled, saying, "You know, the first time I saw him, he rode into the Lambua Bay community on a tricycle. I thought I was seeing things, but he really was riding a tricycle." Xie Tingting widened her eyes in confusion. Riding a tricycle to Lambua Bay? Would the security let him in? Xia Ranran nodded. He is an owner. His lakeside villa is the most luxurious in the entire Lambua Bay community. No one can compare to him. Xie Tingting was stunned. Apart from being wealthy, the most important thing was Xia Ranran's attitude. All along, Xie Tingting felt that such wealthy people were far removed from her, which made her psychologically unaffected. For example, Ma Yin from Alibaba and Wang Jianlin from JD.com are all very wealthy people. Being distant means she could only envy them without feeling much. But Xia Ranran was different. She was beautiful, with a perfect figure and high looks. There were many people chasing her, including some rich second-generation heirs. Beautiful women are pursued by rich second-generation heirs, some of whom are millionaires that Xie Tingting has seen. But Xia Ranran rejected grand declarations of love. However, when facing that owner, she felt utterly captivated. Xie Tingting asked, "You make it sound so mysterious. What's that person's name?" Xia Ranran huffed, "It's a secret." Xia Ranran continued, "He is so handsome. Even though I really like him, I know he doesn't like me. If he did, I wouldn't still be single." Upon hearing this, Xie Tingting became even more excited. "If he wanted to pursue you, would you agree?" Xia Ranran blushed. "Oh, that's not possible." This statement was already an acknowledgement. If Lin Fan could pursue her, she would definitely agree. Xie Tingting shrugged. "What if he wants you to sleep with him?" Xia Ranran blushed even more. "Then I would have his baby. Who knows, the child might be super handsome too." Xie Tingting, "Great, this woman is hopeless. She's completely captivated. He is just a handsome guy. She has never been this starstruck before." But she couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Xie Tingting looked at the WeChat on her hand and thought, if only her family could also set her up with a reliable match. No matter who it was, they would be better than the jobless Lin Fan, right? At that moment, Xia Ranran's phone rang. After answering, she looked thrilled. "My idol is here. I'm going out to greet him," Xia Ranran said, quickly putting her phone in her bag and checking herself in the mirror to confirm she looked beautiful before walking out the door. "Let me see how extraordinary your idol really is," Xie Tingting thought as she stood by the window. After all, Xia Ranran's idol was an owner here, and she was curious about what he looked like. Speaking of which, that idol was very handsome. Xie Tingting remembered the photo her mom gave her before a blind date. It was indeed Lin Fan's photo. He looked quite handsome, but unfortunately, he had no car, no house, and no money, so she lost interest. After the call, Lin Fan drove his Bugatti to the entrance of the community. Xia Ranran was waiting for him. Today, Xia Ranran looked particularly beautiful, with a pair of snow-white long legs that were subtly alluring. Her temperament was good, and there weren't many beauties with a score above 90. "Thanks for coming to look at the house with me again," Lin Fan said with a slight smile as he got out of the car. "Not a hassle at all. But have you bought another house?" Xia Ranran said, revealing a hint of a wronged look. "I envy you. I still don't know when I'll be able to afford a house." For an ordinary worker, being able to buy a house worth 20 million was impossible in a lifetime. Earning a few $100,000 to buy a house in a county was already quite good. Although Xia Ranran was beautiful, how much could a property manager earn? Luckily, she was competent enough to manage both the Lambua Bay and Haitang Garden communities, which significantly increased her salary, but she was still far from being able to buy a house. "Keep it up, work hard," Lin Fan encouraged. "Keep it up." Xia Ranran made a cute expression. Xie Tingting, watching from upstairs, was stunned. This person was indeed handsome. Moreover, why did he look somewhat familiar? Suddenly, she remembered the photo on her phone. She took a look and found it did resemble him a bit. Could it be? Could it really be him? Xie Tingting specifically checked the names of the two owners Xia Ranran managed. Lin Fan. It really was Lin Fan. Xie Tingting suddenly felt she had made a huge mistake. Lin Fan, it turned out, was so wealthy, owning a Bugatti worth over 100 million and a villa in the lakeside area of Lombo Bay, plus 2 apartments in Haidang Garden. Oh my gosh, that despicable Lin Fan, clearly so rich, and he dared to deceive me. Xie Tingting remembered when she asked Lin Fan if he had an apartment in the outer ring, if he had an Audi A7, and if he had a job with benefits. Lin Fan said no to all. This was because neither the 2 apartments in Haidang Garden nor the lakeside villa were in the outer ring. The prices of these 2 communities were exorbitant. As for the Audi A7, it was only a few $100,000, but Lin Fan was driving a car worth over 100 million. As for a job and benefits, Lin Fan didn't need them at all. If he rented out both villas, he could earn around 2 million in rent a year. Xie Tingting realized she had blocked Lin Fan and felt a wave of guilt. At first, she didn't look down on Lin Fan. She just thought he had no car, no house, and no job, so there was no need to pursue it further. Although Xie Tingting felt some regret, she also knew that some things couldn't be forced. Although she considered herself relatively pretty, she couldn't compare to Xia Ranran, who had a better figure and temperament. Even if she pursued Lin Fan now, it would make her seem like a gold digger, and she wasn't one. She just felt that Lin Fan's image in her mind suddenly became much taller. Regarding the blind date, she felt she had made a mistake and needed to apologize to Lin Fan. It's all my fault. Everything that happened today was my mistake. But who could have known that Lin Fan had become so outstanding and so handsome? Would he give her face when she went to apologize? Xie Tingting was somewhat astonished. She wouldn't act like a gold digger to fawn over Lin Fan or wait for him in bed. That would be too fake. Instead, she would happily go to apologize. However, if Lin Fan dared to not give her face, she would bite him. Such an outstanding person was right in front of her, and he might even become her friend in the future. Having such a low-key, humble, rich, and handsome friend made Xie Tingting feel elated. Maybe in the future, she could even hug Lin Fan's thigh. Having such an excellent friend was worth it. Chapter 27, the purpose of opening a restaurant is not to make money. After Lin Fan finished viewing the house and came out with Xia Ranran, Xie Tingting was waiting for him at the entrance of the community. Lin Fan, you liar. Didn't you say you had no car and no house? Xie Tingting looked at Lin Fan and said, You are. Xie Tingting? Lin Fan looked at the girl in front of him and asked, Yes, I am. I'm sorry for today. I shouldn't have been late or block you on WeChat. But Lin Fan, you are so outstanding and wealthy. Which girl would dare to pursue you in the future? Xie Tingting said, sincerely apologizing to Lin Fan. Haha, I've been single for so long. Otherwise, why would I go on a blind date? Lin Fan smiled, not really caring that Xie Tingting was late. After all, at that time, he was still flirting with girls on WeChat. With your good conditions, why do you need blind dates? What do you think of our Rannan? Xie Tingting hooked her arm around Xia Rannan's and winked. Tingting, how could you? Xia Rannan's face turned red. It's great. Lin Fan nodded. Then why don't you two just go to room now? I want to hold you up. Xie Tingting said deliberately. Tingting, don't say that. Xia Rannan lowered her head, already blushing and her heart racing in front of Lin Fan. And Xie Tingting actually said such a thing. We just went to a room earlier. Lin Fan said, not realizing what Xie Tingting meant. TCH, boring. Xie Tingting huffed. Lin Fan, I apologize again for today. You are so outstanding, I'll definitely want to cling to you in the future. If you don't let me, be careful, I'll tell your mom. You're my neighbor. Xie Tingting said. Lin Fan was amused by the girl in front of him, but he nodded. At least Xie Tingting seemed nice. So, will you accept my apology? Xie Tingting asked, looking at Lin Fan. Who would dare not accept? Otherwise, I'll have to tell your parents. Lin Fan smiled and joked. Lin Fan, are you looking for a fight? Xie Tingting raised her small fist, feeling much happier. Since I've accepted your apology, I'll treat you to a meal again. You must come, Xie Tingting said earnestly. But when can Rannan and I visit your house? Your house is a villa, Xie Tingting exclaimed with wide eyes. Contact me when you want to come. I'll arrange transportation for you. Lin Fan smiled. As Xie Tingting and Xia Rannan were just like his high school classmates, wanting to see his house. TCH, do we need to make an appointment? Seddington complained as she pulled Xia Ranin away. Lin Fan drove his Bugatti back home. It's worth mentioning that Lin Fan had also rented out the second house in Haidang Garden. The annual rent reached 1.2 million. Now, apart from the 500,000 he gave his parents, Lin Fan already had 1.6 million in his bank account. The next day, Lin Fan got up and checked in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received a sports car, Koenigsegg 1. The system's voice rang out. The vehicle and related property certificate have been issued to the system warehouse. The host can retrieve it at any time. Lin Fan checked online, and he was shocked. The Koenigsegg 1 was also a sports car worth over 100 million. The car had silver decorative lines and was equipped with 19-inch front and 20-inch rear carbon fiber rims, paired with 4 Michelin tires, providing ample downforce at high speeds. The Koenigsegg 1 was powered by a 5.0 LV8 twin-turbo engine, with a maximum power output of 1,400 horsepower and a peak torque of 1,371 Nm, matched with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. Overall, it was incredibly cool. There were only 6 of such sports cars in the world. During the day, Lin Fan found a place with no one around and no surveillance to retrieve the car, which completely stunned him. Pressing the start button, the doors of the Koenigsegg 1 opened like butterfly wings. Sitting inside the car, Lin Fan felt the comfortable backrest and the thrust sensation. Stepping on the accelerator, he drove on the streets of the Magic City, attracting a wave of amazement. Wow, isn't that the Koenigsegg 1? It's also a sports car worth over 100 million. My God, 2 sports cars worth over 100 million have appeared in our Magic City recently. Is a 100 million sports car so worthless now? I think that guy is pretty handsome. Could it be that the guy driving the Bugatti in the Koenigsegg 1 is the same person? Is this the life of a rich second generation? Driving sports cars all worth over 100 million? I can't compete with that. Hey, handsome, wait for me. Let us take a picture. Lin Fan had gotten used to this kind of life, mainly because he was too handsome. When he reached the entrance of the community, the security guard stared blankly at Lin Fan's sports car. Not only the passers-by, but even these security guards were a bit bewildered. They were already familiar with Lin Fan, but seeing him drive a brand new sports car made them question their lives. When did Brother Fan buy a new sports car? I checked. This sports car is also worth over 100 million. Wow. A rich man is a rich man. He doesn't even consider cars worth less than 100 million. Brother Fan not only drives a sports car, but he is also really nice. I still haven't seen any girl able to sit in the passenger seat next to Brother Fan for a long time. I wonder which girl will be so lucky to pursue Brother Fan. If she does, she'll never have to worry about food and clothing. Then, after Lin Fan drove home in the sports car, he rode out on a tricycle. The security guards were even more puzzled. Damn, Lin Fan has 2 sports cars worth over 100 million, but he goes out riding a tricycle? They couldn't imagine the life of a rich second generation. He rode the tricycle mainly because he was going to open a restaurant. He couldn't possibly put fish, shrimp, meat, and a bunch of other things in a sports car. For this kind of work, a tricycle was much better, and it wasn't afraid of getting dirty. Moreover, it was inconvenient to use the Bugatti and the Koenigsegg 1 for such work. Brother Fan, are you going to work at the restaurant again? Hey, if I were you, I'd drive the sports car and put these things in the trunk. I can't imagine how many girls would surround you, wanting to eat at your restaurant, said the security guard. Yeah, Brother Fan, driving this cool sports car, who knows how many people would turn their heads. Then the restaurant business would take off, said another security guard. After hearing what the 2 security guards said, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Actually, you guys are right, but my purpose in opening a restaurant is not to make money. It's just because of her, that's all. Chapter 28, She Likes You, after Lin Fan left. A few security guards were left looking confused. Lin Fan opened the restaurant not for money, but because of someone. Perhaps it was for a beautiful girl? In a car, Xiao Wanqiu was sitting with another girl. Sister Wanqiu, is that little restaurant you mentioned really that delicious? The girl asked. Of course, Xiao Wanqiu nodded. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Is the owner of that little restaurant a handsome guy? The girl winked. Xiaoyu, we're going to eat. Xiao Wanqiu blushed and replied. I know. We're going to see your little lover, the girl continued. Meow meow. You're the one going to see a little lover, Xiao Wanqiu huffed lightly. Don't think I don't know. You've been going to that little restaurant often lately. I can smell the delicious food from far away. The girl leaned forward cutely. The guy who can charm our sister Wancho like this must be really handsome, she said with a bright smile, looking adorable. Xiao Yu, be careful, or I'll scratch you, Xiao Wancho said, scratching Xiao Yu's waist. Ooh, Sister Wancho, you're bullying me. The girl looked aggrieved, as if about to cry. How could that be? Xiao Wancho waved her hand. At that moment, the girl reached out and rubbed Xiao Wancho's face. How many fans goddesses have I just rubbed? The girl laughed, her acting perfect. This girl was none other than Su Xiaoyu, the second largest female artist of Yuehua Entertainment. Cute, sweet, and importantly, a good actress. She also loved to dress in a Lolita style. With over 50 million fans, she frequently acted, and she had a distinctive trait. She was a foodie. Both girls were artists from Yuehua Entertainment and were undoubtedly big stars. In a company, the two girls should have been competing against each other. However, Xiao Wancho and Su Xiaoyu had a very good relationship, with basically no secrets between them. They helped each other and developed together in the entertainment industry. The conversation between the two girls made the driver sweat. You two are big stars. Pay attention to your image. But the driver was also Su Xiaoyu's person, so he naturally wouldn't say anything. When the two girls arrived at the entrance of the little restaurant, they didn't attract much attention. Meow meow. A soft girl's voice sounded. Lin Fan didn't even need to turn around to know Xiao Wancho had arrived. This annoying woman was back to mooch off his vegetable salad. Aren't you going to welcome me? Xiao Wancho walked up and sat down. How could I not welcome you? Lin Fan turned around and saw Xiao Wancho. Today, Xiao Wancho was dressed especially beautifully. She had even put on some makeup, and her cat ear hat was still so cute. Plus her aura was great. What surprised Lin Fan was that beside Xiao Wancho was another girl, and this girl was also very pretty, with a score of over 95 in looks. This girl was even cuter, born to be that kind of delicate and lovely girl. Lin Fan was very familiar with this girl, Su Xiaoyu, the second largest female artist of Yuehua. Cute, sweet, and a good actress. She once acted alongside Xiao Wancho in a drama, and both became famous from it. After that, Xiao Wancho and Su Xiaoyu rarely collaborated in the same drama, but both of their careers improved significantly. But today, Xiao Wancho and Su Xiaoyu had both come to his little restaurant. Lin Fan felt a chill in his heart. He had been so low-key, just wanting to avoid being discovered by too many people. Normally, it was just Xiao Wancho who came, but today Su Xiaoyu had come too. If someone found out, he would be completely famous. Shocking. A restaurant owner is actually having a group activity with big star Xiao Wancho and Su Xiaoyu in broad daylight. Just thinking about such a news headline made Lin Fan sweat. But since they were already here, could he really kick them out? Wow. So handsome, Sister Wancho. Your taste is really good. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Fan, and she immediately whispered to Xiao Wancho. Hello. I'm Sister Wancho's close friend, Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu extended her hand politely. Hello, Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook Su Xiaoyu's hand. Meeting such a big star, an ordinary person would definitely pull out their phone and take a bunch of pictures. But Lin Fan remained calm. He had seen many stars, and he had even slept with one. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Wancho. Xiao Wancho puffed up her cheeks, feeling a bit jealous, but didn't say anything. She also looked at Lin Fan with an innocent expression. In a moment, Lin Fan and Xiao Wancho exchanged glances. Sister Wancho, are you jealous? Su Xiaoyu retracted her hand and smiled at Xiao Wancho. I'm not. Xiao Wancho shook her head and huffed. Hee. It was definitely right to follow Sister Wancho here to eat. Today, I met a super handsome guy, Su Xiaoyu continued. Looking at the two girls, Lin Fan felt a bit helpless. Xiao Wancho, Su Xiaoyu, you two are the number 1 and 2 female artists of Yuehua, and you both came to my little restaurant together in broad daylight. If the paparazzi find out, my reputation will be ruined. Lin Fan shrugged. Meow meow, stinky Lin Fan. Both of us girls don't care. Why should you worry about your reputation? Xiao Wancho glared at Lin Fan, getting even angrier. Yeah, it's fine. Sister Wancho and I came secretly. If we get caught, we'll be in trouble. Su Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. But I want to eat. Su Xiaoyu's small eyes sparkled with anticipation. She was a foodie, after all, and couldn't miss such an opportunity. I want to eat too. Xiao Wancho touched her flat stomach. Lin Fan. Great, 2 foodies. Lin Fan could already predict that he would be trending number 1 on Weibo. Group activities. especially with two big stars, would definitely lead to wild imaginations. Are you high school classmates? I often hear Sister Wancho talk about you. Today, seeing you, I finally know you're really this handsome. Su Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan curiously. What else did she say about me? Lin Fan smiled and responded calmly. Xiao Wancho's eyes flickered as she looked at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu pretended not to see and said, Let me think. Sister Wancho said you're handsome, smart, and that you're really nice. Oh, she also said your vegetable salad and braised fish are delicious. Xiao Wancho was furious, stomping her foot. I'm really angry. She had whispered to Su Xiaoyu, and Su Xiaoyu had told Lin Fan everything. Now that Lin Fan knew, he would always have the upper hand over her, and she would never be able to turn the tables again. Su Xiaoyu pretended not to see Xiao Wancho's anger, pouting, and said, Sister Wancho also said one more thing. She said, she likes you. Chapter 29 Dog Abuse. Su Xiaoyu blinked her eyes, curiously watching Lin Fan's reaction, holding a cucumber in her hand, taking a small bite, and enjoying the taste. Xiaoyu. Xiao Wancho's pretty face turned slightly red as she glared at Su Xiaoyu and immediately started to poke at her waist. Ah, it tickles so much. Woo-woo. I just said what Aunt Wancho was thinking. Su Xiaoyu giggled, looking very aggrieved. You poke me, I'll poke you back. Su Xiaoyu bit the cucumber and placed her small hand directly on Xiao Wancho's waist. Xiaoyu, don't say nonsense. I don't remember saying that. Xiao Wancho tilted her head to the side, her hair slightly frizzed, with her cheeks still a bit red. Why did she react so strongly? Even she didn't know. Just yesterday, she told Lin Fan that anyone who liked him was a pig. If she admitted it, she'd be a pig too, and Lin Fan would laugh at her for a long time. Oh, if you didn't say it, then you didn't say it. But that is still your true feelings. Su Xiaoyu took another bite of the cucumber, looking adorably at Lin Fan's reaction. Lin Fan, our Aunt Wancho is so beautiful. Do you like her? Su Xiaoyu asked Lin Fan, looking at him. Who would like her? Her chest is small. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Wancho and made a sarcastic remark. Xiao Wancho stood up, her hair frizzed even more. If her fans heard this, they would probably explode with anger. Her body proportions are perfect, and besides, her chest is quite big. That stinky Lin Fan actually said her chest is small. How infuriating. Oh, so you like women with big chests? Then I guess I have no chance since mine is small. Su Xiaoyu helplessly patted her flat chest, looking at Xiao Wancho with her beautiful eyes, and smiled mischievously. Xiaoyu, watch your image. If you keep talking nonsense, I want to take you out next time. Xiao Wancho looked at Su Xiaoyu, pinching her face. Aunt Wancho, you're blushing. Su Xiaoyu didn't back down and touched Xiao Wancho's face. I'm not. Xiao Wancho pouted, putting on a fierce expression. Xiao Wancho felt very wronged and angry. But what else could she do besides poking at Su Xiaoyu? That annoying Su Xiaoyu. She must poke her when they get back. What should we eat? Lin Fan smiled and looked at Xiao Wancho and Su Xiaoyu, knowing they needed to get back on track. I want to eat you. Xiao Wancho glared at Lin Fan again, looking fierce. Oh, I want Yangzhou fried rice, hot and sour noodles, smashed cucumber, secret smoked chicken, pine nut corn, kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, hot and sour shredded potatoes, and tomato egg soup. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she heard food. Delicious. Finally. There's good food. As a foodie, I finally snuck out. How can I not eat something good? If the food here isn't tasty. I want to talk to Lin Fan anymore. I don't care if he is handsome or not. I just want to eat all this delicious food. Upon hearing so many names of delicious dishes, Xiao Wancho also swallowed. Really, I want to eat them so much. Can we add a braised fish? Xiao Wancho looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed and said, You two are ordering 11 dishes all at once? Xiao Wancho nodded and looked at Su Xiaoyu. Meow meow, are you a pig? How can you eat so much at once? Lin Fan would take a long time to make all that. It's hard work. Su Xiaoyu raised her beautiful eyes, looking at Xiao Wancho and Lin Fan. You say you don't like her, but you're defending her so much. You're just a couple. Lin Fan and Xiao Wancho simultaneously said, No. Su Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. Is there really not? You're so in sync. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wancho. You stole my lines. Xiao Wancho glared at Lin Fan fiercely, stomping her foot. You stole my lines first. They both turned their heads away, ignoring each other. All right. Oh, 520 has passed. I just came out for a meal. Why are you two still torturing dogs? Poor doggies can't take it. Su Xiaoyu said. I added up the dishes just now. It's 328 yuan. Here as 400 yuan. No need to give change. Su Xiaoyu placed 400 yuan on the table. Besides being a big star, Su Xiaoyu was also a little rich girl. Her family was well off, and she could afford to wear Lolita outfits. So how could she be short on money? Are we really ordering this much food? Lin Fan silently put away the money. Even though Xiao Wanqiu had a good relationship with him, they still had to settle the bill. Of course. Lin Fan, if it's not delicious, I'll be angry and bite you like a dog, woof. Su Xiaoyu patted her belly, feeling a bit impatient. Woof. Isn't that a wolf's howl? Xiao Wanqiu laughed and made a cat paw gesture, like this, meow meow. I'll scratch you. Shoo, cats and dogs are the same. Woof woof woof, I don't like wolves. They eat people. Su Xiaoyu also made an adorable gesture. We don't have hot and sour noodles and secret smoked chicken, but the other dishes will be served shortly. After Lin Fan tidied up the money, he began to get busy in the kitchen. Now, the joy of Lin Fan's daily life was running a small restaurant for leisure and entertainment. Occasionally getting good ingredients and flirting with girls, this was the life Lin Fan wanted. Ever since he acquired master-level cooking skills, these simple recipes seemed to have been refined through countless trials in his mind. The use of every ingredient and seasoning was top-notch, no matter what dish he made. It was effortless. Even the dishes from ordinary five-star hotels weren't as delicious as those made by Lin Fan. His cooking skills had already reached a national level. Once he started cooking, Lin Fan took it very seriously. Today, as first order, 400 yuan. Dishes, knives, let us go. Watching Lin Fan busy in the kitchen, Xiao Wanqiu couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized. Her mother had said that men who cook seriously are the most handsome, and Lin Fan was already so handsome. Aunt Wanqiu, your taste is really great. I haven't even eaten yet, and I already feel the aroma. The dishes he makes must be delicious. Su Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan with wide eyes, curiously saying. Xiao Wanqiu didn't hear her and continued to watch Lin Fan. Oh, Aunt Wanqiu. Su Xiaoyu grabbed Xiao Wanqiu's little hand, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, You wouldn't really have fallen for Lin Fan, would you? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Su Xiaoyu, feeling a bit guilty for some reason, and immediately shook her head. No, I'm just watching him cook. Aunt Wanqiu, but you look a bit mesmerized. I'm not. I said I'm not. Xiao Wanqiu exclaimed, Doggy, if you keep talking nonsense, I really want to talk to you. Chapter 30, Are you being too much? You're the dog. No, you're the cat. I'm the dog, woof. Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. Woof is a wolf. Xiao Wanqiu said. Oh, whatever, woof sounds a bit fierce. It can't be bark bark, Su Xiaoyu huffed. Bark bark is also not bad. It suits you, dog. Xiao Wanqiu teased. Woof, I don't want to bark, I want to rub. Watch me scratch you. The two girls were playing happily together. Of course, they only acted this way because it was just Lin Fan here and no one else. Two big stars were playing like little kids. However, it was quite a sight to behold. This scene didn't last long, because the dishes were ready. A total of 9 dishes were placed on the table. Smashed cucumber, Yangzhou fried rice, pine nut corn, kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, spicy and sour potato shreds, tomato, egg soup, and the braised fish that the cat loves to eat. The fragrance wafted through the air, enhanced by a bit of chili, making the food even more delicious. The chili here was also blended by Lin Fan himself. Xiao Wanqiu sat there rather reserved, her eyes fixed on the braised fish. It was rare for her to come out to eat braised fish, mainly because Lin Fan's braised fish was too delicious. She couldn't find such good braised fish anywhere else. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Su Xiaoyu. She brought Su Xiaoyu here to let her know how delicious the food was. At that time, Su Xiaoyu would beg her to come here for food, and she would have a reason to visit Lin Fan. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks flushed. Why did she want to find Lin Fan? It wasn't because of any liking. It was simply because the food here was delicious. As for liking, she wouldn't admit it. Even if she were a pig, she wouldn't like Lin Fan. Wow, it looks so delicious. Lin Fan, I have a 5-star hotel chef at home, and the food is all very good. If yours isn't delicious, I won't let Wanqiu's sister come here anymore, Su Xiaoyu said with a light hum. Her family was indeed very wealthy and wouldn't lack for chefs. Don't worry about the food. I still rely on you to come a few more times. Earning 400 each time, I can make 12,000 a month. Feels pretty good, Lin Fan said with a smile. Although he was now wealthy, no one would say no to more money. Earning a little more was better. Otherwise, how would he marry in the future? Lin Fan only had a little over $2 million in savings. He was still short on money. He couldn't sell his 2 sports cars, and he didn't want to rent them out, so he could only barely maintain his living. The business of a small restaurant was like that. Lin Fan didn't care about business. Too many customers would instead be tiring. "Oh, that's my pocket money for half a day," Su Xiaoyu chuckled. "Little rich girl." "Time to eat," Xiao Wanqiu said as she picked up her chopsticks, ready to eat the braised fish. "Time to eat?" Woof! Su Xiaoyu also began to use her chopsticks. When she took her first bite of the braised fish, Su Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Lin Fan. It was smooth and delicious, fragrant and tender, and one bite was simply too good. Xiao Wanqiu didn't need to say more, even if she would gain weight. She had to eat the braised fish. The cat loved to eat dried fish, and she loved to eat braised fish. Lin Fan's braised fish today was even better. As for the fish-flavored shredded pork, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and spicy and sour potato shreds, just looking at each dish was appetizing. And the taste was even more amazing when eaten. Wow, so delicious. Lin Fan, every dish you make is really good. I've never eaten such good food before. Woof. Even the chef at my house can't compare to you. Humph. My dad even lied to me, saying the chef at home makes the best food. But yours is better, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, praising Lin Fan's dishes endlessly. Yes, meow meow. Don't steal my braised fish, Xiao Wanqiu said. You'll get fat. You get fat. I'll help the cat share some. Su Xiaoyu snatched another piece of braised fish. Stealing my braised fish. You're the one who will get fat. Xiao Wanqiu glanced at Su Xiaoyu, her expression playful, like a little cat protecting her braised fish. She was finally able to eat braised fish. After eating, she would have to go back and do a lot of exercise. It's all Lin Fan's fault for making such delicious food. Good, good. Getting fat is good. Growing breasts, Su Xiaoyu seemed even happier. You'll only grow on your legs and waist. If the company finds out, we'll be criticized again, Xiao Wanqiu said. After all, a female star's weight and figure were particularly important. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu secretly ordered so much delicious food here. If they were found out, the cat and dog would probably have to diet for a long time. After eating, Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu still looked unsatisfied. Moreover, Lin Fan was surprised that the 2 girls actually finished all the food. Considering not wasting food, Lin Fan's dishes, except for the braised fish, weren't many. But Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were really 2 foodies. They managed to finish everything. While the 2 girls were still joking around, a big man walked in, sat down in the restaurant, and started smoking. As soon as the big man entered, Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu put on hats, looking very low-key. Someone's here. What if we get recognized? With their identities and popularity, many people could recognize them. It wouldn't be long before fans would surround this place. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu exchanged glances, preparing to leave. Usually, Lin Fan's restaurant wasn't too crowded, but that didn't mean there were none. Now that someone was here, to avoid being discovered, the 2 girls prepared to leave and get in the car. But just as they stepped outside, the big man recognized them at a glance. Whoa! Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu. Big stars. I actually ran into big stars here. Goddesses, can I have your autograph? The big man hurriedly chased after them, looking at them with admiration and a bit of fervor. The popularity of Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu was simply too high, and too many fans liked these 2 girls. After the big man chased them out, he looked at Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, flashing a smile. You 2 are so beautiful, even more beautiful than on TV. Goddesses, can you give me an autograph? The big man pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from somewhere, looking at Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. Especially Xiao Wanqiu. Her looks were simply too stunning. Today she had done a little makeup, making her aura even more outstanding. Wherever the 2 girls went together, they would attract people's attention. Lin Fan felt a bad premonition in his heart when he saw the big man. He quietly walked out and approached Xiao Wanqiu. Facing the fan, Su Xiaoyu linked arms with Xiao Wanqiu and smiled gently. Sure, thank you for liking us. Xiao Wanqiu also nodded. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Fan with a hint of apology, indicating they would have to meet again next time. Lin Fan nodded as well. The 2 just exchanged a glance and understood each other's thoughts. We've signed. Wanqiu and I have things to do, so we'll leave first. Su Xiaoyu said politely and gently to the big man, completely unlike her previous dog-like demeanor. Wait, goddess, you haven't signed yet. The big man looked at Xiao Wanqiu. His eyes filled with excitement. Okay, Xiao Wanqiu simply replied, picking up the paper and pen, preparing to sign. At this moment, some people around also noticed. Whoa, stars, we ran into stars. ISNT, that's Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. We can actually see the real people today. I also want an autograph. Many people took out their phones and started taking pictures of Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, while others prepared to rush over for autographs. When you encounter a star, of course, you have to chase and block for an autograph, especially when it's Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. After signing, Xiao Wanqiu smiled politely. It was such a smile that melted the heart of the big man. The goddess was simply too beautiful, and she even signed for him. Immediately afterward, the big man looked at Xiao Wanqiu and nervously asked, Goddess, I've liked you for so long. Can I have a hug? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's gaze turned cold, locking onto the big man. Xiao Wanqiu naturally shook her head. She had never performed a romantic scene with anyone on screen. So how could she hug a stranger? Moreover, there were so many people taking pictures around. If she hugged someone in public, who knows how much controversy it would cause. Most importantly, Lin Fan was right beside her. Even without Lin Fan, she wouldn't hug any boy. Sorry, Sister Wanqiu isn't feeling well. She needs to leave. Su Xiaoyu stepped forward, protecting Xiao Wanqiu, and politely replied to the big man. Just as Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were about to turn around, the big man couldn't hold back any longer. The goddess was right in front of him. How could he not go for a hug? Even if he had to be locked up for several days, just to hug her once would be worth it. With such close proximity, regretting not hugging for over 10 days was nothing compared to regretting not hugging for a lifetime. Plus, he could even take advantage of the situation, getting both Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu at once. These two girls didn't even have a bodyguard with them. Wasn't this the best opportunity? Goddess, I'm sorry. Since you won let me hug. I have to do it forcefully, the big man said, licking his lips, mainly because Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were too beautiful for him to resist. In the next moment, the big man charged straight at the most beautiful Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, being girls, couldn't possibly stop this big man. The surrounding fans were also dumbfounded, their faces filled with surprise. But there was no time to stop him. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu both took 2 steps back. At this moment, the driver in the car saw the situation was wrong and opened the car door. However, it was already too late to block the big man. Just at this critical moment, Lin Fan stepped out. Lin Fan grabbed the big man, crossed his arm, and pulled him back, then pushed him aside. Lin Fan then stood in front of Xiao Wanqiu, shielding her behind him, his cold gaze directed at the big man. 2 girls have already given you their autographs. After being rejected for a hug, do you still want to assault them in broad daylight? Aren't you being too much? Chapter 31, trending on Weibo. What is it to you? The burly man glared fiercely at Lin Fan and threw a punch at him. They are my customers. So of course it's related to me. Besides, I can't stand your behavior. Lin Fan dodged the punch and directly hit the burly man in the eye. Following that, he kicked the man down to the ground. After all these years sitting at the same table as Xiao Wanqiu, he had never hugged her. So when was it this burly man's turn? In just a few moves, Lin Fan knocked the burly man to the ground. Su Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan with admiration and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Sister Wanqiu, your boyfriend is quite impressive. He's handsome and has great strength. Su Xiaoyu whispered in Xiao Wanqiu's ear. He's not my boyfriend. Don't say that. Xiao Wanqiu's face flushed slightly. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Lin Fan. Oh, if you say he has not, then fine. Lin Fan, we're leaving. Su Xiaoyu waved her hand and pulled Xiao Wanqiu into the car. Lin Fan smiled slightly, watching the direction in which Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu left, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Anyone who dared to hug his cat would make him angry. Not long after, the police came to take the burly man away and express their gratitude to Lin Fan. Meanwhile, the fans enthusiastically chased after Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu's car, shouting their names. Fortunately, the incident happened quite suddenly, and there weren't too many people gathered here. After this event, many fans began to take notice of Lin Fan. Did you notice? The owner of the Byway Garden restaurant is so handsome. Yeah, He looks like he is only in his 20s, really super handsome. Let us give a thumbs up for the guy's actions just now. Not only is he handsome, but he fights well too. That burly man was so despicable, trying to hug our Chio in public. I was so scared. The guy is not only handsome, but also nice. In the past, I've seen celebrities being taken advantage of by fans. It's disgusting. Many fans began to discuss, realizing Lin Fan's character and noticing the super handsome guy here. Just looking at him was such a delight. In the past, due to the remote location, not many people paid attention to this place. And Lin Fan mostly rode a tricycle, keeping a low profile. But now, many people had noticed it. Lin Fan really is so handsome. After sending off Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu, Lin Fan closed the door. He opened the restaurant partly to earn some income since it was something his parents had arranged for him, and partly to wait for Xiao Wanxiu. What happened today exceeded Lin Fan's expectations. Lin Fan closed the door, rode his tricycle, and went home. A group of girls chased after Lin Fan, and some girls, seeing him on the tricycle, took out their phones to take pictures. "Hey, handsome, don't go. We still want to eat at your restaurant." Yeah. You're so handsome. Can we take a picture together?" "Handsome guy, don't leave. It's still daytime. Why are you off work already? We'll be waiting for you at your restaurant tomorrow. Can we add each other on WeChat?" Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed. It was one thing when he was surrounded by people driving his Bugatti, but now, riding a tricycle, he was still being chased and blocked by a group of girls. It was all the fault of the annoying cats and dogs. The next time he saw the cats and dogs, Lin Fan would definitely not let them off. Especially the annoying Xiao Wanxiu, who came secretly by herself and brought the yapping dog Su Xiaoyu along. Relying on his looks, Lin Fan could already envision his future life. After riding back home, Lin Fan opened Weibo. On the Weibo homepage, the first trending topic was about Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu almost hugged by fans maliciously. Clicking on the trending topic, there were videos taken by fans, including the moment the burly man asked for signatures from Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu, along with many photos. Below this Weibo post, there were already nearly 30,000 comments. Lin Fan silently read through the comments, which mostly criticized the burly man. As he continued scrolling, he noticed a shift in the tone. That restaurant's handsome guy fought well. Our Chio and Xiaoyu almost got sullied by that kind of person. Did you notice? The restaurant's handsome guy is so handsome. Yeah, that restaurant's handsome guy is really good looking. I love how he knocked that burly man away. How come I've never seen such a handsome guy? This is my first time. Soon after, Lin Fan saw 2 more trending topics on Weibo. Handsome guy acts heroically to save Xiao Wanxiu. How can the restaurant guy be so handsome? Lin Fan jolted. He was trending. These 2 trending topics started with a heat of 100,000. Refreshing again, it had already risen to 200,000. The heat of these 2 Weibo trending topics was still climbing. 300,000, 400,000, 600,000 in less than 2 minutes. The heat of these 2 Weibo posts soared to 1 million, directly reaching the 4th spot on the trending list. The comments under these 2 Weibo posts went from 10,000 to 20,000, then 30,000. In less than half an hour, it reached 180,000 comments. And this was just the first post on the homepage. If they scroll down, the comments had even surpassed 200,000. Moreover, the heat continued to rise. 1,500,000, 1,800,000. The heat surged to 2 million. Fortunately, Weibo had optimized multiple times. Otherwise, this trending topic would have been enough to crash Weibo. Randomly clicking on a trending topic's comments, there were over 100,000 comments. Oh my gosh, how can this guy be so handsome? The guy acted heroically, really great, getting rid of the evil. Does anyone know this guy's name and contact information? I want to meet him. The guy's physique is so good, and he is so handsome. Plus he is so righteous. Love it. Got it. This guy's name is Lin Fan. He runs a restaurant in Modu called Byway Garden, but he looks poor riding a tricycle, and the restaurant isn't big. What if he is poor? As long as he is handsome, this restaurant must be delicious. Let us go in a group. In an instant, countless fans began to turn their attention to Lin Fan. Some quickly dug up Lin Fan's Weibo. The speed of this generation of internet users was simply too fast. One by one, comments pushed the video of Lin Fan protecting Xiao Wanxiu and driving away the burly man to the top of the trending topics. Soon after, a fourth trending topic emerged, and it was just two simple words. Lin Fan looked at his phone and slumped down on the sofa. It was over. He was famous. Completely famous. Chapter 32. The relationship between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanxiu. At the same time, Lin Fan's high school classmates' group exploded. Gali Xiong, wow, Brother Fan is too awesome, directly trending at #1, and he is hosting Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu in the restaurant. Shui Yaoding, my goodness. Brother Fan, I thought you had no contact with Xiao Wanxiu, but now not only is Xiao Wanxiu here, Su Xiaoyu is also on good terms with you? Gali Xiong, 666666. This is the realm of the big shot. Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu are both big stars with so many fans. And Brother Fan can cook for them and chat with them. So envious. Some girl, wow, Lin Fan. Can you help me get an autograph from Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu? I really like them. Zhao Lei. Lin Fan, so you're this amazing. I was wondering why you've been so distant from us. Turns out you have Xiao Wanxiu by your side. Could it be that Xiao Wanxiu is your girlfriend? Lin Fan. Lin Fan silently watched the trending topic on Weibo and could only sigh. He initially wanted to keep a low profile. The reason he became popular on Weibo, besides being a good Samaritan, was more importantly his looks. Just one glance, and he didn't know how many girls he had already mesmerized. On the other side, Lin Fan received a new friend request on WeChat. Her nickname was simple. Just 3 characters, Su Xiaoyu. If Su Xiaoyu's fans knew that she would actively add a male friend, they would probably be extremely envious. Su Xiaoyu, a Lin Fan. The feast you made was so delicious. Thanks. Lin Fan, no need to thank me. Su Xiaoyu, how is Sister Wanxiu? Take good care of her. Lin Fan. Su Xiaoyu, funny face. JPG. Putting down his phone, Lin Fan sent a message to Xiao Wanxiu. Lin Fan, it's all your fault. Xiao Wanxiu, Lin Fan, I'm angry. Xiao Wanxiu, angry about what? Lin Fan, I'm trending now. How are you going to come to the restaurant later? There will be a bunch of fans surrounding me. How can I eat the braised fish? Xiao Wanxiu, ISNT there none. Lin Fan, there is if someone bumps into me and rumors spread, I'll be killed by your 80 million fans. Xiao Wanxiu, meow, but I don't mind. Xiao Wanxiu, thank you for today. Lin Fan, protecting little pig is my responsibility. Xiao Wanxiu, fierce. Lin Fan had always wanted to keep a low profile. After becoming popular, it not only disrupted his existing pace of life, but could also affect Xiao Wanxiu. If rumors spread, Xiao Wanxiu's career would be impacted. Xiao Wanxiu didn't care, but he did. The key was that it wouldn't be easy to meet Xiao Wanxiu in the future. The next day, after getting up and checking in as usual, he received a cash lottery card and won 100,000 RMB. Lin Fan rode his tricycle to the restaurant and opened up as usual. However, what surprised Lin Fan was his restaurant had become popular. Not long after Lin Fan opened the door, the restaurant was already full of people. Moreover, there was a considerable line outside the restaurant. Most of these people were girls, many of whom were 16 or 17 years old, young and beautiful. They came here mainly because Lin Fan was too handsome. Seeing him in person, how can this handsome guy be so good-looking? Handsome guy, can you give me an autograph while having a meal? Today, seeing the real person, the handsome guy looks even better than the photos online. Just wondering how the food here tastes. Looking at the girls present, Lin Fan was very polite. At least he wouldn't stare at their long legs. Although he was still single, he wasn't lewd. Even if he looked at long legs, these girls weren't as pretty as Xiao Wanxiu. As Lin Fan prepared each dish, waves of admiration erupted in the small restaurant. Many girls looked at Lin Fan with surprise on their faces. Wow, they say good wine doesn't fear a deep alley. I've discovered a treasure today. How can the food you make here be so delicious? Now I finally understand why Qiu and Xiaoyu come here to eat, because there's a handsome boss who cooks well. Handsome guy, your food is simply amazing. So much better than what I've eaten in other restaurants. And the prices here are so affordable. Love it. Handsome guy, are you still hiring waiters? I can help you work. Many girls finish their meals, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. Lin Fan's master-level cooking skills were perfectly showcased here. In just 2 hours in the morning, he had already made a sales volume of 1,000 RMB. If he opened the restaurant for 8 hours a day, he could at least make 4,000 RMB a day. Just from running the restaurant, he could earn nearly 120,000 RMB a month. However, Lin Fan was quite laid back. He mainly opened the restaurant to carry on what his parents left him. Besides, he was short on money and didn't need to work so hard just to run a restaurant. No need to hire waiters. I can handle it all by myself. Lin Fan smiled. Handsome guy, can we have WeChat? I kind of like you, a girl said with a slightly flushed face. After all, she was a 16 or 17-year-old girl, and seeing Lin Fan being so handsome and good at cooking was a bit heart-fluttering. However, most girls had more secret crushes, though some would boldly speak out. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of gasps and screams erupted in the restaurant. Someone confessed to Lin Fan. No need to add WeChat. You all just need to enjoy the food here. I opened this restaurant precisely for this reason. I have many fans, and I also really like everyone who comes to eat here, Lin Fan replied, leaving no gaps. This way, he also tactfully declined the girl. Lin Fan wouldn't just jump at any girl who confessed to him. What he wanted was a comfortable and happy life. As for being confessed to by girls, he had already experienced it too many times. The girl nodded happily. Even though she was rejected, just being able to talk to Lin Fan was still delightful. Handsome guy, can I get an autograph? The girl continued. Lin Fan no longer refused. After signing for the girl, he continued to work. The girl who got the autograph seemed to have found a treasure, holding the signed card to her chest with joy. She had the signature of her idol. After another 2 hours, Lin Fan's sales today had reached 2,000 RMB. In 4 hours, he had made 2,000 RMB. There were still many people lining up outside, but Lin Fan had already closed the door. Hey boss, why did you close the door? I heard the food here is especially delicious, a girl asked. I only open the restaurant for 4 hours a day, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I don't open at other times. Lin Fan smiled slightly and turned to ride his tricycle away. He worked for a while each day, and the rest of the time was naturally to enjoy life. Many customers could only leave regretfully, saying they would come back to line up tomorrow. That night, Lin Fan's small restaurant once again trended online, because the food made in Lin Fan's small restaurant was simply too delicious. At the same time, there was another message trending, and this message was about Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. The trending topic was, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were high school desk mates. Clicking into the trending topic, the first picture was a group photo of Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu taken during high school. As the setting sun cast its glow, a scent of books filled the air. In the classroom, Xiao Wanqiu was resting against Lin Fan's shoulder, creating a breathtaking scene. It's worth noting that Xiao Wanqiu had never had any intimate contact with any male star on screen, not even a hug or a handhold. And this photo went viral on Weibo. Countless fans were seeing Xiao Wanqiu leaning on a boy's shoulder for the first time. The girl was already so beautiful in high school, and the boy was equally handsome. They seemed like a true, perfect match with talent and beauty. Chapter 33. The unannounced sweet relationship of Xiao Wanqiu. The second trending topic is Lin Fan Xiao Wanqiu. The third trending topic is Xiao Wanqiu's unannounced sweetheart. There are a total of 3 trending topics that have shot straight to the top. The power of the internet is incredible, as netizens have dug up photos of Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu from their high school days. These include photos from the school opening ceremony, speech competitions, singing contests, the middle school ancient poetry competition, the 100-day oath-taking ceremony, and graduation ceremonies, where one can consistently find Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu together. It seems that since high school, the two have behaved like true lovers. This is mainly because both Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu had excellent academic performance back in high school, and the teachers never said anything. Back then, it was quite normal for the two to be together, but now, 3 years after graduating from university, Xiao Wanqiu appearing in Lin Fan's small restaurant makes it seem unusual. Wherever there is Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu is sure to be there. And where Xiao Wanqiu is, Lin Fan's shadow can also be seen. This can only mean one thing. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's relationship is not simple. On Weibo, this public opinion is magnified. Thus, we see Xiao Wanqiu's unannounced sweetheart, and the real reason Xiao Wanqiu hasn't filmed kissing scenes in 3 years. Every trending topic points directly to Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. The heat is rising, reaching 2 million, 3 million for million. Such heat is unprecedented. Xiao Wanqiu's popularity is extraordinary. Countless people like her, and now with this news breaking, who knows how many are drawn in. Each Weibo post has over 100,000 comments. Oh my god, does our Qiuqiu have a boyfriend? And he is so handsome. No way. How could our Qiuqiu have a boyfriend? Even if that guy is handsome, it doesn't matter. Haha, I said Xiao Wanqiu is pure and innocent. All that talk about not filming kissing scenes and keeping herself clean is just a persona created by the entertainment industry. Look, she was already involved with someone in high school. I can't believe it. Is Qiuqiu really with Lin Fan? Lin Fan, you scoundrel. How dare you steal my Qiuqiu? You're asking for it. There are all kinds of comments under Weibo. Whether they like Xiao Wanqiu or dislike her, discussions have become a mess. However, there are also some very fair comments. Can we not focus on Qiuqiu's private life? Give her a bit of personal space. Please, let us pay more attention to Xiao Wanqiu's work. Who hasn't had a few close friends of the opposite sex in high school? Just because there are a few photos together doesn't mean they're a couple. Is there any solid evidence? Unless Qiuqiu officially announces it. Don't spread rumors like this. Seeing so much news, Lin Fan frowned slightly. There are a group of vicious fans daring to say such things about Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan is angry but feels powerless. Xiao Wanqiu is resting against his shoulder, and such a photo is hard to explain. It doesn't matter if people on Weibo criticize him, but when some smears Xiao Wanqiu, Lin Fan feels a pang of hurt. In the past, he ran a small restaurant quietly, just because he and Xiao Wanqiu were worlds apart. But now, he has luxury cars, villas, shares in 5-star hotels, and has common topics with Xiao Wanqiu, allowing him to gradually get closer to her life. Xiao Wanqiu is beautiful. She never films kissing scenes in the entertainment industry and avoids any physical contact with male stars. Lin Fan is handsome, and many girls like him, but he has never been moved by it. This time, with the trending topic on Weibo, there is significant public opinion. Lin Fan is waiting for news from Xiao Wanqiu. He is still unsure about her feelings for him. If he confesses rashly, he might lose such a good friend. Xiao Wanqiu hasn't spoken either. At the company, she looks at her phone, waiting for Lin Fan's message. Why hasn't that annoying Lin Fan sent her any messages yet? Does Lin Fan not have any feelings for her? As a girl, she should be reserved and not too proactive. She knows she is the #1 female artist in the company and is a key talent being cultivated. This matter has blown up, and the company will definitely put pressure on her. However, she is also unsure about Lin Fan's feelings. What if Lin Fan doesn't like her? Thinking of this, Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful eyes dim slightly. Meow, I'll bite you, it's infuriating. I won't send you a message either. Whoever sends the first message is a pig. Xiao Wanqiu stretches lazily, her perfect curves and charming aura evident. She thinks of Lin Fan. She doesn't care about his family background, but she suddenly realizes, with Lin Fan's poor family background and simple life, how could he stand up to face the company's pressure alongside her? No matter who it is, nobody can bully my little pig. Xiao Wanqiu lifts her beautiful eyes. She will face the pressure from the company alone, and that will be enough. At the Yuehua group, with female artists like Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, it also has top male artists like Su Yang. If Xiao Wanqiu is the queen of Yuehua, then Su Yang is the king. In the office, Su Yang's female assistant knocked on the door. Guomin. Su Yang sits in his chair, exuding a special aura, calm and wise, giving off an inscrutable feeling. Everyone in the company knows that the person Su Yang likes is Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu's looks are unmatched in Yuehua. Moreover, Xiao Wanqiu is a clean and pure girl. Su Yi, have you seen what's happening on Weibo? The assistant begins. First, contact the relevant departments to remove the trending topics that are unfavorable to Wanqiu. Second, investigate the malicious comments targeting Wanqiu, as well as the companies and teams behind them. Third, officially issue a statement to refute the false rumors about Wanqiu's relationship. We need to contact Wanqiu to lessen the impact of public opinion on her, Su Yang says. Understood, the assistant nods, but still doesn't seem to want to leave. Is there anything else? Su Yang looks at the assistant. Su Yi, although the relationship is fake, those photos of Sister Wanqiu are real. You've helped her a lot over the years in the company, but the assistant says, that's enough. Su Yang waves his hand. Wanqiu has her own thoughts, and she's part of the company. I don't want to hear any more negative comments about her behind her back. Moreover, wouldn't fair competition make things more interesting? Suyi, I understand my mistake. The assistant quickly lowers her head in apology. All right, go handle it. One more thing. I want to tell you, even if Wanchio really has a relationship, the company will always stand by her side. Do you understand what I mean? Suyang looks at the assistant. The assistant nods and turns to leave. Lin Fan. Suyang's deep gaze falls on the photo of Lin Fan and Xiao Wanchio on his phone, while his other hand tightly clenches into a fist. He is the top male artist in the company. In terms of fans, he is not less than Xiao Wanchio. And regarding family, background, looks, and character, Suyang believes he won't lose to anyone. Yet today, he has lost to someone named Lin Fan. Chapter 34 Run. My dear Miss Wanchio, you and Xiao could just go out to eat. Why do you have to go to Lin Fan's restaurant? Now even high school matters have been exposed. If people find out that you and Lin Fan are alone together in the same room. Yang Qing pulled Xiao Wanchio's hand and said earnestly. As Xiao Wanchio's manager, Yang Qing would definitely be criticized by the company's boss for such an incident. Fortunately, things are still under control. If fans really find out that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanchio were together late at night, then Yang Qing's career would be over. Meow meow, it's fine. Xiao Wanchio smiled sweetly, making a cute gesture and expression. Wanchio, this is a big deal. Yang Qing said. Xiao Wanchio sat there, revealing her graceful figure, looking at Yang Qing and asking, did President Li ask you to talk to me? President Li is the real boss of Yuehua Group. After this incident, the company boss wouldn't talk to Xiao Wanchio directly. He would first talk to her manager, Yang Qing. Although Xiao Wanchio usually looks beautiful and occasionally makes cute expressions, she is very smart. Some things have to be faced. After such an incident, the company would certainly have opinions, but the boss couldn't directly criticize Xiao Wanchio. Some things can't be said openly. Yang Qing's visit this time naturally represented President Li. President Li said, you are still in your rising career phase, and the company will fully support you. For today's incident, I hope you can post on Weibo to mitigate the impact, Yang Qing said. After all, it is already spreading online that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanchio are very close, even starting to spread rumors about dating and living together. The more fans there are, the more anti-fans there will be. Xiao Wanchio is very beautiful, but there are also many teams behind the anti-fans that want to target her. Is that all? Xiao Wanchio asked again, looking at Yang Qing, who seemed hesitant to speak. Yang Qing sighed and said, Wanchio, you haven't acted in nearly a year, and you have been unable to find a satisfactory script. After all, this is the era of traffic being king. If you keep not acting, it might. Xiao Wanchio raised her beautiful eyes, looking seriously at Yang Qing, and said, President Li means to suggest I take on more roles and participate in more variety shows to earn more money for the company, right? No. Yang Qing shook her head. Wanchio, President Li is also considering you. You might consider taking on a romantic drama. After all, romance films with male and female leads have a larger market audience, like The Journey of Flower. President Li believes that if you are willing to try new changes, your development will improve significantly. Yang Qing said. Xiao Wanchio revealed a beautiful smile. Indeed, is this the true intention of President Li? Using this wave of public opinion to nudge her. The photos of her and Lin Fan from high school being posted online are also her business. For Lin Fan, she is unwilling to take on kissing scenes, which is also her principle. The company boss isn't willing to say these things directly to her and has to go through Yang Qing. Sister Yang, I understand what President Li means, but you are my manager, not President Li's manager. Xiao Wanchio held Yang Qing's hand and said seriously, Wanchio, I'm sorry, I understand. Yang Qing immediately nodded in agreement. She is Xiao Wanchio's person, not President Li's. If Xiao Wanchio doesn't want to shoot kissing scenes, perhaps the company won't say anything to her. But the manager is directly responsible for an artist, and if Xiao Wanchio is dissatisfied, she can change at any time. Even if Xiao Wanchio leaves the company, she can still develop well. Yang Qing can listen to the boss, but ultimately, she is still Xiao Wanchio's person. Meow meow, I knew Sister Yang is the best. When you have time, help me pick a variety show. It's been so long since I worked. It would be nice to work occasionally. Xiao Wanchio said, linking her arm with Yang Qing. How about keep running? Yang Qing's eyes lit up. Good, then Sister Yang will handle the rest. Xiao Wanchio smiled sweetly. When she is usually cute, she is very charming. However, that doesn't mean she will easily compromise in any situation. After Yang Qing left, she broke into a cold sweat. Xiao Wanqiu has reached her current position entirely through her own abilities. In just a few words, Xiao Wanqiu has firmly expressed her stance. She will not take on romantic dramas, let alone kissing scenes, even if this is the company's boss's attitude. If Yang Qing dares to continue pressing, then Xiao Wanqiu will change her manager. Yang Qing picked up on Xiao Wanqiu's implication and immediately expressed her loyalty, while Xiao Wanqiu also gave Yang Qing some leeway. She is willing to participate in some variety shows and keep running has a good reputation. Yang Qing sighed helplessly. Right now, she just wants to know what kind of person Lin Fan is. How could he make Xiao Wanqiu willing to offend the company boss just to uphold her principle of not shooting kissing scenes? Yang Qing became more and more curious about Lin Fan. The person who could win Xiao Wanqiu's heart must be Lin Fan, right? She thought if given the chance, she would like to meet this Lin Fan and see how he managed to win over her little cabbage. At 10 o'clock at night, Lin Fan quietly arrived at his small restaurant. There is no choice. He is too popular now. He is still the love rival in the eyes of countless fans. After all, the photo of Xiao Wanqiu and him together is too impactful. The main reason for coming to the small restaurant is that Qiu is still inside, and he wants to take her home. Lin Fan needs to feed this little cat, or else it might starve. When the little cat saw Lin Fan, it looked aggrieved. It hadn't eaten anything all day. All right, it's okay. Lin Fan held the little cat and patted its head, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Fan saw the familiar cat-eared hat appear beside him. It was Xiao Wanqiu. What are you doing here? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and pulled her over. I came to see Qiu. What about you? Xiao Wanqiu looked at the little cat in Lin Fan's arms and revealed a sweet smile. I was waiting for you, Lin Fan said. Really? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan curiously, a hint of blush on her cheeks. Initially, Lin Fan was a bit upset that he couldn't even open the restaurant because of the trending topic, but seeing Xiao Wanqiu, he couldn't be angry anymore. It was quite dangerous for Xiao Wanqiu to sneak out to see him at night. Lin Fan thought for a moment he should still be angry. The heat between him and Xiao Wanqiu had already reached 5 million. If fans intercepted them together at this critical moment, the consequences are imaginable. He would have to be responsible for Xiao Wanqiu for the rest of his life. It was relatively dark around, and Xiao Wanqiu was leaning close to Lin Fan, so he could feel her breath and body temperature. That annoying Xiao Wanqiu, wearing so little, looking so beautiful, leaning in so close, he couldn't take it. You must not come alone at night again. Do you understand? Lin Fan pretended to be angry as he looked at Xiao Wanqiu. He couldn't feel at ease if anything happened to her. I know. I'll listen to you, Xiao Wanqiu said, her hands clasped in front of her, looking very aggrieved. She sneaked over here just to see him. After all, we need to leave first. It's not safe here. If someone finds out, Lin Fan said. So what if we get found out? Xiao Wanqiu said, her beautiful eyes watching Lin Fan's reaction. No, you don't care, but I do. Lin Fan said seriously that he didn't want to affect Xiao Wanqiu's career at this moment. The nature of actively announcing it and being photographed by others is different. Xiao Wanqiu nodded gently. Her voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her heart pounding. So he cares. The sky was getting dark. I'll take you home, Lin Fan said. He couldn't just leave Xiao Wanqiu here to go home alone. No, let's go to your place. There might be fans waiting by my house, Xiao Wanqiu said softly. Even though your house is smaller, I don't mind, and I haven't been to your place yet. I live in a big villa, and the rooms are very spacious, Lin Fan smiled. Only a pig would believe you. Xiao Wanqiu stuck out her tongue. How about a bet? Lin Fan suggested again. Bet on what? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. If you lose, you have to kiss me. If I lose, I'll cook you big meals every day. Lin Fan laughed. Stinky Lin Fan, who wants to kiss you? But I won't lose, Xiao Wanqiu said confidently, her cheeks slightly flushed. Are you craving braised fish? Lin Fan looked at the girl in front of him and smiled. No matter how the bet went, he wouldn't lose. Cooking big meals for his wife every day is just what he should do. At that moment, the voices of passers-by could be heard around them. It seemed like Xiao Wanqiu's fans and some media were waiting to interview Lin Fan when he opened his store tomorrow. Shoo! Someone is coming, Lin Fan said quietly. Xiao Wanqiu obediently nodded, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Fan, asking what to do. The little cat in Lin Fan's arms meowed. They had originally been in a relatively hidden place, but as soon as the kitten meowed, it immediately attracted attention. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu exchanged glances. We're done. We're going to be discovered. The media will catch us in the act. Without hesitation, Lin Fan directly grabbed Xiao Wanqiu's small hand and ran down the small path. Run. Chapter 35. Acting as a girlfriend after running for a long time, Xiao Wanqiu's pretty face was flushed, and she was slightly out of breath. She followed Lin Fan, avoiding the fans and media that could appear at any moment. She didn't care about being discovered, but Lin Fan was concerned about her future, which warmed Xiao Wanqiu's heart. There shouldn't be anyone around now. Lin Fan smiled and turned to look at Xiao Wanqiu, still holding her hand, feeling the warmth of her touch. Don't let go yet, Xiao Wanqiu said softly, lowering her head. Sorry, I didn't pay attention earlier. Lin Fan scratched his head and released her hand. If he was photographed holding Xiao Wanqiu's hand, their relationship will be confirmed online. In the future, you can't hold hands without my permission. I'm not even your girlfriend yet, Xiao Wanqiu said quietly, her cheeks flushed. If you were my girlfriend, your 80 million fans would be coming at me with knives. Lin Fan chuckled, not taking it too seriously. Their relationship was indeed just a bit closer than friends, but it couldn't be called a romantic relationship yet. Although there were some people on Weibo who praised Lin Fan's looks, there were also many who slandered him. If they really confirmed their relationship, some people might actually chase him down. After all, a large portion of Xiao Wanqiu's fans were male. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan, a hint of apology in her eyes. She tugged at Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that there are so many rumors on Weibo, and so many people are insulting you. Your restaurant has also been affected. Xiao Wanqiu sincerely apologized to Lin Fan. So just now, holding hands was my way of making it up to you. She smiled charmingly at Lin Fan, putting on a cat ear hat. She only acted cute like this in front of Lin Fan and Su Xiaoyu because she thought it was adorable. Why do I feel like I'm the one losing out? Lin Fan teased, knowing that he also had plenty of admirers. Stupid Lin Fan, do you believe I'll really bite you? Xiao Wanqiu pretended to look fierce and punched Lin Fan lightly on the chest. Where's your home? Xiao Wanqiu looked around. You bullied me just now. So tonight you owe me sweet and sour fish, fragrant fish soup, and the vegetable salad you promised. My home is a big villa, Lin Fan replied. Only a pig would believe that. You haven't even bought a villa yet. Xiao Wanqiu stuck out her tongue. They were almost home, and he was still lying to her? Xiao Wanqiu knew Lin Fan very well. They had been desk mates in middle and high school. His family was from the countryside. So how could he afford a villa? In Magic City, villas cost at least tens of millions, and such expensive villas were not something ordinary people could afford. Shouldn't a big star's pay be in the billions? What about your pay? Lin Fan asked, recalling that was how it usually was, especially since Xiao Wanqiu was so popular. I'm saving it as a dowry. Xiao Wanqiu blinked and smiled. Well, when you get married, you have to give a lot of dowry, Lin Fan teased, tapping Xiao Wanqiu's head. Let's go home, Lin Fan said, walking ahead. Watching Lin Fan's back, Xiao Wanqiu bit her lip, her chest rising and falling slightly, feeling a bit angry. In the entertainment industry, whenever there were attempts to slander an artist, the artist would usually clarify things right away, especially for a popular star like Xiao Wanqiu. She still hadn't expressed her stance. And Lin Fan truly was a big fool. Put on your mask and hat first. Pretend to be my girlfriend later, so no one recognizes us. Otherwise, tomorrow's trending news will be about me taking you to a hotel, Lin Fan said with a smile, glancing at the girl next to him. He obviously understood Xiao Wanqiu's intentions. She was on the second floor, while he was already on the fifth. The fact that a girl was willing to go home with him indicated something, and Lin Fan wasn't a fool. But at that moment, if he showed any lewd intentions, it would only lower his standing in her eyes. Taking a girl home didn't mean he wanted to sleep with her. At least, that wasn't Lin Fan's intention. Although Xiao Wanqiu was indeed very beautiful, and anyone would want to be with her, there was a significant difference between a one-night stand and a lifelong relationship. Moreover, what if things didn't go as planned? It would mean he might never have a chance again. Relationships needed to develop gradually. Feelings deepened over time. Lin Fan didn't think it was the right moment yet. He liked Xiao Wanqiu as well, but he wanted to give her a romantic confession and make it public so everyone would know they were together. Not only that, but when that day came, He wanted everyone to know he had the right to protect Xiao Wanqiu. This was also why Lin Fan acted foolishly in front of other girls. He wouldn't flirt with anyone else, except for Xiao Wanqiu. Who wants to go to a hotel with you? How shameless, Xiao Wanqiu pouted, putting on her hat and mask. By the way, which neighborhood is this? The houses here seem quite upscale, Xiao Wanqiu said softly, naturally linking her arm with Lin Fan's, as if they were a couple born to be together. You'll find out soon. Just keep a low profile as we enter the neighborhood. You have to act like my girlfriend. You're not doing it well enough, Lin Fan said. What else do you want me to do? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan, unsure how to act as his girlfriend. Just wrap your arms around mine. That's about it, Lin Fan smiled. Like this? Xiao Wanqiu asked, her face flushing even deeper. Yes, that's good, Lin Fan nodded. I feel like you're bullying me again, Xiao Wanqiu said softly, still sweetly holding onto Lin Fan's arm. Let's go. Once we get past the neighborhood entrance, we'll be fine, Lin Fan said with a smile. After all, the security at Lambo and Community was always good and wouldn't let strangers in. In case they were recognized, Lin Fan couldn't guarantee that a security guard wouldn't slip up. He had to think about Xiao Wanqiu's future as well as his own. When they reached the neighborhood entrance, several security guards' eyes lit up. Lin Fan's girlfriend has a great figure. Good evening, Fangu, one of the security guards said enviously to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. Fangu, your girlfriend is really beautiful, another security guard said, not daring to stare at Xiao Wanqiu for too long in front of Lin Fan. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll head in first. Lin Fan waved his hand and led Xiao Wanqiu through the neighborhood gate. Okay, Fangu, take care, the security guard said warmly. After Lin Fan left, the guards gathered together. Did you see that? Fanji's girlfriend is super beautiful. Even with a hat and mask, you can tell she's stunning. Yeah, she seems a lot prettier than the girl who came here last time to deliver clothes. Fangu is really lucky tonight. But I feel like this girl looks a bit familiar. Whatever, this is the life of a rich second generation. Beautiful women come and go. I wish I had such a beautiful girlfriend like Fangu. All right, let's not discuss Fanji's matters anymore, and definitely don't talk about his girlfriend. Otherwise, if Fangu gets angry, we won't be able to handle it. Once they entered the neighborhood, Xiao Wanqiu chuckled, feeling that Lin Fan's acting skills were even better than hers. She looked around, thinking that Lin Fan's place shouldn't be a small rental apartment, right? Why are the security guards here so polite to Lin Fan? Moreover, the houses here, as far as the eye can see, are all high-rise residential areas with beautiful environments. Lush trees, streetlights along the roads, gardens all around, and a great view by the seaside. She feels like she has come to a paradise, which is quite different from her imagined idea of Lin Fan living in a harsh environment. Does Lin Fan live in such a place? Chapter 36. Xiao Wanqiu blushed the deeper she walked in, the more dazed Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful eyes became. This place was completely different from what she had imagined. Any random house here must cost a lot of money. The environment, security, and atmosphere were top-notch in her eyes. Xiao Wanqiu thought of the villa Lin Fan had mentioned before. Could it be that Lin Fan really lived in a villa? She still had a bet with Lin Fan. And if she lost, wouldn't she have to kiss him? No, she couldn't let Lin Fan take advantage of her. Xiao Wanqiu remembered that Lin Fan had just given cigarettes to a few security guards and immediately looked at Lin Fan, saying, "Smoking is harmful to health. You're not allowed to smoke." Hearing this, Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and smiled. "I don't smoke. I just use the cigarettes to divert the guard attention so they wouldn't recognize you." Really? Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. "Yeah," Lin Fan replied. With Xiao Wanqiu linking her arm with his, they walked along the garden path. The surroundings were quiet, and he could feel her breath and warmth. The moonlight fell upon them, illuminating Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. Even though they had passed the entrance of the community, Xiao Wanqiu naturally held onto Lin Fan's arm. This was the Lombo Bay community, known for its excellent greenery, environment, and security, and the housing prices were quite high. Having a small house here could serve as a residence. "I'm the owner here. That's why the security treats me so politely," Lin Fan said as they walked, feeling there was no need to hide the truth about his lakeside villa from Xiao Wanqiu. He knew that Xiao Wanqiu had some vague feelings for him, but such matters often depended on social status. Xiao Wanqiu might not care about his background, but Lin Fan did. when they were together in the future. He wanted to silence those fans on Weibo who thought he was unworthy of her. Bringing Xiao Wanqiu home was also to give her a sense of security. Xiao Wanqiu had once wanted him to be her manager or act in her company, hoping that Lin Fan could become outstanding. Now, Lin Fan wanted to show Xiao Wanqiu step by step, proving himself to all those who thought he was unworthy of her. Owner of the Lombo Bay community, the price of a regular house here could easily be over 10 million, and if it's in the villa area, it could reach over 100 million. Lin Fan, do you really live in a villa here? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan in surprise. She had heard that Lombo Bay was a high-end community in the city. Yeah, right here, Lin Fan said as he brought Xiao Wanqiu to the entrance of the lakeside villa. Seeing the lakeside villa, there was a hint of shock in Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful eyes. The lakeside villa was the most luxurious villa in the entire Lombo Bay community. The environment and location were indescribably good. Moreover, she had seen the news that the villas here were valued at 200 million. Xiao Wanqiu had never lived in a villa. Although she was well informed, she was still somewhat stunned when she saw Lin Fan's villa. Lin Fan lives in a villa worth 200 million. As they reached the door, it automatically conducted an iris scan, and after verification, the door opened automatically. Upon entering, the over 200 square meter hall featured automated service robots, neatly arranged furniture, and luxurious crystal chandeliers spanning 3 entire floors. The living room, kitchen, bedrooms, esports room, studio, gym, everything was available. It was very spacious, exquisitely decorated, with many famous paintings and artworks on the walls. The rooms were large, and after entering the villa's front door, they discovered there was even a garden inside, with a pebble-paved path, a large swimming pool, a barbecue grill, and a soccer field. Wow! Lin Fan, this place is so big. I've seen some villas, but I've never been inside one. Coming in today makes me feel how truly spacious a villa can be, Xiao Wanqiu said, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings. Is it okay? As long as the house can accommodate people, what difference does it make where you live? Lin Fan chuckled, watching Xiao Wanqiu's expression. The lakeside villa is worth over 200 million. Lin Fan, where did you get so much money? Xiao Wanqiu asked curiously, somewhat incredulous. I've been working hard since college, and now I've achieved some success. After all, since you're so outstanding, I have to do something to keep up with you, Lin Fan said, not revealing what he was actually doing, as he couldn't possibly tell her he had a system. Lin Fan, I believe in you. I'm not worried about whatever you do, as long as it's not illegal. I thought you were always renting a small place. It turns out you opened a small restaurant just to experience life? Xiao Wanqiu said, the small restaurant was left to me by my parents. I opened it just as a hobby, so I don't care much about the business. Lin Fan replied, sit down, let us have some water. Xiao Wanqiu sat on the sofa, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Fan, mumbling, unknowingly, you've become so outstanding. But no matter how you change, you're still my desk mate and my personal chef. Whereas today's vegetable salad. Xiao Wanqiu felt surprised and happy for Lin Fan's achievements. As for where Lin Fan lived, she didn't care. What mattered to her was the person he was. Thinking of this, Xiao Wanqiu finally understood why Lin Fan was reluctant to act with her or be her manager. During the time, she couldn't see, Lin Fan had been silently working hard to catch up to her pace. Xiao Wanqiu felt a little heartache, knowing that Lin Fan must have put in unimaginable efforts behind the scenes. The little cat, Qiu, was sleeping in Xiao Wanqiu's arms. Lin Fan smiled slightly, relieved that Xiao Wanqiu didn't ask him what kind of work he was doing. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. I'll help you make the vegetable salad later. There is still something important to do now, Lin Fan said, sitting beside Xiao Wanqiu, taking the little cat from her arms. The cat was annoyed and looked at Lin Fan, but still ran away wisely. What is wrong? Lin Fan, even if it's just the two of us in a room, you're not allowed to bully me. Xiao Wanqiu spoke first, unsure if Lin Fan might suddenly do something bad. How could I bully you? This is indeed where I live, the Lombo Bay community, the lakeside villa. Do you want to see my property certificate? Lin Fan smiled. Oh no. Xiao Wanqiu suddenly remembered something, her pretty face turning red as she buried it into the sofa. She had a bet with Lin Fan. If she lost, she would have to kiss him. But how could she have anticipated that Lin Fan really lived in a villa? Did that bet still count? Lin Fan sat beside Xiao Wanqiu, smiling gently, and asked, so, Does that bet still count? Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes to look at Lin Fan, her pretty face flushed, appearing shy and somewhat wronged. Lin Fan was bullying her again, but that was a bet she had agreed to, and if she didn't fulfill it, she would always be under Lin Fan's thumb and would never be able to hold her head high again. Looking at Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu felt an impulse to bite him hard. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wanqiu gathered her courage, gradually moved closer to Lin Fan, and softly said then, "Could you close your eyes first?" Chapter 37. The Big Star. Lin Fan closed his eyes, feeling a bit of anticipation inside. Xiao Wanqiu had never had any intimate contact with any man on screen. This should still be her first kiss. Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes, gathering her courage, her heart racing, leaning forward slowly towards Lin Fan. Just as she got close enough for Lin Fan to notice, he opened his eyes and their gazes met. Xiao Wanqiu's face turned red upon seeing Lin Fan. Before she could react, Lin Fan gently kissed her forehead, a fragrant scent wafting, the warm touch reaching her heart. "I'm going to make dinner for you. What do you want to eat?" Lin Fan asked softly, looking at the girl in front of him. Anything is fine." Xiao Wanqiu nodded, her beautiful eyes following Lin Fan as he went to prepare dinner. And only then did she realize that Lin Fan had just kissed her forehead. "You bad Lin Fan, you bully me, so annoying." Xiao Wanqiu pouted, but in her heart, she felt a little more fondness. Being with Lin Fan felt really good. Lin Fan was handsome and kind. It was so shy for her to initiate a kiss with a boy, yet Lin Fan took the initiative to kiss her. "For dinner, should we have braised fish?" Lin Fan turned around and smiled. Upon hearing braised fish, Xiao Wanqiu immediately became happy. "Meow meow." Xiao Wanqiu made a cute gesture and expression towards Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, I'm going to post on Weibo, otherwise the buzz online is getting higher." Xiao Wanqiu seemed to be seeking Lin Fan's opinion. "Sure, go ahead. Clarify that we are not in a relationship. You are clearly my pet pig." Lin Fan laughed. "If you're my pet pig, you are my personal chef." Xiao Wanqiu glared at Lin Fan fiercely. "You look a bit cute when you're fierce," Lin Fan said seriously. "Meow meow, you annoying Lin Fan. I'm going to scratch you." Xiao Wanqiu became even angrier upon hearing this. Watching Lin Fan cook dinner for her, Xiao Wanqiu smiled sweetly, picked up her phone, and took a selfie. She looked really good. Casually, Xiao Wanqiu opened Weibo and wrote a simple message: "We are not together yet." After confirming it, she clicked send. Xiao Wanqiu and Lin Fan were not in a relationship, and in response to the uproar online, these few words were Xiao Wanqiu's reply. As soon as she posted on Weibo, countless fans immediately retweeted and commented. 10,000, 100,000, 200,000 comments, and buzz continued to rise. In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post had already climbed to the trending topics. "Qiu is the most beautiful. I said our Qiu isn't in a relationship yet. Debunked. Love you, Qiu. Those haters should see this. Qiu's official statement. No relationship. Don't spread rumors. It's illegal. Qiu just went to a restaurant for a meal, and that restaurant's food is really delicious. Don't be misled by those with ulterior motives." Many fans commented excitedly, as the trending topic had been up for almost a day, and Xiao Wanqiu finally made a response. When Xiao Wanqiu responded, the official Weibo account of Yuehua Company also retweeted immediately. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu, chewing on a lollipop, commented below Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo. "I just want to eat with Sister Wanqiu. That restaurant is really good." Su Xiaoyu's comment was quickly pushed to the top. Even Su Xiaoyu stood up to clarify. After commenting, Su Xiaoyu went to sleep peacefully. Sister Wanqiu, I can only help you here, woof. The dog is going to sleep now," Su Xiaoyu said, taking off her clothes, revealing her 2 delicate, snow-white legs, preparing to take a shower and then sleep beautifully. On the other hand, another trending topic quickly rose to second place. Lin Fan's restaurant, 100 Flavors Garden. The comments below unanimously praised Lin Fan's restaurant. Wow, did you guys know that Lin Fan's little restaurant is really delicious? I guess Qiu and Xiaoyu went there just to eat good food. Yeah, I tried it today, it's really so good, but unfortunately, it only opens for 4 hours a day. Lin Fan doesn't open the restaurant at other times. They say good wine needs no bush. Can someone tell me where Lin Fan's little restaurant is? I've eaten at Lin Fan's restaurant. It's absolutely amazing. Lin Fan's cooking is better than that of famous chefs. But the location is a bit remote. Maybe he doesn't have much money? Can I sponsor Lin Fan? After Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post, the comments turned around. No one criticized Lin Fan anymore. Instead, more people praised Lin Fan's restaurant. This way, not only did the restaurant become popular, but Lin Fan also became famous. Fans online took pictures of Lin Fan, attracting many female fans' attention. Lin Fan's Weibo was also discovered by these fans. The number of followers jumped from 132 to 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. In just one night, Lin Fan's follower count reached the million mark. At this moment, Lin Fan was still seriously making braised fish, unaware that he had already become a person with 1 million followers. At the same time, many companies began to contact Lin Fan. Among them were restaurants, talent agencies, and live streaming companies. So many people wanted to reach out to Lin Fan. 20,000 a month to have Lin Fan as our chef, and then give him a share of the company. Hurry up and contact Lin Fan. Does Lin Fan have any plans to become an artist? We must seize this opportunity and find a way to contact Lin Fan. If he becomes an actor, he will definitely become famous. If Lin Fan can collaborate with Xiao Wanqiu on a film, it would probably be a huge hit. Does anyone know Lin Fan's contact information? If not, let's wait at the restaurant to block him. Our company is willing to offer a 5 million live streaming contract for a year. Quickly sign Lin Fan. If Lin Fan wants to raise the price, we can do 10 million a year. Quickly retweet Lin Fan's news. Any news about Lin Fan must be shared immediately. His potential is too great. Our company must catch such talent. In this era, having traffic means having capital. Lin Fan was not only handsome, but his culinary skills were also excellent. What was even more amazing was that Lin Fan knew Xiao Wanqiu. This kind of relationship was enough to make countless people pay attention to Lin Fan. Not just those food-loving fans or fans who admired his looks, but Lin Fan's commercial value was rapidly elevated. At this point, it was too hard for Lin Fan not to become popular. After finishing dinner, Lin Fan quietly opened his phone. He saw countless private messages on his Weibo, with various companies leaving messages wanting to collaborate with Lin Fan, including top live streaming companies like Bilibili, Douyu, and Huya. There were even various variety shows wanting to invite Lin Fan, all from official verified Weibo accounts. The main reason was that these companies did not have Lin Fan's contact information. Lin Fan had now completely become a big star. Chapter 38, Fair Competition. Sigh, I'm completely furious. Lin Fan sat beside Xiao Wanqiu, silently watching the numerous messages on Weibo. His phone was almost overloaded. Great, I need to buy a new phone. As for becoming this popular, Lin Fan didn't care at all. Can anyone be more popular than a wife? Others might be happy when they get popular. But why does it feel like you're different? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan curiously. Handsome people always have troubles. There are so many girls chasing me down the street. Want to take pictures with me. Now that I'm so popular, it's hard to keep a low profile, Lin Fan said. He just wanted to quietly be a rich guy, living an easy life, but now he's trending for being too handsome. Meow meow scratch. Xiao Wanqiu chuckled. Being popular isn't bad. In fact, I also want to try a romantic scene, but there are never suitable male actors. Xiao Wanqiu sighed, looking somewhat disappointed. Girls are naturally emotional. They can perform better in romantic scenes. But unfortunately, although those male actors are handsome, Xiao Wanqiu has no desire to collaborate with them. Holding hands, hugging, kissing, shouldn't that be with the person you love? Only with the one you love can you be more invested, and the acting will be more genuine. It's okay. There will be opportunities in the future, Lin Fan smiled. Oof. When there is a suitable male actor, I don't want to act anymore. Xiao Wanqiu flicked her long hair. Why? Lin Fan asked, looking at Xiao Wanqiu, feeling warm inside. There's no reason. I just don't want to act. Xiao Wanqiu glared at Lin Fan, calling him a silly fool. Her romantic scenes, her first kiss on screen, why should they be given to those male actors? Although those male actors have great acting skills, they are not Lin Fan. Lin Fan noticed Xiao Wanqiu's thoughts, but didn't point them out. He just touched her cat ear hat and said, what if one day I become an actor? I'll act in romantic scenes with you. I'll be the male lead, and you'll be the female lead. How about that? Xiao Wanqiu's face turned red, and she playfully said, shameless. Who wants to act with you? You just want to bully me, right? You want to bully me openly during the scenes, deliberately making the director call for retakes during kissing scenes. Lin Fan said earnestly, How do I feel like I'm the one at a disadvantage if I act in kissing scenes with you? Hearing this, Xiao Wanqiu's chest slightly heaved, angrily looking at Lin Fan and bit his arm. Today, she didn't want to be a cat. She wanted to be a dog. Oh, well, let us bite. Ouch, it hurts. Be gentle, Lin Fan said. Are you a dog? Oh, whoa, whoa. Xiao Wanqiu's lips curled up slightly. Who told Lin Fan to bully her just now? When you sound like a silly husky, Lin Fan laughed. You stinky Lin Fan, I won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Wanqiu was so angry that her chest hurt. That annoying Lin Fan. How could he say she looked like a husky when she was such a cute little puppy? At Yuehua Group, Su Yang sat in the company, quietly looking at the messages on Weibo, lost in thought. Facing the huge public opinion storm, President Li was somewhat angry. For female stars, rumors are the most important. If it was a normal public announcement of a relationship, perhaps the fans wouldn't be so excited and would only wish the couple well. But if a female star is rumored to be in a relationship with an ordinary person, it could be very damaging. No fan would be tolerant. And the company would be even less so. If the rumor is confirmed, it could affect the female star's career, potentially leading to the loss of endorsement deals. Many companies might not want to collaborate with her anymore. The high school photo of Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, along with the video of Lin Fan protecting Xiao Wanqiu at a restaurant, linked together and spread rumors. Although it topped Weibo's trending list, the impact wasn't fatal. Why? Because there was no solid evidence. What can a high school photo prove? At most, it shows that the two had a good relationship in high school. Who hasn't taken a photo with a classmate of the opposite sex back in high school? Therefore, President Li just gave Xiao Wanqiu a warning, and the company proceeded with the normal rumor-refuting process. In Su Yang's heart, there was also a glimmer of hope. How could Xiao Wanqiu's reason for not filming kissing scenes all these years be because of Lin Fan? In Su Yang's eyes, Lin Fan was just a small-time restaurant owner. Even if Lin Fan signed with the company and entered the entertainment industry, it would be very difficult for him to surpass Su Yang. After this news broke, all it would take was one word from Xiao Wanqiu to completely refute the rumors. Sure enough, Xiao Wanqiu's simple statement immediately turned public opinion around, and along with the company's operations, it also boosted the popularity of Lin Fan's restaurant. However, Su Yang felt a bit cold in his heart. Su Yang carefully looked at the statement Xiao Wanqiu posted on Weibo, when not together yet. To an ordinary person, it might just seem like a simple refutation, but Su Yang didn't think so. Xiao Wanqiu's statement actually had another layer of meaning. We're not together now, but that doesn't mean we won't be together in the future. As for the many comments online about the ambiguity between the two, their photos together, and even the notion of a secret crush or affection, or that the reason Xiao Wanqiu doesn't film kissing scenes is because of Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu didn't respond to any of it. She tacitly acknowledged it. This means that there is a high possibility that the reason Xiao Wanqiu doesn't film kissing scenes and refuses to get close to male actors is because of Lin Fan. Xiao Wanqiu's statement was not a denial. Rather, it was telling Su Yang that the person she likes is Lin Fan. Wanqiu, is this statement meant to make me give up? After spending so many years with Wanqiu in the company, Su Yang thought he could confidently pursue her. But now it seemed like just a dream. However, love is not a game. Even the best couples can break up, let alone the fact that they're not truly together yet. Lin Fan, although my position is higher than yours, my background is deeper, and my family is wealthier. Let us compete fairly this time. Su Yang raised his gaze, feeling somewhat confident. With Lin Fan's ability, there is still a distance to reach Xiao Wanqiu's career. Thinking of this, Su Yang dialed his assistant's phone. Su Yi, it's so late. Is there something you need? The assistant asked. Contact Lin Fan and ask if he has any interest in becoming an artist at Yuehua. We can negotiate the signing fee. He is a potential newcomer, and I can unconditionally support him in the entertainment industry, Su Yang said. Perhaps others would see it as him using his power as a star to suppress Lin Fan and pursue Xiao Wanqiu. But Su Yang wanted to help Lin Fan, letting him join the company, collaborating, and competing fairly with him. If Lin Fan came from a poor family and lacked resources to enter the entertainment industry, he would help Lin Fan significantly. Any problems Lin Fan couldn't solve, he would take care of. Understood. The assistant nodded, feeling a bit amazed. Su Yang was not only the #1 male artist at Yuehua Group, but also the top artist in the company. His popularity and heat were even higher than Xiao Wanqiu's, giving him a significant position in the entire entertainment industry. If he wanted to promote a newcomer, the resources available to that newcomer would be unimaginable. As long as the newcomer was talented enough, under Su Yang's personal promotion, they would surely grow quickly. The assistant couldn't imagine what Lin Fan's future would look like. Lin Fan was already very handsome. If he were willing to join Yuehua Group, he would receive help from Su Yang, Xiao Wanqiu, and Su Xiaoyu. It wouldn't be long before Lin Fan became a top-tier artist. Of course, Su Yang was still unaware that the fair competition he desired simply did not exist. Xiao Wanqiu refused to get close to any male actors. Yet she was willing to be alone in a room with Lin Fan. If Su Yang knew this, he would definitely question his life, no matter how hard he tried. He and Lin Fan were not on the same starting line. Chapter 39. The next day, Lin Fan got up and went through his daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining writer level, master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining screenwriter level, master. All related information has automatically entered the host's mind, allowing for comprehensive understanding. Lin Fan thought he would sign in for some luxury cars or a school district house, but unexpectedly, he learned 2 skills this time. After graduating from university, Lin Fan had written novels for 3 years, all of which ended in failure. He then opened a small restaurant and gradually made his way to today. After learning these 2 skills, Lin Fan felt that he had gained a lot of professional knowledge in his mind. He could instantly understand the strengths and weaknesses of a book, and even his understanding of scripts had improved significantly. However, it seemed that these abilities didn't matter much. Lin Fan now had a house and a car, and he just wanted to live a life of collecting rent every day, relaxed and comfortable, occasionally flirting with girls, which wasn't too bad. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Mr. Su's assistant, representing the Yuehua Group to discuss a signing matter with you." A female voice came through. "Yuehua Group, Su Yang?" Lin Fan responded. Su Yang is also a top-tier artist, very popular. He had rumors with Xiao Wanqiu and spent a night with her. What does that have to do with Su Yang? Su Yang, trying to steal his girl? Lin Fan understood immediately. After all, he had seen comments like that on Weibo, saying that only Su Yang was worthy of Xiao Wanqiu. There were also some haters criticizing Lin Fan, implying that he was not worthy of the current Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan did not care about these comments, but the call from Su Yang's assistant made him perk up. Collaborating was fine, but trying to steal his girl was too much. "Yes, Mr. Lin, our company believes you have great potential and would like to sign you as an artist. The contract will promise you no less than 5 drama and variety show opportunities each year, and Mr. Su will personally collaborate with you on filming. Mr. Su hopes you can join the company, and the signing price is $1 million a year. This is just the basic signing fee. For all subsequent participation in variety shows and films, you will receive a certain percentage of the share. If you participate in 5 dramas or 5 variety shows in a year, your total income could exceed $5 million. If Mr. Lin performs well, the company is willing to create a star-making plan for you, fully cultivating your potential, and your remuneration will continuously increase based on your personal abilities. If you can become a top-tier artist, your annual income might reach tens of millions. Of course, if you reach the level of artists like Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, the pay for a single film could start at 50 million or even exceed 100 million, the assistant said, expressing Yuehua Group's sincerity right away. A starting annual salary of 1 million, plus film and variety show resources, and even a star-making plan. From the assistant's perspective, such conditions would make anyone eager. The key is that once you join the company, you can frequently see top stars like Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Su Yang with opportunities to collaborate. Faced with Yuehua Group's sincerity, Lin Fan just smiled slightly. He indeed didn't have much money. There were only over 2 million in his bank account. However, what was important was that Lin Fan did not lack money now. He was the second largest shareholder of the new Lixing 5-star hotel, earning tens of millions in shareholder dividends every year. "I currently have no intention of joining Yuehua Group, sorry. I just want to collect rent, run my small restaurant, and live a simple and peaceful life, and I don't lack money," Lin Fan said with a smile. "Okay, if you have any ideas for collaboration in the future, feel free to contact me," the assistant replied, somewhat surprised but didn't say it out loud. Because Lin Fan rejected Su Yang's invitation. Meow meow. A girl's voice sounded from behind. Who wants to sign you? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, curious while applying a face mask. Su Yang, Lin Fan said, smiling slightly at Xiao Wanqiu. Did he make things difficult for you? Xiao Wanqiu blinked, her voice becoming soft. No, the signing fee is 1 million a year, and there's a star-making plan, resource allocation, etc., but I turned it down, Lin Fan chuckled. After hearing this, Xiao Wanqiu became a little angry, looking fierce but somewhat cute. You're my personal chef. Who dares to poach my people? Besides, even if they want to poach you, 1 million a year is too little, Xiao Wanqiu said softly, removing the face mask to reveal a stunningly beautiful face. My little pig is right, Lin Fan smiled. Stinky Lin Fan, who is your little pig? How shameless. Xiao Wanqiu shot him a glare. Stretching her body after spending the night at Lin Fan's place and feeling quite good. Can you take me to Xiaoyu's house? I have a new variety show to shoot with her, and I've also taken on an advertisement recently, so I'm a bit busy, Xiao Wanqiu said, revealing a hint of fatigue in her eyes. Okay, I understand. After you finish, you should rest well and not overwork yourself, Lin Fan asked. Knowing Xiao Wanqiu had been very tired these days, and she could only relax when she was with him. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Xiao Wanqiu felt a bit shy, looking at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. Stinky Lin Fan, why are you suddenly so concerned about me? You're my big sponsor. I have to charge for braised fish. If you say I can't run my small restaurant, I'll just wait to take advantage of your little meal expenses, Lin Fan smiled. Xiao Wanqiu pouted, looking wronged at Lin Fan, meow meow. Seeing Xiao Wanqiu like this, Lin Fan felt a bit reluctant. Women, acting so well and looking so beautiful. How can one withstand it? Only Lin Fan has strong self-control. If it were someone with weaker self-control, they would have already taken her. Mainly because she was pleasing to the eye. Lin Fan spoke the truth. After all, Xiao Wanqiu's looks were rated 99 points. She was very beautiful, occasionally cute, acted super well, had long legs that were eye-catching, and also had a nice figure. Really? Xiao Wanqiu became even more shy, her cheeks slightly flushed, lowering her head slightly, and gently biting her red lips, looking like a pure and charming sweet girl. Fake. How good-looking can my little pig be? Lin Fan teased, knowing that if he praised Xiao Wanqiu any further, he wouldn't be able to resist. Meow meow, I'll bite you. Xiao Wanqiu bit at him, the previously innocent girl image completely gone. After a playful tussle, Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks were pink, and she was panting. When are you shooting a film? I haven't seen your work in a year, Lin Fan asked Xiao Wanqiu. There aren't any good scripts. Some scripts are decent, but there are no suitable male leads, so I haven't acted in a year. Xiao Wanqiu twirled her long hair, smiling gently, as if she didn't care at all. Lin Fan, I remember you used to write books. If you have time, why not help me write a script? One without kissing, Xiao Wanqiu said, looking at Lin Fan with eager eyes. Writing a script? I could give it a try. I've written quite a few drafts that haven't been published, Lin Fan replied. However, without a romantic subplot, it would be harder for the script to stand out. After all, the current market audience prefers to see the lead couple's looks and romantic scenes, though the plot is also very important. Not doing it. I don't want to kiss anyone else, Xiao Wanqiu pouted. This was her bottom line. She knew the market was changing, but she didn't want to give her first kiss to another co-star. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu, feeling angry. If she didn't produce any work for years in the entertainment industry, regardless of how popular she was, she would soon be forgotten. Relying solely on variety shows and advertisements cannot deeply embed oneself in the memories of the common people. Only through works can an artist establish a foothold in the entertainment industry. However, Xiao Wanqiu is unwilling to perform kissing scenes. Lin Fan understands. Fortunately, he possesses the level of a master writer and screenwriter, so creating a good script is not difficult. For Xiao Wanqiu's future, if I don't enter hell, who will? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu, who was still pouting, patted her head, and smiled. I'll help you write the script, and I'll act in this scene with you. How about that? Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the serious Lin Fan, smiling charmingly. Chapter 40. The annoying Lin Fan, who stole her cat after Xiao Wanqiu nodded, her face flushed red. Stinky Lin Fan, you're not planning to bully me again, are you? Xiao Wanxiu raised her beautiful eyes, surprised that Lin Fan actually wanted to act with her, which was just another way of bullying her, right? Am I that kind of person? Lin Fan said with righteous indignation. Who knows? Xiao Wanxiu murmured softly. Do you really believe I can write a script? I graduated from university and spent 3 years writing, but no one reads my books, and I often get rejected by publishers. Lin Fan smiled. Xiao Wanxiu looked at Lin Fan and sweetly smiled. I believe you. She didn't mind filming a kiss scene. She just wanted to do it with the right person. However, that right person had yet to appear, nor had the suitable script. But she felt an inexplicable trust in Lin Fan, believing he could definitely write a good script. I won't disappoint your expectations. Provided that writing a good script requires payment, Lin Fan chuckled. He had finally managed to write a script, so of course, he wanted to earn money from it. It couldn't be for free. Of course, I'll help you rip off the company then. Xiao Wanxiu made a cute expression. In the next few days, I'll be shooting an advertisement with Xiao Yu, and later I might go shoot a variety show. But during my breaks, you have to come to the company to pick me and Xiao Yu up to eat at your place. I've already paid. Xiao Wanxiu winked at Lin Fan, insisting he must comply, and added, you need to prepare vegetable salad for me every day. Let us go. Take me to Xiao Yu's place. I still have work to do today. Here, the address. Xiao Wanxiu sent the address from her phone to Lin Fan. They stepped out and got in the car. Lin Fan took Xiao Wanxiu out the door and into the adjacent garage. When he opened the garage door, Xiao Wanxiu was stunned. In front of her were 2 cool sports cars and a tricycle. She recognized the 2 cars. The first one was a Bugatti La Voiture Noire, and the second was a Koenigsegg 1. Both sports cars were worth over 100 million. Moreover, without a doubt, both were globally limited edition cars. When did Lin Fan start living in a villa and own 2 sports cars? Xiao Wanxiu was a bit dazed. Her beautiful eyes were slightly moist. She wondered how hard Lin Fan had worked to achieve this after college in these 3 years. Unlike other girls, she didn't scream or admire the sports cars or even want to cling to Lin Fan. She wasn't that kind of materialistic girl. She instinctively felt pity for Lin Fan, realizing that to reach such wealth, he must have gone through unimaginable efforts and hardships. Xiao Wanxiu turned to Lin Fan. Her voice softening, Lin Fan, we've hardly been in touch over the years. You must have had a tough time, right? Lin Fan smiled and opened the door of the Bugatti, saying, not tough. Get in and put on your mask and hat. Don't let others recognize you. Xiao Wanxiu pouted. She also had assets worth over 100 million, but only she knew the hardships behind it. She had started from scratch and gradually developed to where she was now. Stinky Lin Fan, clearly struggling so much, yet he didn't tell her. If he faced difficulties during his entrepreneurial phase, she would have been willing to help him, but he never once sought her assistance. After getting in the car and buckling up, Lin Fan drove Xiao Wanxiu through the streets of the Magic City. Along the way, many girls were screaming, "Ah, Bugatti! I saw the guy driving the Bugatti again. He is so handsome." Handsome? Maybe the person inside is a big guy. This car might just be a few million, and it could even be a second-hand one. What is there to brag about? What do you know? This is a globally limited edition sports car. How could there be a second-hand one? And its price is 126 million. A few days ago, I saw the guy driving his Bugatti on the street. Maybe he doesn't even have a girlfriend. Oh my, if only I could have such a handsome boyfriend. Mainly, I want to ride in a car like a Bugatti. Maybe this guy is strong enough, too. Xiao Wanxiu could see the expressions of those girls outside the window, but they couldn't see her. Every time she saw their expressions, she couldn't help but smile brightly. She understood why Lin Fan didn't want to be famous. She also understood why he refused Su Yong's invitation to become a company artist. Just by driving a sports car, so many girls wanted to pursue Lin Fan. If he became famous, wouldn't even more girls come after him? Xiao Wanxiu felt a warmth in her heart. Over the years, Lin Fan hadn't dated. Was it because of her? Before long, Lin Fan drove to the bottom of Su Xiaoyu's home. Su Xiaoyu had been waiting there for a long time, holding a relatively thick cucumber, and there weren't many people around. After taking a bite of the cucumber, Su Xiaoyu just happened to see a Bugatti parked downstairs. When Lin Fan and Xiao Wanxiu got out of the car, Su Xiaoyu was stunned. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, completely frozen in place. She thought Lin Fan would be riding a tricycle or driving an ordinary car. How could she have imagined he was driving a Bugatti? Su Xiaoyu didn't recognize the Bugatti, but she had a phone. After quickly searching, she discovered this Bugatti was a globally limited edition luxury car, priced at $126 million, making countless rich second-generation individuals hesitant. Even Su Xiaoyu couldn't afford such a sports car. If Lin Fan had over $1 billion in liquid assets to buy a sports car, how rich was he? Lin Fan's assets must be at least over $500 million, or even $1 billion. This was Su Xiaoyu estimating low. She never thought Lin Fan would be richer than her. Wanxiu, Lin Fan has such a good sports car, $126 million. How come I've never heard of it before? Su Xiaoyu finally came back to her senses and linked her arm with Xiao Wanxiu. He also has a lakeside villa worth over $200 million in the Lombo Bay community. He runs a small restaurant just to enjoy life. Lin Fan is more impressive than both of us, Xiao Wanxiu said, looking at Lin Fan with admiration, feeling a bit happy inside. After all, who wouldn't want their own little pig to be outstanding? Wow, wow, wow. Oh, whoa. Lin Fan, can I become your disciple? Master, please let me hug your thigh. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed in amazement, realizing Lin Fan was so impressive with a $200 million lakeside villa and a $100 million sports car. Although she was also a big star, her earnings had to be split with the company. Even though she could afford a villa and a sports car, she would be broke afterward. Earning $400 to $500 million in cash was difficult for someone like her and Xiao Wanxiu, who had just entered the entertainment industry for a few years, despite being big stars already. Xiaoyu, mind your image, Xiao Wanxiu chuckled. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully nudged Su Xiaoyu. Oh, woo, Lin Fan, can I go to your house in the future? Hee. I want to go with Wanxiu to your big villa for a free meal. Su Xiaoyu cheered, unable to hide her excitement. Of course, Lin Fan smiled. Seeing Lin Fan and Xiao Wanxiu together, Su Xiaoyu blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly understood something. She looked at both Xiao Wanxiu and Lin Fan and quietly asked, Wanxiu, were you at Lin Fan's house last night? After hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Xiao Wanxiu lowered her head, her pretty face turning even redder. Seeing Xiao Wanxiu's reaction, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but understand. Stinky Lin Fan, how could he steal her cat so quickly? Chapter 41. I'm not interested in money, Sister Wanxiu. You won't. Su Xiaoyu chuckled, looking at Xiao Wanxiu and blinking. Of course not. Xiaoyu, you mustn't say that. Xiao Wanxiu's cheeks turned red, and she shot an angry glare at Su Xiaoyu. Okay, I get it. Sister Wanxiu didn't do anything. Lin Fan, we're going to be busy now. By the way, it seems like Su Yang from the company likes Sister Wanxiu. In a few days, you should come to the company to take us out for dinner. Otherwise, if someone else takes Sister Wanxiu away, she'll be so sad. Su Xiaoyu showed an innocent and cute smile. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll scratch you. Fierce. Xiao Wanxiu looked at Su Xiaoyu. Yeah, I'll come to pick you up. Lin Fan nodded. Just as Lin Fan was about to turn and leave, a gentle voice came from behind. Meow meow. Xiao Wanxiu looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, like a little cat, and made a cute gesture, gently tugging at Lin Fan's shirt. Lin Fan turned back to look at Xiao Wanxiu. Lin Fan, remember to send me the script once it's done. You promised me you'd help me write a good script and also act with me. Xiao Wanxiu's face was slightly flushed, gentle as water, and her feelings were sincere. Sure, I'll act with you. I'll write more kissing scenes in the script. Lin Fan smiled and gently patted Xiao Wanxiu's head. Stinky Lin Fan, even if it's acting, you can't bully me. Otherwise, I'll be like a cat, very fierce, and bite you. Xiao Wanxiu made a fierce expression, but she looked so beautiful that it was somewhat cute. Su Xiaoyu quietly watched from the side, feeling wronged, small, and helpless. I knew you two were being lovey-dovey. You have no conscience. Su Xiaoyu hugged Xiao Wanxiu from behind and said, Humph, Lin Fan, the cat belongs to me. You can't bully her. Lin Fan smiled slightly, got into his Bugatti, pressed the gas pedal, and left Su Xiaoyu's house. He could have lived a peaceful life, but her appearance brought about a slight change. However, this change didn't surprise Lin Fan much. After all, Xiao Wanxiu was a big star, adored by countless fans. Although Lin Fan wanted to live a leisurely life, collecting rent and flirting with girls, it was unacceptable for someone to try to take his cat away. Her presence had also altered Lin Fan's lazy mentality. With a competitor like Su Yang, Lin Fan wouldn't overlook him. Su Yang had called him last time, trying to win him over for fair competition, which Lin Fan could clearly see. But Lin Fan rejected Su Yang's goodwill and didn't join the company. Yet that didn't mean Su Yang would stop pursuing Xiao Wanqiu. Dreaming of taking his cat away? No way. Even if Su Yang was a big star with a significant advantage, Lin Fan wouldn't take a step back. Su Yang, since you want to compete, then let the battle begin. Ding detected that the host mentality has changed slightly. The system is upgrading. Ding. The system has been upgraded to version 2.0. After the system upgrade, the host only needs to complete tasks to check in, and the reward for checking in will have higher value. Task. The host needs to complete 20 orders at a small restaurant to check in. The system's reminder sounded, and Lin Fan nodded. He hadn't checked in for anything valuable in the past few days, and after the system upgrade, it was clearly different. Opening a restaurant was already part of Lin Fan's daily routine, and after receiving the news of the system upgrade, he drove his Bugatti straight to his restaurant. At the entrance of the restaurant, many fans were waiting. Some pretty female fans have been waiting here for a long time, thinking that Lin Fan, who opened a restaurant, must be poor. But when they saw him get out of the Bugatti, they were all stunned. The surrounding girls looked at Lin Fan's back, feeling deeply shocked. They never expected Lin Fan to be driving a Bugatti. Some girls immediately searched for the model of the car. Oh my God, Lin Fan is actually driving a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Isn't that a car worth over 100 million? A globally limited edition car. So cool. Wow, this is the first time I've seen a supercar. Someone had leaked information a few days ago that there was a handsome guy in their city driving a Bugatti, and many people wanted to see how handsome he was. Now seeing him, they realized it was Lin Fan. Lin Fan, so low-key. I didn't know you were not only a good cook, but also so rich. Lin Fan, are you still looking for girlfriend? Many girls exclaimed, quickly surrounding him. One girl, who was a reporter, approached Lin Fan and asked, Lin Fan, may I ask why you, being so wealthy, still choose to open a small restaurant? Lin Fan turned around, smiled gently, and said, I'm not interested in money. I opened a small restaurant not to make money, but to experience life and provide everyone with some delicious food. I am crying. Not interested in money? Lin Fan, do you lack any accessories? Driving a car worth over 100 million, of course, you're not interested in money. I don't care about that. I just want to eat. Lin Fan's cooking is really super delicious. I'm a fan now. Hey, are you and Wanqiu really close? I saw her resting on your shoulder in high school. The photo was really beautiful. I think you two are a great match. Many girls sat down in Lin Fan's restaurant while asking. Lin Fan began to get busy, avoiding the topic of Xiao Wanqiu. His small restaurant was reopening, and it might make the hot search on Weibo again, which would attract many reporters wanting to get some gossip. Lin Fan was now, in a way, a celebrity. After 2 hours of busyness, Lin Fan had completed over 60 orders. All right, that's it for today. If you want to eat, come back next time. Lin Fan smiled, preparing to close up and get ready for the system's post-upgrade check-in. Unfortunately, Lin Fan was too popular, so he could only compress the restaurant's operating time to 2 hours. Lin Fan, didn't you say you would open for 4 hours? Why did you only open for 2 hours? Don't go. I still want to eat more, especially the sweet and sour pork and the ribs. Yes, hot pot. I still want hot pot. Lin Fan, don't leave. I'll pay more. A group of female fans surrounded Lin Fan, and he could only sigh. He initially just wanted to open a small shop quietly, but now he had become an idol in the hearts of so many young girls. What should he do about suddenly becoming so popular? He's waiting online for help. Chapter 42 Kiss Scene. These fans were quite well-mannered. After Lin Fan closed the door, they could only leave reluctantly, planning to come back to Lin Fan's small restaurant the next day. Just when Lin Fan thought he could return home smoothly, he was blocked at the door again. A girl in her early 20s, with a good figure and a beauty score of over 80, stood in front of Lin Fan and politely bowed slightly. Mr. Lin, hello. We are staff from the Douyu platform, and we came to discuss a collaboration with you. Given your looks and popularity, Douyu wants to sign you as a contracted streamer. The signing fee is 5 million a year, excluding tips and revenue sharing. If you perform well, the signing fee could double next year. Once you sign the contract, we can transfer 3 million to your bank account immediately, the girl said. Douyu, step aside. We are from the Polypoly streaming platform, and our company is willing to offer you 6 million a year for the contract. If you sign, the company will provide you with substantial support. Mr. Lin, we are from Huya, and our company is willing to offer $650,000. All streaming platforms, go aside. We are a talent agency, and we are willing to sign you for $7 million a year. Mr. Lin, can we feature your news in the Moda Daily? Do you have time for an interview? Mr. Lin, we would like to invite you to record a show. Mr. Lin, don't go. Can we offer you more money? If not, how about offering you some beautiful girls? We have many attractive girls in our company, and if you want. Lin Fan finally squeezed into his Bugatti and drove away. Has he really become this popular? Do you? We are Polipoli. And even a Moda Daily and talent agencies are all coming to him for collaboration. Of course, Lin Fan wouldn't sign contracts with these companies. Once signed, he'll be tied to them. Lin Fan liked his freedom and didn't want to be constrained by these companies. Moreover, he truly wasn't short on money. Driving his Bugatti La Voiture Noire with over $2 million in his bank account, how could he be lacking in funds? When Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the Lombard Bay community, he was even more stunned. Damn, someone was blocking him right at the entrance of Lombard Bay. Lin Fan got out of the car and said directly, streaming companies, talent agencies, and whatever daily newspapers, don't look for me anymore. Although I don't know how you found me, you've already intruded into my private life. It was one thing to be blocked at the restaurant, but now he was being blocked at the entrance of the Lombard Bay community. How would he bring his cats and dogs home in the future? The person blocking him was also a girl with a beauty score of over 80. She said apologetically, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Your address was revealed to us by Sister Xiaoyu. We are the recording staff for Keep Running. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu have already confirmed their participation in the last episode of the show, so we specifically want to invite you to join us for the recording. We know you and Xiao Wanqiu are classmates, so we hope you can appear together on the show. According to our plan, the last episode of the recording coincides with Xiao Wanqiu's birthday, so Sister Xiaoyu hopes you can come and give her a surprise. The girl smiled gently. Also, we won't disclose your address or any information. Here is a confidentiality agreement, and your payment for recording the last episode is $1 million. The girl smiled politely. The contract is here. You can choose for yourself, the girl said. Is the last day of recording her birthday? Lin Fan asked, looking at the girl. Yes, as long as you are willing to sign. We will keep it a secret from Xiao Wanqiu, the girl nodded. Lin Fan wouldn't accept other streaming contracts, but Keep Running is one of the hottest variety shows right now, especially with Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu involved, and the last episode being her birthday. Over the years, Lin Fan had spent much time with Xiao Wanqiu due to her busy schedule. He hadn't celebrated her birthday with her in all these years. And if nothing unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to celebrate it with her this year either. She would undoubtedly feel a little disappointed. That's why Su Xiaoyu found Keep Running. She revealed Lin Fan's address because she knew this was the only place to wait for Lin Fan. Usually, the dog seemed very cute and carefree, but Su Xiaoyu had such a warm and thoughtful side. Besides giving Xiao Wanqiu a surprise, he could also earn $1 million for the recording. Okay, if the contract is fine, I'll sign it, Lin Fan said. Great. After the show is recorded, the payment will be transferred to your bank account. It will be a pleasant collaboration, the girl said. After the girl left, Lin Fan signed his first contract in life. There were still more than 2 months until Xiao Wanqiu's birthday. If it weren't for her, Lin Fan wouldn't have signed such a contract. He wanted to celebrate her birthday and give her a surprise, that was all. Earning $1 million was also not bad. At the same time, there was a message from Su Xiaoyu on WeChat. Su Xiaoyu, Master, no need to thank me. Lin Fan, don't call me Master, it sounds so old. Su Xiaoyu, just kidding. Since I help you like this, you have to take me and Wanqiu back home and cook us a big meal. And keep this matter a secret. Lin Fan, how can I pick you up then? Su Xiaoyu, Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. I'm really happy, but the competition pressure in the entertainment industry is huge. If you can write good scripts, you must help Wanqiu. She hasn't taken any new scripts for a year, and the company might not be satisfied with her. Lin Fan, what will the company do to her? Su Xiaoyu, if Wanqiu can't get good scripts this year, the company will definitely put pressure on her. Anyway, it will be very miserable. If she loses her commercial value, the company might abandon her, and she might even be shelved. Lin Fan, I understand. Lin Fan knew that the current entertainment industry relied on traffic, acting skills, and works. If Xiao Wanqiu continued to stay off-screen, the company would definitely apply a lot of pressure on her, forcing her to take scripts she didn't like. Plus, with the recent rumors about her. If she refused the company's demands, Yuehua Group might even shelve her. A star without commercial value would be abandoned by the company. No matter how strong a star is, they cannot compete with the company. Moreover, Xiao Wanqiu was just a girl. Lin Fan understood that Xiao Wanqiu would face a lot of pressure from the company. However, with him around, he would take on that pressure. He would solve the script issue. He had also promised the cat that he would accompany her to act. Romantic scenes, hand-holding scenes, and kiss scenes. Chapter 43. Rent increase after waking up from a nap. Lin Fan was ready to start today's sign-in. He wondered what he would be able to sign in for now that the system had upgraded to version 2.0, hoping it wouldn't just be cash lottery tickets again. I've already drawn too many cash lottery tickets, and I only get few bucks each time, Lin Fan said as he got dressed. The highest amount he had ever drawn was 100,000 in cash, which felt worthless to him now. He needed to bring his cat and dog home for dinner, and driving a Bugatti was definitely not an option since it only had 2 seats. Lin Fan urgently needed to buy a new car. Although he had over 2 million in savings and wasn't short on cash, he still couldn't afford a luxury car outright. The dividends from the company's shareholders and the pay from recording shows were substantial, but they required time to settle. So Lin Fan needed to sign in for something of real value. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 7th floor of the technology building. The relevant property certificate and materials have been sent to the system warehouse. Please check. Listening to the system's voice, Lin Fan retrieved the property certificate and some information about the technology building. He knew about the technology building. It was next to the Lombwa Bay community, with a total of 37 floors, and he had obtained the 7th floor, which measured 38,000 square meters. Even at an average price of 100,000 per square meter, the 7th floor of the technology building would be worth 3.8 billion. Indeed, after upgrading the system, the value he could sign in for had increased many times over. Although it still couldn't be bought or sold, renting out all 7 floors would still generate a considerable income. At that moment, the phone rang from an unfamiliar number. Hello, Lin Fan answered the call. Mr. Lin, hello. I am Zhang Jinxiu, the manager of Yinhang Technology Company. You can call me Xiu. A girl's voice came through. May I ask what you need from me? Lin Fan inquired. Well, Mr. Lin, we have been renting the 7th floor of the technology building, and our lease is about to expire. So we would like to discuss the renewal with you, Zhang Jinxiu said politely. Sure, I have time at 3 p.m., Lin Fan replied. All right, Mr. Lin. Our company has a special car. Would you like us to pick you up to the technology building? Zhang Jinxiu asked. No need, I have my own car. See you at 3 p.m., Lin Fan said. Understood, Mr. Lin, Zhang Jinxiu responded. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan didn't expect that the company would come to renew the lease so soon. If the renewal was successful, he would truly become wealthy. Lin Fan tidied up and worked at a small restaurant for 2 hours, and before he knew it, it was already 3 p.m. He drove his Bugatti, revving the engine, and headed to the technology building. Passers-by were once again amazed, as sports cars always attracted attention on the road. Upon arriving at the entrance, a girl in formal attire was already waiting to greet Lin Fan. Zhang Jinxiu, the manager of Yinhang Technology Company, looked very formal and polite. At the entrance of the technology building, there was nearly a 50-meter red carpet. Zhang Jinxiu was personally waiting here because she was expecting a significant figure today, Lin Fan. When Lin Fan drove up his Bugatti, a glint of surprise flashed in Zhang Jinxiu's beautiful eyes, although she quickly composed herself. Lin Fan was young, yet he already owned the 7th floor of the technology building, equivalent to having an asset of 3.8 billion. Plus, he drove a Bugatti worth over 100 million. Lin Fan's wealth was unfathomable. Most importantly, Lin Fan was incredibly handsome. Zhang Jinxiu was just a girl, and despite working for so many years, it was the first time she was captivated by someone's looks. Lin Fan, so handsome. Zhang Jinxiu had a very good first impression of Lin Fan. Knowing that Yinhang Technology Company was sending someone to welcome him gave Lin Fan a slightly better impression of the company as well. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Fan? Zhang Jinxiu approached and extended her hand. Yes, you must be the manager of Yinhang Technology Company, Lin Fan said, giving her hand a brief shake to show friendliness. Please follow me. Mr. Lin, you really surprised me. You were so young, so handsome, yet already so successful, Zhang Jinxiu complimented politely. I'm still far from success. Lin Fan smiled. Mr. Lin is being modest. Owning the 7th floor of the technology building is enough to prove you're better than most, Zhang Jinxiu said. Under Zhang Jinxiu's welcome, Lin Fan entered the company and took a seat. After some hospitality, Zhang Jinxiu sat down opposite him. The main business was about to begin. Lin Fan did not speak first, but waited for Zhang Jinxiu to initiate the conversation. The purpose of his visit to the technology building was mainly to discuss the lease renewal, or in other words, to negotiate. If both parties reach an agreement, it would be a win-win situation. If not, Zhang Jinxiu, the manager of Yinhang Technology Company, might face a tough situation. Once a lease was secured in the technology building, there would be high profits. Countless companies wanted to rent spaces in the technology building each year, as it symbolized high-end, grandeur, and offered clients an impeccable experience. Companies that managed to rent floors in the technology building could earn substantial profits each year. We previously signed a 5-year contract, and it is about to expire this year. So we came to discuss the new rent with you. What do you think would be a suitable rent? Zhang Jinxiu asked. Lin Fan wanted to understand the rental market here first. So he asked, what was the rent when you signed the contract last time? Zhang Jinxiu replied without hesitation. The last signed rent was 72 million per year. This year we would like to continue with the original contract for another 5 years, with annual payments. What do you think? Lin Fan remained silent. He had researched the market before coming, and the competitiveness of the technology building had been increasing, with profits growing as well. In other words, the technology building was even hotter than the school district houses in Haidang Garden. Discussing the renewal of the lease with Yinhang Technology Company, they sent their manager, Zhang Jinxiu. From the very start, she made the company's stance clear. Zhang Jinxiu appeared to be in her early 20s and was quite attractive, but her mind was sharp. Continuing with the original contract would certainly benefit Yinhang Technology Company. Lin Fan smiled slightly, recognizing that Zhang Jinxiu, sent by Yinhang Technology Company, was quite skilled in negotiation and protective of her company's interests. However, it was unlikely he would be taken advantage of. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan looked at Zhang Jinxiu. My suggestion is a rent increase. Chapter 44, Is This the World of the Rich? Manager Zhang. I'm not very interested in negotiations. The annual rent has risen to 80 million, plus 3 of Yinhang Technology Company's profits from the science and technology building. Lin Fan said, 5 years ago, the renewal price was 72 million per year, so the rent is naturally going to increase this year. Moreover, there are too many companies wanting to rent the science and technology building. Lin Fan had done a simple calculation. Yinhang Technology Company makes a profit of at least 200 million here every year. Even after deducting 1 year's rent and 3 profit, they would still make over 100 million. If Yinhang Technology Company doesn't rent, many other companies would be eager to do so. All right. Zhang Jinxiu nodded, revealing a slight smile. She is the manager of Yinhang Technology Company, with top-notch negotiation skills, but she could see that Lin Fan wasn't particularly fond of negotiating. If she insisted on continuing, it might jeopardize the rental of the 7th floor of the science and technology building, which would surely lead to her being questioned by the company owner. If the renewal doesn't go well, the company would lose about 100 million in profits each year. Let's go with Mr. Lin's proposal and renew the lease at 80 million per year. The company's net profit is approximately over 200 million annually, and at 3, that's over 6 million. Mr. Lin, please have a look at this contract. If there are no issues, I will sign it and notify the finance department to transfer the money to your card. Zhang Jinxiu smiled slightly. She could tell Lin Fan was definitely not someone who could be easily fooled. An annual rent of 86 million is a price both parties can afford. After signing the contract, Lin Fan and Zhang Jinxiu shook hands, officially signing for the renewal with Yinhang Technology Company. Lin Fan knew the company's bottom line was around 90 million, but he didn't care much about those small profits, as it was all wealth acquired through the system. When Lin Fan returned home, he received a message from the bank. Your savings card ending in 6115 received 86,000,000 RMB at 16:30 on July 1st. Current balance, 88,140,003, 28 renminbi. Construction bank. Looking at the text, Lin Fan smiled. He was now a millionaire. With over 80 million in savings, he no longer had to worry about his future. The economic level in Magic City is relatively high, but there aren't too many people with over 80 million in cash savings. In terms of assets, Lin Fan now exceeds 5 billion. With so much savings, he would have more confidence when marrying in the future. With this money, Lin Fan's first goal was to go to a 4S dealership and buy a new car. After all, he promised Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu that he would pick them up from the company, and both Bugatti and Koenigsegg One are two-seater sports cars. After simply getting dressed, Lin Fan walked to a nearby 4S dealership. As soon as he entered, a girl approached him and slightly bowed. "Sir, welcome." The girl's polite demeanor surprised Lin Fan. He was dressed simply, and according to some novel tropes, he would inevitably be mocked, with the protagonist later showing off. But in reality, it was different. This was a well-known 4S dealership in Magic City, and the salespeople were all trained. The girl's attitude was excellent, and the other salespeople did not look down on Lin Fan. Instead, they all welcomed him. Many of the female salespeople gasped when they saw Lin Fan. "Wow, look, a handsome guy just walked in." "Yes, he is so handsome. Although he looks simply dressed, we are working for him. I wonder what kind of car he wants. Damn, why didn't I see him earlier?" Lingling got to him first. Several girls looked enviously at the salesperson named Lingling, who was a college student interning there at just 21 years old and looked quite good. As for Lin Fan's simple clothing, the girls didn't care. He was handsome enough. And besides, he could afford to buy a car, while they couldn't yet. "Hello, sir." Lingling looked at Lin Fan, feeling a bit nervous. She had just started her internship and encountered such a handsome guy. There were many boys in college, but none were like Lin Fan. "Hello." Lin Fan smiled. "Sir, what kind of model are you looking for?" "We have a Cherry A3 priced around 83,000. Lingling proactively introduced the model to Lin Fan. In her eyes, Lin Fan seemed to be about her age, and being able to buy a car was already impressive. In her perception, she should recommend a car around 100,000, which was relatively affordable and within the average person's budget. "No need. Please recommend your store's treasure." Lin Fan smiled. He came here to buy a car, mainly to pick up Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu, so the car couldn't be too low-end, and it could also be used to take his parents around. With over 80 million in savings, there was no need to buy a car worth only a few tens of thousands. Additionally, the comfort and safety of a sports car would be significantly better. "Store treasure?" Lingling looked at Lin Fan in confusion, confirming she hadn't misheard, and her expression turned a bit surprised. "All right, sir, please follow me." Lingling was a bit incredulous, but still led Lin Fan upstairs. The other salespeople looked enviously as Lingling took Lin Fan upstairs. Lin Fan asked for their store's treasure right off the bat. Lingling had just started working and encountered a handsome guy who was also a super rich person. A tall, rich, and handsome guy, he was practically a second-generation rich. Many girls were envious if they could get close to someone like Lin Fan. Wouldn't they be worry-free in the future? A few girls quietly followed them upstairs. "Sir, our store's treasure is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV. This vehicle has ample interior space, with 4 seats, equipped with rectangular full LED headlights and a high front design. It features a dignified Parthenon grille, coach-style doors, and a whiskey cabinet with a refrigerator in the back. It's grand and high-end, while it may not compare to multi-million-dollar sports cars. It offers excellent performance as an SUV, capable of handling wet grass, muddy roads, snow, or sand with ease, and its safety is also very good. The price of this car is 6 million renminbi. What do you think, sir?" Lingling earnestly introduced the store's treasure to Lin Fan. "All right, I'll take it. Let us swipe the card." Lin Fan smiled. This car was indeed nice, and it was sufficient for driving Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu around. As Lin Fan decisively took out his bank card, all the salespeople in the room turned to look at him, mouths agape, their eyes dazed and shocked, filled with envy. "Oh my God, Lin Fan is truly a rich and handsome guy. He bought a luxury car worth 6 million without needing to ask for details." Making the purchase on the spot, Lingling stared at the card in her hand, unable to believe it. All the preparation she had made for the job suddenly became unnecessary. Is this the world of the rich? Chapter 45, Screenwriter Level, Master Level Mr. Lin. Am I dreaming? Salesperson Lingling looked at the bank card handed over by Lin Fan, somewhat unable to believe what was happening in front of her. This was a car worth $6,400,000, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Normally, when a person buys a car worth $100,000, they hesitate for a long time, ask many questions, and request prices and discounts. But Lin Fan just asked her to swipe the card directly, so straightforwardly, without even asking her to learn more about the car. Are wealthy people all like this? Of course, it's not a dream. Just swipe the card and complete the other procedure smoothly. Lin Fan smiled slightly. As for things like insurance, he left that to the dealership. All right, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Here is some fine Hong Pao tea. Please sit here for a while, just a moment. Ling said, proactively brewing a pot of tea for Lin Fan. The top quality tea, Hong Pao, was usually prepared for VIP and distinguished clients. Lin Fan had already reached the level of a VIP client in their store. Such a person could only be described with one word: wealthy. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, took a sip of the Hong Pao tea, and the taste was indeed good. The service attitude here was also quite nice. When salesperson Ling went to swipe the card to handle the procedures, the other salespeople looked at her with envy. Is this the life of a rich person? I can't imagine. I envy Ling so much. When will I have such a wealthy person come to buy a car from me? The young man is not only handsome, but also so rich, buying a car without blinking an eye. It feels like this young man looks quite familiar. Oh, I remember now. He is Lin Fan, who runs a small restaurant called Byway Garden and has a Bugatti worth over 100 million. What was it called in English? Anyway, over 100 million, globally limited. Wow. No wonder Lin Fan doesn't need to ask much when buying a car here. He has a supercar worth over 100 million. I remember he was trending with Xiao Wanqiu a few days ago. Look at him. Not only rich and handsome, but also able to meet big stars. I heard Lin Fan is also a top chef, and the food he makes is exceptionally delicious. Many salespeople whispered, their impressions of Lin Fan quietly changing. Watching Ling run around, everyone's eyes were filled with uncontrollable envy, selling a $6,400,000 car. I wonder how much commission Ling could get. Most importantly, she brought such a big client to the company. With Lin Fan being so wealthy, the salespeople certainly wouldn't think of him as just a small restaurant owner. Lin Fan is definitely a rich second generation here to experience life. Being able to afford supercars worth over 100 million. How rich must Lin Fan's family be? Before long, all the procedures were completed. The dealership manager personally walked over with Ling, handing the bank card back to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, hello. All the procedures and processes have been completed. Here is your VIP card, which grants you VIP service at our dealership and all branches. Additionally, for this vehicle purchase, you received a 5% discount, totaling $6,080,000. Here are the invoice and related property certificates. The manager approached Lin Fan with a smile, showing a hint of respect. Okay, Lin Fan nodded. The service attitude here was indeed good. They didn't lower the price, but the dealership still gave him a discount, saving him $32,000. License plate registration and insurance have also been arranged for you, Mr. Lin. If you have any other requirements, feel free to let us know. The manager slightly bowed and said, for such a wealthy client, the dealership certainly wouldn't offend him. That's fine. Then I'll just take the car now. Lin Fan said. The brand new vehicle stood before Lin Fan. A high-end, elegant, black SUV, showcasing the symbol of luxury. The heavy, imposing, and powerful SUV front, with the spirit of ecstasy emblem. A luxury car worth $6,400,000. Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV. Lin Fan sat in the car, pressed the accelerator, and the roar of the engine sounded as the Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove down the streets of the Magic City. Although the Magic City is the economic center of the country, it doesn't mean you can see luxury cars everywhere. Luxury cars always attract countless eyes. Wow, I'm not seeing things. Is it a Rolls-Royce? Does anyone knowledgeable know what model this car is and how much it costs? I don't know what model this is, but it's definitely a Rolls-Royce. A Rolls-Royce starts at least a few million, right? This is an SUV, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, another luxury car. In the past few days, I've seen a Bugatti La Voiture Noire, a Koenigsegg one, and now today, Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I've seen 3 supercars. Surely they can't all belong to the same person, right? Who cares about that? What does it matter to me, a guy with a monthly salary of $3,000? Damn, When will I be able to afford such luxury cars? Actually, it doesn't matter what car it is. I just think the owner is very cool. I wonder if the owner has a girlfriend. Lin Fan sat in the car, already accustomed to such a lifestyle. Whether driving a luxury car or riding a tricycle, there are always many people who marvel. As for buying this Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Lin Fan could use it to pick up Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu, or he could go back home to pick up his parents. When he returned to the Lamboan community, several security guards looked at Lin Fan's car and exchanged glances. Damn, is this the third luxury car that Brother Fan has driven? Wow, another luxury car, a Rolls-Royce, worth at least a few million. Brother Fan has really struck it rich. This is the life of a rich second generation. Not only these security guards, but many residents of the Lamboan community, seeing Lin Fan driving such a car, couldn't help but swallow hard. This is really wealthy. A lakeside villa worth over 200 million, plus 2 supercars worth over 100 million, and a few million Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Just these assets add up to over 500 million. How rich is Lin Fan, really? They increasingly doubted that Lin Fan was a rich second generation. A rich second generation with assets over 500 million just from driving a car and living in a house. Even an average rich second generation wouldn't be able to come up with so much money, right? After returning home, Lin Fan began to study the script. Writer level, master level, screenwriter level, master level. With these 2 skills, countless professional knowledge flooded into Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan began to look at some of the works he had written 3 years after graduating from university. With his current level, he could completely adapt these scripts into excellent works. And the title of this work is Qing Yunyan. Once the adaptation is successful, with Xiao Wanxiu playing the female lead and himself as the male lead, this drama might just become a huge hit. Chapter 46. Who Wants to Pretend to Be Your Girlfriend? After a busy afternoon, Lin Fan stretched. Ever since he acquired master-level writing and screenwriting skills, he had a thorough grasp of the beginning, cause, development, climax, and conclusion of script. One exciting story after another appeared under Lin Fan's pen. Not for any particular reason, but for Xiao Wanxiu. Without a good script, no matter how popular Xiao Wanxiu was, she would eventually fade in the entertainment industry and be replaced. However, with him around, he would solve the script issues. At that moment, Lin Fan received a phone call from a girl. It was the property management of Lamboan community, Xiao Ranran. Hello, Lin Fan answered the phone. Lin Fan, sorry to disturb you, but could you please pay the property fee? It totals 23,825 yuan. Xiao Ranran's voice came through. After all, with such a nice villa, the property fee wouldn't be low. Sure, Lin Fan said. Xiao Ranran gave him a good impression. She was polite and friendly. After Lin Fan agreed, Xiao Ranran's face turned a bit red. She had mustered the courage to make this call. Lin Fan was so handsome and excellent. Which girl wouldn't like him? She was no exception. Ever since they parted last time, she felt she was gradually developing feelings for him. If she didn't take the initiative, she might never catch Lin Fan's attention again. Is there anything else? Lin Fan smiled and asked. Lin Fan, I want to ask you a question. Can you answer me seriously? Xiao Ranran asked earnestly, her cheeks even redder. Do you have a girlfriend? Xiao Ranran asked, already quite shy. Although it was over the phone, one could still sense her nervousness, worry, and a bit of expectation. It was said that when a girl pursues a boy, it's like a layer of gauze. This was her first time actively pursuing a boy. Lin Fan naturally understood what Xiao Ranran meant. At this moment, he had 3 possible responses. First, he could say he had a girlfriend and decisively refuse. Second, he could say he didn't have a girlfriend. Third, he could say she was a good person, but only the second response would give Xiao Ranran a chance. Typically, these 3 responses were the standard replies when a girl rejected a boy, possibly sending a good person card, saying she was busy with studies or work. However, the roles were reversed now. Xiao Ranran was waiting for Lin Fan's answer. If Lin Fan said he didn't have a girlfriend, Xiao Ranran would find a way to meet him and wouldn't give up. From the moment Lin Fan was born until now, he had already been pursued by girls 886 times. Xiao Ranran was indeed quite nice and pretty. However, Lin Fan looked at the little cat at home. He already had an answer in his heart. I have a girlfriend, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Oh, I see. When you have time, can I meet your girlfriend? She must be very pretty, right? Xiao Ranran said softly. Yes, she is very pretty, Lin Fan said. Okay, then I'm hanging up. Remember to pay the property fee. If you don't, I will have to come and collect it myself, Xiao Ranran said with a smile. Lin Fan didn't notice the change in Xiao Ranran's emotions, but feelings were always like this. Although he didn't have a girlfriend yet, Lin Fan didn't want to play ambiguous games with other girls, nor did he want to give them false hope. This was the best response. Chiao Chiao. Lin Fan petted the little cat that was sleeping at the computer desk. Meow. The little cat meowed and climbed into Lin Fan's arms. Lin Fan looked at the computer screen, where he was modifying the script. The wallpaper was a photo of Xiao Wanqiu in a dress, looking very beautiful. If any fan saw this photo, they would probably go crazy. In this photo, Xiao Wanqiu was stunning, and it was taken when Lin Fan was alone with her. The night was deep, and the stars were twinkling. One person, one cat, and a girl's wallpaper enjoyed the beauty and tranquility of the night. In the middle of the night, while Lin Fan was working, he suddenly received a WeChat message from Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu, Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Someone just confessed to me and asked if I had a girlfriend. Xiao Wanqiu, who? Lin Fan. The property management here, she's quite good looking too. Xiao Wanqiu. How did you respond? Lin Fan. I said I have a girlfriend. Xiao Wanqiu. So mean. Xiao Wanqiu. Do you really have one? Lin Fan. Not yet, but my mom is urging me. How about you pretend to be my girlfriend and come home with me to stabilize my mom first? Xiao Wanqiu, I'm mad. You think I want to pretend to be your girlfriend? You just like to bully me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan received a video chat request from Xiao Wanqiu. After accepting, he saw her appearance. She had just taken a shower, wearing pajamas, with a delicate figure and breathtaking natural beauty. Even the cat in Lin Fan's arms was stunned, looking at Xiao Wanqiu and meowing nonstop. Xiao Wanqiu's natural look was too beautiful, which was one of the reasons she became so popular so quickly. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Xiao Wanqiu giggled, saying, Meow, just checking in. Don't move. Lin Fan, checking in? Miss, I don't think I'm your boyfriend yet. Xiao Wanqiu pouted and said, Humph. Dare you hang up the video and try? Xiao Wanqiu, let me see your room. Lin Fan silently turned his phone around the house. Xiao Wanqiu, not bad. Lin Fan, why do I feel like I'm the one losing out? Let me see your room too. Xiao Wanqiu, meow. No one is home. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, should I go to your house? Xiao Wanqiu, you dare. Xiao Wanqiu, dream on. You just want to bully me. Lin Fan, we've already slept over 2 nights. It's fine, no loss. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks flushed. She playfully scolded. Who slept with you? Scoundrel, you were the one who stayed at my house and wouldn't leave. As for that night at your place, it's all your fault. Xiao Wanqiu, keep checking in. Let me see your computer screen. Lin Fan, you're going too far. What could possibly be on my computer screen? Xiao Wanqiu mumbled. Who knows? What if there is something inappropriate on your computer? Lin Fan solemnly said. Am I that kind of person? Even if I were, what does it have to do with you if I watch those inappropriate things? Lin Fan was a bit angry. Xiao Wanqiu actually didn't trust him and was checking in. Checking in was one thing, but wanted to see the computer screen was too much, especially since there was a photo of Xiao Wanqiu on it. If she saw it, wouldn't she always hold it over him in the future? Xiao Wanqiu said, somewhat aggrieved. Lin Fan, you mustn't look at those inappropriate things. Am I not pretty? Xiao Wanqiu seemed to have already assumed that Lin Fan was looking at that kind of stuff on the computer. There was disappointment and anger in her beautiful eyes, looking pitiful as if she was about to cry. Seeing Xiao Wanqiu like this, Lin Fan couldn't refuse. So what if he would be pressured by her in the future? He accepted it. It's fine to wait for a chance to turn things around later. After all, he can't let Xiao Wanqiu doubt his upright character. When Xiao Wanqiu was still on the 2nd floor, he was already on the 5th floor, although he could only be suppressed by Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan was able to give her a surprise in response to her sudden inspection. Lin Fan, I really didn't look at those unhealthy things. If you don't believe me, let me show you my computer desktop. Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the changes in Lin Fan's video. The camera shifted from Lin Fan's image to his computer desktop. On the desktop, only one Word document was open, which was the script for Qin Yin Yan. And on Lin Fan's computer wallpaper was a photo of Xiao Wanqiu in a dress. In the sunlight, she walked on the beach with a pair of long, slender, snow-white legs. In the photo, she looked back with a smile, captivating all who beheld her, as if the entire world had paused for her. Xiao Wanqiu stared blankly at all of this. It turned out that Lin Fan hadn't looked at those unhealthy things. He didn't want her to see the wallpaper on his computer. The reason was, the protagonist of that wallpaper was her. Chapter 47. You are jealous. When Xiao Wanqiu was still planning to check on Lin Fan, he had already made preparations. His computer wallpaper had always been a picture of Xiao Wanqiu. When Xiao Wanqiu suddenly initiated a video call, she took the initiative to look at Lin Fan's computer screen, only to find her own photo displayed. Lin Fan surprised Xiao Wanqiu. As she looked at the photo on Lin Fan's wallpaper, her cheeks flushed. Xiao Wanqiu, stinky Lin Fan. You took a photo of me without permission. Lin Fan, did I? I took it openly. Xiao Wanqiu, using my photo secretly and putting it as your wallpaper. Shameless. Lin Fan. All right then, I'll change the photo right away, maybe to Su Xiaoyu's photo. It's quite pleasant to look at anyway. Xiao Wanqiu, you dare. Lin Fan smiled slightly and said deliberately, why wouldn't I dare? You're not my girlfriend. Xiao Wanqiu, scumbag, trying to provoke me. Go ahead and change it. Many guys use my photo as their wallpaper and phone screensaver. Do you look at my photo hundreds of times a day? On Lin Fan's desktop wallpaper, the most eye-catching part was Xiao Wanqiu's long, straight, snow-white legs and her stunningly beautiful face, flawless in every way. Lin Fan, who's looking at your photo? Every time I go out, there's so many girls who want to see me. Just today, a pretty girl asked me if I have a girlfriend. Xiao Wanqiu, an explanation is just a cover-up. Lin Fan, actually, I haven't looked at it hundreds of times. I just take a glance when I turn on the computer. It's pleasing to the eye. Xiao Wanqiu, noticing a Word document on Lin Fan's desktop, which was the script he was revising, Xiao Wanqiu felt a bit happy seeing him work hard so late. Xiao Wanqiu's face turned slightly red, and the corners of her mouth lifted gently. When you're not busy at night, we can video call. Xiao Wanqiu, Lin Fan, don't work too hard. I haven't acted in a year. Maybe the company will have good scripts soon. Lin Fan, that won't do. I need to finish early and add a few kissing scenes and some bed scenes to the script. Xiao Wanqiu, I knew you'd bully me. Meow meow. I'll bite you. No bed scenes allowed. There will be so many people on set, and, for bed scenes, we'd have to undress. Maybe I'd even have to show a shoulder. Lin Fan, show your shoulder? No way. Xiao Wanqiu, I'm not even your girlfriend yet. Lin Fan, that's still one do. It's cold outside. Xiao Wanqiu, but it will be summer then. Lin Fan, I said no, so it's no. All bed scenes are cancelled. Xiao Wanqiu, you are jealous. Lin Fan, angry. JPG, Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu, I'm going to sleep now. I have to work tomorrow. Come to the company to pick me and Xiaoyu up in the afternoon. The dog wants to eat the delicious food you make. After hanging up the video call, Lin Fan smiled slightly and shook his head. The video chat with Xiao Wanqiu indeed made him quite happy. Although life was good now, it had to be said that there was still some distance between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. This distance couldn't be measured by money, but rather by their common language, values, and the busy things they had to deal with every day, which were quite far apart. With distance, there would gradually be friction in their feelings. This was like how girls didn't understand the world of boys, and boys didn't understand the thoughts of girls. So, even though Lin Fan was not short on money, he still needed to work hard. Xiao Wanqiu hadn't acted in a year, and if this continued, the company would inevitably become dissatisfied with her. Thinking of this, Lin Fan continued to revise and improve the script. He needed to exert 100% of his energy, because this film would be Xiao Wanqiu's first romantic role and her first kissing scene. At the same time, it would also be his first film with Xiao Wanqiu. For the sake of the cat, he had to go all out. The next day, he got up and signed in. This time, he received a cash lottery ticket again. What made Lin Fan feel regretful was that since the system upgraded to version 2.0, he had to complete specific tasks to sign in for better items. The tasks were different each time, but Lin Fan still went to work at a small restaurant for a few hours as usual. This time, Lin Fan drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV. It must be said that driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan gave off an air of prestige. When he arrived at the restaurant, there were already many fans lined up. Ever since Lin Fan's restaurant became a hot topic on Weibo, it had become incredibly popular. It was hard to say how many people wanted to make reservations, but unfortunately, there was no way to do so. The key was that Lin Fan's opening hours were not fixed. and he only opened for a maximum of 2 hours each day. Wow, Lin Fan has changed his car again. It's not a Bugatti this time. Isn't this model a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? I don't know. What kind of car is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? I've only heard that Rolls-Royce seems really impressive. Of course, Rolls-Royce is a luxury car, not something an average person can afford. Lin Fan is so handsome. This car must cost at least a few million start. Lin Fan, how can you be so handsome and cook so well? I just want to ask, do you have a girlfriend? If not, could you consider me? Many girls gathered around, looking at Lin Fan, all with the same question in their hearts. A handsome, wealthy guy who can cook is a huge plus, and Lin Fan is still single. Who knows how many girls want to pursue him? However, Lin Fan naturally kept a distance from these girls. I'm here to run a restaurant, not to date. No photos, no autographs. Just sit quietly and enjoy your meal, he smiled. After everyone ordered, Lin Fan started to get busy. The small restaurant was something his parents left him. Although it didn't make much money, Lin Fan enjoyed this way of life. It was precisely Lin Fan's attitude that made these girls feel even more favorable toward him. Lin Fan was upright, handsome, and kept himself. He was the idol in the hearts of countless girls. If Lin Fan were the type to enjoy group activities, who knows how many points he'd lose in the girls' hearts. Wow, big brother, I love you. Whatever you say, I'll eat here. Just being able to eat the food you make is enough. Lin Fan, you're so handsome. Lin Fan is such a positive person. Even though he can't take photos, I can secretly snap a picture. If Lin Fan becomes a big star in the future, I would have struck gold. After 2 hours of busy work, Lin Fan earned over 1,000. It felt pretty good. Looking at the time, it was 3 in the afternoon, and he was ready to close up. Amidst the reluctant farewells of the customers, Lin Fan's restaurant closed. Driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan wasn't to show off. It was because he had a date with Xiao Wanxiu this afternoon. Chapter 48. The cat is angry, and the consequences are serious. Lin Fan, why did you close the door? You only opened for 2 hours, and it's only 3 in the afternoon. Yes, I can only come back tomorrow. I wish the restaurant could stay open longer. Such a delicious place, only open for 2 hours a day. What a shame. Many customers sighed and left, while those who were in line had no choice but to wait until tomorrow. After everyone had gone, Lin Fan locked the restaurant door. At that moment, a girl ran up to Lin Fan. The shop is already closed. Let us come back tomorrow, Lin Fan said with a slight smile as he closed the door. Lin Fan, you're really here, the girl said, her eyes a bit red and her voice shaky, as if she had been crying. The girl was Su Shireen, Lin Fan's college classmate, who had previously been selling clothes and was quite good-looking. Su Shireen, what brings you here? Lin Fan smiled, noting that they hadn't met since she had visited his home a while back. Lin Fan, my brother. He is critically ill. The hospital has issued a notice, and he needs surgery, but I don't have the money. Su Shireen cried weakly in front of Lin Fan, her eyes red. Faced with the torment of illness and the exorbitant surgical fees, it was not easy for an ordinary family. Such high medical expenses could crush a household. Lin Fan had learned about Su Shireen's brother's illness before, which was why he had bought over 100,000 worth of clothes, allowing Su Shireen to earn a decent commission. He understood Su Shireen well. She was strong and hardworking, and many rich second-generation men had failed to win her over. Although Lin Fan was wealthy, giving Su Shireen money directly would hurt her pride. He knew she wouldn't ask for help unless she was truly desperate. What illness does your brother have? Lin Fan asked. Su Shireen lowered her head, gritting her teeth, and said, leukemia. We've already found a suitable bone marrow match for my brother, but we can't afford the 300,000 yuan surgery fee. Lin Fan, can you lend me 300,000? I will definitely pay you back later. As long as you can help me, I can do anything. Lin Fan, it's my first time. Su Shireen gathered her courage, gripping Lin Fan's sleeve. She knew Lin Fan was her last hope. They had borrowed from every possible source at home. After so many days of treatment and the surgery costs, it was enough to crush Su Shireen's family. After saying this, she felt utterly shameless. She had always regarded Lin Fan as her idol and wanted to be the perfect girl in his eyes. At least she wouldn't chase him just because he was rich, as that would only make him think she was a gold digger. But she was a gold digger. What girl doesn't dream of her Prince Charming? Saying such things in front of Lin Fan made her feel that her image in his mind had been permanently shattered. Lin Fan might think of her as the kind of woman who would sell her body for money. But she wasn't he. She felt powerless to explain. After saying such things, what right did she have to pursue Lin Fan? Su Shireen just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Seeing Lin Fan stunned for 2 or 3 seconds without responding, Su Shireen cried again. I'm sorry. Thank you. I know you have your troubles too. I'll leave now. Su Shireen didn't have the face to stand in front of Lin Fan. She just wanted to escape. In front of her favorite boy. This was her posture, and her pride had already been shattered. Sensitive girls often think too much. Su Shireen. Lin Fan grabbed Su Shireen's arm. Is it just about the money? I'll lend you 600,000 to help your brother with treatment, and you need to take care of yourself too. Lin Fan said with a smile, looking at Su Shireen. Huh? Su Shireen raised her beautiful eyes to look at Lin Fan, not expecting him to respond like this. Lin Fan was willing to lend her 600,000 as soon as she spoke. In fact, the 300,000 was just the basic cost for the surgery. Her brother would need to be hospitalized, and the family would need to take care of him, plus there were many other expenses. Lin Fan gently patted Su Shireen's head and said seriously, Don't think of me as a lecherous person. A girl's first time should be with the one she loves most. Don't bring that up with me again. Although you are indeed very beautiful, I'm not that kind of person. Take good care of yourself. If you bring up such things in front of me again, I won't lend you any money. Lin Fan smiled. Lin Fan was a man who liked beautiful girls, but that didn't mean he had ulterior motives towards every girl. Su Shireen stood there in a daze, looking at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, and just quietly nodded. So it turns out Lin Fan is not that kind of person, and he didn't think of her that way. It's really nice to have a friend like him. Lin Fan, thank you. Really thank you. I won't bring that up again, Su Shireen said, looking at Lin Fan with gratitude in her eyes. Isn't this great? And remember, you will have to pay this money back. It's not a gift. When you make a lot of money in the future, pay me back then, Lin Fan smiled. Of course, after my brother gets better, I will work hard and pay you back. Su Shireen finally showed a hint of a smile. Even if Lin Fan didn't want her to pay him back, she would still do so. It was a matter of principle. Give me your bank card. I'll transfer the money to you now, Lin Fan said. 600,000 wasn't a big deal for him, but for Su Shireen, it could save her brother's life. Okay. Su Shireen nodded and gave Lin Fan her bank account number. All right, the transfer is successful. Go back and see your brother. If it's not enough, you can ask me for more, Lin Fan said. Lin Fan, thank you. I will always remember your life-saving grace. Su Shireen looked at Lin Fan, feeling that the boy in front of her had become so tall and handsome. She held the bank card tightly, feeling only gratitude in her heart. Only those who have borrowed money everywhere know how difficult it is to borrow money. She raised her beautiful eyes, gathered her courage, and directly hugged Lin Fan. No matter what, she had to thank him. She had no other way. This was just her way of expressing gratitude. Looking at the delicate girl in front of him, Lin Fan didn't take advantage of the situation, but simply allowed her to hug him for a few seconds. A simple hug, without any complex implications, could provide her with the best comfort. Let us go, Su Shireen said, her cheeks flushed as she dashed away. Su Shireen's arrival had delayed some time. At this moment, Lin Fan opened his phone and found that 10 minutes ago, Xiao Wanqiu had already sent him a WeChat message. Xiao Wanqiu, come pick me up after work, and Xiao you too. Let us have dinner together. Xiao Wanqiu, jerk, not replying. Xiao Wanqiu, angry. Xiao Wanqiu, so mean. On WeChat, there were a total of 32 unread messages, all from Xiao Wanqiu. There were also 18 missed calls, all from her. Seeing so many unread messages and missed calls, Lin Fan felt a chill down his spine. This is bad. The cat is angry, and the consequences are serious. Chapter 49. How can Lin Fan be so handsome? Lin Fan, I'm on my way to pick you up, was just busy. Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Master, hurry up. If you don't come, Sister Wanqiu will be bullied by others. Lin Fan, Su Xiaoyu, don't worry. Sister Wanqiu won't be bullied with me around. Master, I'm hungry. I want a big meal. Lin Fan felt a bit angry when he saw Su Xiaoyu's message. His cat is going to be bullied? Who dares to bully his cat? It must be Su Yang. The last time Su Yang invited Lin Fan to join Yuehua Company was already a signal of war. Lin Fan got into a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, stepped on the gas, and headed for Yuehua Company. On the way, he naturally attracted the amazement of the crowd. Shanghai is huge, and it's rare to see a sports car every day. The roar of the SUV's engine, along with its cool, high-end, luxurious appearance, became a unique sight on the streets of Shanghai. Yuehua Company. As a top entertainment company, Yuehua has many top-tier artists under its wing. Su Yang, Xiao Wanxiu, Su Xiaoyu, and many more artists, including trainees who are being trained to participate in various girl group programs in hopes of debuting. Within the company, every star is busy with their schedules. Even Su Yang is no exception. Aside from Xiao Wanxiu, he hasn't taken on any scripts for a year and has only recently accepted a variety show. Su Xiaoyu is currently on a break, resting with Xiao Wanxiu. Su Yang, dressed in a hoodie and jeans with white sneakers, is tall and handsome. One of the top artists at Yuehua Company, with even more popularity than Xiao Wanxiu. As soon as he walked into the company, many people cast respectful glances at him. Good afternoon, Su Yi. Su Yi, are you back from work? You must be tired. Would you like some tea? Su Yi, the office has been cleaned for you. And we've prepared tea, plus I specially bought 2 cups of milk tea. An assistant approached Su Yang, holding 2 cups of milk tea. Okay. Su Yang took the milk tea and sat down in the office. After resting for a while, he took the milk tea and knocked on Xiao Wanxiu's door. Wanxiu, would you like some milk tea? Su Yang smiled gently, his smile quite infectious as he offered the milk tea to Xiao Wanxiu. Everyone in the company knows that Su Yang is a warm-hearted guy, treating many people well and often buying milk tea for everyone. Of course, Su Yang has a special affection for Xiao Wanxiu. He treats many people well, which makes it convenient to offer her milk tea. Thank you, but I'm not thirsty. Besides, drinking milk tea will make me gain weight. Xiao Wanxiu replied politely with a slight smile. Exactly, Su Yang. Are you trying to make Sister Wanxiu fat by giving her milk tea? Su Xiaoyu clung to Xiao Wanxiu's arm, rejecting Su Yang's milk tea. That's true. Su Yang smiled apologetically and retracted the milk tea. Wanxiu, Xiaoyu, you two will be working soon. Running Man is a very popular variety show. Do you need my help with anything? Su Yang asked thoughtfully. Xiao Wanxiu gently shook her head, while Su Xiaoyu spoke up first. No, I'll take good care of Sister Wanxiu. Xiao Wanxiu looked at Su Xiaoyu with understanding. Usually, when she wants to refuse something, Su Xiaoyu would take the initiative to refuse for her. Su Yang didn't mind too much. He was very magnanimous and smiled. Wanxiu, you haven't taken on a good script for a year. Are you really not willing to film a kissing scene? I don't want to. Xiao Wanxiu replied. Su Yang nodded and said, that's fine, no rush. I'll keep an eye out for good scripts for you. Xiao Wanxiu just sat quietly, completely different from her demeanor in front of Lin Fan. She was still a bit angry. That annoying Lin Fan. Why isn't he coming to pick her up earlier? All right, do you have anything else? Sister Wanxiu and I are about to get off work. Su Xiaoyu looked at Su Yang. I'm getting off work too. I've been too busy these days. How about I treat you both to dinner tonight? Su Yang smiled. Sure enough, Su Yang's real intention was to invite them to dinner. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up at the mention of food, while Xiao Wanxiu immediately pulled Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Wanxiu pitifully. Compared to Su Yang taking them out to eat, how could it compare to the big meal Lin Fan would prepare? Xiao Wanxiu smiled gently. I'm not hungry. Su Xiaoyu immediately followed up. Oh, well, I'm not hungry either. Unknowingly, the 3 of them had already walked to the company's entrance. Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu both politely declined Su Yang. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled up at the company's entrance. It was just the right time for getting off work, and some employees at Yuehua Company gasped in surprise. Even the security guards recognized the car. Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV. Wow, a luxury car. Isn't this the Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth 6 or 7 million? My goodness, don't stop him. Let us see what the owner is going to do. Did you see that? The owner looks like a handsome guy, really handsome. This person looks a bit familiar. That's right, it's Lin Fan. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Lin Fan slowly stepped out of the car. The leaves fell from the surrounding trees like a scene from a movie, and the world around seemed to freeze. Lin Fan got out of the car, dressed simply in a gray hoodie. Yet his extraordinary appearance and unmatched aura made him look like a prince charming in the hearts of many girls, walking step by step, causing everything around him to fade in comparison. The surrounding girls and security guards all quietly watched this scene. They had seen photos of Lin Fan before, but only upon seeing him in person did they realize. Lin Fan's aura was transcendent, an indescribable quality that added a touch of beauty to this summer. Many girls stared blankly at this scene. Even male leads in movies never had the charisma and handsome looks that Lin Fan possessed. The security guards didn't T-stop Lin Fan. They all just stood there quietly, watching him. No one spoke. Lin Fan's gaze turned to Xiao Wanqiu at the company entrance. Their eyes met. Just one glance made Xiao Wanqiu blush. Lin Fan. How can he be so handsome? She had seen many male stars. Most of them were very handsome, but few could match Lin Fan's level. Lin Fan walked up the steps, and all eyes were focused solely on him. When Lin Fan reached Xiao Wanqiu, Su Yang beside her suddenly seemed completely overshadowed. Everyone had only one thought in their hearts. This is a total knockout. Chapter 50. Living together, meow, meow. Xiao Wanqiu made a cute gesture towards Lin Fan, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she chuckled. Do you want some milk tea? Lin Fan asked with a smile, taking out a cup of milk tea. Xiao Wanqiu nodded and took the milk tea. Ow, Lin Fan, where's my milk tea? Su Xiaoyu pouted and looked at Lin Fan. None. Lin Fan chuckled. Biased. Su Xiaoyu was very angry and felt wronged. Seeing Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu show affection in front of her, she would have been upset if it weren't for the delicious food Lin Fan made. On the side, Su Yang felt a bit gloomy about life. It was bad enough that Lin Fan was better looking than him. Wasn't it said that he wouldn't be thirsty? Wasn't it said that drinking milk tea would make you fat? Both of them were delivering milk tea, so why was there such a big difference? The key was that Xiao Wanqiu was making such cute gestures in front of Lin Fan, always polite and keeping her distance from him. Su Yang felt somewhat desolate and even a bit envious of Lin Fan. Do you want to eat? I'll treat you, Lin Fan said with a smile. Sure. You just got here, I'm so hungry. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with excitement, finally getting to eat Lin Fan's delicious food. Let's eat braised fish. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and smiled sweetly. Let's go. Get in the car, Lin Fan said, taking Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu into the car, leaving Su Yang standing alone. Su Yang sighed and said, wasn't it said that we wouldn't be hungry? At first, Su Yang thought Lin Fan was relatively poor, but now he realized that Lin Fan drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. How could he be a poor person? Lin Fan had all three: rich, handsome, and tall. Su Yang felt like he had lost. Completely lost. He felt like he had been fed a mouthful of dog food. Su Yang could only feel. It's so hard for me. Wow, master, you're driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This car must cost several million, right? Su Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise while sitting in Lin Fan's car. The seats are so soft. I've never sat in such a good car, Su Xiaoyu giggled. Sitting in the back seat with Xiao Wanqiu. 6. For million, Lin Fan said. Wow. Master, I beg you to support me. Su Xiaoyu was even more surprised. She knew Lin Fan already had a Bugatti, and to pick her and Xiao Wanqiu up, he bought a new car. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV, worth 4 million. Lin Fan was too rich, and Su Xiaoyu felt envious. I still need to wait for you to support me. Xiaoyu, you can earn tens of millions for a drama, plus a movie and variety shows, Lin Fan said with a smile. 4 million is money that ordinary people find hard to earn in a lifetime. But for Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, it's just a matter of filming 1 or 2 episodes of a drama. Their endorsement fees are all astronomical figures. Okay, then this young lady will support you. Su Xiaoyu patted her chest and said. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu's fierce expression, Su Xiaoyu shrank her head. Meow, the cat is going to get angry. Do I look like someone who lives off others? Lin Fan laughed. Who knows? Xiao Wanqiu held the milk tea, feeling a bit happy. Sister Wanqiu, weren't you saying you don't drink milk tea? Su Yang just gave you some, Su Xiaoyu giggled, looking at Xiao Wanqiu. Fierce. Xiao Wanqiu glared at Su Xiaoyu with a fierce expression. Ow, I'm just speaking the truth. Master, look, Sister Wanqiu only wants her milk tea, not Su Yang's. And she said it would make her fat. I was the one who dealt with Su Yang, yet you didn't give me any milk tea. So biased. Su Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. Don't say that. Xiao Wanqiu's face turned red. If Lin Fan knew, how could she ever hold her head high in front of him again? Just as they stopped at a traffic light, Lin Fan turned around, extended his hand, and smiled. Drinking milk tea will indeed make you fat. Give it to me, and I'll throw it away. Xiao Wanxiu protected the milk tea and said no. Xiao Wanxiu held the milk tea in her hands. This is the first milk tea you bought for me after graduating from college. It doesn't matter if I get fat. I'll just exercise more tonight. Lin Fan smiled and said, I'll accompany you. Su Xiaoyu. Ow, Children's Day has passed. And you two just know how to bully the puppy. Count me in for exercise. That way it could be a group activity. Lin Fan had quite a bit of fitness equipment at home, which was great for working out. When they arrived at the entrance of the community, several security guards looked at Lin Fan's car in disbelief. Wow, did you see that? Brother Fan just had 2 girls in his car. Is this the life of a rich second generation? Brother Fan won't be double. Who knows? Just pretend you didn't see. But the car Brother Fan is driving is really cool. At this time, it was evening. The lake shimmered, and the sunset shone down. The villa in the center of the lake had a perfect view of the seaside, with many girls in bikinis and some children playing. A beautiful sight. Wow, master. Your house is so big. This villa has 3 floors and even a swimming pool. Su Xiaoyu entered Lin Fan's house, her eyes sparkling as she looked around. Stars usually live in nice places, but most of them are busy. In Lin Fan's house, both Su Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanxiu felt a sense of comfort. Here, they could be carefree. The little cat saw Su Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanxiu and jumped directly into Xiao Wanxiu's arms, rubbing its paws against her chest. Lin Fan, I want to eat. Xiao Wanxiu looked at Lin Fan, petting the little cat, not minding its actions. Master, I also want to eat. It's hard to come here once. Today we must have a feast. Su Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, her 2 long, smooth, white legs resting on the couch, feeling as if she had returned home, completely at ease. Lin Fan nodded, glancing at the cat in Xiao Wanxiu's arms, feeling a bit annoyed. He hadn't even had a chance to pet it, and this cat had already beat him to it. It seemed he needed to schedule the cat's neutering sooner, to let it know the cruelty of humanity. Inside the villa, Su Xiaoyu was playing with the cat while Xiao Wanxiu was taking a shower. Lin Fan was preparing a big meal. He had already made braised fish, fish soup, lobster, roast duck, stinky tofu, and smashed cucumber with egg stir-fry. The last dish was Su Xiaoyu's favorite, fish-flavored shredded pork. Lin Fan cut the pork tenderloin into strips, added cooking wine, egg whites, water starch, and salt, mixing it well, and marinated it for 20 minutes. He lit the fire, poured oil into the pan, and when the oil was at 50 heat, he turned it to low heat, added the fish-flavored seasoning, black fungus, and shredded winter bamboo shoots, then poured in the fish soup, adding seasonings. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air as Lin Fan repeatedly stir-fried the shredded pork. Finally, he poured in the small bowl of soup, stir-fried evenly, and served it. The meat was tender and smooth, looking delicious. Lin Fan also brought out the fish-flavored shredded pork. Unknowingly, it was already past 8 in the evening. Lin Fan had prepared a full table of exquisite dishes with top-notch culinary skills. Wow! Master, how can your cooking be so delicious? Su Xiaoyu was completely captivated. Lin Fan was not only handsome, but also an amazing cook. So good. Xiao Wanxiu had just finished her shower, wearing pajamas that accentuated her perfect figure. Both girls had long, fair legs, and thankfully, Lin Fan had strong willpower. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. Lin Fan, you're shameless. Xiao Wanxiu saw the look in Lin Fan's eyes, her pretty face turning red as she grabbed a blanket to cover her long legs. Ow! Shameless, Su Xiaoyu doesn't care about that much, just like a little foodie, continuing to eat fish-flavored shredded pork with oil on her mouth. Stinky Lin Fan. If you keep peeking, I'll bite you. Xiao Wanxiu snorted lightly, but inside she was a bit happy. Anyway, it's not a big deal. What else there to see? Lin Fan said. Angry. Xiao Wanxiu looked at Lin Fan, blushing and angry, puffing out her chest. She wasn't small at all. Sister Wanxiu, bite him. Su Xiaoyu was also very angry. She was small to begin with, and Lin Fan dared to say that. On the other side, Xiao Wanxiu's manager Yang Qing was at the entrance of the Longbo Bay community. She was blocked from entering the Longbo Bay community. Yang Qing felt a bit hopeless. She had already anticipated that she would be scolded by her boss. Not only did she fail to keep an eye on Xiao Wanxiu, but now she couldn't even keep an eye on Su Xiaoyu. Both Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu were goddesses. They should pay attention to their image and influence. As a result, the two goddesses are living together with Lin Fan like this. Chapter 51. Need a scripting. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in to Singing God Master level. Relevant information has entered the host's mind and has been comprehensively integrated. The system's voice came through. On a new day, after getting up, Lin Fan signed in for a new skill, Master level, Singing God. However, this felt a bit wasted because Lin Fan was already very familiar with singing and had a deep understanding of various musical instruments. He was already handsome, and with his ability to play the guitar and piano, he had attracted countless girls' attention during his university days. At the school's cultural performances, many girls had fallen for Lin Fan. Now, with the master-level Singing God skill, Lin Fan's singing ability had improved significantly. And a wealth of music theory knowledge along with various songs that had never appeared in this world had entered his mind. This master-level Singing God skill is of no use. I'm not going to become a superstar. Lin Fan smiled slightly, stretched, got dressed, and after washing up, headed to the gym. In Lin Fan's lakeside villa, there was a gym equipped with all sorts of fitness equipment to maintain such good looks. Aside from going to bed early and waking up early, the most important thing was exercising. Lin Fan had six-pack abs and a great physique, combined with his outstanding looks. A little fashion sense could easily make him stand out. Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu had stayed overnight at Lin Fan's house. Unfortunately, Lin Fan's house was a bit large with many rooms. If it were like before when they were in a rental, they might have ended up sleeping in the same bed, and Lin Fan might have had to sleep on the floor. Just after exercising on the treadmill for 2 minutes, a cute voice came from behind. Meow meow. Xiao Wanxiu had already put on her clothes and was behind Lin Fan, making a cute gesture and showing a sweet smile. Huh. Lin Fan stopped running and turned around. I'm hungry, Xiao Wanxiu said, her cheeks blushing as she blinked her eyes. What do you want to eat? Lin Fan asked, patting Xiao Wanxiu's cute cat ear hat. I want to eat everything. Xiao Wanxiu pouted, still reminiscing about last night's feast. But if I eat more, I'll get fat. Let us just have vegetable salad, she said, touching her flat little belly. Are you even fat? Lin Fan casually touched Xiao Wanxiu's little belly, finding no excess fat. Stinky Lin Fan, you bully me again. Xiao Wanxiu's face turned red as she chased Lin Fan to hit him. Wow, so early in the morning, you two are flirting. You both just know how to bully the dog. Su Xiaoyu poked her head out from the door, taking a bite of cucumber. So delicious. Xiao Wanxiu, blushing, looked at Lin Fan and said, Humph. Xiaoyu, and I want vegetable salad. Otherwise, I'll let Xiaoyu bite you. Dogs bite hard. Hee, we can eat a big meal again. Su Xiaoyu licked the cucumber, her face full of anticipation. After the two girls finished breakfast, Su Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan with admiration once again. The braised fish, fish soup, fish-flavored shredded pork, lobster, barbecue, hot pot. Lin Fan made all of them exceptionally delicious. She had never seen vegetable salad made this delicious before. Master, I really think you can apply for a national-level certificate. A national-level culinary master. Super impressive. Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. Having such an amazing master is great. The food is so delicious. I really want to stay here forever, Su Xiaoyu sighed. Seeing Xiao Wanxiu's fierce gaze, she immediately changed her tone. No, we can't stay here forever. Work is important. After the three finished breakfast, they exercised in the gym for a while. At this moment, Yang Qing's phone call came in. Yang Qing was anxious. Both goddesses had been taken away by Lin Fan. If this got out, it might ruin the reputations of the two girls. Group workouts were taboo, especially since Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu were both big stars. Even though Yang Qing understood the seriousness of the situation, she could only advise a few words. After hanging up, Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu needed to go to work. After picking up the two girls, Yang Qing sighed in the car. Wanxiu, Xiaoyu, I'm not saying this to scold you, but what you're doing is making me very anxious. Fortunately, there were fewer people at the company entrance that day. Otherwise, if it was discovered that you were living together with Lin Fan, and you two are girls, who knows what kind of person Lin Fan really is? Yang Qing said. His character is really good, Xiao Wanxiu said, looking out the car window. Yeah, Lin Fan is super nice, and his cooking is great. Like a national-level chef. Su Xiaoyu nadith. Seeing both girls defending Lin Fan so much, Yang Qing shook her head. Even if Lin Fan is a good person, Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu are just over 20 at the peak of their careers. If rumors spread at this time, it would definitely impact Xiao Wanqiu's career. For a female star, rumors are the most taboo. If Lin Fan also had enough status and recognition from countless fans, then it wouldn't matter if rumors about Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu spread. But in Yang Qing's eyes, Lin Fan was not enough. No matter how handsome or wealthy Lin Fan was, to the fans, he was just a handsome restaurant owner, not a match for Xiao Wanqiu's status. Moreover, at this delicate moment, Xiao Wanqiu hadn't taken on a script for a year. If any rumors came out now, her competitors would seize the opportunity, directly impacting Xiao Wanqiu's career. She couldn't talk to Xiao Wanqiu, so she would talk to Lin Fan. Yang Qing wouldn't care how handsome Lin Fan was or how wealthy his family was. She was Xiao Wanqiu's manager and only cared about Xiao Wanqiu. Meanwhile, a major announcement was officially made on Weibo. Xiao Wanqiu would participate in the recording of the latest episode of Running Man, alongside stars like Su Xiaoyu. Running Man was a currently popular variety show, and the simultaneous joining of Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu caused a huge uproar online. Xiao Wanqiu hadn't appeared on screen for a year. This was her first time joining a variety show, bringing immense surprise to her countless fans. Upon entering the company, Yang Qing Shahu Ali Wasalam Su Yang. Su Yang was sitting there, sipping tea. Despite being fed dog food by Xiao Wanqiu and Lin Fan, he remained calm and composed. Master Su, Yang Qing greeted politely with a smile. Are there any good scripts suitable for Wanqiu recently? Su Yang asked. Not yet. Yang Qing sighed and shook her head. If this goes on, it won't do. Today, a brand ended its cooperation with Wanqiu and chose a star from Jiaxing Entertainment as their spokesperson. Wanqiu's popularity in the industry is gradually declining, Su Yang said with a solemn expression. Yang Qing immediately understood. A brand had stopped its cooperation with Xiao Wanqiu. Why? Because Xiao Wanqiu hadn't had any new works for a year, and her popularity was dropping. Jiaxing Entertainment was also a powerful company in the entertainment industry, with many artists under its wing, leading to significant competition. This brand-changing direction meant that some endorsement companies were already dissatisfied with Xiao Wanqiu. If any rumors came out at this time, it would be even more detrimental to Xiao Wanqiu. President Li hoped that Wanqiu could try to take on some other scripts and try to find scripts that match the current audience's aesthetic. He also didn't want any rumors to come out about Wanqiu. Otherwise, the termination of one endorsement might just be the beginning. If Wanqiu didn't get any good scripts in the next 6 months, it would likely lead to more endorsements being snatched away. At that point, not only could she not help her, but even he couldn't help her either, Su Yang said. Master Su, I understand. Yang Qing nodded. Indeed, it's still a matter of the script. Participating in variety shows is certainly good, but it's the works that can help a star establish themselves in the entertainment industry. What is most needed right now is a really good script. Chapter 52, The Youngest Entrepreneur After Sending Off Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. Lin Fan posted a Weibo message announcing that the restaurant would be temporarily closed. Immediately, there were hundreds of comments expressing regret. The most important thing now was to write a script suitable for Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan had also seen the trending topic on Weibo. Xiao Wanqiu's endorsement had been replaced by another celebrity. Although the impact wasn't significant, Lin Fan still sensed that something was off. He initially wanted to maintain a laid-back attitude, collecting rent, flirting, and running his restaurant. But now, Lin Fan knew very well that he needed to improve himself. Should he accept Su Yang's suggestion and become a star artist at Yuehua Group? That probably wouldn't help Xiao Wanqiu much. What Lin Fan needed to do was to make himself excellent enough. Xiao Wanqiu loved acting and had always had high standards for her work. She cherished her unique value in that world and wanted to be liked by more fans. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Fan needed to exert all his effort to write a good script. Relying solely on the system's sign-in rewards wouldn't make Lin Fan strong enough. To become powerful, strength was most important, followed by connections. Only by becoming stronger could he better protect Xiao Wanqiu from being bullied. His interactions with Xiao Wanqiu had changed Lin Fan's original mindset. Only he could bully Xiao Wanqiu. No one else could. After working hard for so many days, Lin Fan had nearly completed the script. During his 3 years in college, Lin Fan had written 5 to 6 million words of novels, but no one read them. This time, after reaching a master level in writing, revising these scripts was easy for him. The script for Qing Yunyan had been written for a full 400,000 words. This was just the first part. The subsequent stories were equally exciting. However, this 400,000 word script was enough to shoot a multi-episode TV drama. If the drama became a hit, he could write a second part. Almost done, just a few more tweaks were needed. After a busy day, Lin Fan felt good. Looking at the script, he could instantly immerse himself in the stories. The writing was exceptionally brilliant, with the male lead Fan Xian's thrilling adventures in the capital and the romantic storyline with the female lead Lin Wanner, which included many kissing scenes. Lin Fan had some anticipation for these kissing scenes. After all, it would be Xiao Wanqiu's first on-screen kiss. When filming kissing scenes with Xiao Wanqiu, Lin Fan didn't demand much. A few dozen NGs would be enough. He could already envision being chased by 80 million fans. After all, the most important aspect of filming kissing scenes was emotional investment, so a few dozen NGs wasn't excessive. Lin Fan also wrote the theme song for the script, fully showcasing his master-level abilities, with the theme song titled One Thought, One Life. Just as Lin Fan was about to take a break, a phone call came in. It was Zhang Jinxiu, the manager of Yinhang Technology Company. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Do you have time tonight?" Zhang Jinxiu smiled. "Considering you rented the 7th floor of the technology building to us, our company's boss would like to invite you to the banquet to publicly express gratitude to you. Yinhang Technology Company has many industries, not only in product development, but also in office spaces, hotels, shops, and restaurants, among others, and is not limited to the technology building. However, the technology building is still an essential part of Yinhang Technology Company's operations, featuring a 5-star hotel and some high-profile shops, generating billions in profits each year. Regardless of how powerful Yinhang Technology Company is, Zhang Jinxiu wanted to invite Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was the landlord of Yinhang Technology Company, essentially its boss. If Lin Fan didn't rent the technology building to them, Yinhang Technology Company would lose a lot of profits. Inviting Lin Fan would also prove Zhang Jinxiu's outstanding work abilities. Sure, Lin Fan nodded. In simple terms, it was a high-end gathering. If Lin Fan had maintained his previous laid-back attitude, he would have definitely avoided such a boring gathering. But this time it was entirely different. By attending the gathering, Lin Fan could also gain some connections, which might be useful in the future. To become strong enough, both personal strength and connections were essential. "Okay, Mr. Lin, I will send you the time and address right away. We welcome your presence," Zhang Jinxiu said gently, feeling a bit pleased inside. She had successfully invited Lin Fan. In Zhang Jinxiu's eyes, Lin Fan was a big boss. Just the 7th floor of the technology building represented an asset worth 3.8 billion. Moreover, Lin Fan had only recently become their new landlord. This meant that Lin Fan had spent 3.8 billion in cash to buy the technology building, in addition to driving a Bugatti worth over 100 million and living in a lakeside villa. Lin Fan's assets and strength probably surpassed even that of her company's boss. This was precisely why Zhang Jinxiu wanted to invite Lin Fan. Lin Fan's status was already enough to stand on equal footing with her boss. In fact, Lin Fan's position might even be higher than that of her boss. The gathering was held on the 33rd floor of the technology building. At 7 p.m., Lin Fan drove his Bugatti La Voiture Noire, dressed simply, and arrived at the entrance of the technology building. Zhang Jinxiu was already waiting for him. "Welcome, Mr. Lin," Zhang Jinxiu said respectfully, looking at Lin Fan with a slight smile. "Hello," Lin Fan replied with a faint smile. Upon reaching the 33rd floor, he entered the banquet hall. The decoration was luxurious, featuring bright crystal chandeliers, and polite waitstaff stood by, providing excellent service. Many people were already seated at the banquet, including several bosses in their 40s and 50s, chatting and drinking happily. When Lin Fan arrived, he attracted the attention of some people. The manager of Yinhang Technology Company, Zhang Jinxiu, personally welcomed Lin Fan, which sufficiently represented the importance they placed on him. Moreover, they recognized that Lin Fan had recently made headlines with the big star Xiao Wanqiu, sparking rumors. Although the rumors were debunked, Lin Fan's status was clearly different. Some discerning individuals also looked into Lin Fan's background and were shocked by what they found. Lin Fan was not just a small restaurant owner. He also owned 2 cars worth over 100 million, One was a Bugatti La Voiture Noire, and the other was a Koenigsegg one, both limited edition supercars. Additionally, Lin Fan owned a lakeside villa worth $200 million, and this was just what could be easily found. Most importantly, Lin Fan was also the second largest shareholder of the five-star Radisson Blu Hotel, holding 1/5 of the shares. This was just the information that could be found publicly. During the gathering, they learned an even more astonishing fact. Lin Fan was the big boss of Yunhang Technology Company, having directly purchased the 7th floor of the technology building for a whopping $3.8 billion. Just the publicly available information was enough for the bosses present to praise and admire Lin Fan. He was young, but already a successful entrepreneur. Chapter 53. The banquet, the Science and Technology Building, located in the Magic City, is known for its high prices and large foot traffic, making it a lucrative market. Purchasing the 7th floor of the Science and Technology Building cost a total of $3.8 billion. The attendees at the banquet, including Yunhang Technology Company, are all valued at several billion, even tens of billions. However, it is nearly impossible for these companies to suddenly produce $3.8 billion in cash. Yet Lin Fan was able to buy the 7th floor of the Science and Technology Building outright, becoming the new owner. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Fan's strength and status far exceeded theirs. This was indeed the case. Lin Fan's total assets amounted to over $4 billion. The key point is that Lin Fan is still very young, yet has achieved such success. If one were to describe him in one word, it would be heroes emerge in youth. Under Zhang Jinxiu's lead, the big boss of Yunhang Technology Company, who is also the host of this banquet, approached Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, hello. I am Yun Qian, the chairman of Yunhang Technology Company. We are very pleased to have the opportunity to cooperate with you. Yun Qian extended his hand. He appeared to be in his 50s, a successful businessman, and the high market value and broad development scope of Yunhang Technology Company are inseparable from Yun Qian's abilities. Hello, Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his hand and looked at Yun Qian. Yun Qian's attitude was very warm. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and addressed the crowd at the banquet, saying, "Everyone, this is our esteemed guest invited by Yunhang Technology Company. The big boss who rented us the 7th floor of the Science and Technology Building, Lin Fan." Many people had already guessed this and stood up, raising their glasses as they approached Lin Fan. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lu Biao, the chairman of Huawei Company." "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lin Hu, the chairman of Golden Years KTV." "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lu Chong, the deputy general manager of Huawei Technology Company." "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lin Bei." "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Yin Shui, the chairman of the new Radisson Hotel." Many bosses came over to shake hands with Lin Fan, enthusiastically introducing themselves. These individuals are prominent entrepreneurs in the Magic City and even across the country, with assets starting in the hundreds of millions. Yet, in front of Lin Fan, they were all polite and did not dare show any disrespect. Lin Fan was dressed very simply, but who would dare underestimate him at such an event? Being able to afford the 7th floor of the Science and Technology Building is not something just anyone can do, especially Yin Shui, who showed a hint of respect in her eyes when she saw Lin Fan before her. Lin Fan is still the second largest shareholder of the new Radisson Hotel, but he has never visited the company, even refusing to meet her. If it weren't for this banquet, Yin Shui would not have had the chance to meet Lin Fan. She was somewhat shocked, realizing why Lin Fan had not come to the company. Lin Fan is someone who can casually take out $3.8 billion in cash to buy the 7th floor of the Science and Technology Building. This means that Lin Fan's pocket money might even exceed the total market value of the new Radisson Hotel. Lin Fan sat down, drank a few glasses of wine, and had to admit that the red wine here was quite good. However, it was clear that Lin Fan had become the focal point of the event. Many entrepreneurs came to get to know Lin Fan, which is the essence of networking. For these entrepreneurs, the broader their network, the greater the benefits to themselves. Of course, this banquet was more about formality, with many bosses sitting together discussing cooperation directions and opportunities. "Mr. Lin, you are young but truly remarkable, owning the property rights to the 7th floor of the Science and Technology Building. I don't know how many people envy you," Yun Qian said, sitting down with a smile. Looking at Lin Fan, "You're too kind. Mr. Yun is also a person of great capability. The rapid development of Yunhang Technology Company over the past few years is impressive." Lin Fan replied, clinking glasses with Yun Qian. Haha, let's stop with the formalities. Mr. Lin, if you ever need anything or face difficulties, you can come to me, Yun. I will certainly help you with anything I can, Yun Qian said, drinking 2 glasses of wine and looking at Lin Fan with a friendly demeanor. All right, then I want to be polite. I'll come to you if I have any troubles, Lin Fan smiled. Facing such a warm Yun Qian, there was no need to refuse. In the business field, the most important thing is not to create enemies. Making a few more friends is beneficial for Lin Fan, especially since Yunhang Technology Company is a highly valued company with a good development trajectory. That's right. Brother, I can't guarantee much, but I will definitely do my best to help you solve any troubles. Yun Qian took another sip of wine, becoming more relaxed in front of Lin Fan. Come on, let's have another drink, Yun Qian said with a smile. In Yun Qian's eyes, Lin Fan certainly has value for building connections. Establishing a closer relationship with Lin Fan would also greatly benefit Yunhang Technology Company. If any difficulties arise, they could help each other. The future development of Yunhang Technology Company might even rely on Lin Fan's assistance. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Fan and Yun Qian gradually became more familiar with each other. I want to be so formal with you anymore. Since I'm older, I'll just call you Lin Loudy, Brother Lin, from now on, Yun Qian said generously. Since you said that, Brother Yun, there is something I'd like to ask you, Lin Fan replied, not holding back. What is it? Just ask, brother, Yun Qian said with a smile. I recently wrote a script. Brother Yun, could you tell me what to pay attention to when adapting a script into a TV series? Lin Fan was relatively unfamiliar with this field. He could ask Xiao Wanxiu, but she was quite busy. Lin Loudy, you can write scripts? That's impressive. You really asked the right person. The first and most important thing about a script is copyright. You should register the copyright first. The second is the submission channels. If a company is interested in your script, they will pay to buy it. I just happen to have a few channels. Let me introduce you to a few. Yuehua Group, Jiaxing Entertainment, and Huanla Media. These 3 companies are quite good, Yun Qian said with a smile. Great. Then I'll bother you after I register the copyright, Lin Fan smiled. It just so happens that Yun Qian knows these 3 companies, and Xiao Wanxiu is at Yuehua Group. Lin Fan could have gone directly to find Xiao Wanxiu, but doing so might cause some rumors within the company, which will be detrimental to Xiao Wanxiu. Moreover, Lin Fan is very confident in the script he wrote and does not need to rely on his girlfriend's connections. If any of the 3 companies are willing to buy the script, they could compete with each other, and Lin Fan would not lose money. As long as there is a company willing to buy the script, Lin Fan believes that the female lead of this script will be Xiao Wanxiu, because the female lead of this script is tailor-made for Xiao Wanxiu. Chapter 54, This is a Masterpiece. By 10 o'clock in the evening, most of the guests at the banquet had dispersed. Xiu, please take Lin back home, Yun Qian said with a smile, looking at Zhang Jinxiu. Okay, Zhang Jinxiu nodded, supporting the heavily intoxicated Lin Fan. Just take my car, it's in the Lambo and Community Puxin Villa, Lin Fan smiled, sitting in the passenger seat of the Bugatti. Sure, Mr. Lin, Zhang Jinxiu nodded. Sitting in the Bugatti, Zhang Jinxiu felt a strange sensation. So this is Lin Fan's car. Indeed, the car of a wealthy person feels different. Zhang Jinxiu's beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Fan, her cheeks slightly flushed. What girl doesn't have a crush? She even had a little expectation in her heart. Would Lin Fan take advantage of the alcohol, too? Zhang Jinxiu was quite confident in her looks, and mainly because Lin Fan was so outstanding and handsome. Not to mention her, even other girls would probably be moved. After all, once they had a relationship with Lin Fan, their future would be worry-free. However, Zhang Jinxiu was somewhat disappointed. After dropping Lin Fan off at home, he didn't look at her again, let alone have any inappropriate thoughts. Mr. Lin, please rest well. Zhang Jinxiu saw that Lin Fan didn't have that intention and took the initiative to leave. She wouldn't chase after Lin Fan like a gold digger. Be safe, Lin Fan said, then dozed off. The next day, after Lin Fan woke up, he signed for the cash lottery ticket. Immediately afterward, he went to the Copyright Protection Center to register his script. After ensuring the copyright of the script, Lin Fan sent the first 4 episodes of Celebration of Remaining Years along with a brief outline to Yun Qian. Yun Qian quickly arranged for Lin Fan. The script for Celebration of Remaining Years was submitted to 3 companies, Yuehua Group, Jiaxing Entertainment, and Huanla Media. Since it was personally introduced by Yun Qian, these three companies quickly began reviewing the script. After finishing that, Lin Fan drove his Bugatti to a small restaurant and started another busy day. At Yuehua Group, script master Tianzheng was reviewing the new batch of submitted scripts. Looking at these scripts, Tianzheng shook his head. There wasn't anything particularly outstanding. Teacher Tian, this is the script recommended by General Manager Yin. Please take a look. A staff member handed the script to Tianzheng. All right. I haven't seen any good script for half a year. This script is called Celebration of Remaining Years. I doubt it's anything great, Tianzheng sighed. Teacher Tian, this is recommended by General Manager Yin, who said the quality is very high. The staff member continued, as Yin Qian had a certain level of cooperation with Yuehua Group. High quality? Who understands scripts better than I do? Just looking at the title, it doesn't seem impressive. If it were a good script, I would eat it on the spot. Tianzheng felt a bit impatient. He had been reviewing scripts for half a year and hadn't found many good ones. The requirements for scripts from Xiao Wanqiu were very high, and to help her find a good script, Tianzheng was stressed. As for a script sent by some random outsider, how high could the quality be? Tianzheng opened the document, not holding out much hope. As he looked at the script for Celebration of Remaining Years, after just reading the first page, his expression changed. By the second page, Tianzheng had completely straightened his posture, reading the script word by word. By the third page, his expression had changed again. Who wrote this script? How could it be so brilliant? By the time he reached the 10th page, Tianzheng looked serious, astonished, carefully examining every detail in the script. The actions and expressions of the female lead when she spoke, her encounters with the male lead, and the experiences the male lead would face after going to Kyoto. By the time he flipped to the 25th page, Tianzheng was completely immersed in it. This script is simply a masterpiece. The romantic story between the male and female leads, along with the crises the male lead faces in the drama, a series of events had utterly captivated Tianzheng. Even he couldn't write such an exciting script. Tianzheng could already imagine what the scene would be like when this script was filmed. He was deeply drawn into the plot, vivid images appearing before his eyes. Sometimes angry, sometimes touched, sometimes anxious. By the time he reached the 30th page, Tianzheng's eyes were red, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. As a master scriptwriter, it was the first time Tianzheng had seen such a good script. The development of the story, the characterization of the male and female leads, and their emotional arcs were all exquisite. By the 31st page, the script abruptly ended. Lin Fan had only provided the first 4 episodes and didn't give much of the subsequent script. However, Tianzheng was already deeply attracted to the story in this script. A masterpiece. This is definitely a masterpiece. How could someone write such a good script? If I were to rate this script, I would definitely give a perfect score of 100. The story inside is simply too wonderful. For a whole 6 months, I haven't seen such a good script. Tianzheng printed out the script as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Teacher Tian, the staff member beside him, was stunned. It was her first time seeing Tianzheng praise someone else's script like this. Quickly contact the author of this script. We want it. The copyright fee can be negotiated. If this drama can be filmed, it will definitely be a hit online. The author of this script probably has master-level skills. We can't underestimate them, Tianzheng said, somewhat excited. In his lifetime, it was the first time he had been so thrilled about a script. He immediately went to find General Manager Li of Yuehua Group. General Li, today I saw a masterpiece. The script is called Celebration of Remaining Years. Every character in this script is vividly portrayed, lively and vivid. The plot twists and turns. The scenes are tense and exciting, and the emotional scenes in this script are also great. We must secure this script. It will definitely lead to a hit drama online. Tianzheng said happily. The emergence of an excellent script brings tremendous benefits to the entire company. If it can be filmed into a hit drama, the company's market value will rise accordingly. The stars in this drama will also become popular, and they can take on more endorsements, while the audience will be able to see higher quality dramas. It's simply a win-win. General Li nodded slightly and said, send the script to Wanqiu and see what she thinks. Alright, General Li. Even if Xiao Wanqiu doesn't want to act in this drama, the female lead role could also be a hit if given to Su Xiaoyu. A person who can write such a script must have extraordinary writing abilities, Tianzheng said. In short, Our company must find a way to secure this script. If we delay, it might be snatched by other companies. I understand. The company will contact the author. It's rare to see a script that can make teacher Tian praise it so highly, generally pondered. Meanwhile, Tian Zheng couldn't wait to send the script to Xiao Wanqiu. A good script could create a brand new star. Normally, this script would definitely allow everyone in the company to compete fairly. However, generally directly gave the script to Xiao Wanqiu first for her opinion. Tian Zheng knew this was the weight Xiao Wanqiu carried within the company. Even if she hasn't taken a role in a year, she is still the #1 actress at Yuehua. Xiao Wanqiu's office was just busy wrapping up the recording of the first episode of Run Boys, and she felt a bit tired. She opened WeChat and saw that Lin Fan hadn't sent her any messages. Upset, she thought, "Stinky Lin Fan, if you don't message me, I won't message you either." Xiao Wanqiu pouted, feeling somewhat unhappy. Looking at Lin Fan's chat box, she still resisted the urge to message him. Just then, she received a message from Tian Zheng, along with a folder. The script Qin Yunyan. Xiao Qiu, this is the new script the company has prepared for you. Take a look and see what you think, Tian Zheng messaged. Thank you, teacher Tian Zheng, Xiao Wanqiu replied politely. Xiao Wanqiu knew that the script Lin Fan had recently written was called Qin Yunyan. While she was busy recording the variety show, Lin Fan had already written the script for her. Of course, Xiao Wanqiu didn't reply immediately. She smiled at Lin Fan's WeChat. Let's see how well this wooden-headed script is written. After looking at it for a while, she became completely immersed in the world of the script. There was a hint of amazement in her beautiful eyes. It turned out that Lin Fan's script was so good. The stories and plots inside were incredibly captivating. The female lead in the script was named Lin Wanner, who was very beautiful and also a chicken leg girl. Xiao Wanqiu had high standards for scripts, and this one deeply attracted her. Such a good script. Even if it wasn't written by Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu would still want to act in this play. The more she read the script, the redder Xiao Wanqiu's face became. There were many romantic scenes between the male and female leads, including some kissing scenes. She knew Lin Fan had promised her he would play the male lead. I didn't expect your script to be so good, but with so many kissing scenes, you just want to bully me. I'm really angry. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks flushed, and she gently touched her chest to calm her emotions. To Xiao Wanqiu, such a script was almost the perfect script. At that moment, she decided to take on this role. Of course, the premise was that the male lead was Lin Fan. If the male lead wasn't Lin Fan, she wouldn't shoot so many kissing scenes with anyone else. You got lucky, stinky Lin Fan. If you dare to bully me like this when we really start filming, I'll really bite you, Xiao Wanqiu said fiercely. At that moment, Tian Zheng's message came through. Tian Zheng, Wanqiu, what do you think of this play? Although the male and female leads have quite a bit of romantic interaction, the plot is still very good. Are you willing to play the female lead in this play? Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks flushed slightly as she slowly typed a word. Chapter 55. Xiao Wanqiu is going to be the female lead, Tian Zheng. That's great, Wanqiu. You playing the female lead in this drama will definitely make you even more popular than now. Xiao Wanqiu, teacher Tian, what do you think about this script? Tian Zheng, need I say it? I haven't seen such a good script in all these years. The person who wrote it must be a master-level screenwriter. Xiao Wanqiu, I think so too. Xiao Wanqiu, teacher Tian, this script is indeed pretty good. But I want to see who the male lead is before making a final decision. Is that okay? Tian Zheng, no problem. Whatever kind of male lead you want, Mr. Li will definitely satisfy you. You Haven T had a project in over a year, so let us make this one a huge hit online. Xiao Wanqiu, thank you, teacher Tian. Tian Zheng, this news must be kept confidential. We can't let others think the company is favoring you. There will be many people signing up for the female lead role. The company will go through a series of processes before finally deciding on you. You just need to fight for this script. Xiao Wanqiu, okay, I understand. Xiao Wanqiu leaned back in her chair, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. She finally had a script, and it was with Lin Fan as the male lead. Xiao Wanqiu felt a bit excited. That wooden guy who can't act. What if they NGD several times during the kiss scenes? Thinking of this, Xiao Wanqiu couldn't help but smile. But then again, she felt she might not be able to shoot those kiss scenes either. No matter how good her acting was, it was different, and she had never experienced it. Oh no, Xiao Wanqiu's face turned red again. She was going to be kissed by Lin Fan multiple times. And in front of so many people, It would be so embarrassing. On the other side, Su Xiaoyu also received the same script. Tianzheng, Xiaoyu, take a look at this script. What do you think? Su Xiaoyu, wow, Teacher Tian, this script is super good. Who's the author? Tianzheng, I haven't checked who the author is yet. The company is contacting them. Su Xiaoyu, Teacher Tian, you can't be biased. I also want a role. You can't just leave it for Sister Wanxiu. Sister Wanxiu and I are going to collaborate on a drama again. Tianzheng, haha, don't worry. We can decide after the follow-up scripts come out. Su Xiaoyu, cute. JPG. Su Xiaoyu, Teacher Tian is the best. Thank you, Teacher Tian. Tianzheng showed a fatherly smile. He worked at Yuehua Group to find good scripts, especially for Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanxiu hadn't taken on a role in a year, and Su Xiaoyu also hadn't had a new project for half a year. Su Xiaoyu had only acted in one drama, and that was a collaboration with Xiao Wanxiu. Her popularity had already risen to the second highest among the female artists in the company. This drama was too good with classic roles. Such a good opportunity should definitely be given to Su Xiaoyu as well. The collaboration of the two top female stars from Yuehua Group would surely be spectacular. After receiving the approval from Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu, Tianzheng went to find Su Yang. After all, Tianzheng thought he didn't know Lin Fan. There were many candidates to play the male lead. The character of the male lead had to be smart, upright, and most importantly, handsome, just as handsome as the author. Obviously, Su Yang met this requirement. As for other candidates for the male lead, they were already set from the beginning. As for Xiao Wanxiu having a veto vote, that was not Tianzheng's concern. Tianzheng, Su Yang, what do you think of this script? Su Yang, the script is great, the pacing is clear, the plot moves quickly, and the conflict is strong. The romance between the male and female leads is substantial. It's the best script I've seen in the past few years. Tianzheng, do you want to act in this drama? The company will be buying it soon. The author of this script is incredibly talented. Even I have to admire it. Su Yang, Teacher Tian, whatever role you arrange will be great. This drama is going to be a big hit. Tianzheng, haha, too modest. No matter how good the script is, it can't show its value without hard-working actors like you. Su Yang, by the way, has this script been shown to Wanxiu? Although there are many kiss scenes between the male and female leads, it must be given to Wanxiu. She is very suitable for playing the female lead. If not, playing the male lead sister would also be fine. That way, there are no kiss scenes. Wanxiu can't be without a script any longer. Tianzheng, yes, she has seen it, and she is willing to play the female lead. Su Yang, good, understood. Su Yang appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was a bit excited. It was Xiao Wanxiu's first time playing a romantic role, and there were plenty of scenes. Plus, the script was outstanding, almost guaranteeing that this drama would be a huge success. Once it was filmed, who knows how many people would love it. And the female lead and male lead would also get to film kiss scenes. This was something Su Yang looked forward to immensely. Most importantly, once this drama came out, Xiao Wanxiu wouldn't have to face pressure from the company anymore. Su Yang was beaming with joy. If Xiao Wanxiu was the female lead, then he, the author of this script, was truly a little genius. Su Yang was thoroughly amazed and somewhat grateful in his heart. He would definitely fight for the role of the male lead. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, I originally wanted you to come to the company to act together, and you still wanted to compete with me for the male lead role. But you're not an actor. I wanted to help you, but there's nothing I can do. I don't believe it. You're just a restaurant owner. And you think you can compete with me for the male lead? The male lead must be mine. When the time comes to shoot kiss scenes with Wanxiu, NG a few times such a dog abuse. Su Yang hadn't been this happy in a long time. He originally wanted to compete fairly with Lin Fan. But Lin Fan refused to come to Yuehua Group, so he had no choice. Who told Lin Fan not to cherish such an opportunity? Even though Xiao Wanxiu and Lin Fan had an unusual relationship, it was he who got to work with Xiao Wanxiu and shoot kiss scenes with her. Su Yang, Teacher Tian, I will do my best to fight for the male lead role. Tianzheng, okay. But I must remind you that Wanxiu has a veto vote on the male lead selection, which means she can decide who plays the male lead. If she disagrees, Su Yang, that's fine. As long as Wanxiu can have a script to film, I can also play other roles. Su Yang was not the type to take advantage of filming to gain favor with Xiao Wanxiu. He always advocated fair competition. If Xiao Wanxiu didn't want him to play the male lead, he wouldn't say anything. But one thing was certain. The male lead would not be Lin Fan. No matter who Xiao Wanxiu filmed with, they could always have dog abuse moments. After all, Lin Fan was the one who was previously abused by Xiao Wanxiu. When Xiao Wanxiu filmed kiss scenes with the male lead, it would be a perfect chance to get back at Lin Fan, regardless of who played the male lead. How could the dog abuse possibly land on him? Chapter 56. Competing for the script, Lin Fan is about to make it big. During this time, Jiaxing Entertainment and Huanla Media began reviewing the scripts written by Lin Fan. The reactions from both companies were surprisingly consistent. Who is the author of this script? Quickly find him and contact him. We at Jiaxing Entertainment must buy this script. They were eager to meet the author of such a vivid and exciting script, which was considered a masterpiece. Can we get in touch with the submitting author? I want to meet him in person. They were moved to tears. After reviewing so many scripts, this one was the most touching. What kind of screenwriter is capable of portraying such emotional stories so well? Boss, I suggest we must buy this script. If we can acquire it and adapt it into a TV series that becomes a hit, our company will make a fortune. The screenwriters from both companies came to the same conclusion. Lin Fan's script was simply too brilliant. The language was smooth, the plot had ups and downs, and the character development was flawless. In today's industry, what was most lacking was a good script. Just think if the script is excellent. The resulting TV series would be just as good, going viral across the internet, boosting the star's popularity and earning our company a lot of goodwill. An outstanding script, if adapted into a movie, could generate immeasurable value. A film with a box office of 5 to 6 billion would be a huge profit for producers and investors. Of course, regardless of the type of movie or TV series, the core element lies in the original script. Lin Fan's script was recognized by 3 companies. After finishing up at a small restaurant, Lin Fan returned home and received a phone call. Mr. Lin, hello? Are you the author of the script Qin Yunyan? I'm Zhao Rui from Huanla Media. Our company would like to meet with you to discuss purchasing the rights to your script. What's the price? Lin Fan inquired. Our company's offer is 10,000 per episode, totaling 460,000 for the full rights to Qin Yunyan, which has 46 episodes. Of course, we can negotiate the specifics. Zhao Rui replied. No thanks, Lin Fan frowned slightly. The script he wrote was just the first step, containing 46 episodes, and Huanla Media only wanted to offer 460,000 for full rights. Mr. Lin, your script does have some issues. The adapted TV series might not necessarily be a hit. You could build up your popularity first, and if this TV series does well, we can continue collaborating on your next script. Zhao Rui started to say. Before Zhao Rui could finish, Lin Fan hung up the phone. He wasn't short on money and wouldn't sell his script for such a low price. It was clear that Huanla Media wanted to buy a high-quality script at a low price. Such an outcome was something Lin Fan would never accept. This was Lin Fan's first script, featuring Xiao Wanxiu as the female lead, and it was bound to be a huge success. After Lin Fan hung up, Zhao Rui from Huanla Media felt somewhat disdainful. The price of 460,000 is already quite high. At 10,000 per episode, your script is just over 10,000 words per episode, which is equivalent to 1 yuan per word, and you still aren't satisfied. Just because the script is well written, do you really think it can become a hit? Apart from our company, I doubt any other company would want your script. Zhao Rui flipped through Lin Fan's script. Lin Fan, if you come back to me later, I'll just drop the price to 400,000. 40,000 for a script is still a significant expenditure, Zhao Rui said confidently. In her view, while the script story was good, Lin Fan was after all a newcomer. To make a good TV series, merely having a script was far from enough. Could a script provided by a newcomer really have that much potential? Huanla Media, behind Zhao Rui, also did not have much faith in Lin Fan. At the same time, Jiaxing Entertainment and Yuehua Group also contacted Lin Fan. Particularly, Tianzheng from Yuehua Group felt a bit nervous. The script Lin Fan wrote was simply too perfect, and it was a script that Xiao Wanxiu liked. For a year, Xiao Wanxiu had not found a script she liked. This time, she clearly wanted to play the female lead, meaning Tianzheng had to secure the rights to this script at all costs. To show the company's seriousness, the renowned script master Tianzheng personally came to discuss with Lin Fan after receiving authorization from President Li. Mr. Lin, hello, I am Tianzheng from Yuehua Group. Our company has a strong desire to sign a contract with you. What would you be available to meet? Tianjung smiled. Hello, teacher Tian. I've heard about you. The recent hit movies you've worked on were all based on your scripts, Lin Fan replied with a smile. He certainly knew of Tianjung, having heard Xiao Wanqiu mention him many times as a master of scripts with remarkable skill. Yuehua Group, sending Tianjung to contact him, represented their high regard for this script and their sincerity, which made Lin Fan feel quite comfortable. Ha, Mr. Lin. Please don't call me teacher. Your script is what has truly amazed me. Compared to this script, what achievements have I had in the past? To be honest, Mr. Lin, even if the company wanted to negotiate a lower price, I would absolutely not agree. Your script is too captivating, and I guarantee that the resulting TV series will be a huge hit, Tianjung said with a smile. This was the passion of the older generation of artists. Although Tianjung was in the entertainment industry, he yearned for genuine scripts and the elevation of the country's cultural standards. Moreover, many of Tianjung's scripts, along with Xiao Wanqiu's efforts, had contributed to her current status, and Lin Fan respected such veteran artists deeply. How about this? Jiaxing Entertainment just contacted me too. You both can each offer a basic price, and if we agree on a satisfactory amount, we can continue detailed discussions. What do you think, teacher Tian? Lin Fan asked. Although this script was originally intended for Mao Mao, whether Jiaxing Entertainment or Yuehua Group acquire the rights, Xiao Wanqiu could still play the female lead, and of course, Lin Fan would not be at a disadvantage. After all, writing this script had cost Lin Fan a lot of effort, and ultimately, it all came down to the price. With both companies competing for this script, Lin Fan could maximize his gains. If they offered a low price like Huama Media as $10,000 per episode, Lin Fan would simply refuse. He could always start his own entertainment company. All right, Mr. Lin, let me contact you shortly, Tianjung said. Knowing that this script was so well written and had taken a lot of Lin Fan's effort, the final decision would come down to the issue of the rights fee. Meanwhile, the staff at Jiaxing Entertainment were also preparing to quote Lin Fan. With both companies having only one chance to make an offer, they needed to start with a basic price to negotiate further. Mr. Wang, Yuehua Group is competing with us. We only have one chance to quote. If we can secure this script, the returns will be immense. What price should we offer? A staff member asked. Wang, the boss of Jiaxing Entertainment, sat there flipping through Lin Fan's script. Normally, the decision of script acquisition wouldn't require the boss's personal involvement. However, Lin Fan's script made all the screenwriters at Jiaxing Entertainment gasp in amazement. Lin Fan's screenwriting skills had even surpassed those of many high-level screenwriters in the industry. Even the master screenwriter Tianjung of Yuehua Group feels inferior. They haven't seen the subsequent parts of the script. If they did, I wonder what expressions these renowned screenwriters would have. Lin Fan is also very confident in his script. President Wang pondered for a moment, looking at the staff, and said, according to the industry's top gold medal screenwriters pricing standard, the price is $280,000 per episode. Since Yuehua Group wants to compete with us, let's raise the price to $300,000 per episode. After receiving President Wang's affirmation, the staff of Jiaxing Entertainment responded to Lin Fan accordingly. Lin Fan's script consists of a total of 46 episodes at a price of $300,000 per episode, which means Jiaxing Entertainment is willing to spend $13.8 million to purchase the copyright of the script. Jiaxing Entertainment can be said to fully recognize Lin Fan's script. On the other side, Tianjung is also discussing with President Wang of Yuehua Group. Xiao Wanqiu is a member of Yuehua Group, and this script will be her first attempt at playing the lead in a romance drama. This means Yuehua Group cannot afford to lose this script under any circumstances, because this script will also feature three major top stars, Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Su Yang, especially Xiao Wanqiu, who hasn't filmed any dramas for a year. If she confirms her role in the new drama, I wonder how many fans will be pleasantly surprised. President Li looked at Tianjung and carefully examined the script. With Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Su Yang all participating, even if the script is average, the popularity will be unprecedentedly high. Moreover, this script is so wonderful. So I have only one request. At all costs, we must acquire the copyright of this script. Chapter 57. The script worth $18 million in Tianjung's eyes. The story written in this script was too wonderful, possessing high commercial value. In Mr. Li's view, His evaluation of this script was even higher than Tian Zheng's. Such an outstanding script is rarely found throughout history. Over the years, the development of television dramas hasn't been very good, with few becoming immensely popular across the internet. Ultimately, it all boils down to the script. An excellent screenwriter is the soul of a script. Among the entire Huaxia nation, talent has always been of utmost importance. An outstanding talent can drive the development of an industry, and the development of an industry can lead to a flourishing culture. Lin Fan happens to be such a talent. As the ancients said, good horses are common, but good trainers are rare. Mr. Li saw this script and immediately recognized Lin Fan's potential. This script must be bought. Such a talent must be courted. Therefore, at all costs, they must acquire this script. This was Mr. Li's directive. After receiving such instructions, the senior management of Yuehua Group quickly held an emergency meeting. Mr. Li sat at the head of the table, silently listening to the comments from everyone present. The meeting included many well-known screenwriters, as well as top artists like Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Su Yang. They only knew that the writer's surname was Lin. And until now, even Tian Zheng did not know Lin Fan's full name. Mr. Lin's script is indeed good. The character relationships are very clear, and Wanqiu is willing to play the female lead. I suggest we buy the copyright of Celebration of the Year at the price of top screenwriter, one of them proposed. At this rate, the price per episode would be around 280,000, totaling 12,880,000 for the entire 46 episodes, which is quite a sum. Jiaxing Entertainment is our competitor, and we can only make one offer, so I suggest we buy the script's copyright at 300,000 per episode, another executive suggested. The senior management discussed among themselves. In their view, this price was already top tier in the industry and quite high. Mr. Li listened without speaking, only looking at Su Yang, Xiao Wanqiu, and Su Xiaoyu. Mr. Li, my suggestion is 330,000 per episode. I believe this script has that potential. Su Yang also spoke up. After hearing everyone's suggestions, Mr. Li looked at Tian Zheng. The advantages we can discover, Jiaxing Entertainment can also discover. This script must be acquired by our company. My final decision is 400,000 per episode, Mr. Li decisively stated. At Mr. Li's decision, everyone in the company was somewhat shocked. The price for a top screenwriter script is only 280,000 per episode. However, for Celebration of the Year, Mr. Li was willing to offer 400,000 per episode. For a total of 46 episodes, the total price would be 18,400,000. Spending 18,400,000 to buy the script's copyright was an astronomical figure, likely surpassing the top standards in the industry. Tian Zheng saw Mr. Li's determination and trust in him. Willing to spend 18,400,000 to acquire the rights to this drama came with significant risks. This meant the company wanted to create a television drama that would explode in popularity across the internet. Xiao Wanqiu was paying attention throughout, and when she heard the price of 400,000 per episode, she felt a bit happy. Lin Fan didn't come to her for favors. Instead, he used his own abilities to write a script that all the screenwriters in the company valued highly. Unknowingly, Lin Fan had become so outstanding. Sister Wanqiu is so happy. Could this script be written by Master? Su Xiaoyu asked curiously, linking her arm with Xiao Wanqiu. Shoo! Xiao Wanqiu made a cute gesture. Wow, Master is really that amazing. Oh, whoa, I didn't make a mistake in becoming his disciple. But Sister Wanqiu, do you have to shoot kissing scenes with Su Yang? Su Xiaoyu asked curiously. No. Xiao Wanqiu angrily turned away. Oh no, could it be with Master? Su Xiaoyu asked again. That's even more unnecessary. He only knows how to bully me. Xiao Wanqiu's face turned red. Hee, I guessed it right. Sister Wanqiu's first on-screen kiss is going to be given away. Su Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. Xiaoyu, you're asking for it. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Su Xiaoyu with a fierce expression. How do you know? Xiao Wanqiu asked softly, looking at Su Xiaoyu. As the company was even keeping the news of her being the female lead a secret. Su Xiaoyu pulled out a lollipop from somewhere. Am I smart? Lin Fan is so handsome. I can't imagine how many fans he'll attract while acting. He is definitely capable of playing the male lead. As for anyone in the company daring to compete with my sister Wanqiu for the female lead, no way. Meow meow fierce. Xiao Wanqiu directly started to tickle Su Xiaoyu. Although Su Xiaoyu was usually very cute, She was exceptionally clever and cared a lot about Xiao Wanqiu and Lin Fan. Oh, whoa, I'll tickle you too. When Master comes, I'm going to tell him you bully the dog, Su Xiao Yu teased. He must be on my side. Who said that? He is my master. He must protect his disciple. But he is still my desk mate. Sister Wanqiu, are you jealous? Are you angry? Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu often playfully banter together, and their relationship is very good, with the bond between the two girls being exceptionally strong. On the other side, Lin Fan received news from Tianzheng. Yuehua Group was willing to buy the script's copyright at the price of 400,000 per episode. Lin Fan naturally chose to accept. Jiaxing Entertainment's offer was 300,000 per episode, while Yuehua Group offered 100,000 more per episode. In total for 46 episodes, that is an additional 600,000. Lin Fan worked hard for 3 days to revise the script, and just from the copyright fee, he could sell it for 18,400,000 RMB. If he adds the over 80 million in his bank account, Lin Fan's liquid assets have already exceeded 100 million. Moreover, this script was meant for Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan originally just wanted to quietly enjoy life, but due to the excellence of his script, he accidentally became a true billionaire. Upon receiving Lin Fan's agreement to sign the contract, Tianzheng felt genuinely happy. This way, the company could proceed with follow-up work early and adapt it into a highly popular IP. After discussing the timing with Tianzheng, Lin Fan drove his Bugatti towards Yuehua Group. This time, he was officially going to sign the contract. Chapter 58. Formal signing. Lin Fan's Bugatti La Voiture more created a unique sight on the road. Pressing the accelerator, he felt the powerful thrust of the sports car as he drove towards Yuehua Group, under the amazed gazes of passersby. Inside Yuehua Group, Tianzheng also announced the good news that Lin Fan had agreed to sign the contract. The numerous screenwriters cheered. Not only had the company secured this script, but these screenwriters also had a wish to see the complete script of Qin Yunyan. Even though they were top-notch in the industry, they couldn't fathom the plot of the latter episodes of Lin Fan's script. The character designs in the script were vivid and three-dimensional, showcasing a story where both the protagonist and supporting characters possessed high intelligence. If one word could describe it, it would be flawless. In addition, these screenwriters wanted to see how extraordinary the script's author, Mr. Lin, truly was. In their eyes, Lin Fan was like a master. If they could learn from Lin Fan, their understanding of scripts would reach new heights. Young Master Su, the script is confirmed, and the screenwriters will come to the company to sign the contract this afternoon. The agent said respectfully, looking at Su Yang. I understand. After all, with the company offering 400,000 per episode, no screenwriter would refuse to sign. Su Yang nodded slightly, maintaining a cool and indifferent demeanor. Young Master Su, who do you think the female lead will be? I see there are quite a few people in the company vying for the role. I wonder if Xiao Wanqiu will be the female lead this time, the agent said. The matter of Xiao Wanqiu potentially being the female lead was kept confidential within the company, known only to a select few. The script was so exciting that some of the actresses in the company were also reading it, wanting to take on the role. As long as Wanqiu wants to compete, no one can surpass her. Su Yang smiled slightly and replied, I see, young Master Su. I'll head out now, the agent said with a smile. Su Yang quietly picked up a cup of tea, taking a sip, feeling a mix of happiness and excitement inside. Similarly, if I want to compete for the male lead, no one can surpass me either. Wanqiu, even if you have a veto power, no one is more suited for the male lead than me. Lin Fan, I actually wanted to compete fairly, but unfortunately, you're still too far from my life, Su Yang thought with a calm gaze, taking another sip of tea and shaking his head. In short, Su Yang still held a bit of hope. Perhaps he would be the male lead in this drama, able to act alongside Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan, you never expected that one day you'd be fed dog food by me. Regardless of who the male lead is, there's no way they could feed me dog food. Could Lin Fan really become the male lead? Su Yang felt a hint of confidence. Unfortunately, Lin Fan was still on the first level. He was already on the second. Who told the company to buy such a good script? Lin Fan, await the judgment of fate. With that thought, Su Yang contentedly went to work. Lin Fan had no idea that Su Yang had thought so much. When he drove to Yuehua Group, Su Yang was already on his way to shoot. The unique roar of the engine, like a beast, exuded a distinct charm. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire, worth over 100 million, executed a beautiful drift and stopped at the entrance of Yuehua Group. With its cool body, exquisite exhaust, and butterfly wing-like doors opening gracefully, everyone around couldn't help but look at the Bugatti at the company entrance. When Lin Fan got out of the car, the surrounding air seemed to stop flowing. This time, Lin Fan was dressed slightly more formally, with a tall figure, his clothes and hair flowing, handsome features, and an unmatched aura. Driving the Bugatti sports car and dressed formally, Lin Fan's charm and demeanor made him stand out in the world. Even the willow leaves of the surrounding trees seemed to highlight Lin Fan's handsomeness and natural grace. Wow, what kind of sport car is this? It looks so cool. And that guy driving it is even more handsome. I feel like his aura matches the car perfectly. Oh no, I think I'm in love. I found out this sports car is a Bugatti La Voiture Noire, limited to only one in the world. Oh my god, this is a car worth over 100 million. How can someone be so handsome and so rich? Everyone passing by was deeply attracted to Lin Fan. Even the two security guards at the entrance looked somewhat dazed. They remembered this excessively handsome man, Lin Fan. The last time he came, he drove a few million worth Rolls-Royce Cullinan. But this time, he arrived in a car worth over 100 million. Oh my goodness, is this the world of the big shots? The two security guards didn't stop Lin Fan. His aura was such that they didn't dare to intervene. Moreover, Lin Fan's relationship with Xiao Wanqiu made even these two security guards a bit envious. At this moment, Tianzheng walked out. "Mr. Lin, hello." As soon as Tianzheng stepped out, he extended his hand and walked right up to Lin Fan to shake hands. "Hello, Teacher Tian." Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "Mr. Lin, please come in. I didn't expect you to be so young, yet the script you wrote is so outstanding. I greatly admire it," Tianzheng praised. His eyes filled with uncontainable admiration. "You're too kind, Teacher Tian. I brought the follow-up script as well. Perhaps there are still some areas that can be revised." Lin Fan replied with a smile, showing respect to Tianzheng, who was a senior in the industry. Even Mr. Li would have to address him as Teacher Tian. Tianzheng was nearly 60 years old, and his mastery in screenwriting was unparalleled, deserving the respect of everyone. Hearing this, Tianzheng's eyes lit up. "That's wonderful. To be honest, all the screenwriters in the company unanimously think your script is excellent." Lin Fan smiled and did not refute. This script was something he had put a lot of effort into, and the plot and characters within it were nearly perfect. Though Lin Fan usually seemed laid back, he was quite serious when it came to work. He aimed to create a perfect script and a perfect television drama. Meanwhile, the security guards at the entrance were wide-eyed. The master of the screenwriting world, Tianzheng, actually came out to personally welcome Lin Fan. Even first-tier artist Su Yang had never received such treatment. When did Lin Fan gain such status at Yuehua Group? In the eyes of the security guards, Lin Fan's importance had risen several levels. After entering the office, Tianzheng invited Lin Fan to sit down and personally made him a cup of tea. "Mr. Lin, the contract has been drafted. If everything looks good, we can sign it," Tianzheng said. Lin Fan looked over the contract, confirmed there were no issues, and signed his name and relevant information. "Pleasure working together." Lin Fan smiled, shaking hands with Tianzheng. "Pleasure working together, Mr. Lin." Tianzheng also showed a slight smile. This meant that Lin Fan's cooperative relationship with Yuehua Group had officially been established. During this time, Xiao Wanqiu had been lacking a good script, and Lin Fan had perfectly resolved that for her. Let him and Xiao Wanqiu create the hottest television drama on the internet together. Not long after the signing, Lin Fan received a text message on his phone. 18 for million. The copyright fee for the script has been received. Chapter 59. The male protagonist, Lin Fan. The next day, at Yuehua Group, it was no secret that the company had spent a high price to acquire the rights to the script of Qin Yunyan, and it had already spread within the company. This represented the company's emphasis on the drama Qin Yunyan. Did you know? The company spent 18.4 million yesterday to buy the rights to a script. It seems to be called Qin Yunyan. Wow, if there are a total of 46 episodes, that means each episode costs 400,000. The company actually hired such a top-notch screenwriter? It seems the screenwriter's name is Lin Fan, a top script master. Even Teacher Tianzheng admires him. Even Teacher Tianzheng can't compare? Then this drama must be very exciting. It's bound to become popular. I wonder who will play the female lead. I want to give it a try. The company spent so much money, which means it wants to create a top-tier IP that might become a huge hit online. This is also an opportunity for us. Within the company, many star artists began to pay attention to this matter. A good script often plays a very important role for an artist. Of course, the details of the shooting are also crucial. If it's poorly executed, the audience won't buy it. On the other hand, well-known screenwriters in the company were all gathered together, studying the script of Qin Yunyan. There were 8 people in total in the office. They originally intended to discuss. But after an entire day, not a single person spoke, including teacher Tian Zheng. Everyone was deeply engrossed in the script. With a total of 46 episodes, every detail was written exceptionally well. The story of the male and female protagonists, the risks and crises faced by the male lead in Kyoto, and various high IQ games of wits made the drama Qin Yunyan even more vivid and engaging. After a whole day, someone finally spoke up. This script is simply amazing. For 100,000 per episode is absolutely worth it. I have never seen a story written so well. This kind of story fits the current market perfectly. Once it's filmed, the effect will be fantastic. Is Lin Fan really just in his 20s? I feel like the script he wrote is completely on par with a master's work and technique. I have been writing scripts for 10 years, and I am far from Lin Fan's level. I worship Lin Fan. I am in awe of this script he wrote. There are parts one don't understand, and I need to ask Lin Fan to explain them. How should I address Lin Fan? I think I should call him Master Lin. There is no doubt that Master Lin's scriptwriting level is above mine. Teacher Tian Zheng, what do you think of this script? Tian Zheng adjusted his glasses, carefully picked up the script, and only said 2 words. Masterpiece. Then Tian Zheng stood up and left. The excitement in his eyes was hard to express in words. Extravagant phrases could not adequately evaluate such a script. He needed to find director Lee quickly and start the adaptation plan for this script. The other screenwriters, seeing Tian Zheng in such a hurry, couldn't help but sigh. This is the first time I've seen teacher Tian Zheng evaluate a script like this. In my opinion, perhaps our company will really create a legendary IP. In Director Lee's office, Director Lee had just finished reading the script written by Lin Fan. Director Lee, teacher Tian Zheng sat in front of Director Lee. No need to flatter. The story of this script is quite good. The company will immediately start the casting process, targeting all artists. It's crucial to hire experienced actors for this drama. Director Lee said, I think for the female roles in this drama, Lin Wanner, Fan Ruoa, Hai Tang Duo, Yi Ling Er. These female roles must be played by beautiful actresses. Although this is a power struggle drama, beautiful female characters can also attract the audience's attention. Director Lee smiled slightly. As a first-tier company, Yuehua Group is not lacking in female artists. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu are both very beautiful young women, and both girls are just in their early 20s, which is the most beautiful time of their lives. Of course, this drama can also be seen as tailor-made for Xiao Wanqiu. This will be Xiao Wanqiu's first romantic drama, her first kissing scene. I wonder what a huge response it will provoke in the entertainment industry. Director Lee, what about the male lead? Tian Zheng looked at Director Lee. Wanqiu has a veto right. Let her decide on this matter. But what do you think of Lin Fan? Director Lee smiled slightly, looking at Tian Zheng. Tian Zheng immediately understood. Lin Fan is very handsome, and a few days ago, there were rumors about him and Xiao Wanqiu being very close. If Lin Fan were to play the male lead, Director Lee nodded and said, he is very suitable. Perhaps this drama is prepared for Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. Tian Zheng suddenly realized, gaining more respect for Director Lee. Director Lee, could it be that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu are really like what the rumors online say? If so, it would affect Xiao Wanqiu's career and the company as well. Director Lee smiled calmly, gently picking up his teacup, and said, Lin Fan drives a Bugatti worth over 100 million, lives in a lakeside villa worth over 100 million, is the second largest shareholder of the new Radisson Hotel, and owns the property rights to a 7-story technology building. How could someone who can write such exquisite scripts be an ordinary person? Even if Lin Fan were an ordinary person, who could stop him from being with Wanqiu? What I want to tell you is that the company will not obstruct their relationship. On the contrary, it will pave the way for them. Because Lin Fan has the ability to start his own entertainment company, Director Lee said, who is the face of Yuehua Group. A-list male artist, Su Yang. A-list female artists, Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. And both Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu have a good relationship with Lin Fan. Director Li sees clearly that if the company pressures Xiao Wanqiu, what would the consequences be? The company would not only lose a master screenwriter like Lin Fan, but also two A-list female artists. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu are still young. Their futures are incredibly bright, and they will surely stand even higher in the future. Tianzheng understood that regardless of the nature of Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's relationship, the company needed to be prepared for this aspect. Director Li, I understand. So, the company wants to win over talents like Lin Fan. Xiao Wanqiu was previously unwilling to shoot kissing scenes or romantic dramas. But this time she agreed to everything and even requested a veto right for the male lead, because she knew from the beginning that it was Lin Fan who wrote this script. So, on the surface, there are many options for the male lead, but in reality, there is only one person who can take on the role. Lin Fan. Chapter 60. The sincerity of Yuehua Group. Mr. Li nodded and said, in the end, it all depends on Wanqiu's decision. No matter who plays the male lead. This drama will definitely be a hit. Help me contact Lin Fan and see if he has time to meet. You're right, we must attract talents like him. Mr. Li smiled slightly. As a boss, Mr. Li was quite clever. In his eyes, Lin Fan was someone who could stand on equal footing with him. With the script for Qin Yunyan in hand, Mr. Li realized that Lin Fan wrote the script for Xiao Wanqiu, and the male lead in Xiao Wanqiu's heart must be Lin Fan. Therefore, the first step to win over Lin Fan was to make him the male lead of this drama. The second step was for the company to show some sincerity. Lin Fan was working in a small restaurant when he received a call from Tianzheng. Mr. Lin, do you have time tonight? Mr. Li has a private banquet and would like to invite you. Tianzheng smiled. Sure, send me the time and place, Lin Fan replied. Okay, Tianzheng smiled back. After finishing work, Lin Fan stretched. After 2 hours in the restaurant, he earned over 2,000 yuan, which felt pretty good. Lin Fan had already given the script to Yuehua Group, and the remaining matter was to discuss the roles. With such an exciting script, the female lead would definitely be Xiao Wanqiu, and the question of the male lead would depend on Mao Mao's help. After all, Lin Fan was not yet an artist of Yuehua Group, and it would be somewhat difficult for him to directly become the male lead in Qin Yunyan. Mr. Li's invitation might also be a signal. After closing the restaurant, Lin Fan received a WeChat message from Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan. Do you like the script? Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan. Speak plainly. Xiao Wanqiu. So fierce. Xiao Wanqiu. Not very fond of it. The kiss scenes between the male and female leads are too many. Lin Fan. It's necessary for the plot. I can't help it. Xiao Wanqiu. Stinky Lin Fan. I know you're doing it on purpose, just to bully me. Lin Fan. You see, there are many emotional scenes. And the male and female leads will often have some intimate actions, and there might even be bed scenes occasionally. Xiao Wanqiu blushed. You want bed scenes? Angry. JPG. Lin Fan. Anyway, there will be some in the future. Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan retracted a message. Lin Fan. Actually, I can also not play the male lead. Xiao Wanqiu, you dare. Lin Fan. I'm not even an artist of Yuehua Group. I have no acting experience, and I can't kiss, so it's difficult to be the male lead. Besides, your company has many excellent male stars. Xiao Wanqiu. Well, I also don't have kissing experience. It's okay. I have veto power over the male lead. Lin Fan. Is it because of me that you haven't taken any kissing scenes? Xiao Wanqiu, narcissist. Xiao Wanqiu. It's not because of you. If it were because of you, I'd be a little pig. Lin Fan. All right, I'm not teasing my little pig anymore. Whoever dares to steal the male lead from me, I'll fight them. Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu. And I'm not your little pig, you're the pig. Lin Fan. Oh, Xiao Wanqiu. I heard the script sold for 18 million? Treat me to a meal. Lin Fan. That's not much. It's not even as high as your pay. Xiao Wanqiu. Mao Mao's family status is higher than a little pig's. Xiao Wanqiu. Gotta go. Can you come and take me home tonight? Lin Fan. I'll be a bit late to go over. Xiao Wanqiu. I also happen to finish work late. Su Xiaoyu. Master, are you there? Su Xiaoyu. Master, don't be biased. I also want a good role. You're the screenwriter. You can definitely help me get one. Lin Fan. What role do you want? Su Xiaoyu. I want to play the main character's sister. Fan Ro. Very beautiful. With great temperament. Lin Fan. No, Fan Ruo is dignified and virtuous. You're too cute for that. Su Xiaoyu. Ah, I'm a great actress. Lin Fan. I'll try my best. I only have suggestions, not decision-making power. Whatever role you want, the company will give you, right? Su Xiaoyu. It's not that easy. So many people want to snatch my role. No matter what. Thank you, master. Looking at the WeChat messages from Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu, Lin Fan smiled. The script he wrote was indeed exciting, and the character Fan Ro had a lot of appearances in Qing Yunyan and was the main character's good sister. However, he couldn't make decisions about specific roles. Lin Fan was curious about what Mr. Li's true intentions were for inviting him this time. At 7 p.m., Lin Fan arrived at the restaurant in a Koenigsegg. Tianzheng was waiting at the entrance to greet him. The Koenigsegg was also a supercar worth over 100 million, and when Tianzheng saw it, his eyes showed a hint of shock. After so many years as a screenwriter, he hadn't earned that much, yet Lin Fan drove a car worth over 100 million. Tianzheng had only one thought in his mind, who said that rich second-generation kids are all uneducated. A rich second generation like Lin Fan not only had strong abilities, but also great qualities, was handsome, and had a way of dealing with people that he liked very much. Most importantly, the script Lin Fan wrote made Tianzheng, a master screenwriter, feel a sense of admiration. What made Tianzheng feel a bit regretful was that Lin Fan's script was 46 episodes long, and he hadn't finished telling the whole story yet. Just how grand was the worldview of the script Lin Fan wrote, and how would the future story develop? Tianzheng was filled with curiosity. This meant that if Qing Yunyan were to be adapted into a popular TV drama, then Lin Fan and Yuehua Group would definitely have a long-term cooperation. Qing Yunyan Dua, Qing Yunyan Diga. Perhaps every drama could be a hit. Mr. Lin. Tianzheng smiled, looking at Lin Fan with a hint of appreciation. Hello, teacher Tian. Lin Fan also smiled, stepping forward to shake Tianzheng's hand. Mr. Li is waiting for you. Tianzheng smiled, increasingly fond of Lin Fan's way of dealing with people. Lin Fan was very capable, and his future development would definitely surpass his own, but he respected this senior very much. I understand. By the way, teacher Tian, is there anything in the script I need to modify? Lin Fan asked humbly. Tianzheng waved his hand and said, Mr. Lin, in my eyes, your script is a masterpiece. Every detail is excellent. How could there be anything to modify? The only regret is that there isn't a second part yet. Lin Fan smiled, relieved that there were no modifications needed. Although he had master-level screenwriting skills, it never hurt to learn from his seniors. Before he even stepped through the door, he saw Mr. Li already coming out to greet him enthusiastically. Seeing this, Lin Fan also walked up with a smile, eager to find out Mr. Li's true intentions for inviting him here tonight. Chapter 61, this must be the gap between him and the big shots, Mr. Lin. Hello, I am Li Shui, the chairman of Yuehua Group. Li smiled, looking at Lin Fan. Although it was their first meeting, there was no sense of unfamiliarity. Hello, Mr. Li, I am Lin Fan, the screenwriter of Qing Yunyan. Lin Fan smiled slightly and shook hands with Mr. Li. Mr. Lin, of course I know your great name. You are the current star of the company, and I can't count how many people want to act in the script you write. A master in the screenwriting field. Only Mr. Lin can write such brilliant masterpieces, Li laughed. You flatter me. I just casually wrote some scripts, and they aren't even that great, Lin Fan humbly replied. Hearing this, Mr. Li smiled and said, Mr. Lin is being modest. To write a script with such a level casually. What our country lacks the most is talents like you. Seeing Mr. Li's attitude, Tianzheng couldn't help but be surprised. Mr. Li is the head of Yuehua Group. With a high status, the top artists cultivated by Yuehua Group all came from Mr. Li's efforts. Even big stars in the entertainment circle have to treat Mr. Li politely. But this was the first time Mr. Li praised someone like this. Tianzheng knew that Lin Fan's status could not be measured by just being a small screenwriter. With Lin Fan's strength, he could establish his own entertainment company and cultivate artists himself. Lin Fan's capital is not weaker than the entire company. Moreover, the relationship between Xiao Wanxiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Fan was evident to everyone. With the current popularity of Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu, as top female artists in the industry with countless fans, their contract with Yuehua Group had only been for less than a year. If Yuehua Group mishandled this issue, And with Lin Fan involved, the company might very well lose these two big stars. If they couldn't win Lin Fan over today, Lin Fan even had the ability to overturn Hua Group. Tianzheng knew that he had no weight in this conversation. He absolutely could not see Lin Fan as just a screenwriter. Lin Fan was someone who could make Mr. Li take him seriously. Mr. Lin, let us have some of the best tea from our company. Westlake Longjing, it has a rich flavor, Mr. Li said with a smile. Yes, it does taste very good, Lin Fan replied. After drinking a few bowls of tea, Mr. Li put down his cup and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan also put down his cup, and they were finally going to get to the main topic. Mr. Li smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I want to keep you in suspense. I'll get straight to the point. The script you've written is the top script in the entire industry. And in our country's film and television market, it's easy to find troops but hard to find a general. It's very difficult to come across a good script. To be frank, your ability to write scripts is not weaker than any well-known screenwriter in the industry. Therefore, Mr. Lin, your emergence has injected vitality into our entire circle. Mr. Li spoke sincerely, looking at Lin Fan. He, as the president of Hua Entertainment, hoped to cultivate good talents to create profits for the company, and, on the other hand, to contribute to the development of the country's cultural industry. A good screenwriter is the soul of it all. Mr. Lin, I would like to formally invite you to cooperate with Hua Group and become a screenwriter for the company. However, this does not mean you will be completely bound to Hua Group, nor do you need to work every day. We just need you to occasionally help the company review scripts, provide some opinions, and give a little guidance to some of the company's screenwriters. Any script you write will not be restricted by Hua Group. Any entertainment company can purchase the copyright to your scripts, and all copyright fees will belong to you. In general, as long as you are willing to have a name at the company is willing to offer you an annual salary of 5 million, Mr. Li said. This means that Hua Group does not need Lin Fan to write scripts for the company. They just need him to have a name and occasionally help the other screenwriters in the company, which basically means he won't have to do much work. From then on, Lin Fan would have the qualification to enter Hua Group at any time, as he would essentially be considered one of Hua Group's people. Mr. Li was indeed making a significant move. He wanted Lin Fan to have a name at the company and offered a considerable annual salary. This was one of the company's strategies to win Lin Fan over. If 5 million wasn't enough to impress Lin Fan, Mr. Li had a second ace up his sleeve. Once Lin Fan had the qualification to enter and exit the company, it also meant he could visit Xiao Wanqiu anytime, talk to her, and wouldn't be affected by anything. Even if Lin Fan was photographed dining with Xiao Wanqiu and it trended on social media, it wouldn't spark any rumors because there would be a legitimate working relationship between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. Moreover, having Lin Fan on the company roster would also directly elevate his status in the industry. In the future, when Lin Fan wrote another script, the price might be even higher. If the script for Qing Yunyan became a hit, Lin Fan would truly become a top screenwriter in the industry. Tianzheng was also a prominent figure in the screenwriting field, but despite working diligently for a year and selling scripts, he only earned around 3 million. However, Lin Fan came in and was offered such high treatment. The reason was simple. Lin Fan was worth the company's effort to win over. As the company's president, Mr. Li had an exceptional eye. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cultivated stars like Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. While most female stars in their 20s were still playing minor roles, Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu had already become superstars with tens of millions of fans. Lin Fan smiled lightly upon hearing this. Mr. Li's intention to win him over was already very clear. Having a name at Hua Group not only came with many benefits, but also a 5 million annual salary. Without any restrictions, anyone would likely agree to such an offer. Mr. Li, I also want to open a small restaurant, so I'm quite busy. Lin Fan began to speak. 6 million, Mr. Li said with a smile. Mr. Li, I also need to write scripts, so it might be. Lin Fan continued. 7 million, Mr. Li interjected again. Mr. Li, I have a cat at home that I need to take care of. Lin Fan looked at Mr. Li silently. 9 million, Mr. Li looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with admiration. Actually, it's not just about the money. Mainly, I think being a nominal screenwriter at the company is quite good. Lin Fan smiled slightly. How could one refuse a free 9 million? Produce. He could often meet Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan certainly knew the benefits of this, and cooperating with Lin Fan would be a win-win situation for both parties. At the same time, Mr. Lee waved his hand, and a female assistant came out, having already drafted the contract. After Lin Fan checked it and found no issues, he signed his name. Mr. Lin, welcome to Yuehua Group, and I look forward to a pleasant cooperation. Mr. Lee stood up and extended his hand to Lin Fan. Mr. Lee, I look forward to a pleasant cooperation. Lin Fan shook his hand. He had only written a script and inadvertently secured a 9 million annual salary. If Lin Fan wrote another script and sold it, he could earn a significant amount of money, completely free from the constraints of Yuehua Group. On the other side, Tianjung quietly watched all of this. He was also a top screenwriter at the company, although he wasn't as skilled as Lin Fan. Seeing the company offer Lin Fan a 9 million annual salary made him a bit envious. His annual salary at the company, which was already at the top level in the industry, was only 300,000, and he could only earn around 3 million a year by producing a few scripts. But Lin Fan had directly signed a 9 million contract, and it was the kind of deal where he earned money while lying down. Of course, he envied him, but he didn't feel jealousy. Tianjung knew that Lin Fan's abilities far surpassed his own, and Lin Fan's future development was immeasurable. But for some reason, Tianjung felt a bit desolate and helpless. Perhaps this was the gap between him and the big shots. Chapter 62. Once again eliminated. Anyone might feel a bit jealous, but Tianjung did not. Although he envied Lin Fan's position in the company, who could blame Lin Fan for enjoying the benefits of his relationship with the company? President Lee was trying to win Lin Fan over, partly because of Lin Fan's value and partly because of Xiao Wanqiu. If it didn't win Lin Fan over, what if he took Xiao Wanqiu away someday? Tianjung felt more relieved than anything else. A talent like Lin Fan can showcase his value wherever he goes, promoting the development of the entire film and television market and, in turn, enhancing the cultural level of the country. With Lin Fan around, combined with the country's increasing strength and development, who knows, one day the country's blockbuster films might even compete with Hollywood. As for Lin Fan signing a contract worth 9 million, Tianjung could only envy that. The world of the big shots is different from that of ordinary people like him. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Fan left feeling quite satisfied. Attending a banquet, 9 million in hand. Since signing the contract, Lin Fan's conversations with President Lee had become more enjoyable. They had established a formal cooperative relationship, and their statuses were equal. President Lee wanted to win Lin Fan over, and Lin Fan could also earn some money in the process, allowing him to meet Xiao Wanqiu openly in the future. The gap between Lin Fan and President Lee had narrowed, and talking to smart people was easy. Both parties got what they wanted. Of course, while Lin Fan took the money, he would still care about the company's work and help some of the screenwriters a little. Looking at the time, it was already 9 p.m. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in for 2 lottery tickets. Note, lottery tickets can win luxury cars, villas, cash, artificial islands, helicopters, and more. The system's voice rang out. Lin Fan. The lottery tickets have been issued to the host. Does the host choose to draw? The system's monotonous voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Draw. Lin Fan nodded. He didn't want to win any young models, mainly because he wasn't interested and didn't need such women. It would be great if he could win cash, a villa, or a helicopter. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a bottle of Coca-Cola. The system announced. Lin Fan. Looking at the Coca-Cola in his hand, Lin Fan opened it and took a sip, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had never won anything good from the system's lottery. The maximum cash lottery ticket could win up to 100,000, the minimum just 1 yuan. A lottery ticket capable of producing epic or golden level equipment. Luxury cars, villas, helicopters. How grand. Yet, Lin Fan drew a bottle of Coca-Cola. Let's draw again, Lin Fan said, refusing to believe it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 500,000. DNF gold coins. The system responded. DNF gold coins? Not even as good as Coca-Cola. At least he could drink the Coca-Cola. Damn DNF gold coins. Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. The system could normally sign in and receive some things. As for these lottery tickets, Lin Fan no longer believed in them. They were even worse than the penguin lottery activities. looking at the bottle of Coca-Cola and the 500,000,000 DNF gold coins. Lin Fan sighed. To make big money, he still had to work hard. Better to believe in a pie falling from the sky than to trust the lottery tickets issued by the system. Unknowingly, it was already 9:20 p.m. Lin Fan checked the time and suddenly remembered something very important. Xiao Wanxiu was still waiting for him at the company. He needed to take Xiao Wanxiu home. But now he had wasted 20 minutes because of a bottle of Coca-Cola and DNF gold coins. Getting into the Koenigsegg 1, Lin Fan pressed the accelerator and drove on the streets of the Magic City. Yuehua Group. Many artists were still working, and Xiao Wanxiu was no exception. The company was working overtime, studying the script Lin Fan had written. Xiao Wanxiu had also been in the office reading the script, while Su Xiaoyu had already gone home. Yang Qing, as Xiao Wanxiu's manager, had also been at the company. Su Yang drove a Maybach 62S sports car and parked at the bottom of the company building. The last time Lin Fan drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, worth $6.4 million. Although Lin Fan was quite wealthy, he still felt a bit lacking compared to Su Yang. A few days ago, he had reluctantly spent $10 million to buy a Maybach 62S sports car. He wasn't a poor man. He could afford a sports car. Even if he could lose in other aspects, he couldn't lose in presence. Su Yang thought carefully, a man should drive a high-end car. Ever since Lin Fan showed up at the company in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Su Yang had been pondering this issue. Where had he lost? Wasn't it just that he didn't have a car as good as Lin Fan's? Now, with his $1 million sports car, Lin Fan's Rolls-Royce Cullinan clearly seemed inadequate. Su Yang felt a bit pleased. Now his car could crush Lin Fan's in terms of status. When he saw Lin Fan next time, he would already have the upper hand in terms of presence. It was late, and since Xiao Wanxiu was still working, Su Yang naturally wanted to take her home. After a while, Xiao Wanxiu and Yang Qing walked to the company entrance. Su-yi, Yang Qing greeted. Su Yang nodded, leaning against the Maybach 62S, looking calm, embodying the aura of success. He stepped forward casually, inadvertently revealing his Rolex watch. A man wanting to outshine his opponent in presence should not only have a cool car, but also a stylish watch. Su Yang walked up to Xiao Wanxiu, displaying a gentle smile. Wanxiu, Yang Jia, let me take you home. This was the right way to flirt. It shouldn't seem too deliberate. Su Yang thought he had done well. He also planned to take Yang Qing home. Thank you, Su-yi, Yang Qing said, looking at Su Yang with a hint of admiration. After all, he was the male lead of Yuehua. Xiao Wanxiu politely smiled and said, no need. Someone is coming to pick me up. Hearing this, Su Yang's eyes lit up. The person coming to pick up Xiao Wanxiu couldn't be Lin Fan, could it? That would be perfect. His $1 million sports car would definitely crush Lin Fan's Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Su Yang felt a bit hopeful, although Xiao Wanxiu had rejected him. He wanted Lin Fan to see his determination to compete for Xiao Wanxiu. At least in terms of the car, he wouldn't lose. Wanxiu, let me take you. My car has enough space, and it's getting late, Su Yang said again. Really don't need it. Xiao Wanxiu smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes looking ahead, but she felt a bit angry inside. Stupid Lin Fan. Why hasn't he come to pick her up yet? If he didn't come soon, she wouldn't know how to refuse Su Yang anymore. At that moment, not far away, a cool sports car turned the corner. The headlights of the sports car flashed dazzlingly, like brilliant stars in the night. A sport car stopped at the company entrance, parked alongside Su Yang's car. This sports car was the globally limited Koenigsegg 1, priced over $100 million. In terms of looks and presence, it was unmatched by other sports cars. Lin Fan got out of the car and walked up to Xiao Wanxiu. I'll take you home. Lin Fan smiled, looking at Xiao Wanxiu. Xiao Wanxiu put on her cat ear hat and nodded gently. Okay. Lin Fan opened the passenger seat for Xiao Wanxiu, who got in. Meanwhile, Su Yang was stunned. He was also a first-tier artist with a considerable amount of savings and had seen many cars. Su Yang glanced at his 10 million yuan Maybach 62S and then at Lin Fan's Koenigsegg 1. Why did it feel like he was completely overshadowed? Lin Fan, what the hell? Weren't you supposed to be driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? How did you end up with a Koenigsegg 1? This is a supercar worth over 100 million yuan, 10 times the price of his Maybach 62S. The Maybach 62S, in front of the Koenigsegg 1, seemed like a timid elementary school student, losing its unique aura. Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but subtly hide his Rolex watch. Lin Fan didn't notice Su Yang's small action. "Good evening, Su Yang," Lin Fan greeted him. "Oh, good evening," Su Yang chuckled awkwardly. "Well, you see, I don't have extra space in my car, and Yang Jia is a girl, so could you please take her home?" Lin Fan smiled and said. Su Yang looked at the eagerly awaiting Yang Qing next to him and could only nod painfully, pretending to be nonchalant. What kind of life is this? "All right, you all be safe. I'm going to take Wanxiu home now," Lin Fan said cheerfully, patting Su Yang on the shoulder before getting into the Koenigsegg one. "Okay." Su Yang watched as Xiao Wanxiu sat in the passenger seat of Lin Fan's car and then glanced at Yang Qing, who was in his passenger seat. Feeling like life had dimmed a little more. They were both driving supercars. Why was the gap so huge? Chapter 63. The competing female lead Su Yang felt a bit tired. However, this did not dampen his fighting spirit. How could he give up so easily for a girl he liked? After all, he was still the top male artist in the company, holding a significant position. Lin Fan was just an outsider. Owning a Koenigsegg one didn't make him the male artist of Yuehua Group. In other words, when it came to competing for the male lead in the drama Qing Yunyan, Su Yang still had a clear advantage, nearly certain to win. By then, he would be acting alongside Xiao Wanxiu, while Lin Fan could only watch from the sidelines, being fed dog food. Su Yang was filled with motivation. Tomorrow was the day for script auditions, and it would also be his moment to crush Lin Fan. Su Yang was unaware that Lin Fan was the screenwriter for Qing Yunyan, and he had no idea that Lin Fan had already signed a contract with General Manager Li for an annual salary of 9 million. If Su Yang knew this, he would not have such thoughts. Lin Fan was a big shot whom even General Manager Li respected. Lin Fan, driving the Koenigsegg one, arrived at Xiao Wanxiu's doorstep. He got out of the car and opened the door for her. A gentle breeze blew as Xiao Wanxiu stepped out of the car. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan, revealing a hint of a cute smile. "Let us go home. See you tomorrow." Lin Fan leaned against the Koenigsegg one, looking at Xiao Wanxiu with a radiant smile. "See you tomorrow?" Xiao Wanxiu blinked, a bit curious. "Yes. General Manager Li invited me to be a nominal screenwriter for Yuehua Company," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Well, then we can see each other at the company. I want to eat." "Vegetable salad," Xiao Wanxiu said, a little surprised. She was not surprised by Lin Fan's position. There was a formal selection process for becoming a screenwriter. However, General Manager Li had actively invited Lin Fan, which meant the treatment would be entirely different. "General Manager Li isn't bullying my little pig, right?" Xiao Wanxiu walked up to Lin Fan, raising her beautiful eyes and asking. "No, it's you who should hurry back and rest," Lin Fan said. "Oh, I know. General Manager Li wouldn't dare bully my little pig, otherwise. The cat would be very fierce," Xiao Wanxiu replied. "Who is your little pig?" Lin Fan retorted. Lin Fan stepped forward and said softly, "From now on, let Sister Yang take you home at night. Otherwise, if the media snaps a photo, we'll trend again." Lin Fan just didn't want Xiao Wanxiu to bear too much public scrutiny. Xiao Wanxiu turned around, her profile captivating. She looked at Lin Fan and smiled charmingly. Everything around seemed to freeze in time because of her smile. She walked over to Lin Fan, looking at him with a smile that could topple cities. "But I don't mind." The next day, at Yuehua Group, the entire company was holding a meeting. The news that Lin Fan had become the top gold medal screenwriter of Yuehua Group shocked many. A script written by Lin Fan had directly made him the gold medal screenwriter, and the annual salary for such a position was not low. "Everyone, I officially announced that Lin Fan has become the company's gold medal screenwriter," General Manager Li said, looking at Lin Fan with admiration. In reality, Lin Fan was not the company's gold medal screenwriter. He was only nominally so, as the script he wrote still had exclusive copyright. The title of gold medal screenwriter also provided Lin Fan with a legitimate identity within the company. Of course, with Lin Fan's abilities, being a gold medal screenwriter was no problem at all. Even the script master Tianzheng had to admire Lin Fan's screenwriting skills. "Congratulations, Master Lin. You're going to be a big screenwriter from now on. Please take care of us," said one of the other screenwriters. Being able to learn from Master Lin made me feel satisfied. Gold medal screenwriter. Lin Fan is really impressive. However, the script Lin Fan wrote is indeed excellent. "Congratulations." Everyone applauded Lin Fan. Some screenwriters even referred to him as Master Lin. The news of Lin Fan becoming the company's gold medal screenwriter spread rapidly. All right, we need to start focusing on business. The screenwriter for Qing Yunyan is Lin Fan, and the production plan for the script will begin soon. If you have questions, feel free to ask Lin Fan, General Manager Li said. After the meeting, General Manager Li patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Just this one action made many people in the company notice how much General Manager Li valued Lin Fan. Without any selection process, Lin Fan had directly become the company's gold medal screenwriter, with a salary starting at least in the millions. Moreover, Lin Fan was also the screenwriter for Qing Yunyan, leading many people to approach him for handshakes. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm screenwriter Lu Lin. Please take care of me. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on becoming the gold medal screenwriter. I'm producer Lu. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. I'm director Lu Benkai. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu did not specifically seek out Lin Fan. After all, there were so many people in the company, and they both knew about Lin Fan becoming the gold medal screenwriter. As for Su Yang, he was not even in the company. By the afternoon, Yuehua Group officially began the casting work. The script for Qing Yunyan had become a hot topic throughout the company. Almost every girl wanted to audition for the female lead role. There was significant competition within the company, with many female artists wanting to take Xiao Wanqiu's place. Xiao Wanqiu's biggest weakness was her unwillingness to film romantic scenes. The roles that Yuehua Group was deciding on today primarily focused on the male and female leads. Many people gathered in the meeting room, including Xiao Wanqiu, Lin Fan, Su Xiaoyu, Tian Zheng, producer Lu, and other relevant professionals. I want to play the female lead in this drama, because I think I'm very suitable for this role. A girl said, her voice clear and her singing beautiful. She was the company's third female artist, Lin Jingjing. Lin Jingjing was Su Xiaoyu's close friend and got along well with her. There were a total of 17 female artists competing for the female lead position. I'd like to try for the female lead as well. Yes, the female lead has many scenes and requires strong acting skills. I think my acting is quite good. How about we audition for the female lead scenes and let the producer and director decide? Meow. I also want to be the female lead, Su Xiaoyu pouted and said, joining the conversation. At that moment, a girl walked into the meeting and sat down next to Su Xiaoyu. I also want to be the female lead. Xiao Wanqiu looked at everyone with her beautiful eyes. Just 6 simple words were spoken, but they carried weight. The number 1 female artist in the company, Xiao Wanqiu, was actually competing for the female lead in this drama. Chapter 64 Su Yang. Why is this so different from what I imagined? When Xiao Wanqiu sat down, the aura around her was no longer as cute as before. Like a little cat. The competition in the entertainment industry is fierce and cruel. This drama is indeed very good, so she came to compete for the female lead role. There's no way around it. Who told the little cat to act so well? Usually, in front of Lin Fan, she is her original self, very cute and beautiful. In front of everyone in the company, she is another version of herself, resembling a true goddess. When Xiao Wanqiu sat down, the other female artists were a bit shocked. Even Xiao Wanqiu came to compete for the female lead. However, Xiao Wanqiu hasn't acted in a year, and her acting skills in romance scenes might not necessarily be better than theirs. Who can actually secure the female lead role is still uncertain, and many female artists still didn't want to give up. Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, and several other stunning female artists all came to compete for the female lead. For a moment, the producer, director, and other screenwriters were all a bit bewildered. In a drama, the soul is the script, and it is the actors who can bring this script to life. Producer Lu smiled slightly, looked around the room, and said, Lin Fan, this script was written by you. Who do you think is more suitable for the female lead? Producer Lu and director Lu Benkai basically knew that the female lead was Xiao Wanqiu. It's just that they couldn't say it outright yet. And the task of revealing who the female lead was fell on Lin Fan's shoulders. After all, Lin Fan was the screenwriter of this drama, and also the company's top screenwriter. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan thought, well, the question has indeed come back to me. Everyone, when I wrote this script, I put a lot of thought into every character. It's not necessary to be the female lead. Each character has its own unique highlights. When creating the female lead, I used a girl as a prototype, and in my heart, I already have a candidate for the female lead. She is Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan spoke, and the entire room fell into silence. Xiao Wanqiu's face turned slightly red, and she glanced at Lin Fan. Was he thinking of her when he couldn't write the script? Stinky Lin Fan, always bullying her. Who told her to be so beautiful? Xiao Wanqiu felt a warmth in her heart. She should give Lin Fan a little reward next time. Lu and Lu exchanged glances and said, "All right, since that's the case, we will confirm Xiao Wanqiu as the female lead." Lin Jingjing. Other female artists in the company. Many screenwriters. Is confirming the female lead really this hasty? Lin Fan said the female lead is Xiao Wanqiu, and just like that, she became the female lead. But no one could say anything. After all, this is Xiao Wanqiu. With Xiao Wanqiu as the female lead, no one would complain. Moreover, the script was written by Lin Fan, so he also had a certain say in it. Lin Jingjing glanced at Su Xiaoyu, feeling that something was off. Why did it smell like dog food? Su Xiaoyu shrugged. The dog had sensed it long ago. However, Lin Jingjing quickly compromised. After all, she wasn't as pretty as Xiao Wanqiu. Plus, Xiao Wanqiu was her good friend, and she felt happy for her to step out of her comfort zone and act in a romance scene. Once it was confirmed that Xiao Wanqiu was the female lead, there was a wave of astonishment within the company. Xiao Wanqiu, who hadn't acted in a year, was finally making a comeback. After a moment of daze, everyone stood up and applauded. Xiao Wanqiu would be the female lead in this drama, Qing Yunyan. Some male actors were also quite excited. They saw that the male and female leads in this drama would have a lot of scenes together, many romantic scenes, and even kissing scenes. Xiao Wanqiu's first on-screen kiss had not yet been given away. Countless fans were looking forward to this day. Her first kiss was still intact. Many male actors wanted to be the male lead in this drama. If they became the male lead, wouldn't that mean? Of course, they didn't know that Xiao Wanqiu had a veto power over the male lead. After a round of applause, the female lead was already confirmed. Next, they needed to decide on the male lead. Su Yang parked his Maybach 62s at the company's entrance. After looking around, he confirmed that there were no Koenigsegg 1 sports cars, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then he saw another sports car, a Bugatti. Is someone in the company driving a Bugatti? No way. It couldn't be Lin Fan driving a Bugatti, right? Lin Fan already had 1 sports car. Could it be that he bought a second one? Su Yang didn't care much about it. Suyi, the company is currently selecting the male lead. Aren't you going to give it a try? The manager asked Su Yang. It's fine. No rush. You go ahead and get busy. Su Yang nodded, looking calm. After the manager left, Su Yang adjusted his clothes. He was wearing a custom-made suit today, worth over 10,000, tailored specifically for him. Did he want to compete for the male lead? Of course. But Su Yang felt no panic inside. He was a top figure, the number 1 male artist in the company, and the number 2 to number 10 male artists in the company were all unavailable. This meant that he was the only one who could take on the male lead role in this drama. Besides him, no one else could accept it. Although Su Yang knew that Xiao Wanqiu had a veto power, who else could she choose besides him? Lin Fan, I invited you to the company before, but you didn't accept. Now, the company has a good script, and this male lead can only be me. It's always you giving me dog food. I should give you some back too. Who knows, maybe we could develop feelings while filming. After all, that's the convenience of work. Su Yang was full of confidence. As the male lead, he should make his appearance at the last moment. Then, Xiao Wanqiu would call his name as the male lead. What a cool and impressive way to make an entrance. Afterwards, he would greet everyone with a friendly gesture, appearing aloof and indifferent. It would be the upgraded version of high-end and classy. When the official announcement was made on Weibo that he was the male lead, he wondered what Lin Fan's reaction would be. No matter what, this step was his victory. Su Yang felt a bit excited as he looked down at his shiny polished shoes and his well-styled hair. He timed himself and walked step by step towards the conference hall. As Su Yang approached the conference hall, he just happened to hear producer Lu speaking. Lu, Xiao Wanqiu, who do you think is suitable for the male lead of this drama? Su Yang smiled slightly upon seeing this. Here we go. The male lead is about to make an entrance. Just as Su Yang walked into the conference hall, Xiao Wanqiu's face turned slightly red. And under everyone's expectant gaze, she said, I think the most suitable person for the male lead of this drama is Lin Fan. The entire conference hall erupted in excitement. The male lead appointed by Xiao Wanqiu was precisely the person Mr. Li valued, Lin Fan. Seeing Xiao Wanqiu blush, How could the company's artists not understand? They were once again showered with dog food. Lin Fan wanted Xiao Wanxiu to be the female lead, and Xiao Wanxiu wanted Lin Fan to be the male lead. It turned out that everything had been predetermined, and they were merely here to witness the result. Of course, there was still a cheer from the crowd because the male and female leads of the company had all been confirmed. All the focus was on Lin Fan alone. No one even noticed Su Yang, who walked into the conference hall. Everyone was applauding, congratulating Lin Fan. As Su Yang, the leading male artist of Yuehua Group, walked in, he stood frozen in place, completely petrified. Su Yang didn't know why, but he felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Fortunately, no one noticed him. He looked at his brand new outfit, newly bought shoes, and freshly styled hair, feeling they were all unnecessary. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanxiu, who was blushing as she gazed at him. Su Yang watched all of this, feeling a sense of loneliness and coldness. Su Yang, why does this feel so different from what I imagined? Chapter 65. Even if I starve to death. I wanted a bite of the feast, made by Lin Fan. Su Yang felt a bit desolate. After all, he was the leading man of Yuehua. As the top male star of the company, he enjoyed many privileges, and his popularity was not lower than that of Xiao Wanxiu. He even had the title of a national idol online. However, after encountering Lin Fan, Su Yang understood what the gap meant. Not only was he constantly fed dog food, but his male lead role was also taken away. It was Lin Fan, the male lead chosen by Xiao Wanxiu, and Su Yang had nothing to say. He lost to Lin Fan once again. After pondering for a few seconds, Su Yang lifted his head again. Without the male lead role, he still had other parts to play. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was just a small restaurant owner. But now, Lin Fan was driving a multi-million-dollar Koenigsegg and had become the male lead of the drama Qin Yunyan. Lin Fan had become an opponent worthy of his attention. Of course, Su Yang wouldn't easily give up. With a smile that brushed away the previous gloom, he walked up to Lin Fan. Congratulations on becoming the male lead of Qin Yunyan. With your addition, this drama is bound to be a hit, Su Yang said politely, extending his hand with a courteous smile. Lin Fan shook Su Yang's hand and said, being able to make a good drama is the result of our collective effort. So let us all work hard together to make this drama great. Lu Benkai, beside them, nodded as well. Look at the cast of our drama. Lin Fan, Su Yang, Xiao Wanxiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, and many actors who haven't been finalized yet. But they can be confirmed in the coming days. Just as Lin Fan said, let us work together to create a hit drama. Everyone cheered in unison. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanxiu and felt a hint of happiness in his heart. He hadn't originally wanted to act. He just wanted a simple, happy, and quiet life. But for Xiao Wanxiu, he stepped in without hesitation. He personally wrote the script for this drama, and the female lead was the girl he was most familiar with. Therefore, no matter what, this drama had to be a huge success. Only when Xiao Wanxiu truly grew into a top-tier artist would no one dare to bully her. The entertainment industry was murky, and even top artists could sometimes be bullied. Lin Fan's goal was to be Xiao Wanxiu's strongest backing. He wanted to ensure that no one in the entertainment industry would dare to bully his cat. If anyone dared to bully her, no matter who they were, Lin Fan would be the first to not let them off the hook. This was also the reason he chose to write the script and accompany Xiao Wanxiu in acting. Of course, there was another small reason. He could act out kissing scenes with Xiao Wanxiu and redo them a dozen times. Many things were discussed in the meeting, but Lin Fan didn't pay much attention afterward. Until everyone dispersed, he was still pondering the operational plan for the entire script. The drama Qin Yunyan was just the beginning. Lin Fan would help Xiao Wanxiu step by step to become the top artist and fulfill her dreams. Meow meow. Xiao Wanxiu stood in front of Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes looking at him, gently tapping his chest with her finger. Is the meeting over? Lin Fan came back to his senses, looking at the girl in front of him, and smiled brightly. Even Xiao Wanxiu, who had seen many handsome guys, was momentarily stunned. How can this one fool always be so handsome? I'm hungry, Xiao Wanxiu said softly, looking like a small kitten, her expression very aggrieved. Let's go home and eat, Lin Fan said with a slight smile. There were only a few days left for a peaceful life. After that, Qin Yunyan would slowly enter the filming schedule. Lin Fan, I never expected you to be the male lead and act in the same drama as me. I'm really so happy, Xiao Wanqiu smiled brightly, never having been so joyful before. Back in high school, they had performed a drama together and won a first prize awarded by the school. They had once looked at the stars at night, thinking about life after university and promising to go to university together. But she ultimately became an artist by chance, while Lin Fan remained inconspicuous after college. Their distance should have increased, but fate brought them back together. This time, they would never be apart again. Acting together, working together, and Lin Fan cooking for her. Let me be the male lead. You just want to enjoy the feast I make, Lin Fan shrugged. Oomph. If you dare not make vegetable salad, I'll scratch you, Xiao Wanqiu pouted, her cheeks flushing. When a cat was cute, it seemed to melt Lin Fan's heart. It's just that I'm not very good at acting and kissing scenes. Should we practice in advance? It would be bad if we get NG a dozen times. Lin Fan said seriously. The most important thing in acting is the acting skills. If the skills are poor, the director will keep calling for another take. Practice in advance? You wish, Xiao Wanqiu said, her face turning red. Stinky Lin Fan, I understand now. You just want to bully me. How can that be called bullying? It's just a plot requirement, Lin Fan explained with righteousness. Xiao Wanqiu lightly punched Lin Fan's chest, looking annoyed. Let's go home and eat a big meal. Lin Fan patted Xiao Wanqiu's head, letting her hit his chest. On the other side, Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing were secretly watching. Wow, head patting. So envious. Having a boyfriend feels so good, Su Xiaoyu complained, her eyes filled with envy. So the Lin Fan you were talking about, is this amazing? I can see it now. Not many people can make Chi-Chi blush like this. I admire this Lin Fan. Lin Jingjing's clear and ethereal voice came through. As a singing goddess, her singing was exceptional, and even her speaking voice was pleasant. Of course, Su Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. Is Lin Fan really that amazing? He drives a multi-million-dollar sports car, lives in a multi-million-dollar mansion, and runs a restaurant, and his cooking is also delicious? Lin Jingjing swallowed. A guy who can cook well, who wouldn't he love that? Living is all about happiness, to enjoy the beauty of the world. And having a big meal is something almost every girl loves. Especially a delicious big meal. It makes people crave it and want to eat it every day without stopping. The meals made by Master are super delicious. Even the cucumbers at Master's home taste unique. It feels different when eaten. You'll know once you go, Su Xiaoyu giggled. Lin Jingjing looked shocked, wondering what kind of magic Lin Fan possessed to captivate Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu so deeply. However, regarding the big meal, Lin Jingjing shook her head. Su Xiaoyu, you probably haven't seen what a truly professional chef's big meal looks like. Tonight, both Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were going to Lin Fan's house, and she planned to follow along to see. It's just a big meal. I want to eat it, even if I starve to death. I want to eat a bite of Lin Fan's big meal. Chapter 66. Why can't it be faster? Su Yang was silently sitting there drinking tea. Although he put on a good front, he still felt hurt inside. Throughout the entire meeting, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu kept glancing at each other, filling Su Yang's heart with dog food. Damn Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, always feeding him dog food. When has Su Yang ever felt so defeated? When Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu filmed their kissing scenes, he swore he would keep his distance, absolutely refusing to be fed dog food again. However, Lin Fan becoming the male lead of the drama Qing Yunyan was beyond his expectations. Su Yi, the screenwriter of Qing Yunyan, is Lin Fan, and it is said that Mr. Li personally invited Lin Fan to the banquet. From now on, Lin Fan is the company's top screenwriter, the assistant said. Lin Fan is the screenwriter of Qing Yunyan. I didn't expect Lin Fan to have such capability. A master screenwriter who even makes teacher Tian Zhang admire him. I underestimated Lin Fan, Su Yang said. Su Yi, with your ability, I think it would be quite easy to suppress Lin Fan in the company, the assistant said, feeling indignant for Su Yang. After all, he was the one who helped Xiao Wanqiu rise to fame. But in the end, Xiao Wanqiu let Lin Fan be the male lead. Su Yang shook his head. No need. I will also participate in this drama. And instead of thinking about these crooked ways, it's better to collaborate with Lin Fan on a hit drama that will be popular all over the internet. As for the matters of the heart, as I said, I will compete fairly with Lin Fan. Right now, Lin Fan is already qualified to be my opponent. Su Yang smiled lightly. As a mature artist, the most important thing is not to give up. As long as Xiao Wanqiu and Lin Fan haven't officially announced anything, he still has a chance. If what happened before was just small skirmishes, then from now on, it would be a full-on battle between him and Lin Fan. At the entrance of the Lombua Bay community, Lin Fan was driving a Koenigsegg 1, with Xiao Wanqiu in the passenger seat. And behind them was another car carrying Lin Jingjing and Su Xiaoyu. After greeting Lin Fan, the security guard let both cars in. Oh my gosh, did you see that? There are 3 beautiful girls in the car. Is this the life of the rich second generation? Damn, last time he brought back 2 girls. And this time 3. Is he planning to have a group activity? So envious. The life and happiness of the rich are beyond our imagination. Sigh. Let us just pretend we didn't see anything. After entering the villa, Lin Jingjing was in awe. Lin Fan really lives in a villa. And it's a lakeside villa worth over 200 million. The decoration is shocking. This was their last day of rest. After this, Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Jingjing would have to dive into work. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu had the variety show Keep Running and also needed to prepare for the filming of Qin Yunyan. The 3 girls sat on the sofa, with Xiao Wanqiu looking at Lin Fan with some anticipation. However, with Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing present, she found it hard to talk to Lin Fan. Xiao Wanqiu felt a bit angry. Their world of 2 was gone. She decided not to come to Lin Fan's house anymore. If she did, it would have to be secretly. Lin Jingjing wore shorts, and Su Xiaoyu wore a skirt. It's the summer of June and July, and each had long, slender legs. All he does is look at other girls' legs. My legs are long and slender too. She was upset, looking fierce. Lin Fan occasionally glanced at Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing. He couldn't just ignore them, but in Xiao Wanqiu's eyes, it looked like he was staring at their long legs. Lin Fan began preparing a big meal, while Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing went to the second floor of the villa, leaving Xiao Wanqiu behind. Fierce, Xiao Wanqiu said, looking at Lin Fan. Lin Fan washed his hands and sat beside Xiao Wanqiu, sensing that she wasn't very happy. Jerk. Xiao Wanqiu turned her head aside. What's wrong with my little cat? Why is she unhappy? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu, puzzled. Who asked your little cat? Jerk? Xiao Wanqiu got angrier. Lin Fan smiled. Xiao Wanqiu's jealous look was quite cute. He had just glanced at Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing's long legs, and it made Xiao Wanqiu jealous. He didn't mean to. Although Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing were indeed pretty, no one was as beautiful as Xiao Wanqiu. I'll make you braised carp tonight, Lin Fan said with a smile. No, Xiao Wanqiu replied. Vegetable salad? Lin Fan asked again. Also no. Xiao Wanqiu pouted, getting even angrier. When a girl says no, one must not assume she really means it. Not only should he make her braised carp, but also double the portion and add braised ribbon fish. Lin Fan pulled out a red rose from somewhere, smiled slightly, and asked, is it pretty? Xiao Wanqiu looked at the flower in Lin Fan's hand and nodded gently. Lin Fan placed the flower in Xiao Wanqiu's hand and said softly, just as beautiful as you. Xiao Wanqiu's face turned red as she took the flower, saying, cheesy pickup line, no originality. I want to talk to you. Lin Fan leaned in close to Xiao Wanqiu, their eyes meeting. Seeing the familiar girl in front of him turning red made Lin Fan feel as if his mind was about to explode. Before he realized it, he leaned closer to Xiao Wanqiu. The distance between them grew smaller, and they could feel each other's breath and warmth, even as if they could hear each other's heartbeat. 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Su Xiaoyu excitedly walked down from upstairs, holding a thick, long, and tender cucumber, taking a bite. She and Lin Jingjing had been having a great time upstairs. The sudden noise made Lin Fan realize what he was doing, and he quickly stood up, pretending nothing had happened. Xiao Wanqiu's face was also flushed, just recovering from a surprise. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu felt like a dog that had made a mistake. Sister Wanqiu. Master, I saw nothing. How about you two continue? Xiao Wanqiu also stood up, biting her lip and glaring at Lin Fan before chasing after Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you little rascal. So fierce. Su Xiaoyu turned and ran. Sister Wanqiu is going to bully the dog. The 2 girls quickly stuck together, playfully fighting and looking very happy. Lin Fan silently returned to the kitchen and picked up a kitchen knife, wanting to slap himself on the forehead. Damn it, that was such a good opportunity. Why can't it be faster? Chapter 67 Su Yang. Why am I being fed dog food again? Lin Fan made a lot of delicious meals in the kitchen. There was braised Christian carp that Xiao Wanxiu liked, grilled lamb skewers, spicy chicken, dry pot potato slices, smashed cucumbers, and tomato fish soup. The fragrant aroma of Lin Fan's feast attracted Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu. It was another big meal. Although it might make them gain weight, a little exercise would be fine. Wow! Thank you, Master, for this delicious meal. This is our last sumptuous meal while filming Qing Yunyan, and we want to be able to eat meat after this. Su Xiaoyu picked up a lamb skewer. The meat was tender and tasted great, with fat melting in her mouth. One bite was simply a heavenly delight. The braised Christian carp was also delicious. Xiao Wanqiu enjoyed her favorite braised fish. Looking at such a delicious feast, Lin Jingjing swallowed hard. Why does it seem to look so appetizing? She had just said she would rather starve than eat Lin Fan's cooking. After all, she had tasted plenty of meals made by professional chefs. Yet Lin Jingjing felt that the food in front of her looked very tasty. Feel free to join in. No need to be polite. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Looking at Lin Jingjing finally couldn't resist the temptation and took a bite of Lin Fan's dry pot potato slices, then sipped a little tomato fish soup. After one bite, her eyes widened in surprise. My God, how can there be such delicious food in the world? The potatoes in the dry pot were perfectly textured, and the fish soup was fresh and tender. One sip made her feel warm all over. The delicious food spreading joy throughout her body. These potato slices, this fish soup, and the grilled lamb skewers made Lin Jingjing feel like she had entered a new era. Such a feast was all home-cooked dishes. After just a few bites, she felt that Lin Fan's cooking was even better than that of professional chefs. Lin Fan's writing skills were top-notch, and even his cooking was at a master level. Conquering Lin Jingjing. Lin Fan, how can your cooking be so delicious? I want to eat this braised Christian carp too. How can the texture be so good? This is probably the best meat I've ever had. Is there more? I want to eat more. Lin Jingjing transformed into a little foodie, starting to savor Lin Fan's feast, feeling as if her life had entered a new realm. Lin Jingjing finally understood why Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu risked coming to Lin Fan's home with such delicious meals. Who wouldn't want to eat? It's all gone, Lin Fan said with a smile, tidying up the table while noticing that the three girls still seemed unsatisfied. This is 6 dishes and 1 soup. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, along with the cats and dogs, were all foodies. Now it was over, and another Jingjing had joined. Lin Fan, your cooking is so good. Autumn's life will definitely be great in the future. I'm envious, Lin Jingjing said, looking at Xiao Wanqiu, who was sitting in the middle. Right. Sister Wanqiu will be super happy in the future, Su Xiaoyu blinked. There were no outsiders here, and the 3 girls had a particularly good relationship. Xiao Wanqiu blushed, saying, "You two, don't say such things." Lin Fan simply smiled, remaining silent. Back in high school, many teachers thought the two were dating, and it was the same now. This place is spacious. You 3 should find a room to rest. Tomorrow we go to the company to prepare for filming a hit drama, Lin Fan said, feeling a bit excited. Jerk, good night. Xiao Wanqiu nodded, pulling Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing upstairs. That night, as Lin Fan lay in bed, he took a deep breath. The script had already been written, and the roles were chosen, but he was unsure of the director's abilities. The effect of a drama depends heavily on the director. If he had directing skills, combined with the script he wrote, they could surely create a hit drama and movie. The next day, Lin Fan got up and began to check in, as usual. This time I must sign in for something good. I still remember the lottery tickets I got last time. Lin Fan clasped his hands together. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 lottery tickets. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 5 yuan in cash. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a bottle of iced tea. Lin Fan, is life really this cruel? Last time, he only got 1 bottle of soda and some game coins from 3 lottery tickets. This time, he got a bottle of iced tea. Is the system messing with me? Lottery successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn God-level directing ability. It wasn't until the 3rd lottery that Lin Fan's expression brightened. God-level directing ability. In an instant, countless pieces of knowledge flooded into Lin Fan's mind. He had just wanted directing skills last night, and today he had drawn them perfectly. With powerful screenwriting and directing skills, Every project Lin Fan worked on in the future would likely become a huge hit. However, he also thought that this directing skill might not be very useful. As Liu Benkai was already the director, Lin Fan shook his head. Having an extra skill wasn't a bad thing. After arriving at the Moonlight Group, they officially began preparations before shooting, starting with a script discussion meeting. The script for Qin Yunyan was written perfectly, but grasping the opposing characters and their roles depended on the actor's own skills. So discussing the script was very important. During the script discussion, Lin Fan sat next to Xiao Wanqiu. The task of analyzing the script was handed over to Tian Zheng to explain to everyone, while the highly capable Su Yang analyzed things thoroughly on stage. Everyone, this is my understanding of the script for now. You can discuss among yourselves. And feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Su Yang smiled, looking at Xiao Wanqiu, eager to discuss script-related issues with her. After all, his formal duel with Lin Fan had begun. As the male lead of the company, Su Yang would never easily give up on the person he liked. Thinking of this, Su Yang politely walked in front of Xiao Wanqiu. Wanqiu, do you have any questions about the female lead Lin Wanner and the male lead Fan Xian's first encounter in the script? What do you think about the subtle changes in the female lead's expressions? Su Yang was truly a master at flirting. He started with a question, and as long as Xiao Wanqiu nodded, they could continue chatting. Xiao Wanqiu was seriously studying the script. Hearing Su Yang's voice, she looked at Lin Fan, feeling a bit angry. Meow? Lin Fan had actually fallen asleep during the script discussion. Since he wrote the script, listening to others analyze it was quite boring. After Lin Fan woke up and saw Xiao Wanqiu, he smiled brightly. Is there something you don't understand? Xiao Wanqiu nodded, saying, Su Yang makes a good point. How should the female lead's expressions change when the male and female leads meet for the first time? Lin Fan seriously analyzed. The female lead is Lin Wanner, the daughter of the current prime minister. The first time she meets the male lead is under the chopping board, holding a chicken leg. The female lead should look a bit scared, appearing delicate and charming. The male lead should feel love at first sight upon seeing such a beauty. Xiao Wanqiu giggled. Then let me see how you look when you fall in love at first sight. Lin Fan, I wouldn't know. Xiao Wanqiu got angry if you don't know. How can you act? You need to practice hard. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu. You have good acting skills. You should demonstrate how love at first sight looks. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu interacted well, their eyes only on each other. Meanwhile, Su Yang stood lonely beside Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, feeling ignored. Su Yang felt a bit desolate. What happened to the promised script discussion? Why was he fed dog food again? Chapter 68, Facing the Storm Together. Su Yang looked at Su Xiaoyu, unable to believe that his charm was the problem. Back when he was at the company, he was loved by everyone, and many female artists wanted to collaborate with him. Ever since Lin Fan arrived, everything changed. This is not scientific. As Su Yang walked over to Su Xiaoyu, she spoke first. Lin Fan, I have a question. Shouldn't I perform my character like this? Su Xiaoyu eagerly ran to Lin Fan's side. In that moment, Su Yang felt like he had become a mere backdrop. How could life be so miserable? He looked at Lin Fan with an inexplicable hint of envy. Could it really be that his charm was the issue? Su Yang shook his head and said, I want to think quietly. I should go find Jingjing to discuss the script. Lin Jingjing stood up and also ran to Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan, I feel great about this character. There are many scenes, but there's a small issue. Lin Fan, please help us. Your script is so good. I'm worried I won't perform well here. Why does this character have to be like this? Can it be slightly improved? Wow, this script is amazing. I love it. Lin Fan, can you explain it to us a bit more thoroughly? Su Yang silently stood in the hall, and everyone gathered around Lin Fan. On one hand, Lin Fan was the male lead of this drama. On the most important hand, Lin Fan was also the screenwriter. The screenwriter holds the soul of the entire script, the psychological activities and states of each character, which is why everyone unconsciously went to find Lin Fan. In their eyes, Lin Fan was simply an idol. He writes scripts so well, looks so handsome, and is so wealthy. Who in the company wouldn't like him? Su Yang thought to himself, damn it. A nearby agent picked up a glass of water and brought it to Su Yang, saying, Su Gu, have a drink. Su Yang silently picked up the water, took a sip, and for some reason, it tasted a bit bitter. He had initially thought he could compete fairly with Lin Fan, but before the competition even began, he had already lost. Joy Media Company. Joy Media was the one that previously offered Lin Fan $10,000 per episode to buy the script for Qin Yunyan, and the decision was made by Zhao Ruwei. Zhao Ruwei was responsible for scripts within the company and also for training the company's artists. Sister Ruwei, the Yuehua Group has purchased the script written by Lin Fan for $18.4 million. It said that all the top stars, including Xiao Wanxiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, and Su Yang, are participating in Qin Yunyan, along with some old veteran actors with great acting skills. This drama might become a big hit, and the script is indeed good, which could impact our new dramagu Fong, a staff member said beside Zhao Ruwei. Zhao Ruwei pondered slightly. She had a lot of say within the company. Enjoy Media was also in competition with Yuehua Group. The script for Qin Yunyan is indeed well written, but Lin Fan is just a newcomer. I was already elevating Lin Fan by offering $10,000 per episode. I didn't expect Yuehua to buy it at such a high price. However, since so many top artists are involved, if the male lead is Su Yang and the female lead is Xiao Wanxiu, the drama's popularity is likely to soar. If this drama becomes a hit, I hope it's not Xiao Wanxiu. She hasn't acted in over a year, yet her popularity remains high. If her popularity increases, Yuehua Group might completely surpass us at Joy Media, Zhao Ruwei said. What should we do then? A staff member asked. Zhao Ruwei smiled lightly. Contact President Qian and invest in Yuehua Group's drama. If this drama can be a hit, it will bring considerable returns. Also, find a way to have President Qian replace Xiao Wanxiu with our company's Wang Menghan. Wang Menghan was a female artist from Joy Media, with popularity on par with Xiao Wanxiu's. In filming a drama, even if the female lead was already decided, the investors could request a change. Because to produce a drama, aside from the actors and script, the most important thing is the investment. Without money, how could a drama be made? Meanwhile, gather dirt on Xiao Wanxiu to ensure she has no chance to star in this drama, Zhao Ruwei said. The staff member shook his head. Sister Ruwei, that might not be enough. The dirt on Xiao Wanxiu isn't fatal enough. Zhao Ruwei gently shook her head. Remember, this is the entertainment industry. Apply pressure on President Qian regarding Xiao Wanxiu. If she doesn't accept the unspoken rules, we can justifiably replace her with Wang Menghan as the female lead. And our company's popularity won't lag behind if the drama becomes a hit. If Xiao Wanxiu accepts the unspoken rules. Zhao Ruwei's eyes flashed with a glimmer. The staff member's eyes lit up. That would ruin Xiao Wanxiu's reputation. Regarding Joy Media's plans, Yuehua Group was unaware. With so many top artists involved, it also meant needing many investors. Qin Yunyan originally had many potential investors, but when they heard Lin Fan would be the male lead, several investors backed out. A newcomer as the male lead means a high chance of the drama failing, and these investors wanted to replace him with Su Yang, but Yuehua Group refused. The investment for Qin Yunyan was only $200 million. Just as Yuehua Group was feeling overwhelmed, a company called Qianling Economic Media Company Limited wanted to become the largest investor for Qin Yunyan, with an investment of $200 million as well. Thus, there would be a total of $400 million funding for Qin Yunyan. All right, the investment issue is finally resolved. Su Yang walked inside the company, finally showing a relieved expression. With the investment secured, they could start filming the drama. Sugu, President Qian wants to invite you, Xiao Wanxiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, along with the producer and director to a party tonight to celebrate the upcoming filming of this drama, the female agent said. Of course, after all, President Qian is the biggest investor in our drama, Su Yang replied. Artists generally dare not offend investors, even if some big bosses might take advantage of female stars. Most female stars would swallow their pride, which is also a kind of unspoken rule in the industry. But President Qian hasn't contacted Lin Fan, the female agent added. Su Yang fell silent. Although the male and female leads were set within the company, if President Qian, the boss of Qianling Economic Media Company Limited, disagreed, things would get troublesome. It's fine. Let's see what President Qian means tonight, Su Yang said, feeling a bad premonition. No matter what happened at the party tonight, he would help Lin Fan speak well. Generally, when investors make things difficult, his intervention is effective, and industry investors would give him face. At such times, Su Yang wouldn't take the opportunity to undermine Lin Fan. After all, they needed to work together to make a good drama, and they were all from the same company. Damn, this new investor didn't even invite my master. Su Xiaoyu looked very angry. Sister Wanxiu, do you think this new investor might not be satisfied with my master? Su Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Wanxiu. Xiao Wanxiu shook her head gently. Everything depends on tonight's party. If he can't be the male lead in this drama, then I won't be the female lead either. Xiao Wanxiu's beautiful eyes lifted with a hint of determination. She would rather give up a great script and a chance for fame than not be able to shoot romantic scenes with Lin Fan, and also kissing scenes. She didn't know what the new investor's boss was up to, but she knew that whatever storms came, she would face them together with Lin Fan. Chapter 69. Unwritten rules. Lin Fan didn't care that Qianzong hadn't invited him. On WeChat, Xiao Wanxiu sent a message. Xiao Wanxiu, Lin Fan, I'll pick you up tonight, be safe. Xiao Wanxiu, don't worry, I'll be with Xiaoyu. There's so many people in the company, it won't be dangerous. Lin Fan, that's good. Xiao Wanxiu, if the investors don't let you play the male lead, I won't play the female lead either. Xiao Wanxiu, you're my personal chef, I have to protect you. If anyone bullies you, I'll let my dog bite them. Xiao Wanxiu, I'm off now, getting in the car. Looking at Xiao Wanxiu's WeChat message, Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart. He had no fame, no popularity, yet he became the male lead in the drama Qin Yunyan. The investors might not be satisfied, but Xiao Wanxiu wanted to stand by Lin Fan through thick and thin. He had never met such a cute and beautiful girl before. Lin Fan could have quietly lived as a wealthy person, but he chose to step into the entertainment industry. He knew Xiao Wanxiu's dream was to be a great actress and produce wonderful works. No matter how many troubles she faced in the entertainment industry, Lin Fan would help her go further in what she loved. She loved acting, loved making movies, so he would accompany her and perform in one wonderful production after another. That evening, in a large restaurant, Xiao Wanxiu, Su Xiaoyu, Su Yang, Lin Jingjing, Lu Benkai, and several other staff members attended the investors' cocktail party. On the surface, the party was to celebrate the start of filming the drama, but no one knew what the big boss was really thinking. The big boss of the investors was Qian Hongwang, the head of Qianling Economic Media Company Limited. Good evening. Qianzong smiled as he sat down. He was quite overweight, with a large beer belly, and appeared to be in his 50s, not looking very friendly. Hello, Qianzong, Su Yang greeted politely. Hello, Qianzong. Xiao Wanxiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, and others also greeted him courteously. In a public setting, they were in front of the big boss of the investors, and no artist would want to offend the boss. In the entertainment industry, unwritten rules had already formed. Anyone who dared to truly offend the boss would face dire consequences. Some female artists were forced to take photos with the big boss, and sometimes would even be embraced by him, having to swallow their grievances. Seeing the beautiful Xiao Wanxiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Jingjing, Qianzong smiled slightly, clearly pleased with their looks. Xiao Wanxiu, how can you be so beautiful? Much prettier than other female artists. And very pure. Most importantly, you still have your first kiss. Come, let us have a drink to celebrate the start of filming this drama. Li Zong raised a glass and smiled at everyone. Su Yang raised his glass and drank it in one go. Lu and Lu each had a drink as well. However, Xiao Wanxiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Jingjing did not drink. Noticing that the three girls didn't drink, Qianzong's smile gradually faded. Come on, give Qianzong some face. Just take a sip, said a big man in black beside him. Although he seemed polite to the three girls, there was a hint of coercion in his tone. Can we just have a small sip? Su Xiaoyu stepped in to smooth things over, looking at Qianzong. She didn't yet know Qianzong's attitude and why he hadn't invited Lin Fan to the party. A toast was acceptable, just to give the investors some face. But if they insisted on making them drink more, that would be too much. They were mainly there to see what Qianzong was really up to. At home, Su Xiaoyu was very cute and playful, but outside, she would protect Xiao Wanxiu and Lin Jingjing. If a dog was cornered, it would bite. All right, Qianzong replied. Aside from this minor incident at the beginning, nothing else happened. Qianzong didn't discuss Lin Fan, only chatting casually with everyone. However, throughout the party, Qianzong would occasionally glance at Xiao Wanxiu, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. I'll go to the restroom, Xiao Wanxiu said, standing up. Wanxiu, I'll accompany you. Su Xiaoyu said understandingly, also standing up. When Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu returned from the restroom and walked down the corridor, a man in a black suit, the same big man from before, blocked their way. Miss Xiao Wanxiu, Qianzong has something to privately convey to you. May I ask Miss Su Xiaoyu to step aside? The big man asked. Okay, you two chat first. Su Xiaoyu blinked, secretly opening the recording pen she had prepared and placing it in Xiao Wanxiu's pocket. This was a 5-star hotel with excellent security, and no one would dare to do anything to her in broad daylight. After Su Xiaoyu left, the big man looked at Xiao Wanxiu and said, Miss Xiao Wanxiu, our Qianzong is very interested in your acting skills. He would like to go look at the moon with you tonight and exchange acting skills. What do you think? Otherwise, Qianzong might think your acting isn't good enough and might be dissatisfied. The big man spoke very politely, but Xiao Wanxiu instantly understood. This was a common, unwritten rule in the entertainment industry. The biggest investor of this script, Qianzong, wanted to impose his rules on her. The threat was clear. If she refused, he would deliberately say her acting wasn't good enough and take the opportunity to replace her as the female lead in Qin Yan. Even a Moonlight Group wouldn't easily offend an investor who could put up 200 million in cash. So, many artists in the entertainment industry would endure humiliation and be forced to compromise. They could only choose one between their future and their dignity. Xiao Wanxiu decisively replied, I won't go. After saying that, she took Su Xiaoyu's hand. Xiao Wanxiu understood everything. The new investor Qianzong was targeting her, not Lin Fan. She knew that after refusing, she might not be able to play the female lead in this drama. But so what? Her first kiss, her first time, should be with the one she loves the most. If she were willing to compromise, she wouldn't have gone a whole year without filming. She had her principles, and she couldn't bring herself to compromise with anyone. As Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu walked down the corridor, Xiao Wanxiu's eyes turned red. This was the script Lin Fan had painstakingly written for her. She cherished it. She just wanted to be Lin Fan's female lead once. But why did heaven have to take away this opportunity from her? This wasn't what she wanted. Su Xiaoyu clutched Xiao Wanxiu's arm, feeling very angry, and stomped her foot. The cucumber she had sneaked out earlier was also broken in her hands. Su Xiaoyu directly took out her phone and sent a text to Lin Fan. Su Xiaoyu, Master, Qian Hongguang is bullying Wanxiu, tried to impose his rules on her. I secretly recorded it. I have evidence. Seeing the message, Lin Fan's eyes turned icy in an instant. He threw his phone into the car, slammed the door, pressed the gas pedal, and the roar of the engine sounded as he drove his Bugatti La Voiture Noire straight out of the gate of the Lambo Bay community. To hell with Qian Hongguang. He had written the script, was willing to be the male lead, and didn't want to be a salted fish anymore. All to protect Xiao Wanxiu's development in the entertainment industry. Lin Fan is not afraid of anything, nor does he fear any investors targeting him. However, if anyone dares to target Xiao Wanxiu, then they shouldn't blame him for being rude. When Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu returned to the party, Qianzong's attitude showed some subtle changes. Qianzong did not expect that a female artist would dare to refuse his request. This was just the perfect excuse to replace Xiao Wanxiu as the female lead. This was Qian Hongguang's true intention. Come on, everyone, let's have another drink. This wine is good wine that I bought, and tonight everyone has to drink. Not drinking is disrespecting me. Qianzong raised his glass as if nothing had happened before. Su Yang, helpless, could only drink a glass of wine. Liu Benkai and Liu, who originally liked to drink and were used to such gatherings, also started drinking. Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu, however, remained indifferent. Come on, Wanxiu, drink. Qianzong held up his glass, looking at Xiao Wanxiu. I can't drink. Xiao Wanxiu refused. That won't do. You must drink. Do you look down on me, Qian? Qianzong sneered, lifting his glass. The man in black who had approached Xiao Wanxiu earlier also spoke up. Qianzong wants you to drink, so just drink. Su Yang stood up, took the glass, and said, Wanxiu really can't drink. Qianzong, why don't I drink on her behalf? Did you not understand? What I mean is for Xiao Wanxiu to drink this glass. Will you drink or not? Qianzong stood up with the glass, looking at Xiao Wanxiu, his attitude no longer friendly as before. The other investors also looked at Xiao Wanxiu with cold eyes. Sister Wanxiu said she can't drink. Su Xiaoyu tightly held Xiao Wanqiu's hand. Damn it, I told you to drink. Can't you understand? Qianzong sneered. Or do you not want to be the female lead in Qin Yan anymore? Qianzong. Su Yang had just started to speak. Shut up. Qianzong shot a cold glance at Su Yang. Su Yang was taken aback and dared not speak again. Offending Qian Zong today meant offending many investors. The big investors all knew each other, and once one was offended, it could affect future careers. Just then, someone walked through the entrance of the party. When he appeared, all eyes in the room were focused on him. His arrival brought a sense of security. And when Xiao Wanqiu saw him, she strongly suppressed the urge to cry. Lin Fan has arrived. Chapter 70. No one can bully you. Lin Fan walked up to Xiao Wanqiu and protected her behind him. His steady voice gave a strong sense of security. Lin Fan grabbed Qian Hongwang's arm and said, "Did she not tell you she can't drink? Or are you deaf?" In an instant, Qian felt he couldn't move his arm at all. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" Qian said, looking at Lin Fan. The black-clothed man next to him immediately acted. "Fuck you. Can't you see Qian is talking? When did it become your turn to speak in front of him?" The black-clothed man swung a punch at Lin Fan, but Lin Fan's right hand effortlessly blocked the punch. He grabbed the man's hand and swung it, delivering a precise right hook to the black-clothed man's chest. Crack! The black-clothed man fell to the ground in response. "You!" The black-clothed man began, completely astonished that the seemingly thin Lin Fan could knock him down with a single punch. Lin Fan didn't even look at the fallen man. His expression remained unchanged throughout. Everyone was stunned by what had just happened. From the moment he walked in, Lin Fan's presence had surpassed everyone else in the room. Su Yang's submissiveness and Lu Benkai's fear were completely different from Lin Fan's aura. It was as if the entire party had been dominated by Lin Fan. "Waiter, bring me 100 bottles of white liquor." Lin Fan continued, "I heard you enjoy persuading girls to drink. Well, I'm free today and would like to invite you for a drink. If you can't finish it, you won't be giving me face." Lin Fan held onto Qian Hongwang's arm, who was still unable to move. "Come on, Qian, drink." Lin Fan controlled his arm step by step. "Lin Fan, what qualifications do you have to make me drink? What can you do if I refuse?" Qian Hongwang said furiously. As the big boss of Qianling Economic Media Company, Limited, when had he ever been treated like this? Was there anything wrong with persuading Xiao Wanqiu to drink a few glasses of liquor? Lin Fan simply smiled coldly at this. On the table, 100 bottles of white liquor were brought in by the waiter. Lin Fan picked up one bottle and smashed it on the table without expression. Bang! The sound echoed sharply as the bottle shattered, liquor splattering everywhere. "Do you fucking not understand? I'm telling you to drink." Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged as he held the broken bottle in his hand. "Want to use Xiao Wanqiu for your own purposes? Want to keep forcing her to drink? Did you ask for my opinion?" No one knew what Lin Fan would do next. Everyone in the room was shaken by his aura. Lin Fan had been training his body since he was young. While he may not be exceptionally skilled, dealing with ordinary people was certainly no challenge. "Security!" Qian Hongwang shouted. What shocked him was that not a single security guard came to help. All the security and staff were extremely respectful towards Lin Fan. The new Radisson Hotel had branches throughout the Magic City, and as a top-tier 5-star hotel, every staff member recognized Lin Fan. Lin Fan was the second-largest shareholder of the company. "If you have a problem, come find me. This hotel is mine. Drink or not," Lin Fan said casually, pointing the broken bottle at Qian Hongwang's head. "Drink, drink, it's just drinking." Qian looked at Lin Fan's imposing demeanor, feeling a bit horrified. Lin Fan was actually a major shareholder of this hotel, which meant his background was likely. "Come on, continue, next bottle." Lin Fan smiled slightly, still expressionless. "Lin Fan, maybe we should." Su Yang started to speak, as he realized Lin Fan was offending the biggest investor of Qing Yunyan to death. "Shut up." Lin Fan didn't even look at Su Yang. After Qian had drunk 4 bottles, he began to vomit. Lin Fan released his hand and pulled Xiao Wanqiu's arm, walking towards the exit. Meanwhile, behind them, Qian said, "Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu, huh? You two are the leads of this play, right? Just one word from me can make you no longer the leads, and I'll show you the price you'll pay. I'll terminate the contract with Yuehua Group, and you'll never find an investor like me again." Lin Fan turned back. "The script is mine. Do I need you to be the investor? Do I need you to decide the leads?" He continued, "By the way, if you want to kill me, hurry up. Otherwise, the ones who bullied me will find themselves dead by tomorrow." Lin Fan stated, a person who never compromises with anyone. Since Qian Hongwang had made Xiao Wanqiu suffer and wanted to use her, Lin Fan saw no reason to be polite to him. He dared to come here, and he wasn't afraid to tear his face with Qian Hongwang. Moreover, Lin Fan would never give his opponent any chance to retaliate against him. If he said he would destroy Qianling Economic Media Company, Limited within a day, he would definitely follow through. This was a society governed by law. Lin Fan would never kill anyone or randomly hit someone. Even if he hit the black-clothed man, it was because the man attacked him first. Lin Fan's actions made Qian Hongguang drink. It was Lin Fan inviting him for drinks, with no legal loopholes. Destroy me within a day? You, a mere screenwriter and a small star, even if you're a major shareholder of a 5-star hotel, what does that matter? I want to see how you plan to destroy me in a day. Qian revealed a cold smile from behind. Lin Fan said nothing more, simply holding on to Xiao Wanqiu's arm and walking out of the door of Qianling Economic Media Company, Limited. No one spoke. Not even a single person dared to breathe loudly. Lin Fan openly told Qian Hongguang that he would definitely bring down a company worth billions within a day. Regardless of whether Lin Fan could do it, Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing could only feel. Lin Fan was so domineering. The Lin Fan at the party was in stark contrast to Su Yang. Lin Fan never considered the consequences of his actions. All he wanted was fairness. All he wanted was for Xiao Wanqiu to not be bullied. This also meant that Lin Fan's investment plan for Qin Yunyan was completely ruined. What he might face next was the withdrawal of investors, the inability to continue filming the script, and the company facing immense pressure. In the entertainment industry, one either compromises or fights back and gets shelved. There are only these two paths. Lin Fan provided a third option. That is, whoever wants him dead, he will make them dead. Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful eyes were slightly red. Every word and expression of Lin Fan just now was etched in her mind. This was her desk mate, Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I'm sorry. I can quit the entertainment industry with you and never act again. Qian Hongguang wouldn't dare to do anything to us. Xiao Wanqiu said softly, lowering her head. Touching a girl's heart is simple. Stand by her side when she needs help the most. Lin Fan did just that. Xiao Wanqiu understood the consequences of offending an investor. Unless one is a top-tier artist with their own independent company, they might not dare to easily offend investors. For someone like her, offending investors means facing endless retaliation. Lin Fan smiled, gently ruffled Xiao Wanqiu's hair, and said softly, trust me, with me around. No one in this world can bully you. Chapter 71, Lin Fan's counterattack, but Xiao Wanqiu lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Fan. Your man is quite impressive. Lin Fan smiled confidently. Shameless, shameless, shameless. Who is your woman? Don't say nonsense. Xiao Wanqiu's face flushed. Even at this moment, Lin Fan was still teasing her. I'm just joking. Don't worry. Within a day, I'll take down Qianling Economic Media Company, Limited. Lin Fan said seriously. You're kidding. Xiao Wanqiu stuck out her tongue. Qianling Economic Media Company, Limited, was also a company worth over 10 billion. Qian Hongguang was an old hand. How could it be easy to take him down? Let's make a bet. Lin Fan smiled. What bet? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. If I win, you come to my house to sleep. If you win, I go to your house to sleep. Lin Fan said. Meow meow, you wish, Lin Fan. Dream on. Xiao Wanqiu sat in the passenger seat of Lin Fan's car, feeling happy regardless of the outcome. The way Lin Fan protected her was really very handsome. Just like in high school, when some bullies wanted to block her, Lin Fan would come and chase them away, sending her home every day. Xiao Wanqiu thought of the stories from high school, feeling sweet inside. No matter in the past or now, the person by her side had always been Lin Fan. If it could always be like this in the future, how wonderful it would be. Just like that, Xiao Wanqiu fell asleep in Lin Fan's car. The car stopped at her doorstep. Lin Fan looked at the sleeping Xiao Wanqiu in the passenger seat and felt warm inside. Having such a girl by his side made everything worth it. Lin Fan took off a jacket and draped it over Xiao Wanqiu, then picked her up and walked toward her home. Lin Fan smiled. Although he was only holding her waist and legs, he could still feel the soft touch. The feel was really nice. If he could move up a bit more, he could touch her chest. However, Lin Fan restrained his impulses. He wouldn't take advantage of a girl, nor would he bully her while she was asleep. He carried her upstairs, opened the door, and Yang Qing was in the room. When she saw Xiao Wanqiu, Yang Qing was startled. You two young people really can't control yourselves. How could you fall asleep together? Yang Jia, I'll leave Qiu in your care. I have some things to do. You can ask Xiaoyu about what happened today. Lin Fan smiled slightly and placed Xiao Wanqiu on the bed. Okay, is Wanqiu all right? Yang Qing asked, covering Xiao Wanxiu with a blanket. With me here, nothing will happen. Lin Fan said before walking out, getting into his Bugatti and heading home directly, saying he would take down Qianling Economic Media Company, Limited within a day. Lin Fan wouldn't procrastinate. A company worth over 10 billion? Lin Fan didn't care. As long as he targeted Qian Hongguang and the company, that would be enough. At that moment, Lin Fan called Yun Qian, the boss of Yunhang Technology. Brother Yun, why did you think of calling me now? Is there something troubling you? I'll help you solve it. Yun Qian laughed. Brother Yun, I'm not joking. I really have encountered some trouble. Can I ask for your help? Lin Fan asked seriously. Hearing Lin Fan's tone, Yun Qian's expression immediately became serious. What happened, Brother Lin? Lin Fan said, you know Qianling Economic Media Company, Limited. Its boss is Qian Hongguang. Yun Qian nodded. Isn't that a newly risen entertainment company in the past couple of years? I haven't heard much about the boss, Qian Hongguang. Lin Fan said, I want to take down this company within a day, at any cost. Brother Yun, do you have any ideas? Yun Qian took a drag from his cigarette, his expression solidifying. Brother Lin, are you serious? Lin Fan smiled. Do I look like I'm joking? Yun Qian said, Brother Lin, I should mourn for Qian Hongguang for 3 minutes. If you have your eyes on him, this company probably won't last long. But taking down a company worth over 10 billion is difficult. Lin Fan nodded. Brother Yun, I know it's difficult, but I have a plan. First, investigate Qian Hongguang. Gather all his information and see which artists he has collaborated with. I suspect he has coerced many female artists. Second, check if there are any artists under Qian Hongguang who have been blacklisted. If so, find a way to get their contact information and gather evidence. Third, look into all of Qian Hongguang's relatives and his company's business dealings, and investigate the company's tax issues. Do a comprehensive check. There are many more ways. Leave it to me. Brother Yun, you should have many technical talents on your side, right? Help me out. I want to get the entire Qianling Economic Media Company Limited figure out tonight. Tomorrow, I want this company completely blacklisted. Lin Fan said, his expression serious. He would not give Qian Hongguang any time to react. What he said must be done. As for the lack of an investor for the drama Qing Yunyan, Lin Fan wasn't worried. He would become the investor for Qing Yunyan. After hearing this, Yun Qian said, Brother Lin, don't worry. I'll definitely find something tonight. I feel like I've heard of Qian Hongguang before. I'll notify you as soon as there's news. Good, I'll get busy too. Lin Fan hung up the phone. After hanging up with Yun Qian, General Manager Li of Yuehua Group called. There was no doubt that Qian Hongguang's $2 billion investment would definitely be withdrawn. Once the investor withdrew, the filming of the drama would be fully affected. Regardless of actors or directors, everyone had schedules. Delaying by a day meant the filming would be delayed by a day, and relevant endorsers and other investors might also be dissatisfied. According to common sense, the blame for an investor withdrawing would fall on the actors. If a drama couldn't be filmed because of an actor, it might lead to a blacklist for the company to appease the investors. Lin Fan happened to take this opportunity to see what General Manager Li's attitude was. Hello, General Manager Li. This is Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, I know what happened today. I want to tell you. Fuck Qian Hongguang, fuck Qianling Economic Media Company, Limited. Does he really think he's something? Brother Lin, you did well tonight. So what if the investor withdraws? Can they bully our company's girls? Brother Lin, if you want to take down this company, count me in. The entire Yuehua will support you. I promise you here that the company will protect its artists well and will not let Wanxiu suffer such grievances again. As for the investor issue, we'll find a way. Without this one investor, can we not film this drama? General Manager Li said. As soon as he spoke, he made Yuehua's stance clear. In a conflict between Lin Fan, Xiao Wanxiu, and the investor, Yuehua would undoubtedly choose Lin Fan and Xiao Wanxiu. Moreover, General Manager Li had heard about Lin Fan's performance tonight. Lin Fan was not afraid of Qian Hongguang's retaliation at all. Up to this point, even General Manager Li had not figured out just how deep Lin Fan's background was. Chapter 72, Mua, a person who is not afraid of an entertainment company worth over $1 billion. One can imagine what kind of background they have. Lin Fan's assets and strength are absolutely not inferior to Qianling Economic Media Company. In President Li's view, Qian Hongguang has truly kicked a hard board this time. President Li can clearly see that Lin Fan's personal assets are at least in the hundreds of billions. With such assets, Lin Fan's true background is unfathomable. Even without this background, Lin Fan's ability to create scripts is enough for the company to take him seriously. Moreover, Lin Fan has such a good relationship with Xiao Wanqiu. President Li can already foresee the grim situation for Qianling Economic Media Company. This will be Lin Fan's first move. Therefore, in the middle of the night, President Li immediately expressed Yuehua's stance. If Lin Fan were to start his own entertainment company and take Xiao Wanqiu away, then Yuehua Group would truly suffer a huge loss. Brother Lin, do you need any help? President Li smilat. Not for now. Just help me protect Qiu, Lin Fan replied with a calm smile. Lin Fan is not a member of Yuehua Group. He has always been a contracted screenwriter for Yuehua, and being a gold medal screenwriter is merely a reasonable title to stay in the company. Even filming the drama Qing Yunyan was under a separate contract. And of course, the pay for this drama has not yet been confirmed, and such an incident has already occurred. Brother Lin, don't worry. Who dares to have improper thoughts about our company's artists? The company will do everything possible to protect them and ensure their safety, President Li assured Lin Fan again. After hanging up the phone, President Li let out a long sigh. He would rather offend an investor worth over $1 billion than offend Lin Fan. President Li, what should we do? A male assistant beside him asked, slightly bowing. Wait for one day. After one day, if Lin Fan can't take down Qianling Economic Media Company, then Yuehua will take action personally. If we can't deal with him, he will definitely have his way with our precious artists. President Li slammed the table in anger. He places great importance on two female artists, Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. It could be said that President Li single-handedly helped Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu rise to fame. Although Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu still have a lot of room for growth, President Li will not force them to do things they don't want to do. In President Li's eyes, Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu are the future of the company. There is also Lin Jingjing, who has just started to develop, has a good singing voice, and shows great potential. Cultivating artists and promoting the advancement of the country's performing arts is President Li's dream. It is outrageous that an investor dares to bully Xiao Wanqiu. They're looking for death. Do they really think Yuehua Group is the same as those ordinary small entertainment companies? Also, during this time, increase the bodyguards to protect our female artists, President Li decided. Damn it, those investors can come or go as they please, all high and mighty. They think they can act however they want, creating chaos in the entertainment industry. As if we can't produce a drama without them. I will personally invest if they don't come. President Li was also somewhat angry. Although Yuehua is still far from being the top artist company, when it comes to principal issues, President Li will never back down and will never put pressure on the artists under him. On the other side, Su Xiaoyu also made a phone call. How come our good daughter has time to call her dad? Didn't I give you tens of millions as pocket money last week? Should I transfer a few billion to you again? A middle-aged man's voice came through. Oh, Dad, I called you because I have something to tell you. Su Xiaoyu said playfully. Why are you being an artist? Isn't it better to come home and inherit the family business? Or is someone bullying our precious princess? The middle-aged man asked. Su Xiaoyu pouted and said, Hee, Dad, I'm doing great now. I'm a big star. The middle-aged man chuckled. Yes, yes, my precious daughter is the best. Su Xiaoyu continued. Dad, someone is bullying me recently and wants to take advantage of me, and I'm very angry. Who? The middle-aged man's expression changed, and his tone shifted. It's that Qianling Economic Media Company. The boss is Qian Hongguang. He's so annoying, Su Xiaoyu said sweetly. What the hell? Qianling Economic Media Company. How dare they take advantage of my daughter? Xiaoyu, wait for me. I'll take care of him. The middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves. Su Xiaoyu blinked and said, Dad, don't rush. Let's wait for one day. If that company is still around after one day, then I'll ask Dad for help. Why wait one day? I won't say anything else. If they bully you, I'll take them down today, the middle-aged man said. I know Dad is the strongest, but let's wait one day. I'll take care of him myself. Su Xiaoyu smiled adorably. By the way, Dad, can you gather some information about this company and send it to me? Sure, just let me know when you need Dad's help. Also, when will you find a boyfriend to bring home? The middle-aged man patted his chest. Dad, finding a boyfriend is not that easy. Su Xiaoyu's voice turned into a pitiful tone. All right, as long as you're happy, don't worry about the guy's family background. Our family doesn't care about social status. No matter how rich he is, he can't compare to your dad. My daughter is so beautiful. Who wouldn't like her? As for that company, Dad will help you gather information. The middle-aged man said proudly. Mua, Dad loves me the most, bye. Su Xiaoyu hung up the phone. Su Xiaoyu knows that the other party wants to take advantage of Xiao Wanxiu, and she knows this matter is not serious, but when she complains to her dad, she immediately changes the story. This is because Su Xiaoyu also wants to deal with Qian Hongwang. Master, Xiaoyu is still very capable. If you can't take down that company, I'll secretly help you. Su Xiaoyu was lying on her bed in her pajamas, holding a banana in her mouth, her two snow-white legs close together, making countless men drool. Meanwhile, at Qianling Economic Media Company, Qian Hongwang lay on a soft bed, smoking a cigarette, holding two heavily made-up women in his arms. He was on the phone, looking very confident. Lin Fan, is this the background you have? Riding a broken tricycle, running a restaurant, just a small rookie screenwriter. The biggest background is a minor shareholder in a hotel worth over $1 billion. What's so impressive about that? I thought you were something special. Thinking you could reach the sky just by playing the male lead? Without our company's investment, do you think you can successfully film a drama? I'm lying here today, and I want to see how you plan to take me down in one day. Chapter 73. The end of Qian Hongwang the next day. Lin Fan signing on time. It is said that signing in can make wishes come true. If Lin Fan could have a bit more martial arts skills, he could protect himself and better safeguard Xiao Wanxiu. System, it's time to showcase your abilities. Even if I can't gain more martial arts skills, getting a few $100 million in cash would be great, so Lin Fan could invest in the drama Qin Yen. So far, Lin Fan only had about $100 million in cash. The rest were fixed assets that couldn't be sold. For Lin Fan, the most urgent thing was money. If he had a lot of money, he wouldn't need other companies to invest in him. He chanted, heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Even if I can't get amazing martial arts, I should at least get a few $100 million in cash, right? Otherwise, without money, Lin Fan couldn't even come up with $200 million to invest in the script. How could the foolish author continue writing? Lin Fan had long seen through the system's tricks. The two things he needed the most should have arrived by now. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained 3 lottery tickets. The first lottery ticket is a cash lottery ticket, which can win between 1 and 100,000,000 cash. The second lottery ticket is a physical goods lottery ticket, which can win a helicopter, artificial island, billion-dollar sports car, billion-dollar mansion, etc. The third lottery ticket is a random lottery ticket, and given the low probability of previous draws, the system has automatically increased the lottery probability, giving the host a 90% chance of winning something good. With the system's explanation, Lin Fan understood. Sure enough, whatever he wanted, the system would provide. This time, the lottery couldn't possibly be like before, right? This was a 90 lottery probability. Come on, $1 billion in cash, along with a plane and other good stuff. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, the host has 110,000 cash. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, the host has won a bottle of my dong worth 4 yuan. Lin Fan fell onto his bed, sighing. Where's the promised trick? This common trope in novels shouldn't be like this. Lin Fan felt a bit bitter. Other hosts won good things and reached the peak of their lives. His system was always screwing him over. What use was 1,000 yuan? Lin Fan's daily bank interest was around 15,000. As for a bottle of my dong, can labeling it as worth 4 yuan really show its grandeur? Whereas the promised 90 lottery probability. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn perfect acting skills, god level. The system's voice echoed. Lin Fan accepted this fact. It seemed that relying on the system to obtain a lot of cash was impossible. Damn system, damn lottery probability. Winning the lottery was impossible. He could only barely sustain his life through his own efforts. Since that was the case, Lin Fan no longer placed his hopes on the system. He had so many skills that were enough to earn him a lot of money. Unknowingly, it was already 8 a.m. At the same time, Yin Qian's call came through. Lin Fan looked at it and thought, great news is here. Lin brother, I have to say your judgment is too accurate. If it were just me, I wouldn't know how to deal with Qian Hongwang. The news has already been checked out. Qian Hongwang had a criminal record, and he has exploited more than 20 female artists using his position. Of course, some female artists refused and were blacklisted by the company. According to what you said, we followed the clues, and when we checked, we were shocked. Qian Hongwang once threatened a female artist who refused him, even forcing her into a relationship. and later blacklisted her. This can already be considered a strong rape crime. We spent over $2 million to rescue that female artist, and finally got this information, leaving behind voice evidence at that time. Moreover, when checking Qianling Economic Media Company, it was found that this company uses producing bad films and other methods for money laundering, with ample evidence of tax evasion. If we present both pieces of evidence, it's enough to take down Qian Hongguang and this company completely, Yin Qian said excitedly. It's not easy to take down a company, but their company had such talents to uncover so much information. Because of this, Yin Qian seized the opportunity and succeeded. By the way, there are even videos of Qian Hongguang with some female artists. Lin, brother, do you want to take a look? I have to say, these female artists have pretty good figures, Yin Qian laughed. No need, I'm not interested in those female artists. Lin Fan shook his head. He never watched those adult films. No matter how beautiful those girls were, they couldn't compare to Xiao Wanqiu. Their figures weren't as good, nor were their breasts as large. Thanks, brother Yin. Please send me all that information. As for the money you spent, I'll transfer it to you. Lin Fan said, not wanting to let Yin Qian help him for free. Lin, brother, I've already sent it to your email. As for money, do you take me for that kind of person? I heard you're a top chef. One day, treat me to a big meal, and we can have a drink. Yin Qian laughed heartily, not caring about the few million at all. At this level, for Yin Qian, what mattered more was the favor owed. Being able to make Lin Fan owe him recognition was much more important than a few million. Ultimately, it was Lin Fan's value that made Yin Qian pay attention. No problem. Next time, I'll treat you and your sister-in-law to a big meal, with abalone, lobster, red wine, etc. Lin Fan smiled, remembering this favor. All right, if you need any help, just find me. Yin Qian happily hung up the phone. Lin Fan opened his email and read through all the materials sent over. He immediately contacted President Li and sent all the information at once. When President Li saw the news, he was somewhat shocked. 12 hours. And you've dug up so much information, all of which is solid evidence. Brother Lin, you really opened my eyes. You're definitely not an ordinary person. President Li looked at the information in amazement. He already knew that Lin Fan's background was not to be underestimated. Now seeing so much information left him deeply shocked. Lin Fan was indeed not an ordinary person. President Li, the next steps are up to you. Lin Fan smiled. Understood with this evidence. Qian Hongguang and Qianling Economic Media Company are doomed today. President Li responda. After finishing these tasks, Lin Fan drove his Bugatti to the company. It was time to start a new day. Losing one investor didn't matter. The male lead was him, and the female lead remained Xiao Wanqiu. So he would be the investor for Qing Yinyan. And half an hour later, on Weibo, 3 trending topics officially reached the top. Meanwhile, the public security organs also moved at the same time with solid evidence. The next step was to arrest people. Chapter 74. Shocking the entertainment industry. Shooting the script. The first trending topic was Qianling Economic Media Company evaded taxes by 80 million. The second trending topic was Qian Hongguang's hidden rules with female artists. The third trending topic was Qianling Economic Media Company owner suspected of rape. These 3 trending topics instantly caused a huge uproar. The evidence was overwhelming. These messages nearly exploded across the entire internet. Countless netizens cursed. Damn Qian Hongguang. It's people like him who ruin the entertainment industry. This guy even committed rape? He must be arrested. Death penalty. He must die. Executed immediately. For these suddenly emerging trending topics, Qianling Economic Media Company, Limited, was practically doomed at first glance. Moreover, it directly attracted the attention of the state. With solid evidence, Qian Hongguang's crimes were punishable by at least 10 years in prison. At this moment, Qian Hongguang was still lying leisurely in bed. Is this it? They said I would die within a day. Yet here I am, still living well. Qian Hongguang smiled slightly. He usually committed very few crimes, at most evading taxes and exploiting a few female artists. Such things are generally undetectable by ordinary people. Even if he wanted to contact those female artists he had assaulted, who besides him could reach them. As for the evidence of tax evasion by a company, he had long since dealt with it cleanly. Moreover, Lin Fan was just a small restaurant owner and hotel shareholder. What could he do to him? Lin Fan, I'm waiting here. You can't kill me. Next, I'm going to deal with you. A cold light flickered in Qian Hongwang's eyes. "Mr. Qian, look." A woman beside him stared at the trending topics on Weibo, stunned. "What's wrong?" Qian Hongwang glanced at the phone, his expression shocked. Cold sweat breaking out all over his body. The deepest secrets he had hidden were actually exposed. How is this possible? Hadn't he already destroyed all evidence? And now, it had all made it to Weibo's trending topics. If anyone was behind this, it could only be one person. Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Damn you. Qian Hongwang felt a chill down his spine as he recalled Lin Fan's words about killing him and bringing down his entire company within a day. He thought Lin Fan was just boasting. Who would have known that less than 12 hours later, it was already trending on Weibo? At the same time, there was a knock at the door. The police had arrived. Qian Hongwang's eyes were filled with pain. He felt a wave of horror. Damn it. He scrambled up and stood by the window, but didn't have the courage to jump. This was the 28th floor. Qian Hongwang painfully closed his eyes, his face pale, ultimately powerless to sit back down. He had offended the wrong person. Who could have known that Lin Fan was really that formidable? Saying he could kill him within a day, and it would definitely not exceed 2 days? If he hadn't wanted to exploit Xiao Wanxu's talents or replace the female lead for Huan La Media, such things wouldn't have happened. 2 charges combined meant he would be sentenced to at least 10 years. Now, his fate, future, and career were completely ruined. At the same time, news of Qian Hongwang's arrest also made it to Weibo's trending topics. Such news quickly reached Yuehua Group. Damn, Lin Fan is really amazing. So cool. He really brought down Qianling Economic Media Company, Limited. Wow. I only knew Lin Fan was a restaurant owner and a screenwriter. Now I realize he's so impressive. He looks handsome, and that's one thing, but he is also so outstanding. Many artists admired and respected Lin Fan. He had completely become a popular figure in the company. Many girls in the entertainment industry encounter such problems, but Lin Fan was the first to resolve it so directly. Even Su Yang was somewhat shocked by Lin Fan. There were things Lin Fan could do that he couldn't. He might compromise in investments, but Lin Fan wouldn't. Su Yang truly understood the gap between him and Lin Fan. Perhaps that was why Xiao Wanxu treated Lin Fan so specially. Su Yang sighed. He was completely convinced. Fortunately, he hadn't become Lin Fan's enemy. Otherwise, he would feel a bit uneasy. Lin Fan seemed handsome, just an ordinary screenwriter, but in reality, he was a true big shot within the company. With assets worth over 100 million, he was also the second largest shareholder of the new Radisson Hotel, closely related to the major company Yinhang Technology Company, Limited, and was a target of CEO Li's interest. Most importantly, Lin Fan was also Xiao Wanxu's classmate from middle and high school. Competing with Lin Fan started from a completely different starting point. Su Xiaoyu ran into Xiao Wanxu's office, excitedly saying, "Sister Wanxu, Master really did it. Master is awesome." Xiao Wanxu also carefully looked at Weibo, her beautiful eyes lifting, a faint smile appearing as she said nothing. But her heart felt warm. It's so good to have him around. In the crew of Celebrating Yuans, producer Liu was excitedly looking at the many actors present. Everyone, although we've lost an investor, the investment issue for our drama has been completely resolved. Lin Fan will be our company's largest investor for Celebrating Yuans, with an investment amount of 100 million. This was still a bit less than the previous total investment, so everyone's pay would have to be slightly reduced, but once this drama became popular, everyone would receive a good share. Liu revealed a slight smile. Everyone exchanged glances, their astonishment and admiration deepening. This was 100 million. If it were a large company investing, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Lin Fan alone came up with 100 million. Many artists might have over 100 million in family wealth, but having 100 million in liquid funds was very difficult. Su Yang secretly gave a thumbs up. Indeed, he was worthy of being a big shot who could afford $100 million sports cars. Investing 100 million was just a casual act for him. 66,666. If we could be protected by Brother Fan in the future, who would dare bully our company's people? Brother Fan is mighty, not only writing scripts for us, but also playing the male lead and now being the biggest investor in our drama. A slight reduction in pay doesn't matter. As long as we can perform this script well, it'll be fine. Don't say a reduction in pay. Even if there is no pay, I would be willing. The script written by Brother Fan is too wonderful. It's an honor to act in this drama. Producer Liu and director Liu Benkai were both somewhat gratified. In fact, Qian Hongguang's attitude that day had also displeased them. Damn it, he bullied the actors all the way to Xiao Wanxiu. Although Liu was a producer and Liu was a director, both were fans of Xiao Wanxiu. This drama had a great script, yet many investors were unwilling to invest because the male lead was Lin Fan. But those investors didn't know that Lin Fan was the soul of this drama. Since the outside world didn't have high hopes for celebrating Yuans, then let them use this drama to shock the entire entertainment industry. Chapter 75. Is Lin Fan really a newcomer? The cast of the TV drama Qing Yunyan has finally been confirmed. The male lead is Lin Fan, and the female lead is Xiao Wanxiu. Su Yang, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, and others will play important supporting roles. Additionally, some other famous actors and heavyweight veterans also participated in the filming of this drama. Among them is the renowned teacher Chen Qing, who plays the Emperor Qing in Qing Yunyan. Teacher Chen Qing is recognized for his excellent acting skills by the country and countless viewers, which is why many people call him Teacher Chen Qing. Besides him, there is also the veteran actor Teacher Wu, who carries significant weight in the industry. In Qing Yunyan, important characters such as the female lead Lin Waner, Emperor Qing, Chen Pingping, the princess, Fan Ro, Wang Qinian, Si Lily, and Fan Xijia all have significant relationships with the male lead, and the acting requirements are quite high. Without exception, all these roles have been filled by actors with great acting skills. Only Lin Fan remains a newcomer. On the way to the filming location, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanxiu are in the same car. Meow, what are you thinking? Xiao Wanxiu curiously looks at Lin Fan. We're about to shoot, and it's my first time acting in my life. Lin Fan smiles slightly, looking at the girl beside him. Well, you're the male lead in this drama. Whether it becomes popular depends on you. Xiao Wanxiu blinks her eyes and smiles sweetly. You're the female lead too, Lin Fan replies, looking at Xiao Wanxiu. Of course. Together, we can definitely create a great drama. Xiao Wanxiu's beautiful eyes show some anticipation. Lin Fan scoots closer to Xiao Wanxiu and jokes, how about we tell the director to film our kiss scene first? Xiao Wanxiu's face turns red. No way. Lin Fan continues. Since we will have to film a kiss scene eventually, why not do all the romantic scenes at once? Otherwise, I have to get into character every time we act out a romantic scene, especially since in the drama, you're my fiancé. Xiao Wanxiu, blushing, asks, why do you need to get into character when acting with me? Lin Fan laughs. If I don't get into character, what if I can't help but kiss you and then don't want to let go? Xiao Wanxiu glares at Lin Fan. You dare. So fierce. Xiao Wanxiu puts on a cat ear hat and extends her hands like cat paws, giving Lin Fan a cute but fierce look. The driver, overhearing their conversation, feels a bit embarrassed. Is there such a blatant display of affection? The key is that Xiao Wanxiu is so beautiful, he can barely handle it. The driver sighs, thinking about how Lin Fan and Xiao Wanxiu are together every day, and how can Lin Fan withstand it? Arriving at the filming site, they get their makeup done and put on their ancient costumes. The makeup artist looks at Lin Fan and exclaims, in all my years of doing makeup, I've never encountered a situation like this. The makeup artist continues, sometimes makeup is done to highlight the character or to make them more camera-friendly. But I've never seen someone as handsome as you who looks great on camera without much makeup. At least, you are at the level of a male god. The makeup artist is amazed by Lin Fan's looks. On camera, there are no flaws at all. Moreover, it's the first time the makeup artist has seen Lin Fan. As a newcomer in the entertainment industry, although she doesn't know how his acting is, just looking at his face has already impressed her. If she were a decade younger, she might have pursued Lin Fan. Thank you for the compliment. Actually, it doesn't matter what you look like. The key is to rely on acting to make a good drama. It's through acting that the audience will remember you. Lin Fan smiles slightly. The makeup artist looks at Lin Fan with appreciative eyes, admiring how righteous he is and how handsome he looks. After the makeup is done, the crew officially starts filming. Since the actors have tight schedules, several plots are developed simultaneously to speed up the process. The most anticipated is Lin Fan. As the male lead, he has the most scenes in this drama, so basically, all the plots revolve around him, except for the first episode, which requires a child actor to play the young version of the male lead. In all subsequent scenes, Lin Fan is involved. Lin Fan's first scene is an action scene. Director Liu Benkai, some staff members, martial arts instructors, and producer Liu are all present, paying close attention to this scene. Xia Wanqiu, Su Yang, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Jingjing are also watching Lin Fan's first scene. They are all concerned about Lin Fan. If his acting is not good, they can step in to communicate and share experiences. Lin Fan, don't be too nervous. It's normal for a newcomer to not perform well in their first scene. Liu Benkai says, patting Lin Fan's shoulder, try not to put pressure on him. Acting requires solid performance skills. Although Liu Benkai says this on the surface, he is still a bit worried inside. If Lin Fan doesn't perform well, it will directly affect the overall quality of the drama. It could even lead to the drama flopping. No matter how good the script is, if the acting isn't up to par, the audience won't accept it. Like in Do, Chi Hua Ma. Lin Fan, good luck. Su Yang also encourages Lin Fan. Lin Fan's first scene attracts a lot of attention. Even veteran actors Teacher Chun and Teacher Wu stand beside Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan is a newcomer, and if he doesn't perform well, it would significantly reduce the drama's effectiveness. Lin Fan is acting alongside Xiao Wanqiu, playing the male and female leads. If something goes wrong with Lin Fan's performance, there could be countless criticisms online. After discussing the actions with the martial arts instructor, Lin Fan and the actor playing Teng Zijing officially start their scene together. The plot of this episode primarily revolves around Lin Fan being framed and someone trying to kill him. Teng Zijing received a secret order from the prosecutor's office to kill Lin Fan, leading to a fight between them. In the end, Lin Fan pretends to kill Teng Zijing in order to uncover the truth about his parents and bids farewell to Uncle Wuju before heading to Kyoto. Although this series of events seems simple, it requires a lot of acting skills. The expressions when being framed, the battles and strategies with opponents, and the protagonist's intense acting while seeking the truth. Every detail is crucial. I announce, Qin Yunyin is officially starting filming. Liu Benkai says, still a bit worried inside, but not showing it. After officially starting filming, Lin Fan begins his first acting performance in his career. Don't forget, this script was also written by Lin Fan, so no one understands the characters better than he does. Whether it's the action scenes or other details, Lin Fan fully embodies them. And after just one take, this segment of the plot has successfully passed. Director Liu Benkai and producer Liu look at the results on screen, completely shocked. Lin Fan's acting is surprisingly good. Every detail and action is so on point that not even director Liu Benkai, nor the martial arts instructor beside him, can find any issues. Liu Benkai can't help but question his life. Was it said that Lin Fan is a newcomer? Lin Fan's acting can only be described with one term: godlike acting. Perfect and flawless. Chapter 76, God-level acting, shocking the audience. After a hard day's work, they finally finished this scene. Lin Fan shook hands with the actors. Brother Fan, you've worked hard. Your acting is truly amazing. I've acted for 5 years, and only felt this much pressure when performing in front of Teacher Chun and Teacher Wu. Today, meeting you, your acting stunned me. It's not inferior to the two teachers, the male actor exclaimed, giving Lin Fan a thumbs up. Lin Fan smiled modestly and said, Teachers Chun and Wu are both veterans in the industry, and they are seasoned actors. Their acting is extraordinary. My ordinary skills are still far behind them. The male actor shook his head. You call that ordinary? I'd eat this rock on the spot. After Lin Fan finished his scene, Su Xiaoyu picked up a bottle of mineral water and handed it to him. Master, drink some water. Su Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan. Wow, your acting just now was even better than mine. Sister Wanqiu was also stunned. Su Xiaoyu praised. Really? I think there's still a lot of room for improvement. Lin Fan replied with a slight smile. Of course. Look, Sister Wanqiu is even blushing. Su Xiaoyu giggled. You're the one blushing, Xiao Wanqiu playfully retorted, shooting Su Xiaoyu a glance, but inside she felt happy for Lin Fan. Meanwhile, many actors gathered around Liu Benkai to watch the just-recorded footage. Wow, Brother Fan's acting is on par with first-line stars. Just look at his expressions and movements. It feels like he has been through countless trials. How can a newcomer have this level? Damn it, Brother Fan not only writes scripts, but he is also handsome and acts so well. Who said before that Brother Fan isn't suitable for the male lead? Look at this face-slapping moment. Brother Fan is the perfect choice for the male lead. Shocked. I suddenly look forward to seeing Brother Fan act in a romantic scene with our superstar sister Wanxiu. Yeah, Brother Fan acts so well. And Xiao Wanxiu is first-rate too. What's more, it's her first time acting in a romantic scene, especially a kiss scene. I'm envious, jealous, and hate it. I also want to be the male lead. Come on, let me tell you a secret. The male lead chosen by Xiao Wanxiu is Brother Fan. If Brother Fan doesn't play the male lead, she might not even play the female lead. That's Brother Fan's unique charm. They were even classmates in high school. A group of actors sighed, not only impressed by Lin Fan's acting, but also looking forward to the upcoming scenes, especially how he would perform with Xiao Wanxiu. On the side, Lu and Lu Benkai sat together. Whoever dares to say Lin Fan isn't suitable for the male lead again, I'll absolutely beat them to a pulp. Others are just playing around. Who can compare to Lin Fan's acting in one take? Lu said, "It's tough, ma fei. I'm completely convinced by this acting. I was worried before. But now it's clear that the best choice for the male lead is Lin Fan. Plus, with Lin Fan's handsome looks, this drama is practically guaranteed to succeed." Lu Benkai exclaimed. On the other side, the two veteran actors, Teacher Chun and Teacher Wu, also showed satisfied smiles. The younger generation is formidable. The acting is perfect. Old Wu, I feel like I haven't seen such an impressive newcomer in a long time. The last one with such good acting skills was Su Xiaoyu. Teacher Chen laughed. Old Chen, you're going too far. The last one with such good acting was clearly Xiao Wanxiu, Teacher Wu countered. But I have to say, both Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu are quite good at acting. However, when they were newcomers, they faced many difficulties, and their progress was evident later on. But Lin Fan is entirely different. It's like playing cards. Lin Fan came out with a trump card right from the start. With such acting skills, I don't know what kind of heat this drama will generate when it airs. I think Lin Fan might become a superstar in the future. Teacher Chun sighed. Lin Fan is truly talented. I heard that he wrote the script for this drama. A company tried to exploit Xiao Wanxiu, but Lin Fan fought back. Guess what happened to that company? It got shut down, and even the owner was arrested, at least a 10-year prison sentence. Teacher Wu said, "Haha, maybe you and I will have to act in other scripts written by Lin Fan in the future. I really love this drama. I'd even act for zero pay." Teacher Chen nodded. The surrounding actors couldn't help but gasp. The two respected veterans of the acting industry were praising Lin Fan. It is the first time in their lives they had praised someone like this. They even evaluated Lin Fan as someone who might become a superstar in the future. They had never given such evaluations to Xiao Wanxiu or Su Xiaoyu. It's easy to imagine Lin Fan's weight in the hearts of these two veteran actors. After finishing this scene, Lin Fan also went to watch the footage. After watching it once, Lin Fan shook his head. "Director Lu, to be honest, this scene still has room for improvement. Look, if we shoot from this angle, the visual presentation and effect will be better. The fight scenes are the same. Changing the angle can not only perfectly showcase the characters' expressions and movements, but also highlight some differences in light and shadow," Lin Fan commented, looking at Lu Benkai. After all, Lin Fan now possessed God-level directing skills. And since he wrote the script, his expertise in this drama was exceptionally high. So, I have a small suggestion. Let us reshoot the scene we just filmed. What do you think? Some details can be improved, and it's these details that will make the audience fall in love with the drama, Lin Fan said. After hearing Lin Fan's suggestion, Lu Benkai was suddenly enlightened. Right? How did I not think of that? During the exchange, Lu Benkai discovered a shocking fact. He was already a famous director, but he found that Lin Fan understood the directing profession more deeply than he did. In terms of the intricacies of acting, Lin Fan's expertise was even higher. Is Lin Fan really just a small-time screenwriter? Why is he so proficient in directing and acting? It feels like he is omnipotent. Lu Benkai marbalat, asking, imistunat. How do you know more about directing than I do? Just a bit of knowledge, Lin Fan smiled. Too modest. Damn it. I've seen a monster today. Great acting, excellent script writing, and he can direct. I'll follow your lead. Let us reshoot this scene again. It will definitely present the most perfect effect. Lu Benkai laughed, feeling no jealousy, only amazement. He never expected that by becoming a director and shooting a TV drama, he could learn from Lin Fan. Lin Fan's seriousness in filming, his expertise in various fields, and even his knowledge related to directing were, in his eyes, top-notch. Chapter 77 Su Yang. Why is my life so miserable? Liu Benkai and Lin Fan's acting is just too amazing. The key is, isn't he a screenwriter? How does he understand directing as well? Liu, who was standing by, asked, his eyes somewhat dazed. Generally, during filming, it is the director who points out the actor's flaws. If the actors do not perform well enough, the director has the power to call for an NG and require the actors to reshoot until satisfied. In other words, the director holds significant power. The earlier scene between Lin Fan and the male actor, the fight, the expressions were all impeccable. However, after watching the footage, Lin Fan immediately gave Liu Benkai some additional suggestions, including camera placement, which angles would capture the action better, and addressing some details, all of which Lin Fan handled better than Liu Benkai. This surprised Liu somewhat. Lin Fan is just too amazing. I didn't know Lin Fan's acting was not only excellent, but his attitude towards acting is even more impressive. He understands directing even more than I do. Perhaps this is what a versatile talent looks like. Let's shoot it again until it's perfect. Earlier, I was worried about Lin Fan's acting, but now it seems my concerns were unnecessary. With such a great male actor and so many skilled veterans, we will definitely turn Xin Yunyan into a classic, Liu Benkai said, patting Liu's shoulder. Thus, the many actors present watched Lin Fan and the male actor perform again. This time, many details were done even better. Everyone couldn't help but be mesmerized. Even the skilled Su Yang, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but praise. Lin Fan is truly extraordinary, this acting. I'm convinced. When I'm acting alongside Lin Fan, I want to be able to match him, right? Su Yang said, Master is so handsome. Look at this backflip and this punch. It's just amazing. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, linking her arm with Xiao Wanqiu, as if she were a fan of Lin Fan. Xiaoyu, watch your image. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks flushed slightly as she said softly, Okay, I'll be dignified and ladylike, maintaining a beautiful image. But Master S' performance is still so good. Su Xiaoyu, a big star, cheered like a child upon seeing Lin Fan's amazing acting. Sister Wanqiu, I'm a bit envious of you, being able to play the female lead and act alongside Master, even having kissing scenes. Su Xiaoyu blinked. You want to act in a kissing scene too? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Su Xiaoyu with her beautiful eyes. Yes. I haven't acted in a kissing scene yet. Su Xiaoyu excitedly nodded, taking a bite of cucumber. How fierce. Xiao Wanqiu glared at Su Xiaoyu. Oh woo. I want to dare again, sob, Sister Wanqiu. You're so fierce. Su Xiaoyu looked innocent, beating pitiful. After Lin Fan and the male actor named Teng Zijing finished filming again, they went to Liu Benkai to watch the footage they had just shot. Amazing, truly amazing. Lin Fan, the effect of the technique you just taught me is much better than before. This technique seems quite novel in the country. Lin Fan, have you studied in Hollywood? Liu Benkai asked. The male actor playing Teng Zijing was also astonished. Incredible. I just did a few simple actions, and the effect with the shooting technique feels stunning. Brother Fan, I worship you. Lin Fan simply waved his hand and said, No, I just know a little about directing. Then, after finishing this scene, it was time for Lin Fan to shoot with Xiao Wanqiu. In the script, the male lead enters the capital, first goes to a temple, and exchanges a palm strike with a cold face guard. Then, the male lead enters the temple, sees the offering table moving, hesitates to lift the tablecloth, and sees a beautiful little fairy holding a chicken leg, looking at him in shock. This marks the beginning of the male and female lead scenes. In this scene, the male lead needs to portray the feeling of falling in love at first sight, which requires high acting skills, while the female lead must present a pure and beautiful appearance, evoking pity like a celestial maiden. This scene is one of the openings of the entire drama, and with Xiao Wanqiu's popularity, if it is filmed well, it will make Qin Yunyan completely explode in popularity. However, the most important aspect of this scene is the acting. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu had never performed romantic scenes before, which added some worry for Liu Benkai. If this part isn't performed well, the whole drama could collapse. Some actors can indeed act well, but romantic scenes are different from other parts. It requires experience and maturity. Just like asking a 4-year-old child to play a powerful emperor. No matter how good their acting is, they can't convey the feeling of an emperor. Can Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu perform this scene well? Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu, don't be too nervous. Imagine each other as your first love, and then start acting. Lu Benkai said. By the way, Su Yang, you can share some experiences with them. Lu Benkai looked at Su Yang, who was eating an ice pop. Hearing the director call his name, Su Yang couldn't help but freeze. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu are performing a romantic scene, and they want him involved too? Su Yang felt a hint of bitterness. He still couldn't escape the dog food of these two. Why is his fate so bleak? But Su Yang couldn't refuse and could only brace himself and walk over to Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. Ahem, Lin Fan. You first show Xiao Wanqiu the feeling of falling in love at first sight. Xiao Wanqiu, you do the same. Yes, just like that, good acting. You need to look into each other's eyes. Well, you can practice on your own. Su Yang watched as Lin Fan portrayed the feeling of falling in love at first sight toward Xiao Wanqiu, whose face turned red, her heart fluttering with a sweet smile. Lively and adorable, like a fairy. Watching the intimate little interactions between the two, Su Yang's mindset collapsed. He had initially felt lucky not to be fed dog food, but now he couldn't even avoid it. After both of them got the script down, Su Yang decided to leave. Su Yang, don't leave yet. We're about to start filming. If the first take doesn't go well, you can also step in to guide them. After all, you have experience in relationships, Lu Benkai said. Su Yang, Lu Benkai, what did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Su Yang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, then reopened them, revealing a slight smile, and said, okay, great. Being fed dog food just now was merely a rehearsal. Now that it's time to officially start filming, he still couldn't escape it. The director has spoken. Can he refuse? He could only silently watch the two showcase their affection from a corner. His world seemed to consist of just him. Lonely, desolate, cold. Of course, no one noticed Su Yang's miserable state. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Wanqiu, who also looked back at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Their first romantic scene was about to officially begin. Chapter 78, Damn Woman, Pay Me Back for My Ice Cream. This scene is quite important. It almost captured everyone's attention. The male and female leads are the soul of a TV drama, and director Lu Benkai along with all the staff began to work seriously. The goal was to film this scene well. Director Lu, do you think they can do it well? I always feel a bit uncertain. After all, neither of them has experience, Lu said. Let us give it a try. If it doesn't go well, they can learn more. We have so many seasoned actors here. If one take doesn't work, we could do it 10 times. We'll get it right eventually, Lu Benkai replied. Under the concerned gazes of everyone, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's scene officially started filming. The camera began to focus on Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. According to the script, Lin Fan slowly lifted the tablecloth, revealing the heavenly beauty in front of him, Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan's eyes gradually widened, and everything around seemed to come to a standstill. He looked at Xiao Wanqiu, perfectly portraying the feeling of falling in love at first sight. Then came the dialogue between the two. I want to ask you something. Are you an assassin? Probably not. Then are you sent by the immortals? Probably not either. But I think you are. Following this, the two slowly stood up from under the table. Xiao Wanqiu's enchanting beauty, along with her outfit, a pure white long dress, was simple yet beautiful, like a refined young lady. At this moment, the scene froze once more. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who had been injured earlier, coughed up a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with you? The female lead Xiao Wanqiu asked. Coughing up blood has become a habit. Lin Fan replied. Then in the following plot, Xiao Wanqiu ran away, revealing a perfect side profile, along with the unique shyness of a young lady. The entire scene flowed very smoothly. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu portrayed the feeling of the male and female leads meeting for the first time beautifully. When the scene concluded, everyone in the crew stared blankly at everything. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's first emotional scene was so sincere and fluid. Be it Lin Fan's look of love at first sight or Xiao Wanqiu's acting, it was all performed exceptionally well. After all, in this drama, Xiao Wanqiu is Lin Fan's fiancée, and they have a lot of scenes together. Wow! Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu performed so well together without any flaws. Lin Fan's look of love at first sight completely exceeded my expectations. Didn't they say they had never acted in an emotional scene before? How come their first emotional scene is so good? It's completely authentic, so sweet. As an actor, I felt my heart flutter. It reminded me of when Xiao Wanqiu leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder in high school. It was simply explosively sweet. I didn't expect their performance together to be this good. Absolutely incredible. If this drama really airs, I wonder what kind of huge response it will get. Xiao Wanqiu is a goddess in many people's hearts, and her first emotional scene is stunning. Lin Fan's acting is truly too perfect. Not only does he perform martial arts scenes well, but his normal scenes are also great, and now his emotional scenes are so perfect too. Many actors were in awe, and after watching the performance between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, they even felt a sense of romance themselves. This also gave many actors more confidence in the drama. Director Liu Benkai and producer Liu exchanged applause. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with indescribable amazement. Lin Fan is so handsome, and Xiao Wanqiu is so beautiful. With their acting skills combined, the work they present is flawless. Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu, I must say, your acting has amazed me. If you can maintain this state, this drama is bound to be a hit. Liu Benkai praised. Liu nodded. I feel these two roles truly belong to you. No one can replace you, and no one can act better than you. You flatter us. Wanqiu and I are just being ourselves. These roles really suit us, Lin Fan said with a slight smile. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks flushed, wanted to bite Lin Fan playfully. She was not just acting as Lin Fan's fiancée in the drama. In real life, their relationship was not that close. There was no such thing as being true to their roles. That damn Lin Fan was teasing her again. But Xiao Wanqiu couldn't say anything, nor could she show it. In front of everyone, they were still just colleagues. With so many people around, if any news leaked, it would quickly spread online. Watching Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu leave, Su Yang silently looked at their backs, feeling a pang of bitterness. Had he been ignored again? While others didn't know the relationship between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, Su Yang did. The details and little actions between the two were not things ordinary friends would do. For instance, Xiao Wanqiu would wear cat ear hats in front of Lin Fan, acting cutely and saying meow. But in front of Su Yang, Xiao Wanqiu was always very polite, kept her distance, and wore a smile. As for any cute actions, he could only dream of that. Only Su Xiaoyu would occasionally act cute in front of Su Yang, but that was just her natural personality. She treated everyone the same. When the goddess acted cute in front of others but maintained distance from you, Su Yang's heart understood everything. His dream of having a goddess was shattered. The crew continued filming in the hot weather, dressed in warm clothing. Lin Fan bought ice cream, quietly holding an umbrella, and walked over to Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Fan. Want some ice cream? Lin Fan took out an ice cream, holding the umbrella with the other hand, tilting it so most of the shade was over Xiao Wanqiu. Seeing the ice cream, Xiao Wanqiu's eyes lit up, her cheeks slightly flushed. Can you open the ice cream wrapper for me? Sure. Lin Fan nodded, tore open the ice cream wrapper, and handed the ice cream to Xiao Wanqiu. Thank you, my lord. Xiao Wanqiu smiled sweetly, her hands together as she slightly bowed, resembling the female lead in the drama, ethereal and like a true fairy. Lin Fan was captivated by Xiao Wanqiu's sudden display of acting and her beauty, making his heart race. The ice cream in Lin Fan's mouth fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wanqiu saw Lin Fan's awkwardness and burst into laughter, her smile enchanting, as if it melted Lin Fan's heart. Damn woman, you owe me an ice cream. Lin Fan exclaimed angrily, feeling a bit heartbroken. In such hot weather, an ice cream could be a lifesaver. Not going to pay it back. I'm running away, Xiao Wanqiu said as she dashed off. Lin Fan chased after her, with Xiao Wanqiu running ahead. The weather was hot, but Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's hearts were warm. When Su Yang was about to give Xiao Wanqiu the ice cream he was holding, he witnessed everything that was happening. Bang! Su Yang's ice cream also fell to the ground. Chapter 79. Conquered by Lin Fan's acting, Su Yang glanced at the ice cream on the ground, picked it up, and silently placed it into the trash can. The weather was scorching hot, yet Su Yang's heart felt icy cold. Why was it that whatever he could think of, Lin Fan had already done it first? Moreover, the two of them were playfully teasing each other together. At that moment, Lin Jingjing walked over to Su Yang's side and handed him a bottle of mineral water, her pleasant voice asking, "Want some water?" "Thank you." Su Yang nodded and looked at Lin Jingjing beside him. It then dawned on him that his world didn't seem so lonely after all. Are you unhappy? Do you want me to sing you a song? Lin Jingjing sat down next to Su Yang, her legs crossed, her beautiful eyes quietly watching Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu playfully interact. Sure, Su Yang nodded. Then sing I Want to See You, I Want to See You. I Want to See You, Lin Jingjing began to sing, her voice melodious. Su Yang quietly listened to her singing. You sing really well, Su Yang complimented. Thanks. I'll get back to work now, Lin Jingjing replied joyfully, nodding before she jogged away. What are you going to do? Su Yang watched as Lin Jingjing picked up half a box of mineral water. Lin Jingjing pointed in the distance at Lin Fan, saying, Lin Fan is working so hard. I plan to bring him half a box of mineral water and buy him 2 ice creams. Want to join? Su Yang silently glanced at the bottle of mineral water in his hand, then looked at Lin Jingjing and shook his head. Watching Lin Jingjing carry half a box of mineral water towards Lin Fan while saying she would buy him ice cream, Su Yang felt the stark contrast once again. When Lin Jingjing was beside him, he had briefly fantasized about cherishing the person in front of him. Then, his person in front of him went off to find Lin Fan with a whole bunch of mineral water. This time, Su Yang's mindset really collapsed. Don't play with me like this. It turned out Lin Jingjing brought him mineral water just as a coincidence. As for singing, she simply wanted to sing a song. Su Yang even had an illusion earlier that she liked him. Now, seeing the reality unfold, he understood what it meant to be cruelly awakened by reality. He also wanted to eat ice cream. Why didn't Lin Jingjing buy him any? On the other side, Yang Qing ran up to Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. She felt a bit anxious. Xiao Wanqiu was the star of Yuehua and a goddess in the hearts of many. Without needing to mention the numerous fans Xiao Wanqiu had online, even in the entertainment industry, many people liked her. Xiao Wanqiu's looks, temperament, and personality were all very appealing. Moreover, she came from a humble background and lived a frugal life, being pure and beautiful with her own principles, never filming kissing scenes, which made her even more liked by male actors. Wanqiu, this is still on set. You need to watch your image and maintain some distance. You can't stick together every day, Yang Qing said with a pained expression. If a video were to leak, we could still awkwardly use the excuse of discussing the script to explain why the two of you are together every day. But everyone in the crew isn't foolish. They can see it clearly. The relationship between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu is really not ordinary. Lin Fan, you too. Even if you want to show off your romance, you need to consider the scale. Otherwise, everyone will be stuffed with your dog food, Yang Qing said. As a manager, she didn't dare to be too harsh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqiu's face flushed red as she shot Lin Fan a fierce glare. I have nothing to do with him. We really are discussing the script. Xiao Wanqiu defended Lin Fan. Yang Jia, we really are discussing the script. It's too hot for a girl not to hold an umbrella. And having an ice cream can help cool down, Lin Fan smiled. Okay, just be careful not to go too far. If you really can't help it. Go to a room, Yang Qing sighed. This was her last bottom line. They couldn't just do that in broad daylight. After saying that, she left. She couldn't stay there any longer, being constantly fed dog food. The main issue was that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's acting was too good. No one could find fault. And everyone felt helpless. In the following month, the filming of Qing Yunyan proceeded smoothly and steadily. The entire shooting process was very successful. The main cast of Qing Yunyan consisted of capable actors, along with many veteran actors joining in. The overall quality of the drama significantly increased. Coupled with the acting between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, along with a complete script, Lin Fan also helped Lu Benkai a lot, making the filming speed very fast. The busiest were Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, as the two would also take time to record the variety show Keep Running. After more than a month, over half of the script had been filmed. The entire filming process was exceptionally smooth, and in just a few more days, they could wrap up shooting for real. During this time, Lu Benkai was completely impressed by Lin Fan. Alright, this segment is done. We've been filming for over a month, and we haven't needed to shoot Lin Fan's scenes a second time. Almost everything was done in one take. His acting is simply perfect, Lu Benkai smiled. Veteran actor teacher Chen nodded, saying, I've worked with so many actors. Lin Fan's control over acting and his aura are very strong. This is Lin Fan's first drama, right? If he films a few more, his progress might be even greater, even surpassing his veterans. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Teachers Chun and Wu are my seniors. I still have much to learn from you." Upon hearing such words, Teacher Chun smiled slightly. It's rare to see a newcomer with such great acting skills and ability who is still so humble. In the past, Teacher Chun couldn't look highly upon some young actors because they were unwilling to endure hardship. Even a small injury would cause them to stop working. And they needed to chant 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to memorize lines, leading to a lack of good works in the entire country's performing arts scene. Both dramas and films rarely had phenomenal works, and Hollywood had far surpassed them. Regarding the current development situation in the country, these veteran actors could only express helplessness. However, with Lin Fan's emergence, Teacher Chun felt a glimmer of hope. Talents like Lin Fan are rare. Perhaps in the future, the development of the entire country's performing arts scene would rely on talents like Lin Fan. After such a long time of filming, Yuehua's CEO Li also contacted director Liu Benkai. "How's the progress? Lin Fan is a newcomer, and his acting might not be mature enough. He may encounter some issues during filming, so you all need to be more accommodating. Take your time with the 4-month shooting schedule," CEO Li said over the phone. Liu Benkai could only smile bitterly and shake his head, saying, "So you don't know. Lin Fan's acting has truly conquered everyone in our crew." Even the two veteran actors praised him endlessly. "To be honest, I feel that my role as a director hasn't been as significant as Lin Fan's. During the entire filming process, he often pointed out issues for me. His insights on directing are even deeper than mine. The filming process has also been quite smooth. We rarely needed to reshoot. In just over a month, we have already filmed 70% of the script. We initially thought it would take a long time, mainly because Lin Fan's acting is so good. And of course, this cast is also very strong," Liu Benkai praised. CEO Li held the phone, stunned by Liu Benkai's praises for Lin Fan. How is that possible? Lin Fan is not only a master screenwriter, but also possesses such great acting skills. The key is that Lin Fan even excels in directing compared to Liu Benkai, and the shooting progress is so fast. Mr. Li is completely shocked. Lin Fan, a newcomer in the entertainment industry, has such strong abilities. Chapter 80, He can Liu Benkai continue to boast, "Mr. Li, we must recruit talents like Lin Fan. I feel that just the production of Qing Yunyan will definitely become a huge hit online. Our cast is incredibly luxurious, and with Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's outstanding acting skills, along with the thrilling plot, it's enough to attract the audience's attention. It's worth mentioning that this Qing Yunyan has not been completed yet. If it really becomes a hit, countless fans will be looking forward to the second season, and many companies will be eager to ask Lin Fan for new scripts," Liu Benkai said. Mr. Li nodded. He realized he had underestimated Lin Fan's abilities. He thought Lin Fan could only write scripts, but didn't expect that Lin Fan's other talents aside from scriptwriting could also be astonishing. Mr. Li smiled, thinking that having someone like Lin Fan around could truly propel the progress of the country's cultural and entertainment industries. As for when Qing Yunyan becomes a huge success, Mr. Li would certainly pay a high price to acquire the adaptation rights for Lin Fan scripts. Who knows, this could lead to a series of classic TV dramas being produced. There are very few actors who receive such praise from director Liu. It seems Lin Fan is indeed extraordinary, Mr. Li smiled. Liu Benkai shook his head. Mr. Li, you know what kind of person I am. I've seen many actors with great acting skills, but this is the first time I've seen someone like Lin Fan. It's not just his acting, but also his character and the strict standards he holds for his work that deeply impresses me. A person like him is a true talent, the hope of our country and the hope of our entertainment industry. In the entertainment circle, it's not just about good acting. Character is even more important. After working for so many years, I've never admired anyone like I do Lin Fan. He is the first, Liu Benkai praised. After collaborating for more than a month, Liu Benkai found this directing experience to be the easiest. The actor's skills were so good that they could basically complete scenes in one take. In the past, when shooting TV dramas, some actors struggled to memorize their lines, while others would demand to be taken to the hospital for minor injuries. And some young stars would skip out entirely, leaving the crew to handle everything. With such attitudes, how could excellent works be produced? This is also why Liu Benkai respects Lin Fan. While both are young stars, Lin Fan has undoubtedly surpassed many established actors. Meanwhile, Weibo officially announced the cast and crew of Qin Yunyan. TV drama. Qin Yunyan. Director, Lubin Kai. Starring, Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu. Co-starring, Su Yang, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, Chun Qing, Lin Yanran, Guo Riyu. Original work, Lin Fan. As soon as this announcement was made on Weibo, the heat surged instantly. 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million for million. In less than half a day, the heat skyrocketed to 4 million. The public's anticipation for this drama is incredibly high, given the number of excellent actors and many veteran performers involved. Countless viewers and many fans of Xiao Wanqiu were thrilled and crazily promoting it on Weibo. Xiao Wanqiu had not had any new roles for a year. Many haters claimed she couldn't act in romantic scenes, and some even spread rumors that she had been banned. But on this day, Weibo officially announced that Qin Yunyan had started filming. Moreover, it had already been filming for over a month. This drama would be Xiao Wanqiu's first project after a year-long hiatus. The audience knew Xiao Wanqiu had high standards for scripts, which heightened the fans' expectations for this drama. The announcement of Qin Yunyan ignited a wave of excitement online, because the female lead is Xiao Wanqiu, and this drama will be her first romantic role. Qiu is finally announced. Please pay more attention to the TV drama Qin Yunyan. Qiu is the female lead, and she's doing a romantic drama. I will definitely follow this series. Qiu is so beautiful. Xiao Wanqiu, love you, love you. Wow, this drama is sure to be a big hit. I will definitely watch it. It's been a year, finally a drama to watch. Does anyone know when it will be released? The discussions on Weibo were just the beginning. Some attentive viewers discovered a serious issue. It was beyond doubt that the female lead was Xiao Wanqiu. Everyone knew Su Yang was the male lead in Yuehua, and in many dramas, he played the male lead. However, in Qin Yunyan, Su Yang is not the male lead. The male lead is Lin Fan, a newcomer in the entertainment industry who has never filmed a project before. Lin Fan taking on the role of the male lead instantly sparked heated discussions online. Wow, did you guys notice? The male lead of Qin Yunyan is Lin Fan. I know him. He is the restaurant owner who cooks really well, and he was Xiao Wanqiu's high school desk mate. I heard he's super handsome. The script for this drama was also written by Lin Fan. Could it be that Lin Fan is not only good at cooking, but also writing scripts? Wow, Lin Fan is amazing. I was wondering why Lin Fan's little restaurant was closed. Turns out he went to film. Their romantic scenes must be really sweet. I'm looking forward to it. Not fair. Lin Fan is just a newcomer. Why should he be the male lead in Qin Yunyan? The male lead should be Su Yang's. Can Lin Fan's acting carry the male lead role? I don't see him being a graduate from Beijing Film Academy. At the same time, many negative comments about Lin Fan appeared online. There were positive comments, but many negative ones overshadowed them. The sheer number of strong actors in this drama made Lin Fan, as a newcomer, seem somewhat out of place. Weibo was filled with doubts about Lin Fan. This is quite normal. Not just Lin Fan. Even if a popular young star without acting skills were in his place, they would face severe backlash online. Yuehua has many competitors, and they would take the opportunity to attack Qin Yunyan, attempting to drag the drama's reputation down before it even airs. Comments on Weibo quickly fell into the rhythm set by marketing accounts. Can Lin Fan really be the male lead? If he doesn't perform well, won't he ruin the entire drama? Lin Fan isn't even a graduate of Beijing Film Academy. How can a restaurant owner be the male lead? Change the male lead, or I won't watch. Can you all be a bit rational? At least watch the work before commenting. As the overwhelming wave of comments flooded in, a Weibo post from Xiao Wanqiu left countless fans in shock. On Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo, there were only 3 words. These 3 words directly dispelled all the doubts of the fans. He can. Chapter 81. The kiss scene, a Weibo post from Xiao Wanqiu left countless fans astonished. In the past, whenever faced with various negative news, Xiao Wanqiu never posted on Weibo. But today, when Lin Fan was questioned by the entire internet, she took the initiative to post. The message was brief, but powerful. She supported Lin Fan. One post from Xiao Wanqiu wasn't enough. Shortly after, Su Xiaoyu also posted on Weibo. Everything should speak for the work. Lin Fan's acting is excellent. Lin Jingjing didn't post anything. She simply liked both Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu's posts, representing her stance. Su Yang also stepped up and posted a Weibo. accompanied by a photo of him and Lin Fan with their arms around each other. Lin Fan's acting is great. Everyone don't worry. Both the lead and supporting roles are the same, as long as we can present the best work. Soo-young was speaking up for Lin Fan. As for that photo, it was to show the outside world that he and Lin Fan had a good relationship. Even the renowned director Liu Benkai posted on Weibo to support Lin Fan. When everyone in the circle stood up, the doubts online gradually diminished. Yes, what Xiaoqiu said is right. We should let the work speak for itself. The drama hasn't even aired yet. Why are some haters stirring up trouble? Did Lin Fan do anything wrong to deserve personal attacks? Lin Fan is so handsome. I still have his high school photos with Xiao Wanqiu. They look really good together. This drama might turn out great. Looking forward to it. Lin Fan, we believe in you. You are so handsome and have such great character. You will definitely use your acting skills to slap those haters in the face. In the crew, Soo-young sat silently, watching Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post, feeling a wave of bitterness in his heart. Perhaps this was the gap between him and Lin Fan. Both are men, so why couldn't he win Xiao Wanqiu's affection? Over the past month in the crew, Soo-young experienced the joys and sorrows of life. No matter what, no matter how much the two of them flaunt their love, they can't shove dog food down my throat. When they're filming, I will just keep my distance. Soo-young sighed, thinking if he just kept a bit farther away, would he still be fed dog food? Filming had been going smoothly, but today a problem arose. There was only one scene today, and it was particularly important. The kiss scene between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. In the drama, they had several kiss scenes, but most were cut. In the context of their relationship, it was essential to maintain a sense of ambiguity. The scripts for both seasons of Qing Yun Yan contained several kiss scenes. The kiss scene in the first season's script wasn't many, but this particular one was crucial. It was Xiao Wanqiu's first on-screen kiss and her personal first kiss. Most importantly, both Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were exceptionally skilled actors. However, they shared a common flaw. They had never filmed a kiss scene before. Even someone as handsome as Lin Fan and as beautiful as Xiao Wanqiu still had their first kisses intact. Filming a kiss scene couldn't just be a dry peck. It needed emotion, or else the audience wouldn't feel any passion. A kiss represents the culmination of deep feelings between two people. A well-executed kiss scene would make countless fans swoon. This particular kiss scene was pivotal in establishing the drama's height. If poorly executed, it could easily become a point of criticism. For those who had never filmed a kiss scene, no matter how good their acting skills were, it would be challenging to capture the essence of kiss. For instance, if an actor wanted to portray a doctor, it would be best to have worked in a hospital for some time, learning on-site. To portray a farmer, they should immerse themselves among farmers to understand their way of life. This was a growth process every actor had to go through. One couldn't just fantasize about it in their mind. While it was easier to portray a farmer or a doctor, a kiss scene would make both male and female actors nervous, hindering their performance. This scene couldn't rely on any trick angles. They had to truly kiss each other. Even using trick angles would reveal the artificiality to the audience. Su Xiaoyu held a relatively thick banana, peeled it, and licked it, feeling excited. Oh yeah, today Sister Wanqiu is going to film a kiss scene with Master. I have to record this on my phone. It's Sister Wanqiu's first kiss, and also Master S' first kiss. I'm so envious. Su Xiaoyu gently bit into the banana and swallowed. Quiche scenes. I've done them before. It's actually normal. As long as the actor opposite is handsome enough, it's acceptable, Lin Jingjing said from the side. But if Lin Fan and Xiaoqiu are doing the kiss scene, I don't think it will be too difficult. Aren't they close? Xiaoyu, do you think they are really together? Lin Jingjing asked. Su Xiaoyu shook her head and replied after taking a bite of banana. Not yet. Sister Wanqiu is too shy to say, and Master isn't proactive. Their relationship is good, but the better the relationship, the harder it is to film a kiss scene. It's actually easier with strangers. Lin Jingjing nodded in agreement, but wondered where Soo-young had gone. He hadn't shown up. Meanwhile, Soo-young, hiding in his room, lay on the bed, having seen through everything. He knew that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were filming a kiss scene today, and he had long since hidden himself far away. Lying in the room, how could he still be fed dog food? He was confident about that. On the filming set, the kiss scene had already begun, without any transitions or delays. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu, feeling a bit nervous. Xiao Wanqiu lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, her heart racing. This was her first kiss scene, and the typically relaxed Xiao Wanqiu didn't know how to approach this scene today. So many people were watching, and when the drama aired, many viewers would see it too. Xiao Wanqiu understood the importance of this kiss scene, but still felt anxious. Lin Fan stood in front of Xiao Wanqiu, gently touching her head. He held her face in his hands and slowly leaned in towards her red lips. Just as he was about to kiss her, the director called for a pause. Lu Benkai looked at Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu and said, "No, the emotions aren't there, and your expressions aren't good either. You're both too nervous. It's obvious you lack experience in filming kiss scenes. If it continues like this, it won't pass." Meow. Stinky Lin Fan, you're bullying me. Xiao Wanqiu leaned against the wall, feeling a bit wronged. She didn't know how to film the kiss scene. Cough. Isn't this necessary for the plot? It's fine. Let us try again. This time, I'll kiss quickly, so it's done. Lin Fan smiled slightly. You're so mean. I'll hit you. Xiao Wanqiu playfully hit Lin Fan's chest. This scene melted the hearts of those watching. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu could still flaunt their affection like this. Come on, let us do it again, Lu Benkai shouted. This time, Lin Fan learned from his mistake and quickly leaned in to kiss Xiao Wanqiu. As long as he was faster than the director, he could kiss first. After all, this was work. He wasn't taking advantage of anyone. Then, before he could kiss her, the director called for a stop again. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Fan, why are you rushing? This is a kiss scene, not a fight scene. Lu Benkai said, somewhat helpless. Facing two actors who had never filmed a kiss scene before, Lu Benkai felt a bit exasperated. Where's Su Yang? Hurry and call him over. Let him share some experience with Lin Fan. After all, Su Yang has filmed quite a few kiss scenes. Lu Benkai shouted and immediately called Su Yang, who was lying in the house. After hearing it, Su Yang dropped his phone on the bed. He stood still in the room, unable to move. Damn, is there no way to escape this? Chapter 82. His world. Only her Su Yang got dressed, feeling a sense of desolation in his life. In the end, he still couldn't escape. However, this was something he couldn't refuse. Although Su Yang didn't want to be fed dog food, he wanted to see Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu perform this scene well. Despite Lin Fan being Su Yang's competitor, he still wouldn't refuse to help him. He always emphasized fair competition with Lin Fan. If it didn't go to hell, who would? Wasn't it just watching Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu shoot a kissing scene? After all, he had shot so many kissing scenes. How could he possibly be stuffed full of dog food from Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu? When he arrived at the filming location and saw Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, Su Yang felt a hint of envy in his heart. Xiao Wanqiu was so beautiful. Her first kiss was going to be given to Lin Fan. Why wasn't he Lin Fan? But this was all acting. Su Yang comforted himself. It was just acting. If it were reality, how could Xiao Wanqiu agree to kiss Lin Fan? In reality, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were just friends, not even in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and Su Yang was sure of that. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were not like this in real life. The most important thing was to immerse themselves in their roles, to get into the storyline happening now, and then slowly kiss with feelings, treating each other as true lovers. Su Yang said, "True lovers?" Xiao Wanqiu blinked, as if she understood. "Yes, you two should communicate a bit, and I guess I can leave." Shooting a kissing scene isn't difficult. The main thing is to be sincere, Su Yang said, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. Next to them, Lu Benkai stopped Su Yang. Su Yang, don't leave yet. Watch them finish acting. If anything goes wrong, you can continue to guide them. Su Yang felt his life darkening again. Director Lu, I have to watch them. Finish? This is simply a heart-wrenching experience. He really didn't want to be fed dog food, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Fan looked at Lu Benkai and said, I want to talk to Wanqiu alone. Can we shoot later? Lu Benkai nodded, go quickly and come back soon. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu walked to a secluded corner. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks were slightly red, and she remained quiet, looking very calm. She was still in her ancient costume, and the most important thing was that she looked so beautiful in it, like a real fairy. Anyone who saw her would be moved. This scene was still her first kiss. Therefore, this scene was particularly important. Lin Fan needed to perform it well with Xiao Wanqiu. Wanqiu, I know you don't like shooting kissing scenes very much, but there's no way around it. We have to get this right, Lin Fan smiled. You're the one who doesn't like shooting kissing scenes. Xiao Wanqiu pouted and turned away. Then you, like shooting kissing scenes? Should we just try it now? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Xiao Wanqiu got angry, her chest slightly heaving. Oomph. Do I look like such a casual girl? You are so annoying, you big oaf, Xiao Wanqiu said angrily, looking fierce. She didn't dislike shooting the scene. She just wanted to shoot kissing scenes with someone she liked. But Lin Fan didn't see that and only bullied her. This silly Lin Fan even dared to come and persuade her. Clearly, in a kissing scene, the man should take the initiative first. She just stood there, waiting for Lin Fan to come and kiss her. It was clearly Lin Fan's fault. And now he was bullying her, even wanted to shoot more kissing scenes. How annoying. Lin Fan smiled and held Xiao Wanqiu's arm. Come on, let us go shoot. This time, we'll definitely do well, as long as you can think of me as your lover. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan, gently nodded, and smiled sweetly. She stood right in front of Lin Fan. There was no need to think of him as her lover. Back at the filming location, Xiao Wanqiu stood in place. Her cheeks flushed. This time, she was serious. The screen's first kiss and her first kiss had to be given. This scene was nearly the highlight of the entire film. So, she had to do it well. As long as she treated Lin Fan as her lover. Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan, recalling many stories. In high school, they often spent time together, whether in class or after school, leading many to believe they were a couple. Only Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu knew they were not a couple. In the hazy days of high school, many pursued Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, but they both rejected everyone else. She still remembered that afternoon when she and Lin Fan were studying in the classroom. For some reason, someone locked the door. Feeling tired from studying, she quietly leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder and fell asleep. When class resumed, she was still in the same position. Lin Fan was studying seriously, while Xiao Wanqiu slept against him very sweetly. Someone even took a picture and posted it online. The last time Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu made headlines was because of that photo. Xiao Wanqiu had never known what it felt like to be someone else's girlfriend. But in this scene, she was Lin Fan's fiancée, connected to him in countless ways. Now, she truly immersed herself in the role, truly thinking of herself as Lin Fan's future wife. In a storyline, Lin Fan was going to a dangerous place for a long time, and this was their last meeting before parting. So, Lin Fan would kiss her and tell her that when he returned, he would marry her. They were sweet lovers in the drama, and she had to send him off. In the plot, Xiao Wanqiu was also Lin Fan's emotional support, as well as his fiancée. Facing the imminent farewell with the one she loved most, she felt a deep sense of reluctance, which was also what this scene was about to capture. Lin Fan was serious as well, focusing entirely, treating Xiao Wanqiu as his lover. They played in a sea of flowers, chasing each other, their laughter ringing out like silver bells. With the director's cue to start filming, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu strolled leisurely in the flower sea, ready to exchange many heartfelt words. Looking at the girl before him, Lin Fan seemed to have figured something out. She was already a big star. Why would she risk coming to a small restaurant? In the face of rumors, she could have easily clarified things, but instead came to ask Lin Fan's opinion first. She never shot kissing scenes or romantic dramas. Willing to give up many opportunities to climb higher, she held onto her true self. It wasn't that she didn't love shooting kissing scenes. It was because she was waiting for someone. That someone was Lin Fan. Lin Fan understood everything suddenly. He recalled the time in high school. If that afternoon he had held her hand, perhaps their fate would have changed long ago. All the emotions flowed into this scene. Looking at the girl before him, Lin Fan slowly approached, his gaze focused, as if there was only her in his eyes, and in her world, there was only him. He gently brushed his hand across her cheek. Then, he kissed her,